Chapter 1. Requesting funds for flirting? The indulgent maneuvers of the CEO's pampered wife. Dear, could you spare some money? I'm off to charm some ladies. In the upper echelons of Dongjiang Group, within the vast circular conference room, the opulent view of the bustling river city outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows contrasted sharply with the palpable tension of corporate warfare that filled the air. The long mahogany table was flanked by shareholders clad in tailored suits, their expressions grave. The CEO, by Uni, donned a flawlessly tailored Chanel ensemble, stood before the projection screen, her slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as she elucidated a crucial financing proposal. Her voice, crisp and penetrating, brooked no dissent at that moment. When the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the heavy conference room door swung open with a resounding thud. A young man, Lin Shun, clad in a loose t-shirt and jeans, casually sauntered in, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, and immediately uttered a startling proclamation. Instantly, it felt as though time had frozen in the conference room. Dozens of incredulous gazes converged upon Lin Shun, filled with shock, disdain, and disbelief. The air was so thick it felt as though it could be wrung out. Is this really the husband of our CEO, who has been married for 3 years? A balding shareholder could not contain himself, his tone laced with sarcasm, shattering the silence. Indeed, 3 years of doing nothing, smoking, drinking, flirting, a true jack of all trades. I simply cannot fathom what Bai is thinking. Another shareholder chimed in, shaking his head in dismay. Hey, what do you know? If Bai is content, she has practically spoiled this good for nothing. Money, cars she provides it. All the murmurs rose in a buzzing din, akin to a swarm of bothersome flies. Yet, Bayuni appeared oblivious to the chatter. She set down her laser pointer, and the once frosty elegance of her stunning visage transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing Lin Shun, akin to the first thaw of spring snow. She picked up her phone, her fingertips dancing across the screen with a hint of barely perceptible indulgence in her tone. Oh, is it that tall girl from last time? The one with a lovely figure? Tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling, she inquired, how much do you need? Would 100,000 suffice? If not, I can have finance transfer more. That's more than enough. Thank you, my dear. Love you, Lin Chun exclaimed, grinning at the notification of the incoming funds on his phone, and playfully blew her a kiss before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Bayuni called after him. In the midst of the shareholders' astonished stares, she gracefully rose and navigated around the lengthy conference table. Her high heels clicked sharply against the polished marble floor, echoing in the room. Approaching Lin Chun, she retrieved a distinctive red Ferrari key from her exquisite Hermes handbag, firmly placing it into his hand. Leaning closer, the faint scent of her Acqua di Gio perfume lingered in the air, her voice lowered yet distinctly audible to all. Drive my my husband is going out to handle business. We must maintain appearances. This audacious maneuver utterly shattered the preconceived notions of all the seasoned business veterans present. After decades of existence, it was the first time witnessing a wife not only financially supporting her husband in his pursuit of romance, but also generously providing him with a luxury sports car. Bayuni appeared oblivious to the astonished expressions, jaws nearly hitting the floor. She extended her delicate, fair fingers, effortlessly straightening Lin Chen's slightly askew collar. Her touch was as gentle as if handling a rare treasure, and her gaze was imbued with an indelible tenderness, even tinged with a hint of humble timidity. Husband, could you return home early tonight? It is our 3rd wedding anniversary, and we ought to celebrate, don't you think? Tender, endearing, humble. These descriptors bombarded the shareholders' perceptions. Was this demure, devoted woman, whose every thought and glance was solely for her husband, truly the formidable iceberg CEO by Uni, who commanded both respect and fear at the negotiation table? What justified the favoritism bestowed upon a seemingly useless son-in-law? Let's see how it goes. I'll decide after I finish my tasks. Lin Chun dismissively waved his hand, exiting without a backward glance. Bai Uni remained rooted in place, staring at the empty doorway, her expression complex as she let out a soft sigh. He had truly endured much over the years nearby. Chief Secretary Huang Fei, witnessing her president's demeanor, felt a surge of uncontainable fury. Unable to restrain herself, she stepped forward, her tone laced with indignation and dismay. President Bai, You cannot continue to indulge Lin Shun like this. Just look at him. He has approached you for money countless times this month alone. All he does is silence. Huang Fei's words were abruptly cut off by Yunyi's sharp command. The previous gentleness she had shown to Lin Shun vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of authority and intensity. She turned sharply, her piercing gaze akin to an ice pick, aimed directly at Huang Fei. He is my husband, and I cherish him. Who are you to interfere? The ferocity in her eyes left Huang Fei feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her complexion turning pale. I hereby announce, by Yunyi's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the silent conference room, carrying an undeniable authority. Huang Fei, you are hereby dismissed. Proceed immediately to the finance department for settlement and then leave. President Bai. Huang Fei stammered, her panic rising as she sought to defend herself. Below, the 100-odd shareholders were taken aback by this sudden and thunderous decree. President Bai, Secretary Huang, is an esteemed executive of the group, having contributed significantly. Is it truly just to dismiss her over a single remark? Bai Mingho, the company's vice president, and Bai Yunyi's uncle, furrowed his brow, attempting to mediate. Bai Yunyi merely cast a cold glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting the gaze of a stranger, even carrying an undertone of warning. What's this, uncle? Do you wish to accompany her in her departure? Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, leaving Bai Mingho's face ashen. His lips moved as if to protest, yet ultimately, he resigned himself to silence and sat down. Defeated that, is there anyone else with objections? Bai Yunyi's gaze swept across the assembly like a searchlight. Those who met her eyes felt an icy chill and promptly lowered their heads, unwilling to make direct contact. Let's continue the meeting. Bai Yunyi returned to her seat, her posture erect, exuding an aura that repelled all. We shall discuss the 300 million yuan funding gap of the Bai family. I am listening. The attendees, as if awakening from a dream, began to murmur amongst themselves, yet the atmosphere had shifted from its previous gravity to one fraught with tension and unease. Bai Yunyi appeared to listen intently, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the smooth surface of the conference table. However, her heart had long since taken flight, following the silhouette of the man who had departed. 3 years of marriage. That insufferable rogue had never truly touched her. Their most intimate encounters were limited to embraces and her own initiated kisses. Each time she meticulously adorned herself, even following those scandalous tutorials online to don provocative lingerie and suggestively lounge beside him, he always conjured a myriad of bizarre excuses, ultimately declaring, "Wife, I'm only interested in money." Did he truly care solely for wealth? Then why did he frequent those establishments teeming with alluring women? Was she not alluring enough? Not beautiful enough? Or perhaps not daring enough? Yet, as his lawful wife, he had not even laid a finger on her. Could her allure truly be so lacking? Tonight must be the night of triumph. Bai Yunyi clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She had even discreetly purchased those so-called enticing sets that were said to ignite a man's fervor. No matter what, she was determined to captivate him tonight. Lin Shun drove his ostentatious red Ferrari, the engine roaring like a bolt of crimson lightning as he navigated the bustling streets of Dongjiang, ultimately halting before the resplendent entrance of the elite establishment known as Tianshan Renjian, but a portly man clad in a snug floral shirt and loafers, his slick-back hair glistening, rolled out from the shadows of the doorway like a ball. His face wore an exaggeratedly obsequious smile, arms outstretched from a distance. "Ah, young Master Lin, you have finally arrived. It has been a few days, and your presence is even more magnificent than before. Just look at your poise and charm. You are truly a towering figure, more formidable than King Kong, radiating an aura surpassing that of Pan and dazzling enough to eclipse the sun and moon." The very demeanor of this sycophant, who seemed eager to engrave "I am a bootlicker" upon his forehead, was that of Kai Ergu, the scion of the Kai family in Dongjiang. Ever since he had witnessed Lin Chen's concealed financial prowess and enigmatic charisma within the social circles, he had completely succumbed to becoming Lin Chen's foremost sycophant, determined to elevate the role of flunky to new heights. All right. Next time, try some fresh phrases. My ears are growing calluses," Lin Shun remarked dismissively, waving his hand as he strode towards the resplendent threshold. Is everything arranged inside? Rest assured, young Master Lin, Ergu is on the job. Kai Ergu promised, hurrying to catch up. The entire establishment, be it the top courtesan or the tea-serving maid, even the aunt in the kitchen washing dishes, I have summoned them all. With all shapes and sizes, a myriad of colors, there is surely something to suit your taste. Hee, if you wish to indulge in a new flavor today, I can also arrange for some muscular gentlemen. Get lost, Lin Chun retorted, raising his foot to deliver a precise kick to Kai Ergu's ample backside. Within the opulent emperor's suite of Tianshang Renjian, a grand crystal chandelier refracted mesmerizing hues, and the air was infused with the intoxicating blend of expensive fragrances and alcohol. As the heavy door to the private room swung open, 2 rows of young women clad in high-slit, form-fitting kipeos, their makeup immaculate, bowed deeply in unison, revealing alluring colletage and long, smooth thighs, their sweet voices harmonized. Greetings, young Master Lin. Welcome. The sight of this sea of alabaster and the skirts nearly reaching the waistline stirred an undeniable heat within Lin Chun, despite his extraordinary composure. Damn it! If it weren't for that infernal Shenglong Ju being stuck at the 9th threshold, forbidding any contact with women until mastery was achieved, I would surely seize the opportunity today to rescue these wayward young maidens. Ah, splendid. They are all worthy of appreciation. Suppressing his rising excitement, Lin Chun casually retrieved a thick stack of crisp bills from his satchel, tossing them to the newly arrived Kai Ergu, who had just been rubbing his rear. Ergu, ensure everyone gets a share, 2,000 each. Remember, photographs. Make sure they are all scrutinized. Whoever can provide accurate information about the girl in the picture will receive a 10-fold reward. Absolutely. Young Master Lin is generous. Ladies, do not forget to thank young Master Lin. Kai Ergu exclaimed as he accepted the money, his eyes twinkling with delight. Lin Chun proceeded to the expansive leather sofa and retrieved his mobile phone. The screen illuminated, revealing a striking photograph. In the image stood a girl clad in a simple yet elegant practice outfit, poised atop a mountain peak amidst swirling clouds. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her ethereal aura suggested she was a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, as she offered the camera a pure and flawless smile. Gazing at this photograph, Lin Chun's expression instantly transformed into one of profound complexity, his fingers unconsciously caressing the cold screen. 3 years had passed. Under the guise of a womanizer, he had frequented various establishments in Dongjiang, lavishly spending money not for mere pleasure, but in a desperate quest to find his mysteriously missing junior sister, Su Qingxue, amidst the upheaval in their sect 3 years prior. All he had was a vague lead. Someone had seemingly spotted a figure resembling his junior sister within the circles of Dongjiang's nightlife. Next batch. After filtering through all the potential leads at Tianshang Renjian, Lin Chun left without hesitation. He drove to the largest chain pharmacy in Dongjiang, Chuntang, and, with familiarity, recited a list of medicinal herbs. Carrying several large bags filled with the fragrant traditional Chinese medicine, he turned the steering wheel and headed straight for the outskirts of Dongjiang. On the western outskirts, away from the city's clamor, lay a serene environment. Nestled among verdant bamboo groves stood a solitary villa, exuding understated luxury. Outside the ancient wrought iron gate of the villa, a girl dressed in a white tank top and khaki shorts was eagerly waiting. This girl was Li Yao, the daughter of the Li family. Petite yet curvaceous, her form was accentuated by the snug tank top, which showcased her breathtaking silhouette, while her long, slender legs gleamed in the sunlight. Upon sighting the familiar red sports car, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Yao's face, brighter than the sun itself, as she bounded over like a jubilant fawn. "Chinga, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't make it today." Her voice was melodious, brimming with unreserved joy and a hint of playfulness. A.S. Lin Chun parked the car and stepped out. Li Yao leapt into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to him like a koala. The unique fragrance of the girl, mingled with a faint hint of perspiration, enveloped Lin Chun as her softness pressed firmly against his chest, creating an overwhelming sensation. Lin Chun inhaled sharply. This little girl, though seemingly delicate, possessed a remarkable presence. The intensity of her embrace felt as though it could launch a battleship. "Yes, I'm here," he replied, regaining his composure, and with a hint of resignation, he gently pried her off him, as if peeling bark from a tree. "Let's go see how your father is doing." He lifted the bag of herbs and led the way into the villa. Inside the spacious and bright hall, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Just days ago, the head of the Li family, Li Feng, had been in a state of unconsciousness, but now he stood in the center of the living room, his complexion rosy and his spirit invigorated, waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he immediately approached with warmth, his demeanor a blend of respect and gratitude. "Dr. Lin, you've come. Please take a seat. Please take a seat." Lin Chen, without any formalities, gestured for Li Feng to take a seat, placing 3 fingers upon his pulse. He closed his eyes in concentration for a moment before releasing his hold. "Mr. Li, your pulse is steady and robust, and your vital energy flows freely. There is no significant ailment remaining," he declared, pointing to the several large bags of medicinal herbs laid upon the coffee table. He continued, "These are the remedies I brought today, several prescriptions aimed at fortifying your constitution and regulating your vital energy, that if you prepare and consume them as instructed, you will solidify your foundation and be entirely free of concerns henceforth." Beside him, Li Feng's son, the eldest of the Li family, Li Tao, promptly received the herbs with both hands, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Divine Physician Lin. We are immensely grateful. You are truly a benefactor to our family." After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Lin Chen, noticing Li Feng's evident recovery, contemplated taking his leave. The recent period marked a critical juncture in his pursuit of breaking through the 9th level of the Shenglong, and he needed to seize every fleeting moment for his cultivation at home. He had an enchanting wife whose allure he could only admire from afar. Who could fathom such torment? Each time he feigned disinterest in women, claiming to be only interested in money. Heaven knew his heart bled. What normal man could remain indifferent to the exquisite beauty that was by Uni? He could only lament the admonitions of his master, which echoed in his mind. The upheaval 3 years prior had not only decimated his sect, but had also left him grievously wounded, rendering his extraordinary cultivation utterly wasted. Regain his strength, avenge his sect, and search for his missing kin. He must cultivate the highest secret scripture, the Shenglong, to surpass the 9th level. Yet here he was, stuck at the pinnacle of the 8th level, just a step away. His master had sternly instructed that, prior to breaking through the 9th level, he must maintain his primordial yang body. Should he breach this restriction, all his arduous training would be in vain. His powers lost, he would face a backlash from the very techniques he practiced, leading to severing of his meridians and rendering him a cripple, or worse, resulting in his untimely demise. Thus, even if a youthful beauty like Li Yao were to throw herself at him, or if 10 Yunis were to dance provocatively before him, he would have to grit his teeth and remain resolute. His life was at stake. Li Feng, however, misconstrued Lin Chen's eagerness to depart. He exchanged glances with his son, Li Tao, who immediately retrieved a black bank card adorned with a gilded edge from his suit pocket. Presenting it with utmost sincerity, he said, "Divine Physician Lin, you have saved my father's life. We, the Li family, cannot repay this kindness. This is but a small token of our appreciation. 50 million, with a password of 6/8. Please, you must accept it. This is our family's heartfelt offering." Lin Chen regarded the card, a symbol of immense wealth, and simply smiled faintly, gently pushing it back with a casualness akin to declining a glass of plain water. "I am not interested in money," she declared, causing both Li Feng and his son Li Tao to freeze in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances for several moments. Li Feng instinctively turned his gaze toward his daughter Li Yao, who was watching Lin Chen with eager eyes, a flicker of realization and a hint of determination crossing his expression. Li Yao, feeling the weight of her father and brother's scrutiny, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her embarrassment reaching her ears. Shyly twisting her fingers, she lowered her head, her toes tracing circles on the carpet. After a lengthy pause, she summoned the courage to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "Chungu. As long as you like. I am willing." She lifted her gaze, her large, watery eyes brimming with shyness and anticipation, reaching out to grasp Lin Chen's arm. Let's go. Lin Shan was taken aback by her sudden gesture and words. Go. Where? Seeing his feigned ignorance, Liao blushed even deeper, playfully stamping her foot, her voice laced with a teasing tremor. Oh, you were so bad. Where else could we go? To a hotel. Or, even at home would be fine. As she spoke, her eyes darted quickly toward the direction of her room upstairs. Lin Shan was at once amused and exasperated. Observing the knowing expressions on Li Feng and Li Tao's faces, he realized the misunderstanding had escalated. They seemed to believe that his statement about lacking interest in money implied a burgeoning interest in their daughter, as if they intended to present her to him as a token of gratitude. What nonsense was this? Did they think him the sort to exploit a situation for personal gain? To accept such a gift, he would at least have to wait until he had perfected his own skills. To accept now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Clearing his throat, Lin Shan quickly coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, adopting a serious demeanor. Mr. Li, young Master Li, I believe you have misconstrued my intentions. He endeavored to sound earnest and forthright. What I mean is a physician's heart is devoted to healing, alleviating suffering is inherently part of my duty. I consider it a stroke of fate to assist you, Mr. Li. My actions stem from a desire to live with a clear conscience and to forge friendships. As for any form of compensation, it is truly unnecessary. We have ample time ahead of us for collaboration, do we not? He emphasized the phrase ample time ahead, casting a discreet glance at the blushing, disheartened Liao beside him, signaling clearly. He appreciated her feelings, but now was not the right moment, perhaps in the future. As Lin Shan's graceful figure retreated, Liao pouted, her lips forming a perfect O as she let out a heavy sigh, murmuring softly to herself, What is there to sigh about? Am I not attractive enough? Or is my figure not appealing? I have the acid sample bosom, slender waist, long legs. Everything other women can do, I can too. What they cannot do, I can learn. With that, she instinctively glanced down at her own alluring attributes, then stealthily stole a glance at the spot Lin Shan had just occupied, her pink tongue unconsciously, licking her lips as if evaluating the potential of her own skills. After bidding farewell to Lin Shan, Li Feng's smile faded, and he immediately resumed the shrewd demeanor of the head of the Li family. That he spoke to his son, Li Tao, in a grave tone. Immediately investigate. In what areas can the Li group and the Bai group engage in profound collaboration? If we cannot find a breakthrough through Lin Shini himself, we shall approach his wife. This Lin Shini is an invaluable asset, a veritable gold mine. The Li family must hold on tightly, regardless of the cost. Li Tao nodded and retrieved his phone to open a message. Dad, there's no need to investigate further. Just moments ago, Bai Mingho, the second master of the Bai family, sent me an invitation to their family banquet tomorrow. That he subtly hinted that the Bai group is currently facing a 300 million shortfall in their financial chain. It seems this banquet will not be a pleasant affair. Bai Mingho, Li Feng's brows knitted together as he tapped his fingers on the armrest of the mahogany sofa. This individual has garnered a poor reputation, and it is said that he harbors considerable ambition, engaging in numerous underhanded schemes within the family. Nevertheless, since he is associated with the family of Lin Shini's wife, we must extend this courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, he added, You will represent the Li family there tomorrow. Remember, do not entangle yourself too deeply with Bai Mingho. If discussions are to be had, approach the principal directly. Speak with President Bai Uni. Li Tao nodded in agreement. Understood. That is precisely what I had in mind. His gaze shifted toward the tightly shut door of his sister, Li Yao, and he sighed in exasperation. But my little sister. Alas, it seems she is truly entangled. Li Feng rubbed his temples, a faint smile of resignation gracing his face. Lin Shini is indeed a remarkable individual, but alas, he is already taken. I can only hope that little Yao can come to her senses soon and not be ensnared in this dilemma. A fruit that is forcibly picked is rarely sweet. Chapter 2. A Sweet Affair, the Ultimate Temptation Beneath the Nurse's Attire. Lin Shan returned home to his luxurious flat in the prestigious Yin Ting Tiangong district by the banks of the Dongjiang River. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a breathtaking view as the setting sun bathed the river in hues of gold and crimson. He sat cross-legged on the wide terrace, facing the rushing waters, practicing the Sheng Long Ju. Within him lay a dormant power, vast and formidable, akin to a slumbering dragon, which began to stir under the guidance of 9 circulations, with warmth radiating from his dantian, as if something was on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. As Lin Chun gradually concluded his practice and opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered within them, accompanied by a subtle hint of fatigue and anticipation. He could distinctly sense the formidable threshold of the 9th level, tantalizingly close, yet that final push felt insurmountable. The antique clock on the wall indicated that it was precisely 5 o'clock. At that moment, his phone chimed, the screen illuminating the words wife. On the other end of the line, Bai Yun-Yi's voice came through, laced with a touch of languor and sweetness. Are you done? Where are you? At home. Just finished practicing, Lin Chen replied, his voice slightly hoarse from the exertion. Great. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Bai Yun-Yi's voice instantly brightened. Half an hour later, a white Maserati Quattroporte came to a halt downstairs. Bai Yun-Yi herself was at the wheel, ferrying Lin Chen toward the most exquisite hotel along the Dongjiang River, the Royal Hotel. On the 8th floor, in a private room named Yunshui Yao, heavy velvet curtains shielded them from the city's clamor, while the grand crystal chandelier remained dimmed, replaced by the flickering glow of candlelight. A long dining table adorned with a pristine lace tablecloth showcased exquisite silverware that shimmered softly in the candlelight. The air was infused with the soothing strains of jazz, mingling with the fragrance of rose petals. Dinner consisted of a refined French feast. Bai Yun-Yi was particularly vivacious that evening, her eyes sparkling and her laughter infectious. She raised her glass repeatedly, the rich burgundy wine within swirling with a jewel-like brilliance under the candlelight. To celebrate our 3rd anniversary, she exclaimed, tilting her head back, her swan-like neck creating an alluring curve as she drained her glass, a charming blush blooming on her cheeks. Another glass to thank you for always being by my side, she added. Lin Chen's capacity for wine was boundless. This modest amount was akin to drinking water for him. He gazed at Bai Yun-Yi's increasingly enchanting visage, her eyes brimming with affection, and her lips slightly moist from the wine, feeling a deep understanding within. He played along, his gaze gradually becoming dreamy, his speech growing slightly slurred. Wife, didn't you say you had a surprise gift for me? Where is it? He swayed his head slightly, exhibiting the effects of inebriation. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Bai Yun-Yi's eyes as she checked her watch, the hour striking 9. Perfect timing. She rose, wafting a fragrant breeze as she approached Lin Chen, delicately supporting him, her voice dripping with sweetness. The gift is just in the room next door. You'll know once we go there. With a gentle yet firm embrace, she guided the tipsy Lin Chen into the presidential suite connected to the dining room. Inside, the lighting was dim, with only a few romantic wall sconces illuminating the space. A grand circular waterbed dominated the center of the room, adorned with scattered rose petals. The air was thick with a heady, aphrodisiac aroma. Bai Yui beckoned Lin Chen to sit on the soft leather sofa, then leaned in close, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Be a good boy and wait. Your gift will arrive shortly." With the grace of a nimble cat, she turned and slipped into the dressing room. The rustle of fabric and the faint click of metal fasteners emanated from within, each sound eliciting a tantalizing thrill. Moments later, the dressing room door creaked open. When Bai Yui reappeared before Lin Chen, even his extraordinary composure faltered, a rush of warmth surging to his head, rendering him momentarily breathless. My heavens, was this truly his poised and dignified president-wife? At that moment, Bai Yui had shed all professional pretense, adorning herself in an exquisitely seductive pink nurse's outfit. The gossamer fabric barely concealed her breathtakingly perfect curves, while beneath the sheer layers, delicate lace lingered teasingly, her alabaster skin glistening under the sultry lighting. Her slender waist was accentuated by a skirt that barely covered her curvaceous hips, and the pied de resistance was her long, shapely legs encased in sheer black stockings, glimmering enticingly as they led down to a pair of pink stiletto heels. A blush adorned her cheeks. Yet her gaze was daring and intoxicating, her lips slightly biting as she struck a suggestive pose, advancing towards Lin Shan with a sultry sway. Each step on the plush carpet produced a muted, alluring sound. "Darling." Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with allure. "Do you like your gift tonight?" She approached the sofa, a warm breeze infused with her body fragrance and a lingering scent of incense enveloping them, as she gracefully nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. Taking one of his hands and placing it on her smooth, delicate thigh, tilting her head back, her lips nearly brushed against his earlobe, whispering, "Tonight, after 3 years, I wish to truly become your woman." What man could resist such an exquisite enchantress, his lawful wife, presenting herself in such a beguiling manner? Lin Chen's voice was a strained whisper, his eyes ablaze with a heat that could ignite the very air around them. Grasping by Yui's restless hand that wandered across his chest, he breathed heavily. "You're playing with fire," feeling the overwhelming heat radiating from him. Bai Yui's heart raced with a mix of shyness and delight, her eyes sparkling with a seductive determination. Parting her crimson lips, she uttered a phrase potent enough to incinerate all rational thought. "Then come, let me feel just how scorching your fire truly is." Boom! Her words ignited a fuse, shattering the thread of reason in Lin Chen's mind. What was the Ascendant Dragon technique? What the 9th level? What backlash and self-destruction? To hell with it all. In that moment, he yearned to unleash his primal instincts, to claim the enchanting creature in his arms entirely. With a low growl, Lin Chen flipped over, pinning Bai Yui's delicate form beneath him with fervent intensity. The searing kiss descended like a tempest, from her smooth forehead to her tightly shut eyes, and then to her alluring crimson lips, cascading downward, leaving fervent imprints upon her delicate neck and exquisite collarbone. A powerful hand, imbued with an irresistible force, violently tore at the fragile garment of the nurse. With a resounding rip, the sheer fabric succumbed. In the room, fragments of expensive attire fluttered like butterflies. The heavy breaths intertwined with sultry moans, the temperature soaring sharply, rendering the air thick and scalding, as the kindling of passion threatened to ignite completely, shattering the last barrier. Chapter 3. The Crisis of Revelation. Outside the window, a cold glimmer accompanied by the strawberry mark on her neck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 subtle, yet piercing sounds of air being sliced through erupted in the room without warning. The speed was as swift as lightning, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. One of the icy streaks narrowly grazed Lin Chen's lower abdomen. With a resounding thud, it violently embedded itself into the wall behind him. The hilt still hummed, with a lingering vibration. Had it shifted downward by merely 2 centimeters, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Simultaneously, the other 2 gusts of force accurately struck the acupoint at Bai Yui's nape. She let out a soft whimper, instantly collapsing into Lin Chen's embrace, losing consciousness. "Young master, do not let your efforts go to waste. You bear the blood feud of your sect and the fate of the Lin family upon your shoulders. Take heed." A cold, emotionless voice, deep as a specter, resonated from the darkness outside the window. Before the words had fully faded, a shadow, melding into the night, vanished as if it had never been there. "Hanjiao, curse you!" Lin Chen gazed down at his wife, unconscious in his arms, her attire disheveled, revealing her beauty. He then glanced at the precarious situation he had narrowly escaped, a surge of wrath coursing through him, and shouted towards the window, "You nearly castrated me, arriving neither early nor late. Do you not understand the saying, to die under the peony is to be a ghost in style? Come out if you dare. I shall flay your skin." Yet, the night outside remained silent, with only the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. The ruthless assassin, Han Zhao, had long since vanished without a trace. Disrupted by Han Zhao, the chilling aura and the near brush with disaster extinguished Lin Chen's fervor like a bucket of ice water, restoring his composure. A wave of cold crept up his spine, sweat instantly soaking his back. 23 years prior, he had been sent to the secluded Kunlun sect, shrouded in mist. 3 years ago, just as he was about to descend the mountain, brimming with ambition to reclaim his family's power in the imperial capital, a long-planned cataclysm struck. A mysterious and formidable enemy ambushed the sacred grounds of the sect. Two maternal figures who had nurtured him as their own, fought valiantly, but ultimately perished. His mentor, Gufeng, was grievously wounded. His second uncle was ruthlessly dismembered. Three childhood companions, his little sisters in spirit, vanished amidst the chaos, their fates unknown. And Lin Chun himself was grievously injured by a mysterious master donning a ghostly mask, his meridian shattered, rendering the extraordinary prowess he had painstakingly cultivated over 2 decades into nothingness, leaving him a complete invalid. In a desperate bid to preserve the last ember of his sect, the gravely injured master, Gufeng, forcibly activated the protective barrier, fighting his way through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, carrying the barely conscious disciple with him. To divert the attention of their enemies, Master Gu secretly arranged for him to marry into the Bai family of Dongjiang, urging him to conceal his identity and lie low to recover. Almost simultaneously, the Lin family in the imperial capital suffered a catastrophic blow. Grandfather Lin Jinshan, in a fierce battle to protect the family, was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. His parents, lost amidst the chaos, had vanished without a trace. Several uncles had perished in battle, once a formidable force and revered as the foremost noble family of the Great Xia. The Lin family found itself on the verge of collapse overnight, beset by storms and turmoil. Upon hearing the dreadful news, Lin Xin yearned to rush back to the imperial capital without a second thought. Yet, Master Gufeng, using his last ounce of strength, restrained him, his gaze filled with sorrow and gravity. Chun'er, your sect and the Lin family lie worlds apart, yet both have faced calamity at nearly the same moment. This is no coincidence. Someone wishes to prevent your return to the capital. They do not want the Lin family to rise again until your powers are fully restored. You must never reveal your identity. You must not set foot in the capital. For the next 3 years, all the remaining resources of the sect, the sacred healing elixirs that Master Gu risked his life to obtain, and the rare treasures secretly sent by the Lin family were nearly all devoted to Lin Chen alone. He was the sole hope for the sect's revenge. He held the key to whether the Lin family could rise from the ashes. Thoughts of his beloved master's gentle smiles, his second uncle's hearty laughter, and his junior sister, Su Qingshue's pure gaze tightened Lin Chen's heart like an invisible hand, causing him pain that made it hard to breathe. How could he survive in this world without avenging his masters? With his junior sister's fate uncertain, how could he indulge in personal feelings? And what of those shadowy figures who nearly uprooted the Lin family? Could he let them go unpunished? After enduring silently within the Bai family for 3 years, he had finally reached the brink of breaking through the Ascended Dragon art. If he would act impulsively now, risking everything and perhaps even his life, it would truly be a fate deserving of the gravest consequences. With this thought, Lin Chen's rage and desires transformed into profound fear and deep guilt. He let out a long, heavy sigh. Bending down, he carefully wrapped Bai Yuni's alluring yet presently fragile form in a sheet, gently lifting her and placing her on the waterbed adorned with rose petals, tucking her in with great care. He sat by her side, watching as her delicate brows furrowed even in slumber, her skin flushed with warmth from their earlier intimacy, his eyes filled with an unbreakable affection and heartache. "Forgive me, my dear," he whispered, tenderly brushing his fingers through her hair scattered across the pillow. "Just hold on a little longer. Only 3 days. Just 3 days. Once I completely break through the 9th level of the Ascendant Dragon art, I shall make you my true woman. I will make up for these 3 years." Leaning down, filled with immense tenderness and a hint of remorse, he gently pressed a vivid, strawberry-shaped mark upon Bai Yuni's smooth, delicate neck. Lin Chun ensured his beloved Bai Yuni was comfortably settled, tucking the blanket around her. Outside, the moonlight poured like water through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow upon her serene, sleeping visage. He took a deep breath, suppressing the myriad of tumultuous thoughts and lingering heat within his heart. Settling cross-legged upon the carpet, with his palms facing the heavens, he resumed the practice of the ascending dragon technique. A low hum resonated as the technique commenced. An almost imperceptible layer of faint golden light gradually emerged from Lin Chen's body, flickering like a breath. The aura swirled, coursing through his body's extraordinary meridians with relentless vigor, subtly outlining the majestic silhouette of a dragon, resplendent with scales and claws. Though the apparition was ethereal, it radiated an ancient and formidable pressure. With his eyes firmly shut, Lin Chen's consciousness delved deep into his dantian. He could distinctly perceive the vast power that had lain dormant for 3 years, akin to a glacier, now bubbling forth like molten lava from a volcanic eruption, raging and roaring. A torrent of warm energy surged from the depths of his dantian, instantly enveloping his limbs and bones. Was he finally on the verge of a breakthrough? An uncontrollable euphoria surged within him. He could palpably sense the imposing barrier that loomed between the 8th and 9th realms, a formidable obstruction that had plagued him for months. Now appeared strikingly clear and within reach. Yet, with great hope comes profound disappointment. Lin Chun harmonized his spirit and exerted all his strength to channel the overwhelming force, striking against the seemingly precarious barrier time and again, like relentless waves crashing against the shore. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact caused Lin Chen's body to tremble slightly, the golden aura around him fluctuating violently. He could feel the barrier loosening, quaking, even detecting the faintest of fissures. But that last sliver remained, like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how he concentrated his energy or adjusted the angle of his strikes, that final gap eluded complete penetration. The barrier was resilient beyond imagination. As time slipped by, the moon ascended to its zenith, gradually tilting westward. The sound of the flowing river outside the terrace rendered the room even more eerily silent. Beads of sweat began to bead upon Lin Chen's forehead, his complexion shifting from a rosy hue to a pallid shade. He had been circulating the ascending dragon technique within his body for a full 18 cycles. The energy within him, akin to repeatedly forged iron, became increasingly refined and pure. Yet the force of his impacts waned with each attempt. That final step remained untraversed. At last, Lin Chen exhaled a long breath, shrouded in a faint mist, and gradually withdrew from his practice. The golden aura receded into his body, and the dragon's silhouette dissipated. He opened his eyes, revealing a depth of fatigue and profound helplessness that was hard to conceal. So close, yet still not quite there. Rising, he approached the bedside, gazing at his wife's defenselessly exquisite visage as she slumbered under the moonlight. Her long lashes cast a small shadow beneath her closed lids, her lips slightly pouted. As if in her dreams, she chided him for his lack of romance. The small expanse of her snow-white shoulder, exposed beyond the quilt, glimmered with a jade-like sheen in the moonlight. A wave of tenderness washed over Lin Chun, mingled with a profound sense of guilt. He gently lifted a corner of the quilt, slipping in beside her, carefully enveloping her warm, fragrant body in his embrace. Feeling the reality of her warmth and heartbeat, he gradually closed his eyes, forcing himself into slumber. Only by replenishing his spirit could he rise to battle anew on the morrow. The following morning, the golden sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the opulent bedroom with warmth. Bai Yuni slowly awakened, feeling as if her entire body had been disassembled and reassembled, a sense of languor permeating her bones. Particularly, her waist and the inner thighs were tinged with an unusual tingling sensation. As she slightly shifted her body, she immediately realized she was enveloped in the strong embrace of a powerful arm, her back pressed against a warm, solid chest. Looking down, she was startled to find herself completely unclothed in Lin Chen's arms. A rush of fragmented and fiery memories from the previous night surged into her mind. The nurse's outfit, candlelight, kisses, and caresses. Bai Yuni's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe shrimp, the warmth spreading to her ears and neck. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen's sleeping visage, she noted that his expression, devoid of its usual nonchalance, now bore a tranquil and steady demeanor, his handsome profile appearing particularly soft in the morning light. Was this mischievous rogue truly so vigorous last night? Bai Yuni felt a mix of shyness and sweetness, as though she had toppled a jar of honey. After such a tumultuous experience, could she withstand this every day? An audacious and wicked thought surfaced uncontrollably. What if, in case of overwhelming desire, she invited Qing Ruolin to join? The moment this notion crossed her mind, Bayuni was taken aback, blushing furiously and wishing to sink into the ground. How could she entertain such shameless ideas while doting on her husband? She hastily cast aside this absurd thought. However, when she endeavored to more acutely sense the changes in her body, that fleeting notion of bliss was swiftly eclipsed by a profound sense of loss. Though her body felt somewhat languid, mostly due to the tension and excitement, though she lay in an honest embrace with Lin Chun, and though the remnants of his passionate marks lingered on her neck like vivid imprints, the crucial step seemed to have eluded them. This realization caused Bayuni's heart to plummet, an indescribable feeling of grievance and indignation swelling within her. "Husband, wake up!" She pushed Lin Chun with fervor, her voice hoarse from slumber, yet tinged with an impending sob. Why didn't we, yesterday?" Lifting her head, her eyes quickly reddened, moisture gathering, exuding an accusation of being utterly wronged. "I did all that. I am your wife. Lin Chun, what more do you expect from me? Who is she?" The universally acknowledged beauty of Dongjiang City, the Ice Queen CEO commanding a billion-dollar empire. For him, she had relinquished all pride and reserve, humbled herself, and even donned those scandalously revealing outfits, presenting herself in the most shameless of postures before him. This was the utmost she could offer, and she felt on the brink of collapse. Oh, that. Lin Chun groggily opened his eyes, and the sight that met him was his wife. Tear-streaked and exquisitely beautiful, radiating extreme distress. He instantly became alert, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Quickly turning over, he gently tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, his gaze laden with apology and a hint of unnoticeable guilt as he uttered, "Wife, don't cry. Last night, I've been a bit preoccupied these past few days." Bayuni felt utterly petrified, as if struck by a bolt from the heavens. "Inconvenient." She nearly screamed, her chest heaving with indignation, tears forgotten. "Lin Chun, do you take me for a mere child? Men, too, experience their monthly tribulations, don't they? Could you not conjure a more plausible excuse?" Exasperated, she clenched her small fist and struck Lin Chun's solid chest with a fierce thump. This wretched scoundrel was pushing her too far. Not exactly that. Lin Chun observed his wife's flustered demeanor, realizing he could no longer deceive her. With a swift roll of his eyes, he adopted an air of mystique, fingers poised dramatically as he proclaimed, "My dear wife, you must not be aware. But last night, I gazed upon the stars and, through divination, discerned that the malevolent star looms overhead, radiating an overwhelming light, directly clashing with my fate. Such discord is no trivial matter. It could lead to financial ruin or worse, physical harm. Particularly, it is most inadvisable to engage in matters of intimacy during such a time, lest we face dire repercussions. Thus, for the sake of our enduring happiness and your safety, I must regretfully abstain. Next time, I shall surely select an auspicious day that aligns heaven, earth, and destiny. I guarantee your satisfaction." With a chuckle, Bayuni could no longer contain her laughter at Lin Chun's ridiculous charade, her simmering grievances and fury dissipating like air escaping a punctured balloon. Tears still clung to her lashes, yet her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile. What absurd justifications! A malevolent star and unsuitable circumstances? Choosing an auspicious date for such endeavors? She found herself utterly powerless against this rogue. However, as she caught a glimpse of the vivid mark on her neck in the mirror, a remnant of his affectionate kisses and caresses, the pangs of disappointment and resentment in her heart were gradually supplanted by a sweet sense of delight. Although they had not crossed the final threshold, they had shared kisses, touches, and embraces. This was a monumental first in their 3 years of marriage. A significant milestone indeed. It was certainly commendable, was it not? Progress must be made step by step. Haste makes waste. After all, he is her husband, her own, destined to be hers forever. Could he really fly away? Silver-tongued charmer. Bayuni cast Lin Chun a playful glare, though there was no trace of anger in her eyes, only a blend of shyness and sweet resignation. Fine, fine. Next time it is. She tossed aside the covers and stepped out of bed, her smooth, fair feet sinking into the plush carpet as she began searching for her clothes. Blushing, she reminded him, "Get up, you lazy pig. Grandpa specifically called to arrange a family dinner. Grandma has been nagging about you for ages, just waiting for you to come home for a meal." Though Lin Chun had become a member of the Bai family by marriage, he was cherished by all, from the grandparents down to Bai Yuni's parents. Save for her second uncle, Bai Mingho, they treated him like a treasured gem. And it would be no exaggeration to say he was the family darling. This warmth offered Lin Chun a rare solace, a balm for his spirit after the upheaval of his own lineage. "At your command, my dear wife," Lin Chun replied with a smile, also rising from the bed. The Bai family's ancestral home was nestled in a tranquil villa district of Dongjiang City. The residence exuded an air of rustic elegance, with the garden brimming with exquisite flowers and meticulously maintained greenery. As Lin Chun and Bai Yuni stepped into the spacious and brightly lit living room, the atmosphere immediately transformed. "Oh my, little Chun has arrived," exclaimed Grandma Song Mei, her silver hair gleaming, as she sat regally in the Wang Wali wood armchair. Upon seeing Lin Chun, her face broke into a radiant smile, the wrinkles blooming like flowers. She quickly patted the space beside her, urging, "Come here, sit by Grandma. Let me have a good look at you." Grasping Lin Chun's hand, she scrutinized him with concern. "Look at your little face. Haven't you lost weight? Is Yushua not taking good care of you? No matter how busy you are, you mustn't let my son-in-law go hungry." Bai Yuni, observing this with a smirk, playfully complained, "Grandma, aren't you being a tad biased? I am your actual granddaughter. Where's he thin? He looks quite robust. Besides, I would never let him go hungry. Our top chef at home cooks exclusively for him." Song Mei chuckled at her granddaughter's antics, her gaze drifting to Bai Yuni's radiant face, which glimmered with the freshness of spring, before pausing on the faint strawberry mark adorning her neck. A flicker of understanding and delight sparkled in her eyes. "Yushua, you two must have had a delightful night last evening." Bai Yuni's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, as she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "Grandma, what are you talking about? Yesterday was our wedding anniversary, and we merely celebrated a bit at a hotel with some drinks." All right, laughed Grandpa Bai Guohua, who had been watching with a smile from his own armchair. Unable to contain his amusement, he stroked his graying beard, his laughter booming. He turned to Lin Chun, his eyes gleaming with encouragement and mischief. "Little Chun, did you hear that? You must put in some effort. Your grandmother and I are eagerly awaiting our great-grandchild, preferably a girl as beautiful as Yushua." Lin Chun, glancing at his bashful wife, unable to raise her head, felt elated and responded heartily, "Grandpa, rest assured, I promise to fulfill the task. In 3 years, we'll have 2. In 5 years, 3. Let us create a football team with Yushua. Who wants to have so many? Do you think I'm a sow?" Bai Yuni exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment as she playfully pinched Lin Chun's side, though her eyes sparkled with happiness and sweetness. The living room, enlivened by the arrival of Lin Chun and Bai Yuni, resonated with laughter and joy, dispelling the earlier gloom. Grandpa and Grandma, who had barely spoken all morning, now beamed with joy. However, this harmonious atmosphere was particularly glaring to second uncle Bai Mingho and his son Bai Dong, who sat in the lower position. The expressions on their faces grew increasingly dark, akin to a simmering pot. "Umph, a freeloader son-in-law, what is there to be proud of? Just a dog living off a woman. What disgrace," Bai Dong muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his venomous disdain as he watched Lin Chun bask in the adoration of the family. "Hey, Bai Dong." Grandpa Bai Guohua's ears perked up unusually, and his expression turned grave. He thumped the purple clay teapot heavily onto the coffee table, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Bai Dong. "If you don't stop that foul mouth of yours, you can get out. This family banquet doesn't need you." Bai Dong's face turned a deep shade of liver red, mortified and enraged at being chastised by his grandfather in front of so many relatives. His gaze towards Lin Chun was rife with resentment. Why should a worthless outsider snatch away the affection that rightfully belonged to him? Bai Mingho's expression was equally grim. Yet, being more mature, he shot a fierce glare at his son, signaling him to silence. However, the depths of his eyes brimmed with jealousy towards Lin Shun and dissatisfaction towards the Bai Yuni family's dominance. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Tao, has come to pay a visit. Just as the atmosphere in the living room became subtly awkward, the butler's booming voice shattered the silence. There stood Li Tao, the distinguished eldest son of the Li family, clad in an exquisite Armani suit, exuding an air of elegance as he entered the living room, carrying several beautifully packaged precious gifts, among which were top-grade cordyceps and vintage Maotai. The mention of the Li family caused by Guohua, the grandfather, to furrow his brow, scanning the crowd with a questioning gaze. This is a family banquet of the Bai family. What brings the Li family's heir here? Bai Mingho, invigorated as if he had received a shot of adrenaline, immediately stood up, a smile plastered on his face, tinged with a hint of concealed pride. Father, young Master Li is my guest. Let me welcome him. He hastened towards Li Tao, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Shun, laced with mockery. Our Bai family has recently encountered a slight financial difficulty, and young Master Li expressed interest in understanding our situation and offered to assist. I thought it would be a splendid opportunity to converse with him amidst this lively gathering. No matter the outcome, it's certainly better than some who merely extend their hands for money and wait idly for their fate. He approached Li Tao enthusiastically, extending his hand. Young Master Li, welcome, welcome. Please come inside. Securing an invitation from one of the four prominent families of Dongjiang, Bai Mingho felt a surge of pride, standing a little taller. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the room. It was not the sound of a handshake, but rather by Guohua, the grandfather, forcefully slamming his teacup onto the floor before Li Tao, shattering the exquisite porcelain into pieces and splattering hot tea onto Li Tao's polished shoes. Bai Guohua's face was as dark as thunder, his voice exuding an undeniable authority. Young Master Li, this is a banquet of the Bai family, and our hospitality has fallen short. Please leave. The atmosphere, once jovial under the crystal chandelier with glasses clinking, became tense as Bai Mingho's biting remark aimed at Lin Chen shattered the facade of harmony like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The elder, a steadfast pillar of the Bai family, had no ill will towards Li Tao. However, Bai Mingho's public humiliation of his granddaughter's husband, Lin Shun, struck a nerve. Igniting his fury, Li Tao halted, seemingly oblivious to the elder's wrath, his cold gaze sweeping disdainfully over Bai Mingho, dismissing the sycophantic hand extended towards him. Who are you? Do I know you? What? Bai Mingho's hand froze mid-air, his smile instantly petrified, leaving him in a state of shock as if struck by lightning. Young Master Li? Did we not speak on the phone yesterday? He had promised to come today, yet his voice was dry, laced with a palpable disbelief. During yesterday's shareholders' meeting, he had vowed to resolve the funding gap, and to everyone's astonishment, Li Tao had indeed agreed over the phone to come for an inspection. But now that he was here, he seemed to have turned his back. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Bai Mingho felt as if his mind was engulfed in a cloud of enormous questions, cold sweat silently soaking his back. When Li Tao turned to Bai Guohua and the others, the frost on his face melted away in an instant, replaced by a warm, spring-like smile. He hurried forward, lowering his posture significantly. Old Bai, it's a misunderstanding, a tremendous misunderstanding. I have come today specifically for young Master Lin. Young Master Lin has conferred great benefits upon my family, a debt of gratitude that I shall never forget. Before he could finish, he had hastily approached Lin Shun, earnestly extending his hands to clasp Lin Chen's firmly, his tone imbued with warmth and a subtle hint of flattery. Young Master Lin, how have you been? He even playfully winked. Lin Chen understood. Li Tao was intent on solidifying his connections, ensuring his standing within the Bai family. This dramatic scene plunged the entire hall into a profound silence. The expressions on Bai Mingho, Bai Dong, Uncle San, and Grandma's faces froze, shock rendering them utterly speechless. The so-called good-for-nothing Lin Shun, whom they had always looked down upon, was so intimately acquainted with the young master of one of the four prominent families that Li Xiao had personally come for him. Old Master Bai Guohua's eyes sparkled with insight as he contemplated the unfathomable power behind Lin Chen's connections. It became clear to him that Lin Chun's acquaintance with Li Xiao was entirely reasonable. The Bai family's remarkable rise over the years must have been bolstered by Lin Chun's influential ties. He increasingly felt that his decision, despite the opposition, to marry his beloved granddaughter Yun Yi to Lin Chun was the wisest of his life. Ah, so Li Xiao is a friend of Xiao Chun? With such esteemed guests arriving, it would be remiss not to offer a warm welcome. Bai Guohua's expression shifted with astonishing speed, his face adorned with smiles. Utterly unembarrassed by the prior misunderstanding. It was simply an old man's misguided attempt to reprimand an unworthy scion, inadvertently disturbing Li Xiao. He hoped for forgiveness, indeed. Meanwhile, Bai Mingho's complexion shifted from red to white, then from white to green, ultimately becoming more unappealing than the green leaves of the potted plants outside. Darkening with simmering rage, the blatant disparity in treatment was utterly shameless. His friends were to be cast aside, while Lin Chun's friends were treated as honored guests. A wave of humiliation and fury surged within him, nearly compelling him to storm out. Yet in the end, a fierce unwillingness and a tinge of covert suspicion overwhelmed his impulse, urging him to remain and witness what schemes this so-called waste was concocting. No worries, no worries. Li Tao beamed as he presented a generous gift, then took a seat beside Lin Chun at the main table. Cutting to the chase, he addressed Bai Guohua. I have heard that the Bai Group is in need of development funding. My family holds immense sincerity and interest in collaborating with the Bai Group. May I inquire how much funding is currently required? Immense sincerity and interest? Bai Mingho, overhearing from the side, nearly scoffed aloud, dismissing the notion as sheer nonsense. The news of the imminent collapse of the Bai family's financial chain has long spread. He and Bai Yuni have traversed every bank and investment institution, nearly wearing down the thresholds, only to receive polite refusals after evaluations, with some even blocking their numbers. The Li family is not a bunch of fools engaged in charity. How could they genuinely wish to wade through such murky waters? The only plausible explanation is that Li Tao is leveraging Lin Chen's reputation to forcibly extend the Bai family's lifeline. Yet, what sort of arcane tactics could this useless Lin Chen employ to compel the Li family to bow so low? While Li Tao inquired of the elder, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen's response. In the midst of Bai Yuni's astonished expression, Lin Chen slightly tilted his head and gently inquired, Wife, how much is the shortfall exactly? Is 300 million sufficient? Li Tao immediately added, his tone resolute and imbued with undeniable grandeur. As long as Miss Bai speaks. And young Master Lin nods. Not to mention 300 million, even 3 billion would not be beyond the Li family's capacity. Before their arrival, his father, Li Feng, had repeatedly instructed him. At all costs, they must secure Lin Chun, this hidden dragon in the depths, as their golden ally. Li Feng understood the perilous nature of their situation. Even the world's foremost experts were at a loss. Yet Lin Chen managed to rescue him from the brink of death with just a few silver needles. His background must be unfathomably profound, likely stemming from a legendary realm. Cultivating a friendship with Lin Chen would render the Li family's future boundless. More importantly, those envious adversaries would have to reconsider their actions against the Li family in light of Lin Chen's influence. Bai Yuni was utterly astonished, her cherry lips slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes wide open. She had previously attempted to connect with the higher-ups of the Li family, but given the Bai family stature, she could not even meet Li Tao. Now, the young master of the Li family had taken the initiative to approach them, almost pleading for investment. She could not help but glance once more at Lin Chen, her seemingly ineffectual husband of 3 years, who now appeared to be enveloped in an enigmatic halo. 300 million should suffice, she murmured, attempting to quell the tumultuous waves within her heart, her voice tinged with uncertainty. All right, I shall arrange it immediately. Li Tao responded decisively, pulling out his phone to succinctly issue orders. Transfer 300 million in investment funds to the Bai Group's account immediately. Yes, now. The contract details can be finalized tomorrow. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Bai Yuni's phone rang urgently. Upon answering, the excited voice of the financial director trembled through the line. President Bai, We have just received a colossal transfer of 300 million from the Lee Group. The note states it is an investment, indicating that an agreement has been reached with you. So soon, the contract hasn't even been signed, and the money is already in the account. Bai Yuni tightened her grip on the phone, her shock overwhelming. Yes, indeed. This fund cannot be accessed without my handwritten signature. She took a deep breath, striving for composure as she replied, then hung up the phone, bowing respectfully to Li Tao. Young Master Li, your timely assistance will forever be remembered by the Bai Group. Li Tao hastily waved his hand, lowering himself further. Miss Bai is too kind. This small matter pales in comparison to the kindness that young Master Lin has shown to my family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Tao wisely rose to take his leave. Everyone, I must attend to some company matters, so I shall not linger any longer. Farewell. Once Li Tao departed, the previously subdued hall erupted into exuberance. Excellent. What a fine lad. Xiaoqing. Indeed, my grandfather did not err in his judgment of you. The elderly Bai Guohua, his face aglow with pride, heartily patted Lin Chen's shoulder, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. I always said, Yin Yi marrying Xiaoqing is a blessing for our Bai family. The core members of the Bai family voiced their sentiments in a cacophony, some genuinely grateful for Lin Chen's remarkable intervention, while others were astonished by Li Tao's extravagant gestures, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Yet, in a forgotten corner, Bai Mingho and Bai Dong were left in desolation. They exchanged a furtive, malevolent glance, and Bai Mingho whispered through clenched teeth, this Lin Chen must not remain. We must devise a way to expel him from the Bai family entirely. Otherwise, my son and I shall never see the light of day. Father, Bai Dong's eyes glinted with malice. Do you recall that young Master Yin from the provincial city? Bai Yuni's university classmate, Yin Feiyong. He specifically reached out to Sister Yun Yi during his last visit to Dongjiang. Shall we enlist his assistance? Bai Mingho's eyes flashed with cold resolve. Let it be so. Chapter 5. Royal Secrets. Reunions with the unfamiliar, the lively atmosphere of the family banquet had not yet dissipated when Lin Chen's phone vibrated within his pocket. Upon answering, a sweet yet mysterious female voice resonated. Young Master Lin, I've changed locations. The person you asked me to keep an eye on seems to have appeared at my new workplace. Would you like to come and verify this in person? What? My junior sister has news. Lin Chen's pupils dilated as an indescribable mixture of excitement and anxiety gripped his heart. It had been 3 long years. He had traversed every vibrant corner of Dongjiang, expending a fortune in pursuit of that elusive figure. The Royal No. One Club was one of the last remaining names on his list. He swiftly composed himself and took off in Bai Yuni's fiery red Ferrari, its engine roaring like a thunderous beast, slicing through the night like a crimson bolt of lightning, heading straight for the opulent Royal No. 1, the pinnacle of indulgence in Dongjiang. Before the resplendent club, the colossal neon sign cast an enchanting and ambiguous glow over the night. As soon as Lin Chen alighted from the vehicle, a charming hostess clad in a high-slit Chong Sam approached, her figure alluringly curvaceous. Xiao Fei, has the place become even more resplendent? Lin Chen's customary nonchalance graced his features as he playfully squeezed the hostess's thigh, a gesture both familiar and flirtatious. Oh dear, young Master Lin, you are incorrigible. Xiao Fang feigned annoyance, her eyes sparkling with allure. You always take advantage of me without considering my business. It leaves me quite heartbroken. Lin Chen chuckled softly, retrieving a thick wad of cash from his wallet, and without a glance, slipped it into the deep neckline of Xiao Fang's dress, the warmth of the bills causing her to shiver slightly. Who says I do not care? Now, about that information? Xiao Fang's face brightened instantly. She glanced around before leaning closer to Lin Chen, lowering her voice with a sense of pride in her revelation. Last month, we had a new girl join us, named Chu Yan. The elegance of her brows and the charm in her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the individual depicted in your photograph, at least by 7 or 8 parts. However, I cannot guarantee it. With that, she swiftly extracted her phone and revealed a candid shot. Lin Chen's eyes fell upon the screen, and with a mere glance, the playful smile on his face instantly froze, as if he had been pierced by an invisible icicle. rendering him motionless. A tumultuous blend of ecstasy, heartache, and fury surged within him like molten lava. His junior apprentice? The news is indeed true. She is genuinely in Dongjiang. To think she could be in such a place. Although Lin, the young master, prided himself on rescuing wayward maidens and frequented places of indulgence, he had never fathomed, nor would he ever wish, for his pure and untainted junior sister, Su Qingshu, who existed in his memory like a pristine orchid in a secluded valley, to be found in such a debauched and sordid locale. Once, she had been the most cherished junior in the sect, her smile as clear as mountain spring water, her gaze untainted by the dust of the world. Yet here, Lin Shin dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. His complexion turned an ashen hue, fists clenched tightly at his side, knuckles whitening from the strain. Inform your boss that tonight I demand her company. Lin Chin's voice lowered, imbued with an undeniable coldness, as he produced a wad of cash and pressed it into Xiao Feng's hands. Xiao Feng, elated, tucked the money away and eagerly replied, "Rest assured, young Master Lin. I've got this. I will arrange the finest private room for you." As she led Lin Chun up the opulent staircase, her curiosity bubbled over, prompting her to tentatively inquire, "Young Master Lin, is that ethereal beauty in the photograph your former lover? Your grand endeavors over the years and mobilizing all your associates for this kind of infatuation is truly enviable." Lin Chun halted momentarily, turning to her with eyes sharp as a blade, delivering a chilling glare. "Woman, knowing too much can lead to a short life." Xiao Feng trembled at the fleeting chill in his gaze and promptly fell silent, fearing to utter another word. The imperial suite on the second floor was replete with extravagance. Crystal chandeliers casting mesmerizing glimmers, and the rich aroma of fine leather emanating from the expensive sofas. Lin Chun sat alone in the center of the vast couch, the costly foreign wine before him failing to pique his interest. He lifted a teacup, his fingers betraying a slight tremor, his inner turmoil resonating like a drum. He longed for it to be her, yearning for their reunion, yet he feared it was indeed her, dreading her descent into this abyss. Two wholly opposing emotions fiercely tore at his heart. Roll number 1, top floor. Boss, a distinguished guest has specifically requested the company of Miss Chu Yan. The supervisor cautiously pushed open the heavy wooden door of the general manager's office and reported to a middle-aged woman behind the desk, her gold-rimmed glasses accentuating her poised demeanor. The woman, referred to as Sister Yun, lifted her head, her displeasure evident in her gaze beyond the lenses. "How many times have I emphasized this? Miss Chu Yin has special arrangements here and does not accompany guests. Do you take my words lightly?" The supervisor appeared troubled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Please, calm your anger. I did convey your instructions. However, this evening, the young Master Lin is not to be trifled with. He is a well-known figure in Dongjiang's elite circles, and no one dares to offend him lightly. His intentions are clear and resolute." Su Yin furrows her brow, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. From the side of the office, an inconspicuous hidden door slides open silently, and a young girl clad in a simple white dress steps gracefully into view. Without a trace of makeup, her ethereal demeanor starkly contrasts with the opulence of the surroundings. She is none other than Chu Yin, the one mentioned by the supervisor. "Sister Yun," the girl's voice is clear and melodious, imbued with a tranquility that transcends her years. "It's fine. I shall go and meet him. If the guest is well-behaved, I can manage him. If not," a subtle yet chilling smile graces her lips, "you are aware of my methods." Su Yin gazes into the girl's calm yet determined eyes, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well, but do exercise caution. I will have a long Anahu station at the entrance. Call for help immediately if anything happens." As she watches the supervisor lead the slender figure of white out the door, Su Yin leans back in her expansive office chair, weary fingers rubbing her temples. Her eyes clouded with unshakable concern. Alas, how much longer can this ship weather the storm? In a private room on the second floor, Lin Shin pauses with his teacup suspended in midair. The heavy door creaks open gently, and a figure clad in pure white appears like a beam of moonlight strayed into the midst of shadows. Her exquisite beauty and untainted grace instantly captivate Lin Chun's entire being. "Hello, handsome. I am number 001, Chu Yan." The girl's voice is calm and devoid of waves, carrying a hint of professional detachment. Crash! The teacup slips from Lin Chen's grasp, shattering on the carpet with scalding tea splattering everywhere. "Su Qingxue, is it really you, little junior sister? I have searched for you for 3 long years." Lin Chun leaps to his feet, his voice cracking with overwhelming excitement, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. The usual roguish demeanor that adorned his face vanishes, replaced by an incredulous ecstasy and profound heartache. At the entrance, the girl in white trembles violently upon hearing that name, as if struck by lightning. Although it lasts but a fleeting moment, the tremor emanates from the depths of her soul, unmistakably conveyed. However, just seconds later, she forcibly steadies herself, her gaze now filled with bewilderment and a hint of appropriate skepticism. "Handsome, what little junior sister? You must be mistaken." "Wait." Lin Chun, who is about to step forward, suddenly freezes, the immense joy akin to being doused with icy water. "Mistaken? How could that be?" His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, lock onto the face he has yearned for, his voice tinged with urgency. "Little junior sister, we grew up together for 10 years. Your brows, your voice, they are etched into my very bones. How could I possibly be mistaken? By the way, do you still have that small red mole on the lower right side of your abdomen, near your hip? If you don't believe me, let me see." In a moment of desperation, he instinctively reaches out to lift the edge of the girl's dress. "Ah!" Chu Yin exclaims, retreating several steps like a startled deer, her hands clutching her collar tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment and wariness. "Handsome, please maintain your decorum. We only provide companionship and gaming services here. Excessive contact is not permitted." She inhaled deeply, her tone resolute. "Moreover, you are mistaken. I am Chu Yan, not Su Qingxue." Her gaze radiated determination, yet a fleeting hint of barely perceptible panic flickered within. "Chu Yan? Little Snow, you are undeniably Su Qingxue." Lin Chun stepped forward in desperation, his voice tinged with painful reminiscence. "That year, we gathered 7 leaf-star orchids on Yunwu Mountain. I slipped and fell from the cliff, and you bound me with vines, painstakingly climbing back up from the abyss. Your feet were battered and bloody, visible to the bone, and it took you half a year to recover. Have you forgotten? In that harsh winter, when my training went awry, leaving me with cold poison in my body, you stealthily crept into my room at midnight, warming my bed with your own body." Lin Chen gazed intently into Chu Yan's eyes, seeking a glimmer of familiarity. "Little junior sister, is someone threatening you? Controlling you? If so, just blink to let me know. In Dongjiang, as long as I am here, not even the mightiest can lay a finger on you." Yet, Chu Yin stubbornly shook her head, forcefully pulling away from Lin Chen's instinctive reach. "Handsome, you truly have mistaken me. I am not feeling well. Perhaps you should find someone else." In that fleeting moment of escape, her fingers inadvertently and swiftly tapped twice on Lin Chen's hand. Tap, tap, like a faint signal in the dark night. Before Lin Chen could react, Chu Yin had already turned like a gust of wind, hastily darting out of the private room and disappearing at the end of the resplendent corridor. It was not until she reached a secluded lounge at the corridor's end, locked the door behind her, and slid down against the cold door panel that Chu Yin, or Su Qingxue, could no longer contain herself. Scalding tears poured forth like beads from a broken string, instantly soaking the hem of her pale dress. "Brother Chun, you are too kind. I thought you were lost." She bit her lip fiercely to stifle her cries, the suppressed sobs echoing in the silent room. But it was futile. There were too many eyes around. How could she acknowledge you? Recognition could cost you your life. Years ago, when her sect was brutally massacred, she had not perished nor gone missing. Just as the assassin's cold blade was about to descend, a group of mysterious individuals appeared, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement with the assassin's leader, forcibly taking her away from that bloody hell. She was brought to the Bai family in the capital, a place that was meant for her yet felt utterly foreign. She had thought her life would fade away in the confines of reclaiming her ancestry. Yet fate had led her to encounter her long-lost senior brother, Lin Chun, Once more in this tainted land of Dongjiang. In a private room, Lin Shun stood in a daze, engulfed by a profound sense of loss. Yet, the barely perceptible taps from his little junior sister upon her departure glimmered like fireflies in the darkness. Tap, tap, he lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the luxurious carpet beneath his feet, where a golden access card lay abandoned, its embossed letters shimmering. General Manager's office. In an instant, Lin Chen's chaotic thoughts coalesced. A clear revelation emerged. Midnight, General Manager's office. How enlightening. The taut strings of his heart suddenly relaxed, and a long-lost, slightly mischievous smile crept back onto Lin Chen's lips. He bent down to pick up the room card, his fingertips gently caressing it, his eyes glimmering with an intense fervor. The office better have a large bed, he murmured to himself, his voice laden with a yearning suppressed for 3 years. After such a long separation, his junior sister must surely miss her senior brother's scent. The things left undone last time will be thoroughly addressed tonight. He cast a lingering glance towards the direction in which Chu Yan had vanished before turning away from the room, imbued with a sense of enchantment and reunion. Exiting through the heavy door of Royal No. 1, the night breeze kissed his face. Lin Chen looked back at the resplendent giant cage, a great weight lifting from his heart. He had found her, regardless of her reasons for being there or the thorns that lay ahead. As long as he knew she was present, he possessed boundless strength to confront anything. In the executive office on the top floor of Royal No. 1, the chair of power was no longer occupied by the capable Su Yun, but by the very Chu Yan Su Qingxue, who had just been a stranger to Lin Shan in the private room. The atmosphere in the office was tense. Aside from Su Yun standing respectfully, the core executives from security and administration held their breath in anticipation. Su Qingxue, Chu Yan, wore a frost-bitten expression, her once delicate features now devoid of softness, replaced by an air of cold authority and severity, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Her icy gaze swept over everyone, her voice low yet piercingly chilling. Convey my message. Today's visit from young Master Lin must remain a secret. Whoever dares to reveal even a word will face dire consequences. She paused slightly, her fingertip tapping lightly on the solid rosewood desk, producing a dull sound. You all know the repercussions. Yes, boss. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, responding in unison with a tone of respect. Once everyone had exited the office, Su Yun gently closed the heavy wooden door and turned to Su Qingxue, her eyes filled with complexity. That young man from earlier is the senior brother you've longed for all these years. Isn't he? He finally found you. Why not acknowledge him? Su Qingxue, Chu Yan, slowly leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes, long lashes casting fragile shadows beneath them. When she reopened her eyes, they reflected profound fatigue and resolve. Sister Yun, you are more aware of my predicament than anyone. I am now like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect myself. Involving my senior brother at this juncture is akin to pushing him into a pit of fire. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Moreover, once those individuals learned that her senior brother was still alive, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to hunt him down. I cannot endanger him. Su Yun sighed deeply, her heart aching for her. But Xiao Chan, I've heard that this young Master Lin has traversed every corner of Dongjiang, spending a fortune in search of you over the past 3 years. His devotion is genuine. Can you truly bear to watch him suffer in his relentless quest? So near yet so far? Can I bear it? Su Qingxue's expression momentarily faltered. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights. Lin Chen's figure was indelibly etched in her heart. The bond of childhood friends, the trust forged through life and death. How could she not yearn for him? How could she bear to remain unrecognized? But what of it? What would recognition change? The Bai family in the capital saved her from the slaughter not out of familial affection, but rather for the value they saw in her. Now, as her grandfather lies gravely ill and unconscious, the mansion teeters on the brink of collapse. She, the forcibly reclaimed Miss Bai, has instantly become an eyesore and a stumbling block in the eyes of her elder and second brothers, merely a bargaining chip to be exploited. They press down upon her relentlessly, driving her to the edge of a precipice. Should they uncover Lin Chen's true identity, They would undoubtedly sell this information without hesitation to those shadowy figures from the past, in exchange for greater profit. Those individuals would never spare her senior brother, Sister Yun. Su Qingshue's voice bore a chilling calmness. The enforcer sent by elder brother will arrive in Dongjiang tomorrow. If we do not surrender the last remnant of Royal Number 1, it will certainly not be polite. Taking a deep breath, she made a difficult decision. Tonight, I must make a trip to the provincial capital. There are a few exceedingly important items in my room safe. You shall stay in my room tonight. Su Yun gazed into Su Qingshue's resolute eyes, finally nodding heavily. All right. Do take care of yourself. Chapter 6. A Midnight Gift. The mysterious guest Su Fangxin as Lin Chen settled into the driver's seat of the Ferrari. His phone rang. It was by Uni. Darling. The voice on the other end brimmed with an exuberance born from survival and deep reliance. Thank you so much. With this investment from young Master Li, the Bai family can finally breathe again. You are truly my lucky star. Foolish wife, must you thank me? Lin Chen engaged the engine, his deep laughter resonating through the car's audio system, laced with affection. If you truly wish to show gratitude, unlock a few new positions for me tonight. He felt immense gratitude for this beautiful wife who had provided him a warm haven for 3 years. On the other end, Bai Yuni seemed to pout, her voice tinged with shyness and anticipation. How annoying. You're always so unserious. But you never touch me at night. You always say timing, location, and fate are crucial. How long must I wait? The longing and yearning in her tone were unmistakable. After 3 years of companionship, she understood that Lin Chen was far from simple. He was shrouded in too much mystery. Her grandfather's hints had led her to comprehend that Lin Chen was a dormant dragon, destined for greatness. She feared that when he soared, she might be left behind. Only by truly becoming his woman could she find a semblance of security. Lin Chen sensed his wife's feelings. Warmth surged within him, and the latent power within stirred. The essence of the rising dragon technique seemed to solidify further. Soon, very soon, my dear wife, at most 3 days. His tone was resolute, tinged with the excitement of impending transformation. All right, I believe you. Bai Yuni's voice brightened. By the way, darling, there's a business soiree in the province tonight. Can you accompany me? There are a few annoying flies buzzing around me, driving me mad. With you there, they should behave. Her tone contained a hint of coaxing and pleading. Of course, my wife must be well taken care of. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. Over the years, he had deliberately remained low-key and restrained, dismissing those pesky suitors surrounding Bai Yuni with indifference, earning the reputation of a useless son-in-law. Now, it was time to cast aside that label and let certain individuals understand what it meant to provoke a dragon-s reverse scale. Upon hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was engulfed in thoughts of his junior sister, Su Qingshue's patient gaze, and the lurking dangers within Royal Number 1. The tragic events that had befallen their sect, the blood feud of the Lin family, and the immense pressure they faced in the capital weighed heavily upon him, like a colossal stone pressing down on his heart. With his grandfather aging and his great-grandfather injured and in seclusion, the Lin family situation was precarious. He needed to act swiftly and with greater strength. Suddenly, a jarring screech of tires shattered the silence of the desolate demolition area. Lin Chen snapped back to reality, yanking the steering wheel as his Ferrari came to a near halt before a figure that had unexpectedly darted out from the ruins. In the blinding beam of the headlights stood a young girl in a flowing white dress, visibly shaken, her hands pressed against the car's hood. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18, her skin radiant and smooth under the light, her features exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. Despite the dust that marred her gown, it only accentuated her enchanting figure. The fullness of her chest was tantalizing, her waist slender and delicate, while her long legs extended gracefully beneath the hem of her skirt. The curve of her hips, accentuated by her distress, was breathtakingly alluring. Most striking were her large, expressive eyes, resembling a frightened fawn, glistening with unshed tears, evoking profound sympathy. "Big brother, please save me, I beg you." Her voice trembled with a cry, sweet yet filled with desperate entreaty. Behind her, a group of 7 or 8 burly men armed with steel pipes and machetes charged forward. Their heavy footsteps echoing ominously in the deserted ruins, their fierce shouts audible. "You little brat, what do you think you're running off to?" Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, swiftly assessing the pursuing thugs. Their heavy breathing and unsteady steps revealed their lack of martial prowess. They were merely a gang of ruffians relying on sheer numbers. He exited the vehicle, positioning himself protectively behind the girl. "Kid, you'd better get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll end up just as finished." The leader, a brutish man with a scarred face, brandished his machete threateningly at Lin Chen while reaching for the girl with his other hand. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and the dormant power of the rising dragon technique surged within him, though he had yet to reach his peak. It was more than sufficient to deal with these lowly thugs. In an instant, he moved like a wraith, striking first without any flashy moves. His right fist clenched tightly. Propelled by an unstoppable force, he struck the descending blade of the machete with ferocity. Crack! Crack! The sound of metal fracturing echoed painfully. The machete, forged from high-quality steel, shattered under Lin Chen's blow as if it were fragile glass, scattering into countless gleaming shards that clinked and tumbled across the ground. What the hell? This inhuman spectacle left the advancing thugs frozen in place, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, faces contorted with sheer terror. Shattering a steel blade with bare hands? Was this even human? Good heavens! A monster! It was unclear who shouted first, but a collective panic surged through the gang, causing them to drop their weapons and turn to flee. Thinking of running now? It was too late. Lin Chen scoffed coldly, his figure once again morphing into a blur, weaving through the dim light like a vengeful specter amidst the frightened ruffians. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of impact were accompanied by piercing screams that echoed in the air. In a fleeting moment, 7 or 8 ruffians lay sprawled on the ground like harvested wheat, clutching their arms and legs in agony, utterly incapacitated. "Let us go. We must leave this place," Lin Chen urged, not sparing a glance at the discarded refuse around him. He pulled the still-dazed young girl into the passenger seat. The Ferrari roared to life, swiftly departing from the blood-soaked and dusty wasteland. As he glanced at the crumbling ruins receding in the rearview mirror, Lin Chen felt no sense of relief. Instead, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. The speed was still too slow. His control over power lacked refinement. If only his strength were restored to its peak. Dealing with such scum would require just a single punch. Why complicate matters? The thought of old foes seeking him out sent a shiver down his spine, heightening his sense of urgency. As the vehicle entered the bustling city, vibrant neon lights flickered and a cacophony of voices filled the air. Only then did the young girl, her fright subsiding, exhale a long breath of relief. Turning to Lin Chen, her large eyes sparkled with gratitude for her narrow escape, mingled with an unusual, almost reverential glow. "Thank you so much for saving me. My ride should be nearby. Please just drop me off ahead." Following her request, Lin Chen halted the car by the roadside. Just before she exited, the girl suddenly reached for her neck, unfastening what appeared to be an ordinary silver necklace. The pendant was a small, unadorned black metal sphere, its weight discernible in her hand. Without hesitation, she placed the necklace into Lin Chen's palm, her cheeks tinged with a blush, yet her tone remained earnest. "Handsome, I can't repay you for saving my life. This is the only memento my mother left me. I wish to give it to you. You're a cultivator, and I believe it may be of greater use to you. This is far too precious. I cannot accept this." Lin Chen instinctively began to refuse. However, seizing the moment of his distraction, the girl leaned forward, her supple arms entwining around his neck like a graceful serpent. A delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids in a tranquil valley, enveloped Lin Chen in an instant. The next moment, soft and sweet lips pressed gently against his, leaving a crisp yet fleeting kiss that sent a thrilling shiver through him. It was her first kiss. The girl quickly recoiled, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Yet her eyes sparkled with an undeniable certainty and deep affection as she gazed into Lin Chen's eyes, articulating each word with care. "Future husband, you must strive to grow stronger. I will wait for you to come and marry me. For now, this is all I can offer you." Before her words could fully settle in the air, She darted away like a nimble fish, disappearing into the throng of people, her white dress flashing like a fleeting vision, leaving behind a lingering fragrance and her astonishing proclamation echoing within the confines of the car. What? Lin Chun was utterly bewildered. The lingering warmth of her kiss and the sweet scent clouded his mind momentarily. He had saved a beautiful girl, who gifted him a family heirloom necklace and even offered her first kiss, proclaiming him her future husband. And he was expected to grow stronger to marry her? The absurdity of the situation was beyond belief. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to the unassuming black metal pendant in his hand. It felt cold to the touch, yet as he concentrated and attuned his senses, a hum resonated within him. A surge of pure, magnificent energy, gentle to an extraordinary degree, emerged as if a slumbering dragon had awakened, transmitting its essence clearly through the cold metallic shell. The depth of this energy surpassed any elixir he had previously encountered. A fourth-grade vitality pill, Lin Chun exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes igniting with an incredible fervor. Within this pendant, there was indeed sealed an exceptionally precious fourth-grade vitality pill. This was the key to breaking through the 9th layer of the Rising Dragon technique and thoroughly restoring, even surpassing, his peak prowess. That ethereal beauty, the mysterious maiden, claimed to be his future wife. Had she come to bestow upon him this miraculous elixir? Was she akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, complete with a dowry? Chapter 7. The dragon roars across the heavens. The supreme order is issued. Lin Chen's heart was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet he understood that now was not the time for contemplation. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he pressed the accelerator, and his vehicle darted toward home like an arrow released from a bow. The immediate priority was to swiftly restore his transcendent abilities. Only then could he possess the absolute confidence needed to rescue his little junior sister, trapped in peril, and settle the blood debts of his past enemies. As Lin Chen's car vanished around the corner, the graceful young woman in a flowing white dress quietly emerged from the crowd. Her elegant attire accentuated her slender figure, and her burning gaze remained fixed upon the direction of Lin Chen's departure. Parting her cherry lips, she softly murmured, "Husband, do not disappoint Warner as hopes." Beside her, a striking beauty clad in a tailored servant's outfit furrowed her brows and could not help but interject, "Miss, are you truly willing to stake everything on this man? Does he truly possess such extraordinary abilities?" The young woman nodded slightly, her tone resolute. "Of course. Do not forget, he is the only prodigy in the Northern Falling sect in 5 centuries to master the Rising Dragon technique beyond the 7th layer. Once he thoroughly breaks the shackles of the 9th layer, he will stand at the pinnacle of this world. At that time, all living beings shall prostrate themselves at his feet, trembling in awe." The servant girl pursed her lips, a hint of worry in her expression. "Let us hope so, miss. Having gifted him the soul vitality pill, I fear that Uncle Fu will have much to say upon your return." The young woman merely chuckled dismissively. "The husband I have chosen shall be the dawn of my clan's resurgence. Why not make a wager? If I win, you shall accompany me in marrying him. What say you?" "Oh dear, miss, you ist with Mistrust from Europe again." The servant's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she playfully stamped her foot. In the luxurious community where Lin Chun and Bai Yuni resided, upon returning home, Lin Chun moved with the swiftness of the wind. The gates and doors were secured with layers of locks, and he swiftly ascended to the second-floor bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the floor. His gaze steeled. He struck with precision at the pendant around his neck. Crack! The pendant shattered, and a pill, the size of a longan, rolled into the palm of his hand, its body a creamy white. The moment the pill formed, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the room, and with just a single inhalation, Lin Chun felt his mind clear and his body invigorated. The surface of the pill shimmered with ethereal light. The boundless energy and ancient essence within surged powerfully, stirring Lin Chen's heart. A 4th-grade spirit pill. In the entire martial realm, it was a rare treasure, something to be encountered but not sought. For an ordinary martial artist, Acquiring such a pill would be sufficient to unlock the door to mastery. As the master aspired to break through to the martial sovereign and even martial saint realms, this elixir possessed unparalleled efficacy. Today, that mysterious maiden truly bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Chun, no longer hesitating, opened his mouth and swallowed the pill whole. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of scorching energy that surged violently through his limbs and bones. The ferocious energy roared through his meridians, as if it sought to tear his body asunder. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and he dared not show a hint of carelessness. He fully activated the Dragon Ascension technique. He guided this vast energy, voraciously drawing it into his dantian, condensing, compressing, and ascending. Streams of golden light, as tangible as reality, coiled around him. Initially slow, the pace quickened, then accelerated, ultimately morphing into a dazzling cocoon of light that enveloped Lin Chun entirely. At that moment, the room where Lin Chun resided became the epicenter of a sudden upheaval in the world. The previously clear skies darkened in an instant as a furious wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. High above, the clouds churned violently, forming a colossal vortex that obscured the sun, reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, and within a 3-kilometer radius, all living beings fell silent, prostrating themselves on the ground. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Martial Commission in Dongjiang Town, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the monitoring room. Minister, urgence situation. Dongjiang has detected an extraordinary energy fluctuation. On the surveillance screen, a waveform representing destructive energy oscillated violently. Minister Mo Zhong sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the screen, his expression grave. This energy level indicates a breakthrough at the pinnacle of the master realm. When did Dongjiang harbor such a terrifying presence? The source of the fluctuation is in the western suburbs. Quickly, assemble the elite forces and follow me to investigate. We must arrive before the breakthrough concludes. Such a figure must be befriended by our Martial Commission. We cannot afford to have them as an enemy. Mo Zhong's voice was urgent, carrying an undeniable resolve. The might of a master could upheave the tides. To offend a master was a cost that none could bear. Within Lin Chen's villa, the cocoon of light surged with unprecedented speed. Lin Chun was wholly immersed in the experience, and deep within his dantian, a long-dormant barrier finally shattered with a clear, resonant sound. Crack, crack. At the moment, the 10th cycle of the Dragon Ascension technique reached completion. Lin Chun distinctly perceived the core of his dantian as if a sturdy shell had violently fractured. A boundless, primordial force surged forth with sudden awakening. It resembled a ferocious beast that had slumbered for eons, akin to a frenzy breaking free from the abyss. A soul-shaking dragon roar erupted from within Lin Chun. Golden light instantly coalesced around him, transforming into a majestic and sacred golden dragon with 9 claws. The golden dragon roared, spiraling around Lin Chun 3 times, its eyes radiating divine brilliance, before ultimately transforming into a golden torrent that gracefully entered Lin Chen's body. Outside the villa, the apocalyptic scene abruptly receded. The tempest ceased, and the swirling clouds, like a great whale siphoning water, flowed back into the room. The terrifying aura that had stirred the heavens and earth instantly calmed, as sunlight once again bathed the land, and the day turned fair as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. In the bedroom, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing within them. He felt the power within him surging like the sea, his martial energy more robust than tenfold compared to before his injury. His perception was astoundingly acute. Even the slightest tremor of an ant's antennae 500 meters away was discernible. He had attained the 9th heaven of the ascending dragon technique, achieving excellence. Prior to his injuries, he had already reached the pinnacle of masterhood. At this moment, Lin Shun was unequivocally convinced that his strength had transcended that of a master, reaching the apex of a martial sovereign, and he might have even grazed the threshold of the legendary martial saint. Should those who once annihilated his sect and slaughtered the Lin family dare to reveal themselves again, he alone possessed the might to obliterate them all, repaying blood debts with blood. Congratulations, young master. Your divine skills have reached fruition, breaking through to the ninth heaven of the ascending dragon technique. The figure of Han Zhuo appeared in the room like a wraith, kneeling on one knee, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. By the order of the sect leader, now that you have breached the ninth level, the initiation of the heavenly slaughter plan and the execution of comprehensive revenge is at your discretion. Han Zhuo presented an ancient token, neither gold nor jade, engraved with intricate cloud patterns, at the center of which lay a robust character that seemed to encapsulate the power of the universe. This token represented the supreme authority of the Bailuo sect. To hold this token meant that the master had entrusted the entire sect to him. Years ago, when the sect was besieged, the master had reluctantly commanded that all affiliated forces of the Bailuo sect be relocated underground, lying in wait. Lin Shun grasped the token tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his eyes glinting with icy, murderous intent, ready to activate it. Those who participated in the massacre of his sect deserved to atone with their heads and blood. A surge of wrath washed over his face as he then spoke in a deep voice. Furthermore, Han Zhuo, immediately investigate the current state of the Lin family. With his strength restored, and perhaps even surpassing his former self, it was time to return to the Lin family. As the sole descendant of the Lin lineage, he would never allow the family to languish in decline. The glory of the foremost aristocracy of the Great Xia would undoubtedly be reinstated through his efforts. At your command, Han Zhuo acknowledged, and in a fleeting moment, vanished from sight. A series of high-level encrypted commands were dispatched through special channels, instantly reaching every corner of the globe. The undercurrents of the world surged with fervor. In Europa, at the Rosald family's ancient castle, the patriarch Frank stared at the brief directive on his phone, his murky old eyes suddenly igniting with a terrifying brilliance, trembling with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Young master, you have finally returned. Splendid. God bears witness. Those wretches shall soon face the wrath of the Rosald family. In West Africa, amidst a smoke-filled battlefield, a man as robust as a bear was ruthlessly snapping the neck of an enemy commander with his bare hands. He was the whirlwind of death, a figure that instilled dread in the international mercenary community. Feeling a peculiar vibration from his watch, he abruptly lifted his gaze toward the eastern horizon, blood-stained face reflecting fervor and devotion. My emperor, you are indeed still here. I have had my fill of this damned battlefield. Your will is my direction. In a luxurious mansion in beautiful country, by the edge of a pool, a stunningly voluptuous woman languidly wiped the blood from her delicate fingers. Beside her lay a corpse of a wealthy man, eyes wide open in shock. The red light of a special communicator flickered, and upon glancing at it, her enchanting pupils suddenly constricted, followed by a devilish smile gracing her lips. Finally, the ungrateful have deemed it worthy to summon me. In these years of weeping tears, one must repay them tenfold, 100-fold, in the embrace of a night. She extends her crimson tongue, seductively caressing her plump red lips, her eyes glinting with a perilous hunger. The Great Xia, the unyielding peak, the Eastern Isles, the heavens have unleashed their wrath, startling the world. Countless lurking beasts awaken, sharpening their claws and fangs. All understand that the once brilliant and mysteriously fallen northern falling master has not perished. The first prodigy, who once commanded the gaze of the entire martial arts realm, remains alive. He returns, bearing unfathomable fury and supreme power. This time, it is the blood-soaked enemies who shall tremble in fear. Chapter 8. Obstructed at the Threshold. First, abandon the fiancé in Dongjiang. Lin Shun drove his vehicle with haste towards the Lin family estate, a place that haunted his dreams. During his training years, his grandfather and great-grandfather would often visit quietly. Now, 3 years later, Are these beloved elders still well? After 3 years of lurking in Dongjiang, Lin Shen had passed by the imposing gates of the Lin family estate countless times. However, having lost all his power and being bound by the orders of his master, he had to suppress his longing for family and never stepped inside. Now, his strength restored and even surpassing the past, he could finally return home with dignity. Yet, to ensure the smooth progress of the heavenly killing plan, he must still conceal part of his power from his grandfather. Upon arriving at the estate that bore the Lin family's century of glory, Lin Shun sensed an unusual atmosphere. Several top luxury cars with special plates were parked outside, their prominent insignia unmistakably belonging to the Xian family, one of the 6 great families of the Great Xia. The Xian family and the Lin family once shared a close relationship as top-tier families of the Great Xia. However, since the Lin family's upheaval 3 years ago, the Xian family had gradually distanced themselves, resulting in rare interactions. What could have brought them here today? Lin Shun steadied his vehicle and approached the tightly closed vermilion doors. He addressed the black-clad bodyguards standing at attention. Please inform them, I am Lin Shun, the 4th-generation heir of the Lin family, returning home. He expected his declaration to elicit a warm welcome from the guards. However, he was met with cold, scrutinizing gazes and unabashed mockery. Look at you, fit and healthy. Why not choose a better path instead of deceiving others? Sneered the captain of the bodyguards, his gaze contemptuous. You're the 13th self-proclaimed young master Lin this month. If you know what's good for you, leave now, before we are forced to take action. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback. Someone was impersonating him. After a brief contemplation, he understood. Having left home at a young age and not returned for over 20 years, the visits of his grandfather and great-grandfather were a closely guarded secret, leaving the ordinary bodyguards unaware. Although the Lin family had temporarily faltered, it remained a formidable entity, attracting many envious eyes. He sighed inwardly, wondering why returning home would prove so challenging. I truly am Lin Shun of the Lin family, he attempted to explain, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to prove his identity. If you do not believe me, please summon my grandfather, and we shall verify my lineage. The captain of the bodyguards, growing impatient, interrupted him. What significance does the old master hold to indulge in your nonsense? With a sharp glare, the other bodyguards brandished their steel batons, the sound echoing ominously. Their intentions clear, as they issued a final warning. Leave. Lin Shun furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh. The journey home proved to be unexpectedly arduous. As he contemplated whether to force his way inside, an aged yet fervent voice rang out from within. Stop. An elderly man with graying hair and a vibrant spirit swiftly emerged. It was Kai Zhong, the devoted steward of the Lin family. He halted the bodyguards, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Shun, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion. Young master, it truly is you. You have finally returned. Both the master and the matriarch have been longing for your arrival day and night. Come, let this old servant lead you in. Important matters regarding you are being discussed inside. He turned towards the astonished bodyguards, commanding them to stand down. This is the true young master, Uncle Zhong. The bodyguards, flustered, quickly bowed in respect, clearing the path as Kai Zhong reverently guided Lin Shun through the grand door that symbolized unparalleled honor. As they traversed the shadow wall and walked along the familiar corridor, Kai Zhong whispered explanations. Lin Shun learned that this loyal steward had served the Lin family for decades and held deep trust from his grandfather. More crucially, 3 years prior, when he had married into the Bai family, the Lin family had been aware, but due to the arrangements of the martial arts sect, they had not acknowledged him. Nevertheless, they had been fully informed of his every move in Dongjiang. Young master, your actions over the past few years have not escaped the master's notice. Kai Zhong said cautiously, his tone grave. If the master should become irritable later, please bear with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's face displayed a rare hint of awkwardness. As the legitimate grandson of the Lin family, it was understandable that his grandfather would be furious about his frequent indulgences at the clubs. Before they could approach the main hall, the sounds of a fierce argument grew clearer. Old Master Lin, it is not that my Xian family has forgotten the past. Indeed, a marriage contract was established between our families. But now, Your grandson's fate is shrouded in mystery. Should we allow our precious Yufei to waste her youth in vain? What if he is already? Should Yufei be left to mourn in loneliness? Absolutely not. This marriage must be annulled. A middle-aged man's commanding voice resonated, imbued with an indomitable resolve. The speaker was Xian Zhenghua, the current head of the Xian family and the second uncle of Xian Yufei. Many years ago, the Lin and Xian families had formed a close bond, resulting in their matriarchs arranging a marriage between their great-grandson, Lin Shun, and great-granddaughter, Xian Yufei, while they were still in infancy. Now, with the Lin family in distress and Lin Chen's fate unknown, the Xian family was eager to rescind the engagement. Preposterous! Who says my grandson is dead? Lin Chongfeng, the elder of the Lin family, exclaimed, his beard trembling with indignation. However, recalling his grandson's remarkable achievements in recent years made further words difficult to articulate. 3 years ago, he had suffered an injury, but after recovery, he had devoted himself to the clubs, preferring to live as a woman rather than marry such a dissipated scion. Yet at this moment, the dignity of the Lin family was at stake, and he could not afford to show weakness. The Xian family's decision to withdraw from the engagement was akin to delivering a final blow to the already precarious Lin family. Should the Xian family fully align with their adversaries, the Lin family's predicament would become even more perilous. Old Master Lin, Xianjing was tone softened, laced with a mix of resignation and firmness. We are all aware of the calamity that befell the Lin family. Over the past 3 years, the Xian family has refrained from taking advantage of your misfortune, providing assistance both openly and discreetly. You know this well. Today, even if I, Xian Zhenghua, must plead with you, Yufei's youth cannot be delayed any longer. If your grandson is still alive, why not have him make an appearance for everyone's reassurance? Each word was imbued with reason, reflecting both friendship and reality, leaving Lin Chongfeng momentarily speechless. Lin Chongfeng's expression darkened, and he let out a long sigh. How could he be unaware of the Xian family's support over the years? If it were not for the covert machinations of the Xian family, the Lin family's predicament would likely be even more dire. As Lin Chongfeng's words lingered in the air, a tall figure strode confidently into the main hall. Lin Chen's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the members of the Xian family before finally resting on Xian Zhenghua. His voice rang clear and resolute. There is no need for further discussion. I, Lin Shun, the 4th-generation heir of the Lin family, am here. He paused slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he pointed an unapologetic finger at the furious Xian Yufei, who sat beside him. You wish to annul the engagement? I consent. However, it is not you who will initiate the annulment, but I, Lin Shun, who will divorce her. Chapter 9. The divorce letter as proof. The Xian family departed in shock. Such audacity, such majesty, a reflection of my own youthful spirit. This was the first thought that flashed through Lin Chongfeng's mind as he silently applauded his grandson's boldness. Yet, a deeper concern soon washed over him. My boy, you are putting on quite the show, but can the Xian family be so easily offended? How will he clean up this mess? You. Xian Yufei trembled with rage upon hearing the word divorce. As a distinguished young lady of the Xian family, she had suitors aplenty, and this dandy from the Lin family dared to humiliate her so? However, when she beheld Lin Chen's face, a greater fury and disdain ignited within her beautiful eyes. Is this not the infamous Lin Chen of Dongjiang, the so-called god of war of the club? Every time he visited, it was said that the girls who accompanied him emerged weak-kneed. Could this scoundrel truly be that formidable? Yufei, do you know him? Xian Zhenghua, the family head, managed to suppress his anger and turned to his niece, his brow furrowed in concern. Who in Dongjiang does not recognize the illustrious young Master Lin? Xian Yufei retorted, her voice rising with indignation. For the past 3 years, he has either been indulging in debauchery at the club or en route to it. He has practically claimed Dongjiang as his own. Such a man, I, Xian Yufei, would never marry. Her words dripped with disdain, as if Lin Shun had committed some unspeakable crime. Lin Shun touched his nose, a playful expression on his face. How could it be that in her eyes, his noble endeavors to bring joy to countless young women were so utterly twisted? He regarded Xian Yufei with a bemused smile. You truly do not wish to marry? Just remember, do not regret it later. I assure you, I shall become a man you can never hope to attain. His words were laced with unabashed confidence and a hint of scorn. Xian Yufei found herself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by such audacity. Nearby, a young man who had been leering at her could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Regret? What are you on about? You are nothing but a worthless man who can only charm women, unworthy even to carry Yufei's shoes." Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed through the hall. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Lin Chen's hand struck his face with a force that left him dazed, his cheek instantly swelling. "Who do you think you're speaking to?" Lin Chen's eyes turned icy, exuding a terrifying menace. "Say another word, and I swear I will grind you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." He had long since found the lecherous gaze of this man distasteful. "Even if I do not want my fiancée, she is not for you to covet. I am Lin Xiao, a member of the Lin family. Do you dare to strike me? On what grounds?" The young man covered his face, astonished and furious, glaring at Lin Shan with a venomous stare. "I am the eldest son of the Lin family, the sole heir of the Lin family's direct lineage. What? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to fight me? Come on." Lin Shan embodied arrogance to the utmost, even daringly leaning forward, inviting the attack. Those who refrain from striking are nothing but cowards. Lin Xiao glanced at the elder Lin, who sat high above, his expression grim, yet his gaze seemingly devoid of wrath. Remembering the elder's notorious protection of his kin, Lin Xiao immediately deflated, muttering in reluctant protest. Yet he truly dared not make a move. "Enough!" Xian Zhonghua sternly halted this farce, turning to Lin Chongfeng, his tone imbued with pressure. "Elder Lin, what this Lin Xiao states is valid. I have heard of this Lin Shen as well. Setting aside the matters of the club, he has married into the Bai family, becoming another's son-in-law, and now he wishes to wed our esteemed Xian family daughter, Yufei. From both emotional and rational perspectives, this is simply unacceptable, is it not? What is wrong with that?" Elder Lin's eyes widened, his aura undiminished. A martial arts master, it has always been the case of having multiple wives. Wasn't your family elder similarly illustrious in his time? He knew full well the circumstances surrounding Lin Chen's marriage, but at this moment, he could only argue defensively. Xian Zhonghua was momentarily stumped. Indeed, his family elder posed a challenge, and he had no choice but to redirect his focus. Elder Lin, even disregarding those matters. How can this person prove he is the legitimate grandson of the Lin family, Lin Shen, merely based on his own word? The beaten Lin Xiao felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Disregarding the fiery pain on his face, he hoarsely exclaimed, "Yes." "Elder Lin, how can you be so certain he is genuine? There are countless frauds these days. What if enough? Are you not finished? Do you not understand human speech?" Lin Chen's anger surged as he advanced, delivering a fierce kick to Lin Xiao's abdomen. The latter let out a pitiful cry, curling up on the ground like a shrimp. With no mercy, Lin Chen landed several precise kicks in the region of Lin Xiao's groin. The unmistakable sensation of crushing echoed through the air. Lin Xiao's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. "Lin Chen, you have gone too far." Xian Yufei could no longer bear to watch. She stepped forward to block Lin Chen, her face pale with fury. "I tell you, even if you claim to be the young master of the Lin family, I will never marry a brutish and unreasonable man like you. Give up on that thought. I never claimed I wished to marry you." Lin Chen retracted his foot, brushed off non-existent dust from his pants, and cast a playful glance over Xian Yufei's curvaceous figure, amused. "Though a forced marriage might quench thirst, I prefer sweetness. I hope you do not come to regret it. Bring forth the marriage contract." His gaze swept across the nearby Zeton wood coffee table where the gilded marriage document lay, and he promptly stepped forward to seize it. Without the slightest hesitation, he took up a pen and swiftly inscribed a striking character for divorce in the center of the document. Following that, he signed his name, Lin Chen, with a flourish. He carelessly tossed the marriage document toward Xian Yufei. "Here, take it. From this moment forth, our engagement is null and void. We will have no further ties." Xian Yufei instinctively caught the light yet weighty document, staring at the glaring character for divorce and Lin Chen's signature, her entire being momentarily stunned. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed her, as if she had been publicly stripped of her garments. Yet deep within, an inexplicable void lingered. This was a stark contrast to the narrative she had envisioned. In her imagination, the Lin family would be in decline, and Lin Chun would be desperately pleading with her not to annul the engagement. How could he be so resolute? There seemed to be a hint of disdain in his gaze. How could she, the young lady, be unworthy of his attention? Why was he still lingering? Lin Chun regarded the dazed Xian Yufei with a devilish smile, his eyes brazenly scanning her form. Did he truly wish to consummate their union at this very moment? Shameless. Xian Yufei felt utterly uncomfortable under his unabashed scrutiny, her heart swelling with shame and anger. Suppressing the turmoil within, she deeply bowed to Lin Chongfeng, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. "Grandfather Lin, I apologize for my rudeness today. I take my leave." She gripped the divorce certificate tightly, her knuckles turning white. The goal achieved, Xian Zhenghua also clasped his hands in farewell. "Old Master Lin, I apologize for the disturbance. I bid you farewell." Yet in his gaze, there was an undercurrent of unspoken gravity. The group hastily departed from the solemn and imposing Lin family estate, carrying the unconscious Lin Xiao with them. Just before getting into the vehicle, Xian Yufei paused, casting a lingering glance at the heavy red-painted door, her eyes a tapestry of confusion and unrecognized loss. As if something precious was slipping away, forever out of reach. She whispered to Xian Zhenghua, "Uncle, do you think our actions today were misguided? I cannot quite fathom Lin Chen." Xian Zhenghua was no fool. The ruthlessness with which Lin Chun had dealt with Lin Xiao was indicative of a man far removed from mere frivolity. He replied solemnly, "Do you suspect Lin Chun is concealing his true abilities? That the events of the past have little impact on him?" Xian Yufei shook her head in bewilderment. "I can't articulate it. It was just a peculiar sensation when he signed a divorce." "Do not dwell on it," Xian Zhenghua sighed, his gaze drifting over the Lin family estate, which appeared particularly heavy under the setting sun. Although the objective of the annulment had been achieved, a shadow loomed over his heart. Even if Lin Chun returned unscathed, the Lin family's current predicament seemed insurmountable. With formidable adversaries surrounding them, the patriarch gravely injured, and the next generation dwindling, who could possibly resolve this crisis? One could only hope they would endure. Xian Zhenghua cast one last glance at the ancestral home, steeped in the weight of a century-old lineage yet shrouded in ominous shadows, before saying nothing further and turning to enter the vehicle. The convoy swiftly departed, leaving the Lin family estate enveloped in a deepening silence as dusk fell. Chapter 10. The Master's Killing Game. The useless son-in-law unleashes a bloodbath. The setting sun bled crimson, casting its final, faint light upon the weathered red door and the towering eaves of the Lin family's ancient residence. A heavy twilight cloaked this once illustrious abode, where the bustle of yesteryears had long dissipated, leaving only an eerie stillness. The wind whistled through the courtyard's ancient locust tree, its branches rustling with a mournful whisper, adding an air of desolation and foreboding, as if the very atmosphere were thick with the weight of impending catastrophe. As the last visitor with ulterior motives vanished beyond the threshold, the massive wooden door, emblematic of the Lin family's authority, was slammed shut with a resounding thud, secured by a thick bolt, sealing them within. The head of the family, Lin Chongfeng, a man who once wielded immense power in both military and political realms of the Great Xia, now appeared drained of all vitality. His once straight spine, now slightly hunched, and his dignified visage was marred by deep creases, each etched with an indelible sense of dread. His murky, yet keen eyes resembled those of a startled hawk, scanning the desolate courtyard, now echoing only with silence, ensuring no prying ears were present. Suddenly, he stepped forward, his thin yet robust hand gripping the arm of the young Lin Chun like an iron vice. "Quick, follow me." Lin Chongfeng's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an urgency that brooked no dissent, leaving Lin Chun no time to react as he dragged him towards the depths of the backyard. Clad in a dark, traditional Tang suit that, though finely crafted, had grown worn with age. He relied on his eaten wood cane, topped with a dragon head symbolizing his authority. To support his frantic pace, its rhythmic thuds reverberating against the stone tiles. As they turned into a secluded corridor shrouded by towering walls, the light dimmed further. Lin Changfeng abruptly halted, turning to face Lin Chun. The faint light filtering through the eaves highlighted the bloodshot veins beneath his eyes and the slight tremor of his lips, betraying his agitation. "You wretched boy," he nearly ground out through clenched teeth, a heavy accent lacing his reproach, his tone a tumultuous blend of desperation and heartache. "Why return at this moment? Of all times, why now? Are you rushing back to meet your demise?" His age-spotted hand remained firmly clamped on Lin Chen's arm, a grip that revealed the tempest brewing within him. "Do you understand? Just yesterday, a master-level monster has set its sights on our Lin family." His voice surged dramatically before retreating, akin to the growl of a dying beast. He declared that within 2 days, he will wipe our clan from existence. Not a trace will remain. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving, his gaze piercing through to the very essence of the grandson he cherished yet feared most. "What purpose does your return serve? Do you wish for our family to meet a swifter, more absolute end? Quickly, we must see your great-grandfather. Upon meeting him, I will arrange for you and your brothers to flee the country. Go as far as you can. The Lin family cannot perish under my watch." The last words emerged as a desperate wail. "Flee the country?" Lin Chen's brows knit tightly, a glint of icy resolve flashing within his deep-set eyes. Standing tall, like a pine upon a precipice, his casual attire could not conceal the refined vigor and steadfastness that emanated from his very being. "Why must we escape? Is not our great-grandfather there to safeguard us?" His voice, though soft, resonated with an extraordinary clarity in the stillness of the corridor. He attained the mastery of his craft at merely 30, wielding a battle blade that swept across the southwest, personally founding the Heavenly Dragon Army, which has defended our borders for 50 years with an ironclad force of 800,000, instilling fear in the hearts of our enemies, who would not dare to cross our threshold. Such renown, such achievement, are we to cower before a mere master who hides in the shadows? The very foundation of the Lin families, standing among the 6 great clans of the Great Xia, was anchored by the legendary figure of their great-grandfather, Lin Qingquan. His name stands as an immortal monument within the annals of the Great Siam military. Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng's wrinkles seemed to deepen instantaneously, and he let out a heavy, prolonged sigh, a sound laden with the weight of a colossal stone falling, infused with infinite bitterness, helplessness, and the melancholy of a hero in decline. "Alas, do not mention it. It is truly unbearable." Lin Changfeng's voice grew somber, tinged with a heart-wrenching pain. "A month ago, in the secluded retreat of your great-grandfather, a mysterious master employed some nefarious means to launch a surprise attack, and, incredibly, succeeded." He struggled to articulate these words, as if each syllable bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, suffocating him. "Your great-grandfather has been grievously injured. His dantian is nearly shattered, and his meridians are severed inch by inch. Now, his power has diminished to a mere fraction, and his wounds remain unhealed." He lifted his gaze to Lin Chun, and in his murky old eyes there resided an unfathomable despair and concern. "And your sister, Lin Shui, is currently leading the elite Dragon Tooth Guards of the Heavenly Dragon Army, confronting the Blood Wolf Guards of the enemy nation in the Morning Valley, 1,000 miles to the southwest. The military situation is dire, on the brink of eruption. She is utterly stretched thin, unable to return. The Lin family stands precariously, like a house of cards, poised to collapse at any moment." Listening to his grandfather's tale, heavy as a funeral bell and urgent as a death knell, Lin Chun's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks. A bone-chilling cold, capable of freezing the very soul, erupted from his tailbone, racing up his spine to the crown of his head. He pressed his thin lips together, his previously calm breath faltering slightly, his knuckles cracking from the force of his grip, turning pale in an instant. Have those individuals finally succumbed to their impatience and struck again? A tempest of murderous intent and righteous indignation surged within Lin Chen's heart. Even someone as seasoned as his great-grandfather, who had reached the pinnacle of mastery after a lifetime of battle, had fallen victim to such a vicious ambush and sustained such grievous injuries. The ruthlessness of the adversary's tactics, the might of their power, and the enigma of their background far exceeded his expectations. This was no mere vendetta or provocation. There undoubtedly lurked a shocking conspiracy targeting the Lin family, perhaps even the entire southwestern defense of the Great Xia. The depths of this intrigue were more profound and murky than he had imagined. Lin Changfeng, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, fixated his bloodshot eyes on Lin Chen, his voice trembling imperceptibly, filled with the last vestige of hope. Your master, that transcendent being, arranged for you to conceal your identity within the Bai family, lying low for 3 years as a useless son-in-law. Yet now you are suddenly back? Is it that your rude injury has healed and your strength restored? Lin Changfeng harbored an almost blind pride and expectation for his extraordinarily talented grandson, who once shone brightly. In his youth, Lin Chen had stepped into the revered realm of mastery, a pinnacle that countless martial artists aspired to throughout their lives. His brilliance had stirred the entire martial world of the Great Xia, earning him the title of the greatest prodigy in a century from the Northern Falling Master sect. Had it not been for the cataclysmic bloodbath 3 years ago against the Northern Falls sect, Lin Chen, ensnared in a fierce struggle, was treacherously assaulted by a cadre of enigmatic powerhouses. They employed a nefarious secret technique that irreparably damaged the martial foundation upon which he relied for cultivation, rendering his prowess utterly nullified. With his prodigious talent and the profound heritage of the Northern Falls sect, he would have, by now, likely ascended to the realm of martial sovereignty, perhaps even grazed the fabled higher echelons. No, Lin Chen's response was succinct and tranquil, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as though he were merely recounting a fact devoid of personal significance. Yet beneath that calm exterior, a seething magma capable of incinerating all lay in wait. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the dimness of the corridor, settling upon the faintly illuminated sanctuary deep in the rear courtyard. Let's first visit grandfather. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Alas, is this all merely fate? Does heaven conspire against the Lin family? Lin Changfeng sighed heavily, leaning on his cane, his hand trembling violently. His voice resonated with the poignant fury of a hero in decline, laced with profound resentment. Those damn Kai scoundrels, each one lurking in the shadows, eagerly anticipating the fall of our Lin family tree, so they might pounce like wolves and hyenas to feast upon our remains. When the wall collapses, the crowd will push. When the drum breaks, 1,000 will strike. Yet how could these fools understand? If our wall were truly to fall, the first to be crushed would be those vermin hiding at its base. His murky gaze turned despairingly towards the overcast sky, his tone desolate as autumn leaves carried by the wind. The two moved forward, one behind the other, their steps heavy upon the cobblestone path leading to Lin Qianquan's sanctuary. The evening breeze, imbued with the biting chill of late autumn, swirled fallen leaves at their feet, amplifying the somberness of the scene. The flowers and trees lining the path were rendered mere grotesque silhouettes in the twilight, as if harboring predatory demons. Upon reaching the thick door of the sanctuary, exuding a subtle scent of camphor wood, Lin Chen hesitated momentarily. He turned his head, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if capable of unraveling the human heart. Resting upon his grandfather's face, etched with the marks of time, worry, and profound fatigue, he inquired, each word pronounced clearly and coldly, "Grandfather, do you know who is behind this? Who harbors such malevolent intent to obliterate our Lin family?" Lin Changfeng halted, his weathered visage adorned with age spots, brow furrowed into a deep crease. Slowly and heavily, he shook his head, his eyes reflecting the exhaustion and deep dissatisfaction of 3 years spent in relentless pursuit, wielding all available resources and connections, yet still ensnared in a fog of confusion. We have discreetly investigated for a full 3 years. We have mobilized every possible resource within the Lin family throughout the Great Xia, even resorting to the activation of several deeply buried pieces on the board. Lin Chongfeng's voice was low and hoarse, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. The clues are intermittent, like phantoms. Just as we are about to grasp the core, they are severed by ruthless measures. We have yet to secure even a shred of definitive evidence. Those individuals are akin to shadows concealed beneath the abyss, slippery and profoundly hidden. But there is one certainty. He suddenly raised his head, his aged eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred and near-manic determination, his frail fingers stabbing forcefully at the air. I dare to swear upon my own life, upon the spirits of my ancestors of the Lin family. This matter is undoubtedly inextricably linked to the Tian Nan Lin family. The Tian Nan Lin family, referred to by him, is indeed one of the 6 premier aristocratic families of the Great Xia, which has long been embroiled in a covert rivalry with the Dong Jianglin family, viewing them as a thorn in their side, coveting the position of the foremost family for many years. They command a formidable military force known as the Fierce Tiger Army, guarding the southeastern gates of the Great Xia. Although their prestige, heritage, and influence have consistently been overshadowed by the Dong Jianglin family, which boasts the Dragon Army in the southwest, the Tian Nan Lin family has never relinquished their ambition to usurp them. Over the years, friction between the two families has been incessant, with clandestine confrontations never ceasing. Evidence? A cold, cruel smile gradually curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips, devoid of any mirth. Only the chilling aura of slaughter and boundless disdain emanated from him. When confronting a pack of wolves clad in human skin, what need is there for irrefutable evidence, as long as it is known that they have extended their claws? He paused, his eyes suddenly igniting with a glint as piercing as 2 unsheathed swords, their fierce brilliance nearly piercing through the dim twilight. Let's chop off those outstretched claws, along with their greedy, sordid masters, and feed them to the dogs. Annihilation is the only course. His tone was as calm as if discussing the extermination of an ant colony, yet it carried an unsettling confidence and cold resolve that could freeze one's marrow. How terrifying is the true essence and power of the Beiluo Sherman. In this world, apart from those who participated in the siege and miraculously survived, along with a handful of core members, perhaps only Lin Chun, the once young master, truly comprehends a mere fragment of its vastness. Had it not been for that group of mysterious experts who schemed with cunning and overwhelming numbers to launch a sudden assault, how could the first holy ground of the martial world, which held the reins, have been shaken so easily? Lin Chongfeng was taken aback by his grandson's sudden, chilling words reminiscent of a cold wind from the netherworld. He abruptly turned his head, his murky old eyes fixated in disbelief on Lin Chun, as if he were truly seeing the grandson he had watched grow up for the first time. His gaze was filled with astonishment, unfamiliarity, and a subtle hint of fear. It seemed that his eldest grandson was no longer the same. Yes, he had always been arrogant, proud, and unyielding, unafraid of heaven or earth. Yet after enduring the humiliation of being a mere son-in-law of the Bai family for 3 years, why did it feel as though this inherent arrogance had not been diminished, but rather suppressed to its utmost limit, like a volcano compressed to its threshold, erupting with even greater ferocity, disregarding rules, and becoming utterly unrestrained? Had the humiliation suffered in the Bai family birthed a heart demon within him, or did he truly possess the means to support this audacity? Alas, my poor grandson! Lin Chongfeng's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with sorrow for his grandson's predicament and an unsettling sense of foreboding. Was this extreme repressed fury and murderous intent a harbinger of fortune or misfortune? Would it plunge the Lin family into an even deeper abyss? With a soft creak, Lin Chongfeng trembled as he pushed open the heavy Namu door of the quiet chamber, which exuded a scent of medicine mingled with a faint hint of blood. A potent bitterness, thick as an unyielding fog, mingled with a faint whiff of blood, assailed the senses, instantly filling the air. The room was shrouded in oppressive darkness, illuminated only by a dim oil lamp at the bedside, casting a flickering, yellowish glow that barely dispelled a small patch of gloom, yet rendered the entire space more suffocating and desolate. On the expansive rosewood bed lay an elderly man. His hair and beard as white as snow, and his visage withered like the remnants of winter branches. He was enveloped in a heavy brocade quilt, a legendary figure known as Lin Qianquan, who once commanded great respect in the Southwest and shaped the world. Though grievously injured, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, Lin Qianquan's eyes, deeply set in their sockets, retained a glimmer of sharpness akin to a hawk's gaze whenever they opened, exuding the authority of one who had long occupied a position of power, having emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Yet, at this moment, that authority was cruelly subdued by relentless pain and extreme frailty. His emaciated arm, exposed from the quilt, was wrapped in layers of bandages soaked with dark red blood, silently narrating the gravity and brutality of his wounds. Witnessing his great-grandfather in such a state of exhaustion and despair, Lin Shan felt as though an invisible, icy hand had seized his heart with a vice-like grip. Agonizing pain surged through him, accompanied by a tempest of rage, overwhelming him like molten lava and clouding his vision. A wild, uncontrollable force surged through his veins, urging him to step forward and employ the secret technique of his clan, the vitality regeneration art, to forcibly mend his great-grandfather's meridians and restore his essence. No, absolutely not. Lin Shun clenched his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he forcibly suppressed the impulse and the near-explosive energy that threatened to burst forth. His nails dug deep into his palm, the sharp pain anchoring him in the final vestiges of clarity. Now was not the time to reveal his true strength. The enemies lurking in the shadows were like venomous serpents, and he was the Lin family's last trump card. Premature exposure would only plunge the Lin family into a more precarious and perilous situation. He must endure. A moment of impatience could unravel grand plans. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the roiling blood and the fury that nearly incinerated his reason, swiftly approaching the bedside. He knelt carefully, grasping his great-grandfather's icy, withered hand, calloused and scarred. That rough texture bore the indelible marks of a lifetime spent in battle, safeguarding the homeland. Great-grandfather, Lin Shun's voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with an unwavering, rock-like resolve. Do not worry. Your grandson has returned. He fixed his gaze upon the elder's murky yet still piercing eyes, each word a solemn vow. I will find the finest divine doctor in the world, procure the best elixirs, and heal your wounds. I will restore you to your feet and allow you to wield the Dragon Commander's seal once more. Let those malevolent spirits know that the Lin family shall not falter. At that moment, a crisp and melodious notification chimed from Lin Shun's phone in his pocket. Starkly out of place in the oppressive silence of the room, he discreetly retrieved his phone, its screen illuminating in a ghostly blue, revealing an encrypted message from the codename Hanjua. The content was as succinct as a poisoned dagger. Young master, target locked, threatening to slaughter the Lin family's masters. Name Du Li. The rootless floating weeds, often found in the black market of the Dongjiang River, thrive on a life of murder and smuggling, employing ruthless methods and shrouded in secrecy. The latest intel reveals that at the third quarter of the current hour, they are to appear at the entrance of the black market. Their specific movements are under continuous surveillance. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the cold name on the screen. Du Li. A faint, sinister smile gradually curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. A chilling arc devoid of warmth, saturated with boundless murderous intent and cruel mockery, much like the silent smile of the Grim Reaper before the harvest. Duty? Excellent. How dare you threaten the annihilation of my Lin family? I shall take your head, ignorant old dog, as a tribute to commemorate my triumphant return. Moreover, allow you, this frog at the bottom of a well, to witness before your demise the heights I have now attained. Lin Chongfeng, observing from the side, noted the disquieting chill of his grandson's smile and the fleeting, soul-freezing glare in his eyes as he stared at the phone screen. His heart surged with an intense sense of foreboding. Anxious as an ant on a hot pan, he paced restlessly before the narrow bed, lowering his voice to a near-pleading tone. Lin Chun, what do you mean by this? Are you not planning to follow the original plan? Quickly, Go then bow to your great-grandfather. Then immediately, right away, accompany me to the airport. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Lin Chongfeng's voice trembled with extreme anxiety. Go. Lin Chun slowly tucked away his phone, raising his gaze to his grandfather. His deep-set eyes sparkled astonishingly under the dim light of the oil lamp, as if harboring a black hole capable of devouring all, or perhaps a hellfire that could incinerate everything. Grandfather, you need not worry. Stay calm and secure. His tone bore an almost arrogant certainty, plain yet resonant. He is merely a master of martial arts, insignificant as an ant. I could vanquish him with a mere flick of my hand. Why must I flee? Lin Chun, in a moment of candor, unwittingly revealed his true thoughts. Having now mastered the 9th level of the Rising Dragon technique, he had entered the legendary realm of extraordinary transcendence. His strength had long surpassed that of mere martial lords, achieving a height unimaginable to ordinary beings, one from which he could look down upon the masses. In this vast world, Lin Chun could scarcely conceive of anyone worthy of being his adversary, perhaps only those ancient anomalies from the Four Sacred Lands, mentioned only in the oldest tomes, would be deserving of his serious consideration. Absurd. You are utterly mad. Father, listen. Look at him. This child Lin Chun is clearly bewildered by fear. You cannot afford to be confused as well, to stubbornly follow his recklessness. Lin Chongfeng, both anxious and enraged, trembled all over as he turned to his frail father, seeking the last vestige of rational support. Coughing violently, Lin Qianquan on the bed suddenly erupted with a heart-wrenching fit, interrupting Lin Chongfeng's plea. His emaciated body curled in agony, reminiscent of a shrimp out of water. Yet, through sheer willpower, he gripped the edge of the bed with his uninjured arm, laboriously managing to prop up half of his body, though weakened to the point of imminent collapse. A formidable and unyielding spirit, forged through decades on the battlefield, erupted like a dormant volcano, suffusing the entire quiet room with an overwhelming presence that rendered the air thick and stifling. Flee? Lin Qianquan's voice, hoarse as a rusted bell, resonated with the clangor of steel and an unwavering resolve. Each syllable struck like a hammer upon the heart. What of the cowardly deserters? I, a scion of the Lin family, shall stand and die rather than kneel and live. Is death not merely the severing of one's head, a mere scar of a bull's size? 18 years hence, I shall rise again, a valiant figure standing tall. His murky yet fiercely burning gaze swept over the flustered Lin Chongfeng, ultimately fixing upon the half-kneeling Lin Chun, igniting a remarkable light of unrestrained admiration in his eyes. Behold, open your eyes wide and witness. This is my worthy great-grandson. This is the true lineage of the Lin family. The blood that courses through our veins is a burning essence. It is molten blood. It is the blood of those who stand firm and unbending. Lin Qianquan gasped for breath, his emaciated chest rising and falling like a worn-out bellows. Yet he persevered, enunciating each word with unwavering force, his voice shaking the very rafters of the room. Do not be deceived by my current repose. Should those wretched scoundrels dare to set foot beyond the threshold of the Lin family home, I shall expend my last breath, even if it means my soul is shattered, to leap upon them and tear from their flesh a few bloody morsels. Let them know that to bite into the hard bone of the Lin family is to shatter their own teeth. This fervent roar, imbued with blood and defiance, reverberated like the most stirring war drums of ancient battlefields, striking heavily upon Lin Chun's heart. A primal resonance, ignited from the depths of his lineage, surged forth, engulfing him in a conflagration of martial spirit. He envisioned his great-grandfather, commanding legions amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, exuding an unparalleled majesty. This is the unwavering backbone of the Lin family. It embodies a pride and warrior's soul that has been passed down through generations. Lin Chongfeng gazed upon the scene before him. One elder, gravely injured yet still exuding the same indomitable aura of yesteryears, and one youth, brimming with fervor and brilliance, their eyes ablaze with a flame fierce enough to incinerate any adversary. His heart swelled with a blend of resignation and tragic valor, alongside a long-buried fervor simmering to the surface. He sighed deeply, as if expending every ounce of strength, the sound laden with weary acceptance and a final struggle. Alas, such is fate, Lin Changfeng lamented, his head drooping as if he had aged a decade in an instant. I have already issued the final Blood Eagle decree, sending forth the highest-level distress signal to the capital. Your great-grandfather's closest comrades from the Heavenly Dragon Army, those seasoned warriors, are rushing towards Dongjiang at all costs, hoping to arrive before it is too late. His voice was tinged with a faint glimmer of hope and profound uncertainty. Grandfather, great-grandfather, Lin Qin suddenly interjected, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. His eyes sparkled with an icy sharpness akin to a drawn blade. You both should rest easy, stabilize your injuries, and conserve your strength. I shall attend to a few matters and return to you shortly. He deliberately emphasized the words trivial matters. Having already identified the target, the venomous snake Du Li, the most direct, effective, and foolproof method to resolve the Lin family's imminent extermination crisis is to take the initiative. Before Du Li reveals its fangs and pounces upon the Lin family, one must locate its Achilles heel and crush it decisively, ensuring that future threats are eliminated. Lin Qin spoke no further. He bowed deeply and earnestly to his great-grandfather, who was gazing at him intently from a bed. He then nodded gravely to his worried grandfather before abruptly turning and striding out of a room filled with the heavy scent of medicine, blood, and a palpable aura of fierce determination. His silhouette, elongated by the dim, flickering light, stood tall like a javelin, resolute as a mountain, akin to a blade unsheathed, radiating a chilling gleam, poised to sever all shadows and death in its path. Chapter 11. The Underbelly of the Black Market. Bait lures. The malicious serpent twilight had completely engulfed the last vestiges of daylight, shrouding Dongjiang City in a thick veil of darkness. Lin Chun drove an utterly unremarkable black sedan, blending seamlessly into the flow of traffic, as if a phantom navigating the shadows of the city outskirts toward the most sinister and chaotic corner, the Dongjiang Black Market. The city lights outside blurred rapidly, eventually receding into the distance. The road ahead grew increasingly desolate, with streetlights sparse until they vanished entirely. Only the pale beams of the headlights pierced the dense darkness ahead, resembling two swords slicing through the impenetrable gloom, swaying violently along the uneven, abandoned highway. The Dongjiang Black Market, a den of iniquity teetering on the brink of legality and order, harbors untold secrets and bloody fortunes. It lies concealed within the massive underground structure of a long-abandoned chemical factory on the eastern outskirts of Dongjiang City, rusted and forsaken by time, resembling the remains of a colossal steel beast. The entrance is exceedingly discreet, situated in the darkest corner of a partially collapsed warehouse, akin to a gaping wound on a monstrous creature, obscured by heavy, rust-covered gates and layers of elaborate disguise. Without familiarity, it would be nearly impossible to uncover. This place is a haven for outlaws, a trading post for sect brokers, and a den for desperate warriors, where clandestine and bloody transactions proliferate. Backed by several powerful hidden sects that maintain a delicate balance of power while collectively upholding the order of this dark realm, even official forces tread cautiously, wary of making contact. Thus, the black market pulsates incessantly like a malignant tumor on the city's shadowy side, rotting and exuding an intoxicating aroma of temptation and death. Even at 3 in the afternoon, not traditionally a time for night markets, the dilapidated parking lot outside the black market's entrance, riddled with potholes and flowing with sewage, was already filled with a variety of vehicles, from low-key luxury custom cars to dilapidated vans that seemed on the verge of disintegration. They stood like disparate shadows, each harboring sinister intentions, quietly lurking under the dim, yellowed glow of streetlights, awaiting the dark exchanges or hunts to unfold. Lin Chun parked in the most inconspicuous corner, shrouded in the vast shadows. He turned off the engine and stepped out, having decided to temporarily conceal his true strength and refrain from revealing his identity. He naturally had to ensure extensive disguise. He approached the rear of the car, gazing into the rearview mirror at the strikingly handsome, chiseled visage reflected therein. With both hands raised, his articulate fingers precisely pressed against several critical skeletal junctions and muscle groups on his face, kneading and manipulating them with varying degrees of pressure. A series of subtle yet disconcerting cracking sounds echoed as his joints realigned. The face in the mirror, akin to soft clay being deftly molded by an invisible hand, underwent swift transformations. The cheekbones slightly pronounced, the jawline softened, and the bridge of the nose appeared to lower imperceptibly. Though still undeniably handsome, it now bore a distinctly mundane countenance, tinged with a hint of worldly familiarity. Only those deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pool that seemed capable of consuming all light, retained their mesmerizing allure, their soul-freezing brilliance undiminished despite the alterations in his features. Disguise, one of the most revered techniques passed down through the secretive lineage of Beiluo Sherman, had long been mastered by Lin Chun, reaching a pinnacle of perfection. No matter how much he altered his appearance, the essence of his handsomeness remained irremovable. Lin Chun regarded the unfamiliar reflection with a self-mocking, icy smile gracing his lips. He exited the vehicle and locked the door. Striding toward the heavy iron gate that loomed like the entrance to hell, hidden within the colossal shadow of a dilapidated warehouse. At the threshold stood two imposing figures, akin to iron towers, their presence dense and suffocating, eyes sharp as hawks, vigilantly guarding this nefarious entrance. They exuded a faint scent of blood and an aura of formidable martial prowess, evidently strong sentinels arranged by the forces behind the black market. Name? One of the burly men, bald and sporting a ghastly scar, asked without lifting his gaze, his voice as cold and mechanical as a machine, while a tattered, grease-stained ledger lay open before him. Lin Juntian. Lin Chun replied casually, deliberately lowering his voice to a gravelly timbre, infused with an air of roguish nonchalance. Treasures? The other, even more robust, with hands as thick as hammers, extended his palm in a commanding gesture, his tone brooking no argument, laced with scrutiny and avarice. This was the ironclad rule of the black market. Without a ticket substantiating one's worth, one lacked even the right to approach this threshold. Calmly, Lin Chun retrieved a small vial, smooth and warm as mutton fat jade, from his bosom, in truth, from his storage ring. He uncorked it, releasing an exquisitely pure aroma that wafted through the air, reminiscent of the essence of mountain flora, instantly captivating the two seasoned, stoic sentinels, eliciting a flicker of astonishment and greed in their eyes. From his palm, he poured forth a pill the size of a longan, its surface gleaming with a jade-like luster, a milky radiance subtly dancing across its exterior. The pure energy emanating from the pill seemed to refresh the very air around them. "Am I worthy?" he inquired, his tone unruffled and devoid of emotion. "Worthy. Most worthy. Please enter." The bald man with the scar's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of utmost respect. As he quickly stepped aside to grant passage, a forced smile contorting his features. A person capable of producing such a quality pill was no ordinary individual. Either their background was profound, or their personal strength formidable, far beyond the reach of mere gatekeepers like themselves. The burly man silently nodded and reached behind him to turn a massive, rusted winch. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal against metal, a heavy iron gate, as formidable as a city wall, slowly opened a narrow passageway barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A wave of thick, stale air, infused with a pungent mix of mildew, acrid sweat, the stench of cheap tobacco smoke, and a cacophony of indescribable odors, foul, herbal, metallic, hit him like a viscous tide, instantly engulfing him. Unfazed, Lin Chun stepped boldly into the bizarre and sin-laden underworld that lay beyond the door. Beyond the threshold was an entirely different realm, vast and chaotic. The immense underground space, estimated to be the size of a standard football field, was supported by countless massive concrete pillars, rusted and stained with moisture, holding up the oppressive ceiling. The lighting was exceedingly dim, relying primarily on a few incandescent bulbs suspended high above, spaced far apart and woefully inadequate, along with emergency lights, oil lamps, and even burning torches emanating eerie glows of various colors from stalls. Shadows danced erratically in the thick smoke, casting an otherworldly illumination across the space, where figures flitted about like phantoms in a frenzied dance. The air was thick with a cacophony of whispers, bargaining, the clattering of goods, muffled disputes, and the occasional low, sinister laughter, all merging into a vexing hum that filled the atmosphere. The entire space was haphazardly divided into numerous areas. There were makeshift stalls crudely separated by filthy tarpaulins or tattered wooden planks, along with itinerant vendors who simply spread worn cloth on the ground to set up shop. In shadowy corners, indistinct figures engaged in more clandestine dealings. Narrow passageways twisted like a labyrinth amidst the stalls and throngs of people, where a myriad of individuals with ulterior motives surged. Mysterious figures cloaked in black with only their piercing eyes visible. Warriors clad in tight-fitting attire. Muscles coiled and fierce expressions etched on their faces. Shady brokers with shifty eyes scanning the crowd for prey. And affluent merchants, adorned in finery and flanked by imposing bodyguards, exuding an air of arrogance. Thousands congregated in this den of iniquity, akin to maggots writhing in a cesspool, exuding an aura of desire and depravity. Lin Chen's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, his formidable mental prowess combined with the quietly operating secret art of his magical eyes, striving to pinpoint the specific target. Duly, amidst the dense throng of indistinct, muddled figures, all exuding conflicting scents and a chaotic ambience. However, the darkness was oppressive, the smoke thick, the crowd overwhelming, and the mingled auras as tangled as a ball of yarn, making the search for the deliberately concealed presence of that cunning old fox, lurking like a venomous serpent, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The intelligence provided by Han Zhuang vividly resurfaced in his mind. Du Li, a mid-stage master, with no fixed sect, notorious for his insatiable greed and ruthless nature, particularly skilled at identifying plump targets laden with treasures in the black market, then following them like a parasite into the wilderness to commit murder and theft. Although he had violated the unspoken rule of not making a move in the black market, his formidable strength and exceptionally clean and efficient methods, leaving no trace after disposing of evidence, allowed him to operate without interference. The intricate network of sect managers behind the black market turned a blind eye to his presence. Luring the serpent from its lair, Lin Chen swiftly devised a strategy. He needed to become the most enticing, sumptuous bait that the venomous serpent could not resist. He positioned himself at a bustling intersection, cleared his throat, and infused his voice with a touch of pure inner strength. It was not loud, yet it pierced through the surrounding clamor like a finely honed needle, reaching the ears of everyone within a radius of several dozen meters. Esteemed guests, do not let this opportunity pass you by. Look here, the true treasures are before you. With a seemingly casual flick of his wrist, several boxes of various materials, each exuding an extraordinary aura, materialized in his palm. There was a smooth J-box, an ancient wooden box, and a tin box gleaming with a metallic sheen. He methodically opened the lids. In an instant, a fragrance far more potent than what he had displayed earlier erupted like an invisible bomb, filling the air with an aroma that was tenfold richer and 100 times purer. This invigorating scent, imbued with unparalleled life energy and refined spiritual power, revitalized all who inhaled it, stirring their dormant inner strength and blood, awakening them with fervor. The surrounding noise came to a sudden halt as countless greedy, astonished, and fervent gazes converged upon him. Top-tier elixirs are here. Third-grade quality, authentic and genuine. No deception, young or old. Lin Chen's voice carried an unusual charm and an undeniable conviction, proclaiming the elixir's ability to assist in cultivation, shatter bottlenecks, heal wounds, and even revive the withered. Their remarkable efficacy was evident upon a single trial. Only exchanges, no sales. Only exchanges. He deliberately raised his voice, scanning the crowd drawn in by the alluring fragrance, urging those who possessed rare treasures, unique techniques, or scarce herbs to come forward for a look. Miss this opportunity, and it shall be lost forever. He displayed the open boxes. Within one jade box lay 3 fiery red fire essence pills, emanating a scorching and domineering aura as if magma flowed within. Another wooden box contained 2 ice heart pills, as white as jade, exuding a chilling aura that calmed the spirit. In the tin box rested several verdant rejuvenation pills, radiating vitality and the fragrant essence of herbs, each a masterpiece among third-grade elixirs. In a mundane world, each would be worth a fortune, capable of inciting chaos and bloodshed. By the heavens, third-grade elixirs, so many, exclaimed an old man, gaunt and skeletal, with sunken eyes that glimmered with unrestrained greed as he fixated on the boxes in Lin Chen's hands, nearly ablaze with desire. The purity of this fragrance is unmatched. Not a trace of impurity. It must have come from the hands of a master alchemist. Perhaps even a treasure from a reclusive sect. A middle-aged man, dressed in an elaborate silk robe reminiscent of an antique dealer, could not resist inching closer, inhaling deeply the intoxicating scent that enveloped the air, his face betraying a rapturous longing. Young brother, heed my advice. Do not flaunt your wealth. A robust man, whose face radiated sincerity and whose back was adorned with 2 hefty broadswords, could no longer contain himself. Lowering his voice, laden with profound regret, he cautioned with eyes brimming with pity, as though to say you are doomed. Producing such a trove of treasures might be manageable in the black market, where certain rules deterred outright theft. However, should you fail to sell these items or be unable to part with them, the moment you step beyond that door would mark your demise. He left his sentence unfinished, merely shaking his head with a heavy sense of resignation, conveying a message crystal clear. The instant you cross that threshold, your fate is sealed. Around him, numerous gazes were cast, some filled with compassion, others with malicious delight, and many akin to those witnessing an impending tragedy. Additionally, avaricious eyes, unmasked and predatory, slithered over Lin Chun and the precious boxes of elixirs he held. Lin Chun responded with a calm smile, his gaze sweeping over the faces harboring ulterior motives, inwardly scoffing. Rob? With a rabble such as you? With my current prowess? Who dares extend a hand? I shall sever the very fingers of any who attempt to grasp what is mine. A fitting lesson for that old dog, Du Li, to illustrate the consequences of daring to covet my possessions. Disregarding the varying intentions behind the scrutinizing stares, he cradled the invaluable boxes of elixirs and began to navigate the labyrinthine passageway, moving slowly while continuing to proclaim, resembling an inexperienced youth eager to part with his ancestral treasures. He deliberately slowed his pace, lingering in areas where Du Li was most likely to appear, near the depths of the black market, in the relatively secluded and dimly lit corners, like a mobile beacon exuding lethal allure. Indeed, it was not long before several individuals, emboldened by a modicum of wealth or background, approached him. They presented items claiming to be ancestral martial arts manuals. In truth, mere trite and inferior works, rare minerals of abysmal spiritual quality, or common herbs that were evidently lacking in age and potency, seeking to exchange for Lin Chen's treasures. He merely cast a cursory glance, disinterestedly shaking his head in refusal, too apathetic to utter a word. These people were not his intended targets. As Lin Chun leisurely ambled to the deepest recesses of the black market, he found himself in a particularly shadowy and sparsely populated corner, illuminated only by flickering oil lamps akin to ghostly flames. Here, the target at last emerged, akin to a shark sensing blood in the water, stealthily manifesting from the shadows behind a stout concrete pillar. A gaunt old man, clad in a faded and unrecognizable ochre robe, materialized like a specter. His hair was sparse and white, haphazardly clinging to his scalp, while his deeply etched wrinkles bore the marks of harsh seasons and malevolence. Yet his small eyes glimmered with an intense light akin to 2 searchlights, instantly locking onto the boxes of elixirs in Lin Chen's possession, exuding an irresistible allure. The greed and unbridled desire in his gaze were almost palpable, unabashedly evident. A barely perceptible, serpentine smile curled at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a predator discovering its prey. It was indeed Du Li, the very likeness described in the photographs and documentation provided by Han Zhua, the serpent lurking in the shadows. Du Li's face quickly contorted into a smile that he fancied to be amiable, yet it oozed with the essence of mercantilism and hypocrisy. He approached Lin Shan with a seemingly light yet rapid gait. That smile was as rigid as a painted mask, and within the depths of his eyes lay only cold, piercing calculations. "Ah, young brother, quite impressive. A significant endeavor. Truly remarkable treasures." Du Li's voice carried a familiar warmth peculiar to seasoned veterans, announcing his presence before he arrived. He leaned in close to Lin Shan, his gaze magnetically drawn to the elixirs, particularly the one radiating a soul-stirring aura, the purple gold pill. "Are these all for trade?" He extended a hand, gaunt and akin to a chicken's claw, with dirt lodged beneath his fingernails. He seemed poised to touch the fiery red element pill, but restrained himself, rubbing his hands together, appearing both eager and respectful of the unspoken rules. Lin Shan, inwardly smirking, outwardly exhibited an expression of delight at encountering a connoisseur, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, brother, do you possess fine treasures? I have an affinity for the rare and extraordinary. As long as the items are exquisite and uncommon, I have ample elixirs to offer." As he spoke, he conjured from his storage ring 3 or 4 antiquated yet remarkable jade and wooden boxes, opening them one by one. Instantly, a richer, purer aroma of medicinal herbs, imbued with waves of distinct elemental energy, surged forth like a tsunami. Among them, one pill, resplendent in regal purple and gold. The size of a longan, bore swirling cloud and dragon patterns, emanating an overwhelming energy and mysterious aura that left Du Li breathless, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer. That was the 4th-grade purple gold pill, possessing extraordinary efficacy for a master striving to break through the bottleneck of a martial honor. Even in secluded sects, it was a rare gem, enough to incite competition among elder figures. Du Li's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mind a blank canvas as blood rushed to his head. He had struck a veritable mother-lode. This seemingly charming yet naive young man was nothing short of a walking, unguarded treasure trove. Securing him would provide enough elixirs to ascend to martial honor and even glimpse the legendary higher realms. What trivial tasks from the Lin family, what commissions from powerful figures in the provincial city, paled in comparison to the immense fortune within reach. Excellent, truly splendid. My young brother is a man of decisiveness. How commendable! Du Li's voice trembled with excitement as he forcefully suppressed the overwhelming joy threatening to spill forth. With a face brimming with sincerity and fervor, he stepped forward and, without hesitation, affectionately draped an arm around Lin Shan's shoulder, his bony arm encircling him with an irresistible grip. "To be honest, my brother, I do have a few hidden family heirlooms. Half a scroll of what is said to be a fragmented sword technique left by an ancient sword immortal, and an ancient map inscribed on an unknown beast's hide, marking the mysterious treasures of overseas immortal islands. The most precious treasures are several millennium-old snow lotuses and cold jade spirit herbs that I unearthed during my youth in a perilous crevice within the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. The medicinal properties of these wonders are unparalleled. You have undoubtedly neither seen nor even caught a whiff of such extraordinary rarities." As he passionately extolled their virtues, spittle flying and embellishments flourishing, he half urged, half encircled Lin Shan, forcefully steering him towards the exit of the black market. His grip was just firm enough to convey warmth while simultaneously exuding an undeniable sense of control. "Come on, little brother. Don't waste time here. Let us return home together. Once we arrive, the secret chamber will be open, and you may select any treasure you desire. Whatever catches your fancy, take it. I assure you, I won't even frown. You will leave satisfied," Du Li proclaimed, thumping his emaciated chest with fervor, yet his gaze anxiously darted towards the exit, revealing an impatience that could not be concealed. He needed to swiftly escort this plump sheep out of this relatively safe zone and into his slaughterhouse. Nearby, several individuals who had also recognized Du Li's identity began to stir uneasily. Upon witnessing his demeanor and the unmasked threat emanating from his eyes, their expressions shifted dramatically. Instinctively retreating a few steps, their gazes towards Lin Chun now filled with profound sympathy and an unspoken sense of doom. In the black market, no prey marked by the lethal hand of Du Li had ever left alive. Sensing these glances, Du Li cast a cold, sweeping look back. Like a viper poised to strike, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint, the warning clear: "This lamb is mine. Should anyone dare to thwart my intentions, I shall annihilate them and their kin." Lin Chun felt a chill seep into his bones, yet he feigned an expression of delight and astonishment, as if struck by a colossal windfall. "Really? That's wonderful. You truly are a generous man. Shall we depart at once?" Then, as if recalling something, he added with an innocent yet wary demeanor, "But you mustn't deceive me. I have also trained in martial arts since childhood, and my strength is not to be underestimated. If you trick me, I will not hold back." He deliberately released a hint of his internal energy, a feeble wave that resembled a child swinging a stick, utterly laughable. To Du Li, this meager display of internal energy was as insignificant as a firefly against the full moon. He felt an even greater disdain welling within him. Yet his smile grew more radiant and sincere. "Oh dear, little brother, do you not trust me? Rest assured, I have navigated these eastern river territories for decades, and my reputation is paramount. Let us hasten our transaction. I have some urgent personal matters to attend to tonight." He emphasized the term personal matters, clearly urging Lin Chun to move swiftly. Lin Chun understood all too well. These so-called personal matters were likely linked to the promise of exterminating the Lin family. "Humph, you wish to target my family?" A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered deep within Lin Chun's eyes. A chilling resolve to use this old dog's head and his own seething blood as a sacrifice to pave the way. With each harboring their own thoughts, one with treachery in his heart, the other radiating lethal intent, they ambled forward shoulder to shoulder, amidst a crowd that observed them with expressions ranging from pity and fear to schadenfreude and greedy longing, as they briskly approached the heavy iron gate of the black market, a threshold that symbolized the boundary between safety and death. With each step, it felt as though one were treading upon a solitary path leading to the abyss of hell. However, the roles of hunter and prey were already inscribed in fate. Chapter 12. The Deadly Cliff. A master crushed by an extraordinary hand. Du Li drove his somewhat worn, unremarkable gray SUV, adept at camouflage like its owner, carrying the unsuspecting lamb, Lin Chun, akin to a hyena scenting blood, eager to drag its prey back to its lair for a sumptuous feast. The engine emitted a deep, ominous growl as it sped away from the abandoned factory district of the Dongjiang black market. The vehicle did not head towards the brightly lit, orderly city center, but rather pursued an increasingly desolate suburban road, seemingly forgotten by the metropolis, plunging deeper into the more profound and primal darkness. Outside the window, the city's silhouette shrank away like a mirage, becoming blurred, ultimately devoured by the thick night and the undulating shadows of mountains that resembled a great beast lying in wait. The streetlights had long vanished, leaving only the SUV's two pale beams of light, akin to the death spear wielded by a harbinger of hell, piercing through the murky darkness ahead, violently jolting and bouncing upon the uneven, gravel-strewn road. Du Li pressed the accelerator almost to the floor, the engine protesting under the strain with a fierce roar. Occasionally, he cast a glance in the rearview mirror at the unsuspecting Lin Chun, who appeared somewhat drowsy, a cruel and triumphant smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat toying with its mouse. The night breeze, infused with the desolate sense of dry grass, earth, and a hint of decaying matter unique to autumn wilderness, surged through the slightly ajar window, tousling his sparse gray hair and bringing with it the distant, ominous sound of rushing river water, reminiscent of thunder rolling beneath the cliffs. In less than 10 minutes, The vehicle had galloped forth like a wild stallion, racing over 10 kilometers, completely distancing itself from the last vestiges of civilization. The road's flanks were now merely shadowy outlines, akin to ghostly figures clawing in the darkness. On one side lay a rugged slope, strewn with bizarre stones and overgrown with vegetation, exuding an air of savagery. On the other, an unfathomable cliff, seemingly capable of swallowing all light and life. Beneath the precipice, the roiling river's roar grew ever clearer, accompanied by a disquieting sense of oppression, akin to the whispers of death. With a screech, the jarring, high-pitched sound of brakes abruptly shattered the night's stillness. Dooley violently jerked the steering wheel, and the gray SUV executed a fierce drift, tires screeching against the ground, releasing a pungent scent of burnt rubber as it came to a steady halt on a small patch of ground perilously close to the cliff's edge. The headlights illuminated a small area ahead, where stones lay scattered and wild grass flourished, with a few twisted saplings swaying in the night wind, leading further into the unfathomable darkness of the abyss. "Here we are, my young brother. Step out and breathe in the air." Dooley's voice carried an irrepressible thrill and mockery as he swung open the car door, leaping out with a vigor that belied his age. Lin Chun, composed and unhurried, followed suit, stepping out to survey his surroundings. Desolation and silence enveloped them, pierced only by the mournful wail of the night wind and the river's roar below, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, amplifying the vastness and heart-pounding tension of the scene. He deliberately furrowed his brow, revealing just the right amount of confusion and unease on his face, his voice faint against the vast wilderness and the roaring river. "Brother, is this really the place? This desolate land, devoid of villages or shops, hardly resembles a home. Are your treasures truly hidden here?" As he spoke, he cautiously glanced around. "Home? Huh?" Dooley let out a harsh, mocking laugh reminiscent of a night owl, echoing eerily along the silent cliffside, sending shivers down one's spine. He abruptly turned around, his old face, illuminated by the pale car lights, appearing grotesquely distorted. The earlier facade of warmth and shrewdness vanished without a trace, leaving only bare, unabashed greed and a palpable, chilling malice. "Young man, you are far too naive. So naive that even I pity you." Dooley's tone suddenly turned icy, like a venomous ice spear, each word dripping with penetrating coldness. "This is the carefully selected, geomantic treasure spot I have chosen for you. With the mountains at your back and the abyss before you, it captures the winds and breathes in energy, offering a sweeping view. How do you find it? Satisfied?" He stepped forward, exuding a weighty aura akin to a mountain, unleashing his formidable presence without restraint. The invisible pressure descended like a colossal stone, rendering the surrounding air almost suffocatingly dense. The gravel beneath trembled slightly under the weight of his imposing aura. "Hand over everything you possess." Dooley extended his skeletal fingers, pointing directly at Lin Chen's pockets and the box in his hand, his tone laden with an undeniable command and condescension. "Considering you have brought me so many treasures, I shall show you a shred of kindness today, granting you a swift end to your suffering. I will leave you with a complete corpse." The fox's tail had finally been thoroughly exposed. The plot had revealed its dagger. The murderous intent was unmistakable. The remnants of uncertainty and confusion on Lin Chen's face vanished in an instant, dissipating like mist before a raging storm. He stood silently, the night breeze rustling through his somewhat thin garments. Beneath Dooley's masterful pressure, which could shatter the bones of an ordinary warrior, he appeared utterly unfazed. Not even a corner of his clothing stirred. A cold, humorless smile crept across his lips, devoid of warmth, infused with endless mockery and pity, as if death itself were observing the futile struggles of its prey. "A transaction?" Lin Chen's voice was chillingly calm, like ancient ice. "You old dog, are you dreaming of spring and autumn?" He tilted his head slightly, his gaze scrutinizing like that of one observing a toad flailing in a trap. "From the very beginning, you, a scavenging hyena that feasts on carrion in the gutter, never intended to engage in a transaction, did you?" Your sordid intentions are foul enough to be detected from 800 miles away. You little bastard. Even at death's door, you dare to insult me. Dooley was utterly enraged by Lin Chen's sudden shift and the extreme insult. Having traversed the black market for years, committing countless acts of murder and smuggling, his hands stained with blood, he had never been so publicly humiliated by his prey. This was an unprecedented disgrace. What I desire has always been taken by force. Do you believe your meager mastery can stir any waves before me? Lie down. Dooley had utterly lost the last vestige of his patience, and the murderous intent in his eyes flashed like a volcano ready to erupt. A deep, beast-like growl emanated from his throat as his figure flickered, akin to a ghostly apparition, crossing the less than 2 meters between them in an instant, closing in within mere inches of Lin Chen. His emaciated hand, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, curved like a hook, enveloped in a violent aura capable of shattering stone and gold alike, mercilessly descended upon Lin Chen's shoulder. His intent was to incapacitate this young man, rendering him as helpless as a dying dog on the ground, before slowly extracting and tormenting him to vent his pent-up fury. Against such an ignorant insect, a single strike was sufficient to shatter his bones. Boom! The force of his palm surged forth, unleashing a violent wave of energy. Centered around Du Li's hand, a visible shockwave rippled outward like water, erupting with tremendous force. It was as though a small hurricane had swept across the ground. The surrounding desolate grass was cleaved at the roots, reduced to powder. Fragments of stone were propelled and struck the distant cliffs with a crackling sound. Several small trees, as thick as a bowl, emitted a brittle crack as they succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, splintering into wood chips. Dust and debris filled the air, momentarily obscuring the figures of both men. The fury of a master was indeed terrifying, capable of effortlessly demolishing a small building. However, as the gusts subsided and the dust began to settle, the anticipated sound of bones breaking and anguished cries did not materialize. Lin Chen remained calmly rooted in place, not even a corner of his garment disturbed by the ferocious wind. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze tranquil and undisturbed, as if watching a tedious farce. Observing Du Li's hand, mere half an inch from his shoulder, halted as if blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction further. A semblance of a smile, tinged with mockery, played upon his lips. Old dog. Lin Chen's voice dripped with languid sarcasm, akin to teasing a mouse beneath his claws. Did you forget to eat lunch? Or perhaps your age has caught up with you, leaving you too weak even to stand steady? Is this the extent of your strength? Not even enough to loosen my muscles. Perhaps you should find a place to fill your belly before returning? Such scathing insult. What? This is impossible. Du Li's sinister grin froze instantly, his expression akin to that of a ghost. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets, fixating on his trembling hand suspended in midair, before abruptly shifting his gaze to Lin Chen's eerily calm face, which even bore a hint of pity. An intense, almost parasitic sensation of unease and fear coiled around Du Li's heart, causing the hairs on his body to bristle. That last strike, while not executed with full force, had still utilized 70% of his strength, enough to flatten an armored vehicle. Even a fellow master in the mid-stage of their realm could not have so effortlessly endured such a blow without so much as flinching. Feigning strength. You will pay for this. Du Li was consumed by unbridled rage, yet he also sensed an unprecedented, potentially lethal threat. No longer holding back, he unleashed a primal, beast-like roar from his throat, his internal energy swirling like a raging flood, recklessly converging upon his right fist. In an instant, his entire arm swelled, veins bulging like coiled dragons. Boom, boom. As his fist swung forward, the air erupted with a deafening sonic boom. A violent rush of air manifested as a tangible white wave, enveloping the emaciated yet power-laden fist, brimming with destructive potential. Before the fist even made contact, the terrifying pressure had already pulverized the rubble beneath Lin Chen's feet, carving a shallow pit into the ground. This strike encapsulated Du Li's lifetime of mastery, fueled by rage and determination, aiming to be a lethal blow. He possessed unwavering confidence that even if this boy were forged from the hardest steel, he would be reduced to mere scrap by his fist. The fist tore through the air, exuding an unstoppable momentum of annihilation, crashing toward Lin Chen's chest, targeting his heart with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. Just 3 inches away from Lin Chen's chest, as the fierce wind stirred the hair at the back of his head, an unexpected change occurred. A deep, resonant hum, capable of shaking one's very soul, reverberated through the air, distorting the surrounding space. Without warning, a thin layer, as delicate as a cicada's wing yet nearly tangible, emerged upon Lin Chen's body, radiating a soft, sacred golden glow. This halo acted as an indomitable barrier of the most solid laws, firmly repelling Du Li's fist, which could shatter mountains and topple cities. The pale, golden light pulsed with an essence of invulnerability, embodying an eternal, supreme realm. Du Li's fist, along with the ferocious power coursing through him, collided with this ancient, unyielding divine mountain. All the force, all the energy, all the intent to kill vanished without a trace upon encountering that golden halo. As if a cow had sunk into the sea, no matter how twisted his face became, how desperately he channeled his inner strength, or how frantically he pressed forward, that seemingly fragile golden barrier remained utterly immobile, steadfast as a rock, unbreakable. It seemed to mock the futility of all his efforts. The protective energy, the protective barrier? Du Li's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. A scream, filled with sheer horror, like witnessing the most terrifying sight on earth, shattered the night sky. The color drained from his face, leaving it a ghastly white, imbued with a fear so deep it could freeze the soul. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead and temples like a torrential waterfall. As a master of the realm, he understood all too well what this signified. The protective energy. This was not a power attainable by mere masters. It was said that only those who transcended the master realm, reaching the pinnacle of martial supremacy, or even touching the higher realm of extraordinary sanctity, could refine their true essence to perfection, connecting with the laws of heaven and earth to manifest an absolute defense around their being. It was a hallmark of a leap in the hierarchy of life. Could this young man, seemingly in his early 20s, truly be at the pinnacle of martial supremacy? Or perhaps even a saint of extraordinary sanctity? How could this be possible? How could such a young saint exist in this world? A bone-chilling dread surged from Du Li's soles, shooting straight to the crown of his head, plunging him into an abyss of ice. All greed, murderous intent, and anger were instantly engulfed by an overwhelming tide of fear and despair. What he had kicked was not merely an iron plate, but an ancient divine mountain capable of grinding him into dust. Impossible? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the true heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Lin Chen's cold voice resonated like a decree from the depths of the underworld, pronouncing Du Li's death sentence. The warm-up was over. It was time for this young master to stretch his limbs. Swish! Before his words faded, Lin Chen moved. His actions were as swift as lightning, transcending the limits of Du Li's perception. Only a blurred afterimage remained in place. A long, powerful hand with distinct joints descended upon Du Li's crown, bearing the weight of a mountain, commanding the universe with an unmatched celestial majesty. That hand appeared leisurely, yet in truth, it was moving at the very pinnacle of speed. Before the palm even arrived, a terrifying pressure capable of shackling space and freezing souls had rendered Du Li utterly rigid. Unable to move even a finger, his thoughts frozen in place. Helplessly, he could only gaze in utter despair at that hand, radiating a faint golden light, resembling the hand of a deity, rapidly enlarging in his widening pupils. The shadow of death swiftly engulfed him. It was over, completely over. He had kicked against the true iron plate, one capable of crushing gods. All that remained in Du Li's heart was an abyss-like despair and regret. Why? Why provoke this harbinger of doom? Thud! As the palm struck down, there was neither a deafening roar nor a gruesome display of flesh and blood. Lin Chen's mastery over his strength had reached an extraordinary realm, exquisite beyond measure. The force, as mighty as a river cascading backwards, struck Du Li's skull with the precision of an invisible hammer, delivering the purest form of power. His skull did not shatter, but that overwhelming force, akin to an unstoppable pile driver, violently penetrated down through Du Li's cervical spine, vertebrae, pelvis, and legs. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed like a cacophony of exploding beans. It was as though Decade would have been smashed by a heavy hammer. Du Li could not even emit a brief cry of anguish. He was like a rotten log driven deep into the earth by a colossal hammer. Below his knees, along with a major portion of his torso, was brutally forced into the hard soil and rubble by that irresistible, divine retribution-like force. Only the upper half of his body remained above ground, resembling a human-shaped radish planted in the earth. Blood gushed forth from his 7 orifices like a fountain, his eyes bulging in utter terror and disbelief. The excruciating pain of his bones fracturing inch by inch caused him to faint momentarily, only to be jolted awake by the agony, his throat producing only raspy gasps, akin to a deflated bellows, as blood mixed with internal fragments continuously erupted from his mouth. The once invincible, life-disregarding master of the black market now lay half dead, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, collapsed in the pit, expending his last vestiges of consciousness to raise his eyes filled with boundless fear and humble pleading, fixating on Lin Chen, who loomed over him like a demonic god. "Great master, please spare me." Du Li's voice was as faint as a mosquito's whisper, intermittent and trembling with the agony of a dying soul. "I was wrong, unable to recognize the true sage. I beg you, considering the difficulty of my cultivation, grant me a reprieve." In that moment, he finally comprehended how absurd and foolish his previous arrogance appeared to the young man before him. They existed on entirely different planes, like a divine dragon crushing an ant underfoot. Lin Chen's expression remained impassive, his gaze frigid, devoid of any human emotion, akin to a 1,000-year-old glacier. He casually picked up a jagged stone from the ground, its surface caked with dirt, weighing it in his hand before slowly squatting before Du Li. Their eyes met, one akin to an abyss of ice, the other resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. "I ask you answer." Lin Chen's voice was devoid of inflection, yet it bore an absolute chill that could freeze the very soul. "Should your response please me, I shall grant you a swift end, sparing you from prolonged suffering. Shall I find your answer unsatisfactory?" He weighed the stone in his hand, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "For each incorrect answer, I shall shatter one of your teeth, until none remain. Then, we shall explore other avenues of amusement." The final threat hung in the air like a frigid wind from the depths of hell. Du Li tremblait violently, the terror of death drowning the last vestige of his rationality. "Huh? Master, why? I can offer you money, vast sums of it, billions in Swiss banks. I can give you all my treasures, my techniques, my diamonds and gold. I only beg for my life." He clutched at the final straw of survival, attempting to entice with wealth. Silence. Lin Chen's glare intensified, cold light flashing like the edge of a sword piercing Du Li's very soul. "Am I the one asking? Or are you?" Crack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen's hand struck with the speed of lightning. The hard stone, with its sharp edges, accurately and mercilessly smashed into one of Du Li's intact front teeth. The force was perfectly calibrated. Only the tooth shattered, leaving his tongue unscathed. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Du Li's throat, as if a demon in hell were being tormented. The excruciating pain sent his body convulsing like a fish stranded on land. Blood mingled with shattered teeth, and saliva gushing from his mouth. The searing agony, coupled with the young man's unrelenting cruelty, obliterated any last flicker of hope within him. This was a devil, a true demon. "Speak. Who instigated you to annihilate the Lin family?" Lin Chen's voice was as sharp as a blade, aimed directly at the heart of the matter. He had come to confront Du Li to eliminate the looming sword of threat over the Lin family. And this old dog was the crucial link to unmasking the puppet master. He had to pry open this mouth. You are from the Lin family. Duty, in excruciating pain, felt his mind clouded, instinctively exclaiming in shock. But as the words escaped his lips, he realized he had made a grave mistake, provoking the calamity before him. Crack! Another tooth was ruthlessly shattered. The excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave, causing Du Li to see stars, nearly losing consciousness. He was utterly shattered. In the provincial capital, the formidable figure Du Li could no longer afford a moment's hesitation or idle chatter, enduring excruciating pain and the terror of death. He conveyed his revelations in a fragmented manner, akin to bamboo tubes spilling forth beans. His code name, Viper, was communicated through encrypted channels over the phone. He had never encountered the individual in person, and the voice was altered. Du Li gasped for breath, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, resembling a dying beast. Yet, I discerned hints that he, too, was a mere instrument of someone else's design, specifically the Lin family of Tiannan, who had financed the endeavor to ensure no trace of the Lin family remained. In a desperate bid for survival, he divulged everything he knew. The Lin family. Indeed, it was the Lin family of Tiannan. Lin Shen's gaze turned icy, a surge of violent killing intent nearly bursting forth from within him, as if the very temperature of the surroundings had plummeted. All clues entwined like venomous serpents, pointing resolutely towards the ambitious Lin family of Tiannan, which had long coveted the status of the Dongjiang Lin family. He grew increasingly certain that the bloody siege against the Beiluo Shermin and the Lin family 3 years prior had undoubtedly seen the Tiannan Lin family playing a nefarious role behind the scenes. New grievances and old vendettas were to be settled in one fell swoop. Lin Shan pressed on with several critical inquiries, the specifics of communication frequency and bandwidth, whether any accomplices were involved in this operation, and who from the Tiannan Lin family was responsible for the contact. Yet, Du Li's knowledge was undeniably limited. Aside from confirming the Tiannan Lin family's orchestration and the existence of an intermediary known as Viper in the provincial capital, he could not provide more concrete or valuable information. It was evident that the other party acted with extreme caution and meticulousness, and Du Li was merely a pawn, expendable at any moment. I have disclosed everything I know, not daring to conceal a single word. Du Li gasped, his breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. With great effort, he struggled to move his remaining half-body, summoning his last vestiges of strength to humbly plead, "I have revealed all my secrets. The password to my Swiss bank account is, and the safe in my villa at number 18, Buen Bay, East Suburb contains. The key is under the car seat. Diamonds, gold, and a few ancient martial arts manuals. I offer them all to you. I implore you, spare my wretched life." In that moment, he yearned to exchange everything for a fleeting breath of existence, even if just for one more moment. Lin Chun, expressionless, recited the number of an offshore account. Du Li, as if grasping at a lifeline, bore the agonizing pain and, with bloody, dirt-streaked fingers, retrieved his phone to perform facial recognition and execute a substantial transfer. The screen's dim light illuminated his pallid visage. Lin Shun cast a glance at the successful transfer notification that appeared on the phone screen. The string of zeros that followed revealed the staggering fortune Du Li had amassed over the years through murder and illicit dealings, an astonishing sum amounting to billions in cash. Furthermore, Du Li continued to relay, in fragmented utterances resembling a dying man's last words, the specifics of the items hidden within the safe in the villa, including invaluable raw diamonds, gold bars, several seemingly aged manuscripts of possibly authentic ancient martial arts, as well as the locations and passwords for the storage of rare medicinal herbs. Is this enough to purchase my wretched life? Upon completing his disclosures, Du Li expended the last of his remaining strength, gazing at Lin Shun with humble hope, as if awaiting his final judgment, his eyes reflecting a flickering light of desperation for survival. Lin Shun slowly rose to his feet, gazing down from his elevated position at Du Li, who lay in the pit like a mass of mud, barely clinging to life. The night breeze tousled his hair, and the cold moonlight cast a long shadow behind him, reminiscent of the scythe of death. Yet, Lin Chen's voice resonated with chilling clarity amidst the night winds. In an instant, a fierce spark of survival ignited in Du Li's eyes, akin to a last flicker of hope. He believed he had succeeded, that he was on the path to salvation. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Chen's right foot shot up like a bolt of lightning, striking with tremendous force and precision upon Du Li's neck, cold and merciless. The movement was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. A sharp, bone-cracking sound echoed through the stillness of the cliff's edge, piercing the silence like the snap of a brittle twig. The light in Du Li's eyes abruptly froze, dissipating as the last vestiges of life extinguished. His face, contorted in utter terror, pain, and disbelief, remained forever etched in that final moment of death. His pupils widened, reflecting Lin Chen's cold, unfeeling visage and the vast, dark sky. Thus perished a notorious figure, a master of the black market, whose life had been rife with sin and bloodshed, bringing his nefarious existence to a close. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Du Li's grotesquely rigid corpse, his eyes devoid of any compassion, merely viewing it with the indifference one might reserve for refuse. This scum had undoubtedly stained his hands with the blood of countless innocents, and his demise was richly deserved. With swift efficiency, Lin Chen tidied the scene, using his energy to erase any trace of his presence, footprints, scent, and the like. Then, with the ease of kicking aside an unsightly stone, he propelled Du Li's half-buried corpse, along with a bloodied rock, down the seemingly bottomless chasm where the roaring river awaited. The turbulent currents would serve as the perfect custodian, washing away all evidence of the deed. Having completed this grim task, Lin Chen approached Du Li's gray SUV, leaned inside the driver's seat, and rummaged for a moment before retrieving an antiquated brass key from beneath the seat. The treasure vault of Du Li at Villa No. 18 Abu Bay. A cold smile graced Lin Chen's lips, a frigid curve of anticipation. Even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance, especially when it comes to the spoils amassed by a master over the years. This would serve as the perfect capital for his return to the mundane world and the rebuilding of his power. He resolved to find time to retrieve the bounty, perhaps containing clues regarding the Lin family of Tiannan or the Viper. Without further delay, he settled into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and ignited the engine. A deep growl emanated from the vehicle, its headlights piercing through the darkness. Skillfully, he maneuvered the steering wheel, the tires crunching over gravel as he sped toward the brilliantly illuminated district of Dongjiang City. Casting a glance at the flickering digital clock on the dashboard, Lin Chen's sharp brows knitted slightly. Time was of the essence. He needed to accelerate. As thoughts of that icy figure crossed his mind, the lethal intent in his eyes, capable of freezing all in its path, subtly dissipated, replaced by an imperceptible warmth and urgency. He pressed down harder on the accelerator, the SUV roaring like a wild beast, hurtling down the desolate suburban road toward the Bai Group's direction. Beneath the cloak of night, only two swiftly receding trails of red taillights remained. Chapter 13. Dancing on Graves? Dare to touch my woman while I'm still alive. The distinctive chill and dampness of the black market parking lot mingled with the aromas of motor oil and inferior tobacco, permeating the dim light. Several familiar faces, who had previously encountered Lin Chen, leaned against a dilapidated van, exhaling clouds of smoke. As they beheld the black sedan belonging to Du Li come to a slow stop, and Lin Chen emerge from the driver's seat unscathed, the air seemed to freeze in that moment. Their eyes widened in disbelief, akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight, their cigarettes falling from their hands unnoticed. A burly bald man swallowed hard, his voice as rough as sandpaper. "Little brother, you're still alive? Where's Du Li?" They were acutely aware of Du Li's formidable prowess, a master-level menace. The mere fact that this young man could step out from Du Li's vehicle was shrouded in an unsettling aura. Lin Chen casually shut the car door, his movements fluid and natural, as if he had merely parked a shared bicycle. His face bore the calmness of one who has weathered true storms. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping over the group with a faint disdain. That old bastard tried to steal my elixir, and I killed him with a single punch. Killed him with a single punch? An eerie silence descended, an absolute stillness. The bald man and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting horror and disbelief. Du Li, a formidable master, struck down by a single blow? This young man appeared not even slightly disheveled. What did this signify? It implied that his power likely far exceeded their wildest imaginations. After a brief shock, a profound awe and exhilaration swiftly replaced the fear. The bald man, reacting the quickest, donned a face brimming with enthusiasm, stepping forward with several strides. His gaze burning with intensity. "Brother, my name is Zhang Tao. May I ask your esteemed name?" The demise of Du Li was a boon, ridding the world of a scourge. Yet more crucially, if one could ally with this unfathomable figure, it would be a stroke of divine fortune. Who would he desire a powerful ally? Li Yun Tian. Lin Shun uttered 3 words, his tone frigid as ice, imbued with a chilling aloofness. He dismissed them entirely, striding towards an inconspicuous black sedan, opening the door to take a seat inside. The interior carried a faint hint of leather, and he retrieved his phone. Dialing Kai Ergo's number with an unmistakable authority. "Black market parking lot. Du Li's car. Come and take it away. Clean it up. Leave no traces." With an abrupt termination of the call, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle surged forth like an arrow, heading directly towards the buy group. Meanwhile, beneath the resplendent glass faade of the buy group's towering edifice, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the chill of the black market. The sunset's remnants gilded the building, illuminating a young man clad in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Yin Fei-yong cradled a lavish bouquet of vibrant red roses, his face adorned with a meticulously crafted, confident smile. Yet his eyes glimmered with an imperceptible greed and determination as he eagerly awaited at the building's exit. He had stood there for quite some time, oblivious to the myriad curious or disdainful gazes directed his way. As the elegant figure finally emerged from behind the revolving door, a brilliant light ignited in Yun Fei-yong's eyes. He hastened towards her, thrusting a bouquet of roses into Bai Yuni's hands, his voice deliberately soft. "Yuni, you finally finished work? I've been waiting so long that the flowers might wither. This is for you. Do you like it? Just as radiant as you are." Bai Yuni's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes revealing unabashed disdain and coldness. She stepped back, avoiding the glaring roses, her voice crisp and resolute. "Yun Fei-yong, how many times must I tell you? Stop sending me these trivial gifts. I am married, have a husband, and feel no interest in you whatsoever." Her words were decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet the man before her clung on like an unshakable gum, regardless of her icy retorts. Yun Fei-yong's smile faltered for a moment, only to reemerge forcibly, tinged with a self-righteous pity. "Heh, I know, it's that useless son-in-law living off you, isn't it? I've heard that after marrying you. He lounges around, skips work, and spends his days indulging in those seedy clubs. Yuni, you are the jewel of the Bai group. Associating with such trash is a gross waste of your talents, a desecration of your own worth." He stepped closer, attempting to exert pressure. "What is wrong with me? My family, the Yun family, is a giant in the Southwest. My sincerity towards you is as vast as the heavens. Yuni, stop being so stubborn. Enough." Bai Yuni's voice suddenly escalated, laced with a chilling edge, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger. "I know my own husband. You have no right to slander him here. If you dare speak ill of him again, do not expect me to remember our school ties." She maneuvered around Yun Fei-yong, her gaze anxiously scanning the bustling street for that familiar silhouette. The pretense on Yun Fei-yong's face finally crumbled, a sinister glint creeping into his expression. He stepped forward once more, blocking her path, his voice lowered and dripping with blatant threat as he forcefully shoved the bouquet into her arms. "Yuni, don't be so quick to reject. Think about it. The core materials for your Bai group's jewelry business are all sourced through my Yun family. If our families were to unite, how could the Bai family not ascend to greater heights? Your mother would surely approve, wouldn't she?" The coercive undertones in his words were unmistakable. "Consider your mother, indeed." A thunderous roar abruptly erupted, A large, knotted hand suddenly reached out, snatching the roses from Yun Feiyong's grasp and smashing them to the ground. The delicate petals scattered across the cold tiles, reminiscent of trampled dignity. You dare come here to undermine me while I'm still breathing? Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bayuni's taut heartstrings instantly relaxed, the frost in her eyes melting away, replaced by boundless joy and reliance. Husband, she fluttered towards Lin Shan like a homing swallow, swiftly wrapping her arms around his sturdy arm, leaning her entire weight against him, her face radiating unmasked affection and grievance. You finally come. This annoying man has been pestering me for ages. It's been utterly tiresome. You are that useless son-in-law. Lin Shan? Yun Feiyong clutched his wrist, a tempest of anger and astonishment coursing through him as he glared at the suddenly appearing Lin Shan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. One could not deny that Lin Shan's physique and appearance far surpassed his own meticulously groomed self, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. What audacity does a man, dependent on women for sustenance, have to be so brazen? Slap! The sharp, resonant sound of a slap echoed through the dusk-lit street like thunder. Lin Shan offered no room for words, delivering a vicious blow that landed squarely on Yun Feiyong's self-satisfied visage. What the hell? Ouch! Yun Feiyong emitted a series of high-pitched wails, spinning like a top for 3 or 4 rotations before he staggered, barely managing to regain his balance. One side of his face swelled visibly, a clear imprint of fingers marking it as a badge of disgrace. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? He cried, covering his face, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. As the eldest son of the Yun family, he had never endured such a profound humiliation. Not only had he never been struck, but no one had ever dared to speak to him harshly. It's you I'm targeting. Lin Shan's gaze was as frigid as the icy depths of the abyss, stepping forward, his formidable aura nearly suffocating Yun Feiyong. You're nothing but trash. Did your parents fail to teach you how to communicate like a human being? If they couldn't, allow me to impart some lessons on humanity today. Dare to harbor ill intentions towards my wife, and I shall strike you every time I see you. 3 years of pent-up frustration, rekindled by the restoration of his power and identity, surged forth like an unstoppable tide, with the support of the Bailuo Sherman and the Lin family. Why should he endure any longer? Life and death were trivial matters. He would confront any challenge head-on. You are crude, base. Yun Feiyong, both shocked and enraged, pointed at Lin Shan and then at the gleaming, brand-new BMW 7 Series parked nearby, attempting to salvage his dignity through financial superiority, his voice trembling with rage and humiliation. Look, behold my BMW. Over $1 million. You'll never afford even a wheel in your lifetime as a security guard. And this watch on my wrist. $3 million. Have you ever seen anything like it, you country bumpkin? What future could Bayuni possibly have with a pauper like you? Bayuni nestled beside Lin Shan, observing Yun Feiyong's frantic demeanor with a slight, pitying smirk. This fool is still trying to throw money around? Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shan gently squeezed her hand. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated like thunder. A massive, all-black modified Hummer II roared around the corner, resembling a ferocious steel beast, charging forth with the intent to annihilate, and crashed violently into Yun Feiyong's BMW parked at the roadside. Bang! The ear-splitting sound of twisted metal and shattering glass was enough to make one's teeth ache. In the face of the Hummer's tank-like ferocity, the $1 million BMW 7 Series crumbled like a paper toy. The vehicle was instantly caved in, grotesquely distorted, its doors hanging limply, glass scattered across the ground, irrevocably rendered a heap of expensive scrap metal. You foolish creature. If that wreck of yours can start and roll even a meter, I'll change my surname. A brazen, domineering figure emerged from the driver's seat of the Hummer, none other than Kai Ergu. He approached Lin Shan with an air of brazen disregard, his steps brisk as he stood before him, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Big brother, I've long found that scoundrel intolerable. How dare he confront you? He's courting death. Lin Shan cast his gaze upon the heap of mangled BMW wreckage, then back to the smug, rotund face of Kai Ergu. whose expression seemed to revel in his perceived triumph. A hint of approval curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth as he raised his thumb in a gesture of commendation. Well done. Chapter 14. Doubling down on the buffoonery. My car. My brand new car. Yun Feiyong let out a shrill wail, an inhuman sound of despair, as he watched his beloved vehicle, recently acquired, morph into a twisted mass of scrap metal. His heart bled at the sight. Frantically, he surged forward, trembling fingers brushing against the cold, dented door, the once luxurious paint now marred by grotesque scratches. The overwhelming sense of loss, coupled with the humiliation of public disgrace, shattered his reason. He whirled around, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixing a furious glare upon Lin Chun and Kai Ergu, instantly grasping the entirety of the situation. Thieves! You lawless brigands! Yun Feiyong trembled with rage, pointing at the two men with a voice sharp and piercing. My car is worth over 3 million. If I don't receive a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave this place. He simultaneously gestured forcefully towards a black luxury vehicle that had been parked quietly behind them. With a resounding clang, the door swung open, and 6 imposing figures clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged, exuding a fierce aura as they swiftly encircled Lin Chun and Bai Yuni, creating a palpable sense of intimidation. Yun Feiyong pressed a hand against his still stinging cheek, his eyes glinting with venom and a twisted sense of satisfaction. He fixed his gaze on Bai Yuni, licking his lips as he presented an egotistical ultimatum. Either you willingly compensate me, not a penny less, or... He deliberately elongated his words, greedily surveying Bai Yuni's exquisite features and alluring form. You, Yuni, will graciously accompany me for dinner tonight. We can discuss this matter further, and I shall consider this car a gift for our acquaintance. What say you? The vile intent behind his words was glaringly evident. Get lost. Who do you think you are to dine with my sister-in-law? Go eat dirt. Before Lin Chun could react, Kai Ergu, like a firecracker ignited, erupted with astonishing speed from his hefty frame. His large palm, akin to a fan, struck Yun Feiyong's face with a resounding slap. Yun Feiyong let out a pained yelp, sent sprawling to the ground. Yet before he could regain his footing, Kai Ergu was upon him, a menacing grin on his face, as his heavy military boots unleashed a relentless torrent of kicks upon the prostrate Yun Feiyong, who rolled about like a tumbling gourd, howling in agony. Get up! Reduce this fat fool to nothing. Yun Feiyong, curled on the ground, hoarsely commanded his bodyguards. The 6 bodyguards immediately lunged at Kai Ergu like ravenous wolves. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Kai Ergu's seemingly clumsy bulk now displayed an agility that defied expectation. He maneuvered with the grace of slippery eel, easily evading crucial strikes, his massive fist delivering devastating blows with a thunderous crack. A bodyguard's fist was easily deflected, and with a swift counterpunch, he struck the opponent beneath the ribs. A distinct sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. The bodyguard let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Thud! Another bodyguard launched a sweeping kick, yet Kai Ergu did not flinch or evade. His sturdy calf met the attack head-on, sending the assailant staggering backward, clutching his leg in agony. Slap! Slap! 2 more lightning-fast slaps landed, leaving the remaining 2 rushing bodyguards dazed and disoriented. In a mere span of a few seconds, 6 seemingly fearsome professional bodyguards were effortlessly subdued by Kai Ergu with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, writhing in pain on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his eyes glinting with interest as he observed Kai Ergu, who stood catching his breath after retracting his fists. So, my dear rotund friend, you have hidden talents? When did you acquire such skills? I have never witnessed this prowess before. This portly fellow's abilities were far beyond those of an ordinary thug. Hearing this, Kai Ergu immediately adorned his face with that characteristic sycophantic grin. Leaning closer to Lin Chun, he lowered his voice, infused with a sense of pride and flattery. Hee, big brother, you are unaware. I just found out that your grandfather, my family's patriarch, are inseparable old friends who even found a shared pair of trousers too spacious. You are indeed the legendary young master of the Lin family. If I had known you were this revered figure, I would have clung to your leg much sooner. striving to gain recognition. He rubbed his hands together, displaying a look of remorse. Lin Shan found his exaggerated demeanor both amusing and exasperating, dismissively waving his hand. Scram! Stop being so nauseating. He glanced at his watch before turning to Bayuni with a gentle tone. Wife, aren't we supposed to attend the business banquet at the Lin family tonight? Let the rotund one handle the aftermath here. We shall take our leave. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing the disposal of refuse. Absolutely. Don't worry, big brother and sister-in-law. I will ensure everything is cleaned up thoroughly. Kai Ergu patted his chest, responding eagerly, his round face radiating the loyalty of a sycophant. Lin Chun wrapped his arm around Bayuni's slender waist and turned toward his vehicle. Behind them, Kai Ergu's voice rose an octave, ensuring he was heard. Pa, you blind fools. Do you know who my brother is? The foremost family of the great Xia. The Lin family. The future leader. Lin Chun. Young Master Lin. How dare you stir trouble on sacred ground? If I don't put you down, may your ancestors' graves be shrouded in smoke. Remember, this is Dongjiang. If you are a dragon, you must bow to my brother. If you are a tiger, you must lay low before my brother. Get lost. The Hummer sped away, leaving behind chaos and the moans of the bodyguards. Yin Fiong, bruised and battered, struggled to rise from the ground, his expensive suit stained with dirt and shoe prints. The area around his groin marked with clear impressions, causing him to grimace in pain. He watched Lin Chun and Bayuni depart, then glanced at the wreckage of the BMW, finally fixing his gaze on the triumphant Kai Ergu, fury and resentment boiling within him, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Chun, Kai Ergu, you two bastards better wait. I, Yin Feiyong, vow to avenge this grievance. The mere thought of Bayuni's icy, breathtaking beauty and her haughty demeanor ignited a fervent flame of wicked desire and greed within Yin Feiyong. He licked the cracked corner of his mouth, muttering to himself in a voice as cold as a serpent's venom. Damn it, Bayuni, you wretched woman, were it not for the mysterious power behind your mother. Why need to stoop so low to plead with you? Just wait until I have you in bed, and then we shall see how I will treat you. He retrieved his shattered phone, suppressing the pain as he dialed a number, contorting his face into a twisted, sympathetic smile. Hello, young Master Lin. You are certainly attending tonight's business banquet, right? I hear it's teeming with beauties. What? You've been beaten as well. Who did it? Lin Chun again. Damn that bastard. He's going with Bayuni to the banquet tonight. Yes, it's your territory, young Master Lin. We must ensure he does not have it easy tonight. He needs to be shown a lesson. All right. United we stand, divided we fall. See you tonight. On the other end of the line was Lin Dong, who had suffered a grievous injury at the Lin family estate earlier that day, harboring a profound resentment. The two unfortunate souls, separated by a mere phone line, could sense each other's towering fury. Lin Chun, you rely on the Lin family support, do you? Very well. After tonight, the Lin family will be in peril. You dare to come knocking at the banquet? When there is a path to heaven, you choose not to tread upon it, yet you barge into hell. I shall ensure you cannot return. Lying on a hospital bed in a private clinic, Lin Dong gazed at his casted lower body, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied, vengeful light before he hung up. At precisely 7 o'clock, in the grand imperial hall of Dongjiang City, the atmosphere was resplendent and luminous. Massive crystal chandeliers refracted brilliant rays of light, while the melodious strains of string music flowed amidst the fragrant crowd. The event was a business banquet orchestrated by the Lin family of Dongjiang, ostensibly to unite the elite of the southwestern business community to foster a favorable commercial environment. Yet in truth, it served merely as a social arena for local magnates to forge connections and probe each other's strengths. Lin Chun, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, stood tall and dignified, exuding a profound and reserved charm. Bayuni, adorned in an elegant, noble purple evening gown that accentuated her perfect curves, resembled a violet blooming in the dark of night. The two entered the banquet hall hand in hand, instantly capturing countless captivated gazes. However, this harmony was abruptly shattered by two eyes filled with malice. Oh, is this not our esteemed young master of the Lin family? Lin Dong, leaning on a decorative cane, which served to disguise his excruciating pain and weakness, approached with a sardonic tone, flanked by Yun Feiyong and several cronies, blocking their path at the entrance. Despite the makeup plastered on his face, the signs of bruising were evident, and his gaze was unmistakably laden with deep-seated hatred and the anticipation of revenge. The Lin family is on the verge of being uprooted, and young Master Lin returns to gather the family together, perhaps seeking companionship on the road to the underworld. The words were laced with venom. Yun Feiyong, his face swollen like that of a pig, stood beside Lin Dong, glaring at Lin Shan with a vengeful intensity akin to a serpent fixating on its prey. Lin Shen's gaze swept indifferently over Lin Dong, whose feigned composure could not conceal the weakness in his lower body, and then brushed past Yun Feiyong's vividly colored face. A hint of derision curved his lips, as if he were observing two foolish clowns. Ah, I wondered who was making such a racket at the door. What's the matter? Was the beating you received this afternoon not sufficiently enjoyable? Did you think that two fools combined would amount to more than two fools? He gently shook his head, his tone laced with a condescending pity. In my eyes, the two of you together are merely a larger, more foul, and more repugnant superfool. Before his words had fully dissipated, an invisible, cold, and formidable aura emanated from Lin Shan, as if it were a tangible force. Though fleeting, it plunged Lin Dong and Yun Feiyong into an icy abyss, their hearts seemingly gripped by an unseen hand, breath caught in their throats, faces drained of color. They involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps, nearly colliding with their followers behind them. At this moment, Yun Feiyong finally pieced together Lin Chen's identity as the heir of the illustrious Lin family, the foremost family in Daxia. This revelation struck him with dread, causing thoughts of revenge to chill, and he hastily grasped Lin Dong, who was on the verge of exploding, urging him in a hushed, urgent tone. Lin Xiao, stay calm. A moment's impatience can disrupt grand plans. Do not forget our strategy. Wait, he will have his turn to face the consequences. Lin Dong's chest heaved violently as he forcefully suppressed the surging anger and humiliation, his facial muscles twitching as he forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Taking a deep breath, he turned and swiftly retrieved 2 glasses of champagne from a nearby server's tray, offering one to Lin Shan with a tone of deliberately restrained sincerity. Lin Xiao, this afternoon at the Lin residence, I acted impulsively and spoke inappropriately, leading to some misunderstandings. Please accept this drink as my apology. Might I inquire if Lin Xiao would graciously partake in this conciliatory toast? Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the champagne glass presented before him, the clear liquid shimmering with an alluring golden hue under the lights. However, under the scrutiny of his naturally enchanting eyes, the beautiful beverage revealed its true nature. The bottom of the glass was tainted with clots of nauseating phlegm, varied in color, and even containing remnants of undigested food. Lin Dong's petty schemes appeared trivial before him. A cold smile played on Lin Chen's lips, yet his expression remained impassive, just as he was about to accept the glass and reciprocate his cousin's apparent goodwill. Lin Shan, you cannot drink that. A voice, urgent and concerned, suddenly pierced through the atmosphere. Chapter 15. Phlegm Cocktail, a toast to severing ties, personally mixed by young Master Xiaolin, a graceful figure, draped in a black fishtail evening gown that accentuated her fair skin, glided to Lin Chen's side like a startled swan. Xian Yufei, with her delicate collarbone glistening under the brilliant lights, exuded an aura of noble elegance. Upon her arrival, she captured the attention of nearly half the audience, undeniably becoming the focal point of the event. Yet, within her autumn-hued eyes lay an almost imperceptible urgency as she fixated on the glass in Lin Chen's hand. She had witnessed Lin Dong, Yun Feiyong, and a few other rascals surreptitiously taking turns to spit into a single cup that afternoon. At the time, she had felt disgusted, but had not thought much of it. Only moments ago, upon witnessing Lin Dong pass the wine glass to Lin Shan, with a countenance suppressing both excitement and resentment, she suddenly comprehended that this was a meticulously crafted, highly insulting concoction of a cocktail. Her body instinctively surged forward. Lin Shan turned at the sound, his gaze falling upon Xian Yufei, a flicker of evident surprise crossing his features. This was the very fiancée who had demanded a divorce earlier that afternoon. Yet now she stood before him, urging him to reconsider. What a curious turn of events. He raised an eyebrow, awaiting further developments. Yufei, what are you doing? Lin Dong's expression soured dramatically upon seeing Xian Yufei's sudden intervention, his eyes brimming with shock and a hint of betrayed fury. This evening's banquet, aside from fostering business relations, was fundamentally centered on the public announcement of his engagement to Xian Yufei, a decision ratified by both families. Her actions were tantamount to slapping him in public. Yet, Xian Yufei did not spare Lin Dong a glance, her icy gaze solely fixed upon Lin Chun. The resoluteness she had displayed during the divorce seemed fresh in her mind. Yet witnessing the potential humiliation that he might endure through such a despicable act stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, she reached for the wine glass in Lin Chen's hand, her voice imbued with undeniable determination. You cannot drink this. Hand it over. She merely wished to dispose of this revolting beverage at once. However, as her delicate fingers brushed against the glass, Lin Chen's grip remained steadfast. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered into Xian Yufei's ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive skin, accompanied by a playful, deep timbre. It seems you still possess a certain fondness for your former husband. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over her stunning profile, now painted with a blush. His tone laced with mockery. Had you not hastily pushed me away this afternoon, perhaps our fruit would have been quite sweet? The last syllable rose gently, like a feather brushing against the heart's core. Xian Yufei felt her heart leap at his sudden proximity and his magnetic murmur, her ears flushing with heat. Her lower lip instinctively caught between her teeth, leaving a faint mark. Struggling to maintain her composure, she shot him a glare, only to be ensnared by the depth of his smiling eyes, causing her heart to race even faster. What was he implying? I appreciate your goodwill. Lin Chen's voice dropped lower, infused with an almost imperceptible warmth and formidable confidence. Before he straightened up, the warmth in his eyes swiftly replaced by a cold, piercing sharpness. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own intentions. Holding the specially crafted champagne glass, Lin Chan donned a seemingly gentle, yet chillingly frosty smile as he strode towards the ashen-faced Lin Dong. Without hesitation, he draped an arm around Lin Dong's stiff neck, the force of which caused Lin Dong to stumble, a gasp of pain almost escaping his lips. Indeed, young Master Lin is remarkably magnanimous. His heart is as vast as the ocean. Lin Chen's voice boomed, ensuring that many around could hear, each word striking like poison needles at Lin Dong's most tender wounds. I inadvertently injured him in such a manner, yet he is so noble as to extend an olive branch to reconcile with me? Such grace, such breadth of spirit, truly admirable. As he expressed his admiration, he forcefully patted Lin Dong's chest, causing Lin Dong's blood to surge and his complexion to shift from pale to white. For the sake of Lin Xiao's exuberance, Lin Chen suddenly raised his voice, lifting his own glass of pristine champagne, and collided it forcefully with Lin Dong's stiffly held glass. To our brotherhood, we must down this drink. All past grievances are hereby erased. Let everyone bear witness. His smile was radiant, yet his gaze was as cold as a blade, firmly locking onto Lin Dong's contorted face, twisted with humiliation and rage. Lin Dong stared at Lin Chen's sincere smile while listening to his heart-wrenching words, his anger boiling to the surface. Yet, upon hearing the call to drink, the thought of Lin Chen soon swallowing that nauseating concoction brought a twisted sense of satisfaction that overshadowed his fury. He suppressed the excruciating pain and nausea, forcing out an extremely unattractive smile, and obligingly opened his mouth. All right, let's drink up. All grievances erased, just as Lin Dong's mouth stretched wide. Preparing to witness Lin Chen consume the poison chalice, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a chilling light. With a swift flick of his wrist, the glass filled with the essence of Lin Dong, and his companion's expulsion cascaded down towards Lin Dong's gaping mouth like a precise waterfall. Splash! Lin Xiao, magnanimous. Cheers! Lin Chen's voice resonated with an undeniable fervor, while his other hand tenderly patted Lin Dong on the back of the neck and chest, ensuring that every drop of the murky liquid flowed seamlessly down Lin Dong's throat. Gulp, cough, cough, retch. Lin Dong was caught off guard by this sudden onslaught of fervor. The icy liquid mingled with an indescribable, viscous, slimy sensation and a complex stench of chives, garlic, and saliva instantly flooded his mouth, throat, and nasal cavity. After a brief moment of blankness, his mind finally grasped the horrifying reality. He had just consumed the champagne that contained the thick phlegm expelled by himself and Yun Feiyong. Ugh! The overwhelming dual assault on his physiology and psyche caused Lin Dong to shatter instantly. He forcefully pushed Lin Chen away, like a duck with its neck grasped, unleashing a series of heart-wrenching dry heaves, his face turning a deep shade of liver as extreme nausea and humiliation washed over him. His stomach churned violently. Bile mixing with the foul substance he had just ingested surged up to his throat. He could no longer care for appearances or the intense pain in his groin. Covering his mouth like a cannonball, he sprinted towards the nearest restroom in a desperate and distorted manner, colliding with several servers and guests along the way, causing a stir of gasps and chaos. At the entrance of the banquet hall, silence fell, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lin Chen, appearing unaffected, elegantly finished his glass of clean champagne, even turning the empty glass upside down in a mocking gesture, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as his gaze swept over the equally petrified and pale-faced Yun Feiyong and others. Watching Lin Dong's pathetic flight, resembling a stray dog, Xian Yufei's taut nerves finally relaxed, and the corners of her rosy lips couldn't help but curl upward, forming a breathtaking arc. This Lin Chen was truly wicked. So gratifying. She gazed at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, mild reproach, admiration, and an unrecognized flutter of excitement. You! Xian Yufei stepped closer to Lin Chen, her voice laced with a playful scolding and a hint of apprehension. You knew all along. You made me worry for nothing. Oomph. Her tone and demeanor resembled that of a young girlfriend playfully chastising her lover, a stark contrast to the icy detachment she had displayed during their engagement a moment earlier that afternoon. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat at her sudden show of affection, and he instinctively feared the worst. Could this betrothed fiancé be? He quickly composed himself and unconsciously glanced at Bai Yuni beside him. Bai Yuni, adorned in an exquisite purple gown, exuded an air of elegance, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming peony, perfectly complementing Xian Yufei as cool orchid-like grace. Together, they were the most radiant figures in the room, equally captivating. Bai Yuni maintained her poised smile, yet her delicate hand, which was linked with Lin Chen's arm, tightened slightly. She stepped forward with an elegant demeanor, extending her graceful hand towards Xian Yufei, her voice gentle yet imbued with the authority of a mistress. Greetings. I am Bai Yuni, Lin Chen's wife. The word wife rang out clear and strong. Xian Yufei, looking at the well-manicured hand offered to her and hearing the designation of wife, felt as though an invisible hand had wrenched her heart, causing a sharp pang of pain. Had she not suppressed her tumultuous emotions earlier that afternoon, she would have been standing beside him, wearing an impeccable social smile. Reaching out to Bai Yuni for a light handshake, her tone defiant. Hello, I am Xian Yufei, the betrothed fiancé of the Lin family. She deliberately emphasized betrothed and fiancé, omitting the pivotal fact of their afternoon annulment, her gaze unabashedly meeting Bai Yuni's. Miss Xian, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, wishing to clarify the situation and prevent any misunderstandings for Bai Yuni. However, Xian Yufei did not afford him the opportunity. She withdrew her hand, turning her gaze back to Lin Chen with a challenging smile, directly addressing Bai Yuni. Miss Bai, the ball is about to commence. I would like to invite Lin Xiao to accompany me for the first dance. I trust you won't mind, will you? She raised her chin slightly, her eyes ablaze, and an invisible tension filled the air. Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Was war about to begin? Chapter 16. A Duel of Beauties. My dear wife, do not betray me. Xian Yufei's invitation, laden with an air of confrontation, sent ripples through the atmosphere, akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring unseen waves between Lin Chun and Bai Yuni. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the guests' scattered gazes converged on the two stunning women. The dazzling crystal chandelier cast its light upon Bai Yuni's opulent purple gown, shimmering and accentuating her jade-like skin, resplendent as a blooming peony. Her elegant smile remained unchanged, as if she had merely received a commonplace greeting moments ago. However, the delicate fingers entwined around Lin Chen's arm unconsciously tightened slightly, the tips turning pale, betraying a heart that was not as tranquil as it appeared. She tilted her head slightly, casting a glance at Xian Yufei, her crimson lips parting gently. Her voice still warm and melodious, yet akin to a needle cloaked in honey, precisely striking back. Of course, I wouldn't mind. She paused, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous and provocative glint that only Lin Chun could decipher, before shifting back to Xian Yufei, adding, "Men occasionally desire a change of flavor. I wholeheartedly support that." After all, the curve of her lips deepened, exuding a relaxed certainty. After all, it is not my husband who stands to lose, is it? Lin Chun silently cried out in disbelief. "My dear wife, this script is all wrong. Shouldn't you be asserting your dominance and outright rejecting this?" "What do you mean by supporting?" He suddenly felt as if an invisible hand had grasped the soft flesh at his waist, sending a chill through him. He looked at Bai Yuni, his eyes filled with unspoken reproach. "Wife, are you trying to set me up?" Upon hearing this, Xian Yufei's strikingly beautiful face broke into an even more radiant smile, akin to a snow lotus blooming abruptly on an icy peak, embodying breathtaking beauty and a sharp counterattack. She chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like silver bells, yet concealing a subtle edge. "Oh, Miss Bai is indeed magnanimous. However, I do understand the order of precedence." She deliberately emphasized the phrase, her gaze laden with meaning as it swept over Lin Chun before returning to Bai Yuni, as if silently reminding, "When it comes to the engagement with Lin Chun, I, Xian Yufei, am the one who precedes." Then, she cast a bewitching glance at Lin Chun, her eyes sparkling with electric allure, as if they possessed hooks capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "Then I shall see you later." With elegance, she spun around, the black fishtail skirt trailing behind her in a graceful arc, leaving a faint fragrance mingled with an intense scent of gunpowder as she sauntered toward her seat. Lin Chun watched Xian Yufei's retreating figure, then turned to glance at Bai Yuni, who remained smiling gently beside him. Suddenly, he felt that, compared to facing the life-and-death struggles of martial arts masters, navigating the silent, razor-sharp tension between these two women seemed far more taxing, weighing heavily on this man who stood at the pinnacle of the world. How could this be the style of Lin Xiao? He silently ground his teeth, coldly scoffing within. It seems that next time these young ladies dare to act so audaciously in my presence, I must teach them a lesson. Perhaps a spanking might be an intriguing choice? "Wife, that's Xian Yufei." Lin Chun steadied himself, deciding he should explain, although he felt his wife might have misconstrued something amusing. However, Bai Yuni offered him no opportunity for explanation. Suddenly, she rose on her toes, her soft, warm lips pressing with undeniable force against Lin Chen's. It was a brief yet profoundly declarative kiss, bold and fervent under the gaze of many. As their lips parted, two enchanting blushes bloomed on Bai Yuni's fair cheeks, resembling perfectly ripened peaches. She nestled into Lin Chen's embrace, tilting her delicate face upwards, her autumn-like eyes brimming with an unwavering affection and a near-obsessive tolerance. Her voice, laced with a seductive breathiness, was nonetheless remarkably clear and resolute. "Husband, you need not explain anything to me." Her slender fingers gently caressed Lin Chen's chest, sending shivers of electricity coursing through her, as she declared, "My heart is solely yours. For you, I am willing to endure everything." Her voice softened, tinged with a hint of shyness, yet imbued with sincerity. "You see, even your escapades at the club with other women, I can accept. How could I possibly fear one more?" As she spoke, her supple body subtly shifted in Lin Chen's arms, the exquisite contours igniting an astonishing warmth through the thin fabric of her attire. Her eyes glistened with unspoken invitation. Husband, tonight the stars, the earth, and our hearts are perfectly aligned, are they not? Lin Shan felt a rush of warmth surge from his lower abdomen, racing to his head. Bai Yunyi's almost brazen insinuation, combined with her sultry gaze and fragrant breath, wielded a power akin to an unparalleled martial art. He recalled the breakthrough he had achieved in the rising dragon technique. The shackles that had long plagued him had vanished, and his physical prowess had reached an unprecedented zenith. After 3 years of dormancy, the strength of his ancestral bloodline had fully awakened. Indeed, it was time for a union. His throat bobbed, his gaze igniting with an intense fervor, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. With a powerful embrace, he tightened his grip around Bai Yunyi's delicate waist, nearly melding her into his very being. He lowered his head, his heated breath cascading over her ear and neck, his voice low and husky, imbued with seduction and an undeniable dominance. Very well. Allow me to calculate. He paused deliberately, observing the way her lashes quivered in shyness. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. His lips almost brushed against her earlobe as he whispered, in a tone only they could perceive, laced with mischief. By the way, I discovered a new position yesterday that would suit you perfectly. Do take your time to learn tonight. Bai Yun-yi felt herself weaken under his candid words and smoldering gaze, her entire face flushing crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. Embarrassed, she buried her scorching cheeks deeply into his broad chest, playfully delivering a light punch to him, her voice carrying a charming reproach. Husband, you are incorrigibly wicked. As Lin Shun gazed at his wife, so adorably shy and irresistibly inviting, his heart swelled with affection. Yet he couldn't help but silently sigh for a distant figure. Junior sister, my feelings for you are as clear as day, but the tender affections of the one before me are simply too precious to disregard. He inexplicably recalled the words of a wise figure. Treasures are treasures, babies are babies, dear ones are dear ones, and darlings are darlings. How can one easily betray true feelings in life? Amidst the intoxicatingly amorous atmosphere, the spotlight suddenly focused on the elevated platform at the front of the banquet hall. Lin Hua, the head of the Dongjiang Lin family, a man of refined appearance, yet with a shrewd and ambitious gaze, stepped confidently into the limelight, microphone in hand, his face beaming with warmth. He represented the formidable entity that had long yearned to emerge from the shadows, eager to usurp the family's esteemed position. Esteemed guests, good evening to you all. Lin Hua's voice resonated with a powerful and infectious timbre, instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. His eloquent opening remarks flowed like the finest wine, rapidly elevating the atmosphere of the banquet. I extend my warmest welcome to all of you who have taken time out of your busy schedules to grace this grand event hosted by the Lin family of Dongjiang. Your presence signifies immense respect and support for our family. I, Lin, on behalf of the entire Dongjiang Lin family, express my most sincere gratitude. He offered a slight bow, adopting a humble demeanor that enveloped the guests in a comforting sense of respect. Lin Shun, observing with a cold gaze, could not suppress a sneer within. Hypocrisy. Beneath this veneer of decorum lies a web of conspiracies and bloodshed aimed at his own family. From Du Li's testimony and his grandfather's restrained recounting, Lin Shun had long been convinced that the brutal attack 3 years ago, which nearly obliterated his family, was undoubtedly orchestrated by the very Lin Hua before him. Alongside the entire Dongjiang Lin clan, was evidence truly necessary to deal with such a person? Lin Shen's principle was stark and ruthless. As long as I know it was you, that is sufficient. Prepare for retribution. Lin Hua's voice continued to reverberate through the banquet hall, imbued with an air of confident command. Tonight, we possess but one objective: to ensure that each of you arrives with enthusiasm and departs with joy. Enjoy your meals. Savor your drinks. Engage in merriment. He deliberately paused, tantalizing the audience, and with a mysterious smile added, Later, we have prepared a surprise event for everyone. Stay tuned. After this warm-up, Lin Hua directed the conversation towards the evening's first segment. Now, let us ignite the fervor of the night. The first activity is the Dance of Freedom. Please feel free to invite your desired partners and dance to this enchanting music. As his words faded, a melodious waltz began to flow, and soft lights twirled around the dance floor. However, this freedom appeared merely a fade. When the lighting technician directed the spotlight across the room, the dazzling beam, with uncanny precision and an undeniable implication, zeroed in on Lin Dong, who had just emerged from the restroom, pale as a ghost after a bout of nausea. He was the third-generation heir of the Dongjiang Lin family, embodying the ambitions of the branch family, leaning on a decorative cane, which was, in truth, a disguise for his excruciating pain and limited mobility. Lin Dong struggled to maintain an upright posture. Yet, the fine beads of cold sweat on his brow and his slightly trembling legs betrayed his frailty. Particularly conspicuous was the bulging area in his trousers. Heavily bandaged due to Lin Chun's brutal kick the day before, rendering him an object of curious glances under the spotlight. Lin Hua clearly noticed Lin Dong's predicament, yet his smile remained unchanged. Instead, he took the microphone and introduced Lin Dong with a tone filled with pride and admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally present this young talent under the spotlight, the exceptional Lin Dong, a standout among the third generation of our Dongjiang Lin family. His voice rose and fell with stirring cadence, charged with enthusiasm. Though young, Lin Dong has already demonstrated remarkable business acumen. He currently independently manages 2 publicly listed companies and, amidst last year's global economic climate, has thrived, generating profits exceeding billions. He stands as a paragon for the younger generation of our Dongjiang Lin family. In the future, the fortunes of the Dongjiang Lin family will undoubtedly be entrusted to capable and responsible young individuals like him. The intent behind this introduction is transparently clear. It serves to elevate Lin Dong and pave the way for the ambitions of the Dongjiang branch to supplant the main family. Following Lin Dong's introduction, Lin Hua's gaze and the spotlight simultaneously shifted toward the seat occupied by Miss Xian Yufei. This young lady is certainly no stranger to everyone. Lin Hua's voice carried a note of amusement as he proclaimed, "Here we have Miss Xian Yufei, a renowned figure on the Great Xia beauty list, possessing both beauty and talent." The beam of light precisely illuminated Xian Yufei, who adorned a stunning black mermaid gown, exuding an aura of cold elegance that was breathtaking under the spotlight. Lin Hua's gaze swept across Xian Yufei before returning to Lin Dong, and with an almost official tone, he added meaningfully, "Miss Xian has known our Lin Dong for many years. They share a deep understanding and are indeed very good friends. To describe them as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration." As he spoke, the spotlight seemed to receive an unspoken command, abruptly shifting to illuminate a table of distinguished guests at the main seating area. There sat Xian Zhenghua, the head of the Xian family, alongside several core members of the clan. When a light fell upon them, Xian Zhenghua maintained a smile, graciously nodding to the entire assembly. The signal was overwhelmingly potent. The attendees were no fools. Lin Hua's ostentatious introduction of Lin Dong, coupled with the deliberate emphasis on his close relationship with Xian Yufei, while the core figures of the Xian family were present, and Xian Zhenghua's lack of any sign of discontent, instead smiling in acknowledgement. What did this signify? It indicated that the union between the Dongjiang Lin family, the branch, and the Xian family had become a foregone conclusion. This was a declaration to the entire Southwest and even the Great Xia. They not only possess substantial financial resources, but will also receive the unwavering support of the Xian family, positioning themselves to replace the declining main family and become the new representatives of the Lin name. This is now a certainty. This sets the stage for the upcoming mysterious engagement ceremony. The ambitions of the Dongjiang Lin family are glaringly apparent. All eyes were fixated on Lin Dong and Xian Yufei under the spotlight, eagerly anticipating the opening dance of this golden couple. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong suppressed the searing pain in his lower body and the turmoil within, striving to present a smile he deemed most elegant and charming. Adjusting his bow tie and leaning on his cane, he approached Xian Yufei's seat with determined poise, step by step, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. He slightly bowed, extending his right hand in a standard dance invitation, his voice deliberately soft and heartfelt. "Dear Miss Xian Yufei, in this splendid moment, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance the first dance of the evening?" Everyone's hearts raced, awaiting her expected affirmation. However, Xian Yufei remained seated, her expression under the light devoid of emotion. Her gaze did not rest upon the elegantly poised Lin Dong, but rather pierced through the crowd, locking onto a specific direction where the main family's eldest son, Lin Shun, was situated. Her eyes reflected a tumultuous complexity, filled with struggle, resolve, and a hint of reckless courage. Time seemed to freeze for several seconds. Lin Dong's smile began to stiffen, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. A profound sense of unease surged within him, compelling him to speak again, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. "Miss Xian?" At that moment, when the crowd held its breath, Xian Yufei abruptly rose to her feet. Her sudden movement was akin to a silent signal, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. She paid no heed to Lin Dong's outstretched hand, nor did she acknowledge his eager gaze. She strode forward with her long, slender legs. The sharp click of her black high heels against the polished floor resonated crisply and decisively, piercing through the silence of the banquet hall. She made her way directly toward the direction of the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Shun, amidst the astonished, bewildered, and even voyeuristic glances from the onlookers. Xian Yufei approached Lin Shun. She disregarded the suddenly piercing gaze of Lin Chen's legitimate wife, Bai Yuni, and ignored the surrounding whispers and pointed fingers. With a pale hand, imbued with an undeniable force, she grasped Lin Shun's wrist and yanked him up from his seat. "I have already made an arrangement." Her voice rang clear, like the striking of jade, echoing throughout the banquet hall, imbued with a resolute courage. Her gaze burned brightly at Lin Dong and Lin Hua, whose faces turned ashen under the spotlight, as she declared, "The true heir of the illustrious Lin family, Lin Shun, has returned." Boom! The banquet hall erupted in chaos. What? Miss Xian has rejected Lin Dong, and she is actively pulling Lin Chen, the eldest son of the Lin family? Which Lin family? The one that faced upheaval 3 years ago? My goodness, what is happening? Wasn't it said that the Dongjiang Lin family was to ally with the Xian family? Lin Shun, hadn't he been married into the Bai family? The Bai family's young lady is right there. This is utterly chaotic. A slap in the face. This was a blatant humiliation directed at the Dongjiang Lin family and Lin Dong himself. The true heir of the family has returned. All eyes like spotlights swiftly shifted from Lin Dong to focus on Lin Shun, Xian Yufei, and Bai Yuni, filled with shock, disbelief, amusement, and excitement for the unfolding drama. Subsequently, those gazes swept like searchlights toward Lin Hua, whose expression was so dark it seemed ready to drip, and to Lin Dong, frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. His complexion shifting from green to white, then from white to purple, Lin Dong felt an unprecedented wave of humiliation wash over him like a tsunami, his meticulously planned entrance. The path of glory laid out for him by the Branch family was utterly shattered in this moment by Xian Yufei's public rejection and betrayal. He had become the greatest joke of the evening. Meanwhile, the heir of the main family, who should have been forgotten, returned like a ghost, instantly stealing all the limelight. Chapter 17. The Dragon Raises Its Head. Is the main family to settle accounts tonight? Xian Yufei, what in the world are you doing? The silence was shattered by a suppressed roar of fury. Lin Dong's eyes blazed red, resembling a cornered beast, and he could no longer maintain any semblance of grace. Leaning heavily on his cane, he stumbled towards Lin Shun and Xian Yufei in a near-staggering manner. He pointed at Xian Yufei, his trembling finger shaking violently from overwhelming anger and humiliation, his voice hoarse and distorted. "Did we not agree? How could you possibly seek out this wretched creature from the main family?" As his venomous gaze met Lin Chen's icy, profound eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating all facades, the vile curses lodged in his throat, transforming into a violent fit of coughing, his face flushed with rage. He was genuinely terrified of Lin Chen's methods. Xian Yufei cast a cold glance at Lin Dong, her eyes reflecting disdain as if she were observing a repugnant mess. Not only did she refuse to release Lin Chen's hand, but she also tightened her grip on his arm, leaning in slightly, asserting her claim. Her voice, as frigid as ice, resonated throughout the silent banquet hall, conveying a complete repudiation of the arrangements made by the Dongjiang Lin family. Who told you we had an agreement? Her gaze swept across the pale-faced Lin Hua on the stage, ultimately landing on Lin Dong's contorted expression, declaring from beginning to end. It has been your Dongjiang Lin family harboring delusions. When did I, Xian Yufei, ever consent to this? She lifted her chin slightly, exuding the innate pride of a daughter from the Xian family, asserting, even if my second uncle were to represent our family, he has never explicitly agreed to any plans of yours. Oomph. She paused, her gaze shifting to Lin Chun, her expression becoming complex, tinged with grievance, stubbornness, and a subtle hint of reliance. Drawing a deep breath, her voice took on a tone of resolute finality. Furthermore, Lin Chun and I have a legitimate engagement established by our elders. This is an undeniable fact. He is the true heir of the Lin family. She grasped Lin Chen's hand, attempting to circumvent Lin Dong, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Please step aside. Do not obstruct us from dancing. Lin Dong was left speechless by Xian Yufei's emphatic and coherent rebuttal, his face alternating between crimson and pale, consumed by shame and fury. At that moment, Lin Chun, who had been observing coldly, slowly curved his lips into a cruel smirk. Xian Yufei's public rebuke was precisely to his liking. As long as it could vex the Dongjiang branch and embarrass Lin Hua and Lin Dong, he would revel in the outcome. Yufei is absolutely correct. Lin Chen's voice, though not loud, carried an unusual clarity that pierced through the air, reaching the ears of all present. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on his cousin from the branch family, each word laced with venom. Even if I were to cast aside this wife, it would not be for a worthless scion like you. He deliberately prolonged his tone, savoring Lin Dong's instantly more grotesque expression and the barely perceptible rigidity in Xian Yufei's posture. You have no right to meddle. Get lost. Before his words could fully dissipate, Lin Shin sprang into action, with no extraneous movements, and without granting Lin Dong a moment to react, he merely lifted his foot, swift as lightning, with immense force. The pent-up fury of the main family, dormant for 3 years, erupted at that instant. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated. Lin Dong felt an irresistible force crash into his abdomen, an excruciating pain sweeping through him before he could even scream, his body propelled backward like a discarded sack, soaring off the ground. His cane flew from his grasp, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Thud! Crash! Lin Dong's body soared through the air for a good 3 to 4 meters before crashing heavily onto a table adorned with exquisite pastries and champagne flutes. The costly bone china plates and glistening crystal glasses shattered into a myriad of shards upon impact, producing a cacophony of sound. Various hues of delicacies and alcoholic beverages mingled with the glass fragments, splattering Lin Dong from head to toe. He curled up amidst the chaos, groaning in agony. As the recently bandaged wound on his lower body burst open anew, crimson blood rapidly spreading across his expensive white trousers, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The dignity of the family heir was utterly crushed beneath that ruthless kick. The entire banquet hall was plunged into a profound silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was rendered speechless by this abrupt and brutally simplistic act of violence. The whispers that once filled the air vanished instantaneously, leaving only Lin Dong's pained moans and suppressed gasps. Good heavens! Was he kicked away so brutally? This is too merciless. The heir of the main family truly lives up to his reputation. This temper, the Lin family of Dongjiang branch family, has completely lost face. It's more than just embarrassment. This is a declaration of relentless animosity from the main family towards the branch. On the elevated platform, Lin Hua's hand trembled violently with rage as he gripped the microphone, his knuckles turning white, and the microphone emitted a shrill screech. He stared intently at the chaotic scene below, At the main family's young master, standing like a god of war, his gaze disdainful, and then at his son curled up amidst the wreckage, groaning in pain. A tempest of murderous intent surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his reason. Yet he could not act. He was the head of the Dongjiang branch family. He must maintain a facade of composure. Suddenly, Lin Hua erupted into a fit of laughter that was jarring and dry, attempting to mask the excruciatingly embarrassing situation with mirth. He cleared his throat forcefully, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, and spoke into the microphone with a tone of feigned joviality and nonchalance. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. The youth, full of vigor, naturally experiences minor frictions. There is no need for concern. He sought to redirect the conversation, casting his gaze across the hall, striving to muster a smile. The dance of freedom. The dance of freedom. Let us continue. Continue. Where's the music? Don't stop. As he spoke, his sharp gaze pierced towards Xian Zhenghua at the guest of honor's table, filled with questions and fury. Xian Zhenghua, what does your family mean by this? Our two families agreed on a union, yet your daughter publicly slaps my face, supporting that remnant of the main family, while you merely watch. And you can still smile? Xian Zhenghua sat composedly at the guest of honor's table, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. In the face of Lin Hua's fiery glare, he maintained an inscrutable, tranquil smile, as if this farce bore no relation to him whatsoever. He even slightly averted his gaze from Lin Hua's aggressive stare, instead taking an interest in the dance floor, where Lin Chun had already wrapped his arms around Xian Yufei's slender waist. Disregarding the attention of the crowd and the chaos around them, as they began to sway gently to the resounding music, Xian Jinghua's eyes were deep, seemingly scrutinizing every gesture and expression of Lin Chun, assessing the true worth of the heir of the main family. Lin Hua seethed inwardly, cursing, "Old fox." He suppressed his fury, casting a glance at the steward beside him, signaling him to promptly address Lin Dong's predicament. He hastily departed from the main guest table, almost as if fleeing, and made his way toward the backstage lounge. He needed to ascertain what lay behind Xian Jinghua's unusual demeanor. What could that little wretch from the main family possibly rely on? In the center of the dance floor, the melodious music could not mask the palpable tension and awkwardness in the air. Lin Chun wrapped his arms around Xian Yufei's waist, feeling the astonishing delicacy and softness beneath his palms. Xian Yufei's body appeared somewhat stiff, evidently still shaken from the harrowing scene moments before. Ex-wife, Lin Chun leaned slightly closer, his breath warm against her sensitive earlobe, his voice laced with a hint of playful curiosity. You orchestrated quite the performance, didn't you? Tonight was supposed to be a meticulously arranged play by the Xian family and the Dongjiang branch, wasn't it? So why the sudden change of heart? Are you no longer inclined to marry that foolish, worthless heir of the branch? His gaze was sharp, as if attempting to penetrate Xian Yufei's facade and unveil her true intentions. She shuddered slightly at his words, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Chen's deep, piercing eyes, which seemed capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. A fleeting expression of indescribable confusion and vulnerability crossed her strikingly beautiful face, reminiscent of a lost child. The resolute decision from earlier that afternoon to call off the engagement felt so fresh, yet her current reversal was jarringly abrupt. Her lips parted slightly, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor and self-doubt. Do you think I'm fickle and ridiculous, Lin Chen? She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks, her voice softening as she spoke from the depths of her heart. I actually do not like Lin Dong. Not at all. I even despise his hypocrisy and scheming. She raised her eyes to meet Lin Chen's once more, her expression complex. I sought you out this afternoon to annul the engagement because I refuse to be treated like an object, dictated by my family to marry a man I have never met, devoid of any feelings. I loathe this controlled destiny, even if he appears to be the illustrious heir of the Dongjiang branch. Her gaze lingered on Lin Chen's face, imbued with an unacknowledged curiosity and a faint flutter of emotion. But after meeting you, I found. Her voice trailed off, growing quieter. What did you find? Lin Chen's playful smile deepened as he leaned in closer, nearly brushing against her cheek, his voice seductive. Did you discover that I am exceptionally handsome? So handsome that it leaves you utterly entranced, compelling you to boldly defy the Dongjiang branch and offer yourself to me? His words dripped with mockery, yet his keen eyes scrutinized every subtle shift in Xian Yufei's expression. These young ladies from prominent families invariably had deeper schemes behind every action. Xian Yufei's odd behavior and Xian Jingwe's silence pointed towards a singular signal, a shift in the Xian family stance. Within a mere half-day, a nuanced transformation had occurred. They had not wholly aligned with the Dongjiang branch. This might be indicative of a re-evaluation of the main family strength. This revelation was the crux of Lin Chen's newfound interest in Xian Yufei's current actions. Bah, shameless. Xian Yufei felt her cheeks flush crimson from his blunt and scrutinizing words. With a soft pout, she instinctively shifted in his embrace, attempting to escape the overwhelming closeness of his presence. However, this movement only intensified their physical proximity, generating an unusual electric current between them. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Lin Chen once more. Under the dim lights, his facial features were chiseled and flawless, with sharp brows and captivating eyes. Most alluring were his deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a night sky, seemingly harboring infinite stars and secrets. The slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes exuded an innate, almost devilish charm, as if he possessed an invisible hook capable of ensnaring one's very soul. This was a confidence and charisma that emanated from the depths of his lineage, a quality unattainable by the elites who merely thrived on familial prestige. Xian Yufei's heart raced uncontrollably, skipping a beat as a ridiculous and alarming thought surged forth. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for the man she had just dismissed that afternoon? This notion struck her mind like a thunderclap, exploding in her consciousness. How could that be? She forcefully shook off this terrifying thought, compelling herself to regain her composure. Meanwhile, within the backstage lounge, Lin Hua slammed the door shut, isolating himself from the cacophony of music and distant murmurs. The elegance and calmness that adorned his face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a fierce rage and a subtle hint of panic. Grasping the desk's intercom phone, he nearly bellowed into the receiver. Immediately, contact the shadow guards. Investigate. What on earth happened with Du Li? Why was there no immediate report of death? And what about that Lin Jun Tian? Who is he? Where did he come from? Is it that little bastard from the main family pulling strings? He paced restlessly across the room, the sound of his expensive leather shoes thudding dully against the carpet. The news of Du Li's demise loomed over him like a colossal shadow, the pivotal element of their plan. The key figure meant to annihilate the remnants of the main family tonight had been silenced without a trace. This was undoubtedly a dreadful omen. Furthermore, the sudden shift in Xian Jingwe's demeanor must be related. Did the main family possess hidden forces? At that moment, as Lin Hua seethed like a caged beast, a subordinate clad in a black suit, exuding a predatory aura akin to a leopard, stealthily approached Xian Zhenghua at the main guest table. Leaning in, he spoke in a tone only audible to Xian Zhenghua, delivering his report swiftly and clearly. Master, the Black Crow has just relayed confirmed information. Target Du Li is deceased. Location of death, black market parking lot. Cause of death, a devastating blow to the chest, suspected to be a single punch. The assailant's identity remains unknown. Operating under the alias Lin Jun Tian, a young male of unfathomable strength, estimated to exceed the master level. There are no signs of a fierce struggle. Du Li was nearly killed in an instant. With the report concluded, the subordinate withdrew as silently as he had appeared. Xian Jingwe's hand, which held the wine glass, momentarily faltered. The crimson liquid within swayed gently, reflecting the fleeting glint of intensity and seriousness that passed through his eyes. The key pieces of information, master above, the swift demise of Du Li, and the alias Lin Jun Tian, struck him like lightning, intertwining in his mind. His gaze once more pierced through the crowd, settling with precision on the young man in the dance floor, casually embracing his daughter while dancing with an air of nonchalance. Lin Chun, although no direct evidence existed. An almost instinctual intuition, coupled with years of navigating the turbulent waters of power, led Xian Zhenghua to a stark realization. This suddenly resurgent heir of the family, who brazenly humiliated Lin Dong and showed utter disregard for the head of the Dongjiang branch, was none other than the mysterious powerhouse who had effortlessly slain Master Du Li. The true dragon of the main family had not only survived, but had stealthily grown to a formidable extent. The phrase master above, swift demise, echoed in Xian Zhenghua's mind, altering his perception of Lin Chen entirely. No longer did he view him merely as a junior or a potential ally, but rather as a scrutinized harbinger of a future titan, infused with a weighty sense of regret. The true dragon of the main family was finally poised to rise. A storm surged within Xian Zhenghua as he tightened his grip on the wine glass. He recalled the afternoon when he had personally accompanied Xian Yufei to annul their engagement. Reflecting on Lin Chen's calm demeanor and the composed dissolution letter he had written, a profound sense of remorse washed over him. Had he miscalculated? Had he placed his bets on the wrong horse? In his ambition to placate an overreaching branch family, had he offended the true dragon of the main family, making its long-awaited return? He glanced once more at Lin Hua, who was forcing a smile in an attempt to control the situation, then at Lin Shan in the dance floor, whose aura grew increasingly commanding, and understood. Lin Hua and Lin Dong were but remnants of a bygone era, appearing vibrant yet destined for defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, the dormant dragon of the main family, had indeed emerged. His brilliance could no longer be concealed. The end of the branch family was surely upon them this very night. Xian Zhenghua silently sighed, hoping that the Xian family had not strayed too far and still had a chance for redemption. He drained his glass of red wine, his eyes becoming profoundly intricate and contemplative. It was time to reassess the Xian family's position. The reckoning of the main family was imminent. At that moment, Lin Hua finally received the unwelcome news he had dreaded. His face turned ashen as he hung up the phone, delivering a furious blow to his expensive mahogany desk, causing a thunderous crash. Lin Juntian, Lin Chen, indeed, it was you, you wretched brat, foiling my grand designs. Lin Hua seethed, his eyes flickering with a frenzied, murderous intent. The main family had once again eluded disaster, and in such an eerie and forceful manner. This ignited an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. His dream of the branch family, usurping the main family, was on the verge of being shattered by this returning heir. He abruptly rose, gazing through the one-way glass at the dazzling Lin Chen in the banquet hall, then at the inscrutable Xian Zhenghua at the main table, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Xian Zhenghua, you cunning old fox, thinking of turning the tide? Looking to abandon ship? It's too late. Lin Hua's voice dripped with biting coldness, filled with resentment. Having come this far, you shall not escape easily. This performance, you must play your part until the end. Lin Chen and that little vixen Xian Yufei. Tonight, I shall make you both pay dearly. The remnants of the main family must be utterly eradicated. The Dongjiang Lin family, branch family, is the true Lin family. He picked up another encrypted communicator, dialing a number, his voice cold as he issued the directive. The plan has changed. Activate the Dragon Severance Plan. Target locked on the banquet hall. At all costs. Eliminate the heir of the main family, Lin Chen. Let the Xian family share in the blame. A more lethal assassination scheme quietly unfurled beneath the glamorous facade of clinking glasses and flowing silks. The night of the heir's return, the final judgment of the branch family, was destined to ignite with blood and flames. Chapter 18. Twin phoenixes compete for glory. A dance captivating the whole hall, the crystal chandelier refracted countless flecks of gold, enveloping the entire banquet hall in a mesmerizing glow. Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Xian Yufei's slender waist, gliding smoothly across the mirror-like marble floor, tracing elegant arcs. Xian Yufei's long hair danced in the whirl, brushing against Lin Chen's jaw, leaving behind a faint, elusive fragrance. With each spin and closeness, Lin Shan could distinctly feel the warmth and subtle tremor emanating from her hand resting in his. Xian Yufei tilted her head slightly, her gaze colliding with the depths of Lin Chen's eyes, which seemed to harbor a vortex, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, her fingertips instinctively curling, clutching the fabric of his shoulder tightly. Yet, from the corner of her eye, an invisible thread seemed to draw her attention to the edge of the dance floor. Bayuni sat alone in a high-backed velvet chair, unconsciously swirling a glass of champagne in her hand, the clear liquid gently swaying, reflecting her lowered eyelids and the suppressed desolation at the corners of her lips. In the midst of the bustling opulence, her figure appeared particularly fragile and solitary. Lin Chun felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if that silent loss had seared him. Miss Xian, Lin Chen's grip on her arm softened, bringing Xian Yufei closer. Whispering in her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe, I suddenly have an idea. Before Xian Yufei could fully grasp the profundity of his words, she felt a sudden, powerful force spin her around. Her vision blurred instantaneously, leaving only the dazzling trails of light. In the next moment, the sensation of spinning vanished, and she found herself brought before Bayuni by Lin Chun. Lin Chun released her, extending his hand towards Bayuni, his gaze clear and focused, imbued with an undeniable tenderness. "My dear wife, may I invite you to dance with me?" Bayuni abruptly lifted her gaze, meeting the sincerity in Lin Chen's deep eyes, and all her darkness was illuminated in an instant. Without a hint of hesitation, she set down her glass, her delicate hand slipping into Lin Chen's palm. Her voice bright, yes. That resolute stance was a testament to her unwavering trust and indulgence in him. She had always been this way with him. Thus, the entire banquet hall bore witness to a scene that would be etched deeply in their memories. In the center of the dance floor, Lin Chen's left arm gently embraced Bayuni's waist, while his right hand firmly supported Xian Yufei's graceful back. He was like a sovereign commanding the rhythm, leading two enchanting beauties, each captivating in their own right. The trio moved as one, harmoniously interpreting the exhilarating ebb and flow of the music. At times, Lin Chun extended his arms, and the two lovely maidens, as if lifted by the wind, resembled ethereal sprites, their skirts cascading like blooming petals, creating a dreamlike vision reminiscent of celestial beings scattering flowers. At other moments, Lin Chun moved with the swiftness of lightning, guiding them through the confined space, their skirts intertwining like the vibrant display of flowers competing for spring-esque attention. Then, suddenly the tempo would slow, as the three figures froze in a pose that captured the most resplendent moments of a painted scene. Astonishing. The mere utterance of the word, astonishing, felt feeble in comparison. The other couples that once dotted the dance floor had quietly retreated to the edges, ceding the entire spotlight to this incredible trio. No matter how graceful their movements were, they now paled in comparison, like fireflies under the full moon, completely overshadowed. The gaze of every guest was firmly captivated, forgetting to breathe, forgetting to converse, as if drawn into a magnificent dream woven by these three. Suddenly, a discordant exclamation shattered the almost frozen magical atmosphere. On the periphery of the crowd, the newly arrived Bai Dong caught sight of Lin Chun in the center of the dance floor, flanked by two beauties, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in astonishment. Instinctively, he shouted toward the bruised Yun Feiyong and Lin Dong. "Yun Xiao, I finally found you. So, have you managed to win my sister's heart?" Yun Feiyong, already simmering with pent-up frustration, erupted in fury and kicked Bai Dong sharply. "Are you blind?" Bai Dong stumbled back, rubbing his rear, and upon closer inspection, realized that not only was his cousin Bai Yuni in Lin Chen's embrace, but also the renowned beauty Xian Yufei. He gasped in disbelief, about to shout again. But the murderous glares from Lin Dong and Yun Feiyong pierced through him like icicles, causing him to retract his neck and quickly clamp his mouth shut, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. As the music approached its climax, the beat intensified with each thundering drumroll. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Chen's eyes as he commanded, "Take off." No sooner had the words left his lips than an astonishing strength erupted from his arms. Bai Yuni and Xian Yufei felt their bodies lighten as they were effortlessly lifted high into the air. The sensation of weightlessness ensnared them in a dizzying thrill. Simultaneously, Lin Chun extended his arms like the wings of a great bird, balancing perfectly on the tip of his left foot, standing firm like a pine tree, embodying the posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg. As they descended, he expertly grasped the ankles of Bai Yuni and Xian Yufei with unparalleled precision. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The two unparalleled beauties hovered in midair, their bodies unfurling gracefully, their skirts cascading like flowing clouds. Buoyed by the steadfast strength emanating from Lin Chun's palm, one exuded a gentle elegance, while the other radiated vibrant allure. Yet at this moment, they were both suspended above Lin Chun's outstretched hand, resembling twin phoenixes ready to soar, or fairies descending from a celestial realm, gazing down upon the earthly world. The tableau created by the three encapsulated a breathtaking balance and harmony, perfectly crystallized in the final, resounding note of the music. A profound silence ensued. Then, an eruption of applause and cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Overly magnificent! It was as if I were witnessing the most beautiful dream, worth every moment. Such talent and beauty! How does one even classify this? Two pairs of perfect couples? Or a dragon with two phoenixes? Some spectators, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to articulate their thoughts, their words failing them. Lin Dong stood at the periphery of the crowd, his grip on the high-stemmed glass so tight that his knuckles turned pale, his handsome visage contorted with a profound mix of jealousy and rage. With a sudden motion, he hurled the wine glass to the ground, where it shattered with a sharp crack, the crimson liquid splattering like blood. Damn it! That beast Lin Chun, why doesn't he just die? These words escaped his clenched teeth, each syllable laced with venomous hatred. How could this be? This was clearly Lin Dong's domain. It was his moment to declare his inheritance and to embrace the glory of marrying the beauty. Yet now, the spotlight had been stolen, and the most dazzling gem, Xian Yufei, was dancing in the arms of Bai Yui, radiating a brilliance that left the onlookers entranced. It felt as though Lin Dong's face was being ground into the dirt repeatedly. At this climactic moment, Lin Chun maintained his stunning poise, lifting both ladies in his embrace. His gaze like a frigid bolt of lightning sweeping across every face in the audience, each reflecting shock, admiration, or envy. His clear voice pierced through the clamor, resonating in the now hushed hall. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Chun, the sole heir of the illustrious Lin family, the preeminent family of Daxia, and I have returned. He paused, each word falling with the weight of 1,000 tons. I have a rather irritable temperament. If anyone has wronged the Lin family in the past, it would be wise to come forward and apologize. Otherwise, when I come knocking, I shall level your family like a bulldozer. Such audacity, such authority. It was as though a tangible shockwave swept through the entire venue. After a brief silence, a more fervent uproar erupted. The Lin family? Which Lin family? Goodness, is it that legendary first family of Daxia? The mysterious heir of the 4th generation? Wasn't he supposed to have perished in that brutal attack 3 years ago? Yet here he was, returning in such a grand and formidable manner. No wonder this young man radiated such boundless confidence and acted without restraint. Lin Chun. This name was etched into the hearts of everyone present like an indelible brand. At this moment, Lin Chun gently lowered his arms, allowing the still shaken Bai Yui and Xian Yufei to touch the ground firmly. The instant their feet met the floor, both ladies felt their hearts racing, nearly bursting from their chests. The exquisite blend of romance and peril left them feeling weak and unsteady. In a moment of recognition, they realized it was he who stirred their souls. Both instinctively glanced at Lin Chun, who stood poised below, their eyes meeting for just an instant before they turned away like startled fawns, stealing glances at one another, feigning nonchalance. Yet the blush rising to their cheeks betrayed the tumult within. Bai Yui, her delicate form trembling with the remnants of her fright, unhesitatingly leapt into Lin Chun's embrace. Wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her voice sweet enough to melt ice. Darling, you were amazing. I love you to pieces. On the other side, Xian Yufei clung tightly to Lin Chun's arm, as if it were her only lifeline. Meeting Bai Yui's gaze, she displayed a hint of defiance, her lips parting to utter a surprising declaration. He was once my husband, too. Lin Chun gently patted Bai Yuni's back, turning to Su Yufei with a faint smile that danced on the edge of irony, deliberately maintaining a sense of detachment. Miss Su, farewell. Just this morning you stormed in, demanding an annulment. Our relationship is now a mere shadow of its former self. He emphasized the words annulment and no longer related with intent. A pang of bitterness surged within Su Yufei, overwhelming her with a profound sense of grievance that threatened to spill forth. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she bit her lip, struggling to suppress the ache within. Raising her chin defiantly, she adopted a posture that was both pitiable and slightly defiant. Is it so wrong for a woman to have regrets? Don't you know that women are ever so fickle? Yet Lin Chun turned away, tenderly draping his arm around Bai Yuni's shoulders, and made his way back to his seat, leaving Su Yufei with an imposing and somewhat indifferent silhouette, standing rooted in place. Su Yufei watched as Lin Chun and Bai Yuni walked further away, his figure exuding a sense of resoluteness that pierced her heart. She inhaled sharply, her feelings of grievance and vulnerability swiftly dissipating, replaced by a stubborn, fiery determination. A sly yet resolute smile crept onto her lips, silently declaring her resolve. You rogue, thinking you can toy with my affections and then walk away? This lifetime, I shall bind you to me. The scales of her thoughts had tipped irreversibly, sealing the fate of the Lin family's subsequent dramatic turn, destined to become a grand jest. However, at this moment, Lin Hua and his son Lin Dong remained ensnared in the humiliation brought by Lin Chun and their fantasies of securing Su Yufei. They clung to the belief that, in the face of monumental familial interests, Su Yufei would not disregard the honor of both the Lin and Su families. With unwavering confidence, they aimed to forcibly advance the engagement ceremony, firmly binding the Su family to the Lin family's chariot. Chapter 19. The Chandelier Falls. Teddy shatters the Lin family's dignity. Lin Hua exchanged a tacit glance with his in-law, Su Zhenghua, as the tempest stirred by Lin Chen's astonishing dance and commanding declaration began to subside. Lin Hua seized the microphone once more, plastering on a rehearsed smile, attempting to steer the chaotic situation back onto his predetermined path. Miss Su indeed possesses a remarkable grace, as ethereal as a startled swan. We are also grateful for young Master Lin's splendid performance. He intentionally reframed Lin Chen's brilliance as mere collaboration, attempting to diminish his significance. Now, we have another joyful announcement concerning Miss Su. It is a mutual decision between the Lin and Su families to warmly welcome Mr. Lin Dong and Miss Su Yufei to commence their engagement ceremony. What say you all? The guests below were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. The earlier scenes of Su Yufei rejecting Lin Dong's invitation to dance, only to engage in an exhilarating performance with Lin Chun, still echoed in their minds. How could the Lin family insist on an engagement now? What was this farce unfolding? In a vast banquet hall, only Lin Hua's voice reverberated, as an awkward silence descended like palpable ice. Standing under the spotlight, Lin Hua felt countless gazes pricking at him like needles, the marble beneath his feet seeming to burn with the weight of impending doom. Good. A few abrupt cheers finally shattered the silence, as several loyal affiliates of the Lin family reacted, hastily raising their voices in hollow applause that echoed with an insincere, reluctant flavor. The majority of the guests wore subtle expressions, their exchanged glances filled with amusement and skepticism. Was Miss Xian's attitude not clear enough moments ago? The Lin family's forceful insistence felt as though their intellect had been caught in a door. Did they truly believe that their familial power would allow them to act with impunity? Next, we invite Mr. Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei to the stage. Lin Hua suppressed the simmering anger and embarrassment within him, disregarding the audience's reactions, and resolutely pressed on with the proceedings. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. He chanted silently to himself, a mantra of self-deception. Lin Dong, unable to contain himself any longer, swiftly adjusted his tie, which had been askew from Lin Chen's earlier outburst, and strode up to the podium with a self-satisfied grin. He stood firm, his gaze intent and expectant, awaiting the evening's leading lady. Yet, Xian Yufei remained seated, unmoving, resembling a beautifully chiseled statue, exuding an aura that repelled all who approached. "Yufei, what troubles you?" inquired Xian Zhenghua, her uncle, who sat beside her, leaning in with a gentle tone. His face bore the appropriate concern of an elder, but his eyes revealed a deeper understanding. How could he not be aware of Xian Yufei's thoughts? However, the Xian family found themselves precariously balanced between the Lin family and the formidable return of Lin Chun, akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice. One misstep could lead to irreparable disaster. Though the Lin family had suffered a severe blow, they remained a formidable entity, seemingly backed by some mysterious power lurking in the shadows. At this moment, he could not afford to reveal the Xian family's stance too overtly. "Uncle." Xian Yufei turned to face Xian Zhenghua, her eyes clear and resolute. Each word she spoke resonated with her innermost truth. "I do not wish to marry." A fleeting spark of insight flickered in Xian Zhenghua's eyes. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered in a tone meant only for her ears, "If you do not wish to marry, then follow your heart." His gaze, seemingly casual, darted swiftly towards the direction of Lin Chun. "In this situation, neither you nor I can alter the course of events." These words illuminated the fog like a guiding light. If the Xian family could not break the deadlock, then the only one present with the audacity and capability to confront the Lin family was none other than the recently returned Lin Chun, who had just captivated the entire audience. A flicker of hope ignited in Xian Yufei's eyes, her icy demeanor melting away as a radiant smile, tinged with relief and determination, blossomed on her face. "I understand now. Thank you, uncle." No longer hesitating, she rose abruptly, and amidst the myriad of astonished, knowing, and even gleeful gazes upon her, she straightened her back like a valiant general marching in a battle, striding purposefully towards Lin Chun. Lin Chun had just placed a small piece of chilled mango into his mouth, savoring the sweetness that unfolded on his tongue. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that familiar figure approaching him once more, and an unwelcome headache washed over him. Instinctively, he sought to whisk his wife away. "Wife, I find this banquet rather dull. Shall we return home?" To him, whether Xian Yufei married Lin Dong or not was merely a farce preceding the downfall of the Lin family. As soon as the Iron Cavalry under Bei Luo Sherman arrives, the entire Lin family will be reduced to rubble. This fleeting moment of romantic sentimentality is truly insignificant. Yet at this moment, Xian Yufei's gaze towards Lin Chun has shed its previous aloofness and pride, intertwining with anticipation, dependence, and a subtle hint of shyness. She approaches Lin Chun, disregarding the presence of his legitimate wife, Bai Yuni, and speaks with a boldness born of desperation. "Lin Chun, I do not wish to marry. If you need my assistance, then so be it." Before she can finish, Lin Chun interjects, his tone laced with a deliberate nonchalance and a playful mockery. "If I help you further, I fear you may genuinely fall for me, and it would be troublesome to shake you off." He intentionally adopts a flippant manner, attempting to dissuade her from her intentions. To his surprise, Xian Yufei not only remains undeterred but stands tall, her beautiful eyes locking onto Lin Chun's, ablaze with a passionate resolve. "What if I do fall in love with you? Is it not my choice?" She even casts a glance at the quietly smiling Bai Yuni, her expression almost naively earnest, as if casting her fate to the winds. "Sister Yuni, you wouldn't mind Lin Chun having another wife, would you?" At these words, Lin Chun nearly choked on his mango. Bai Yuni, momentarily taken aback, soon reveals a look of genuine contemplation in her gentle eyes. She glances from Lin Chun to the eagerly expectant Xian Yufei, and finally, with a smile that radiates warmth like a moonlit lake, she replies, "Miss Xian, I shall defer to my husband. As long as he consents, I have no objections. In fact, I would not mind if he had 10 wives. I could even assist them through their postpartum recovery." Coughing, Lin Chun was truly taken aback, coughing violently as a blush crept to his ears. His remarkable wife's level of indulgence was nothing short of astonishing. Not only was she encouraging him to pursue romantic interests, but she spoke so openly about postpartum care. Was this fortune not a bit excessive? As he gazed into Xian Yufei's remarkably bright and hopeful eyes, Lin Chen hurriedly contemplated how to navigate this delicate situation. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who had been anxiously awaiting on the podium, could no longer contain his rising fury upon witnessing Xian Yufei approach Lin Chen once more to whisper privately. The repeated provocations had finally breached the dam of his reason. Without a care for decorum, he stormed off the stage, filled with rage, and confronted Lin Chen, his eyes glinting with venom like a poisoned dagger. He pointed a finger at Lin Chen's nose and shouted, "Lin Chen, I could overlook other matters for now, but today is my engagement day. If you dare to cause trouble, the Lin family will make it our mission to ensure you do not leave this place." His words were laced with palpable anger. Lin Chen leisurely swallowed the last morsel of mango, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then raised his eyes to the furious Lin Dong, his expression brimming with unabashed disdain and mockery. "Lin Xiao, you jest," he replied casually, even with a hint of amusement. "Today is your splendid day. It is only right that I toast you in celebration of your joyous union. I do hope this drink is sufficiently flavorful, perhaps a tangy and spicy taste, reminiscent of hot pot, don't you think? An exquisite flavor that lingers on the palate." The bystanders were left in a haze of confusion, but for Lin Dong, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Lin Chen was brazenly mocking him for the humiliating moment when he was forced to swallow his own thick phlegm. The nauseating sensation surged forth, breaking through the dam of memory with overwhelming force. Ugh! Lin Dong's stomach churned violently. His complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively covered his mouth, retching slightly, with veins bulging on his forehead. "Lin Chen, do not go too far." Lin Dong suppressed the urge to vomit, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse from sheer rage. "Do not think that the Lin family truly fears you. We did not fear you before, and we certainly do not fear you now. If you provoke me further." He abruptly halted mid-sentence, as if realizing he was on the verge of revealing a secret that should remain concealed. The Lin family's involvement in the attack 3 years prior was a deeply buried thorn in his heart. He forcibly quelled his murderous intent towards Lin Chen, knowing that entangling himself further would only exacerbate the situation. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly shifted his focus towards the composed and unruffled Xian Zhenghua, attempting to leverage the situation to his advantage. "Second uncle, look, I have come personally to invite you, Fei, demonstrating my sincerity. Why not grant your approval and allow you, Fei, to take the stage and complete the ceremony? With so many guests present, delaying the auspicious time would be most unfortunate. Wouldn't you agree?" His tone dripped with coercion, seeking to wield the Lin family's influence to pressure Xian Zhenghua, while simultaneously using Xian Zhenghua's elder status to compel Xian Yufei, ultimately attempting to manipulate the gaze of all the guests to coerce the Xian family into compliance. Little did he know, Xian Zhenghua, that crafty old fox, had remained unwavering in his stance from the very beginning. How could he allow himself to be led around by the nose by a mere junior like Lin Dong? Xian Zhenghua leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing away the froth before taking a sip, then raised his gaze to Lin Dong, wearing a smile that was both forgiving and aloof. Characteristic of an elder, "Young Master Lin, matters concerning your generation are not for this old man to meddle in. I have heard that you are quite the charmer with the ladies, effortlessly weaving sweet words. If you cannot even win over you, Fei, then—" His tone shifted abruptly, becoming laden with implication. As the ancients wisely said, if one cannot sweep their own house, how can they govern the world? Handing over the vast Lin family enterprise to you, young Master Lin, might leave many feeling uneasy. Wouldn't you agree, head of the Lin family? He deftly redirected the conversation towards the issue of Lin family's inheritance, lightly returning the ball to Lin Dong's court. Was it merely about courting women? How had it come to be tied to family management capabilities? Lin Dong's complexion shifted from white to green, then to purple, a vivid display of his turmoil. Xian Zhenghua was clearly roasting him over the fire. The insinuation that he could not manage a woman rendered him unworthy of leading the Lin family. Such heart-wrenching words were harsher than a direct insult. It was all that damned Lin Chun's fault. Without him, Xian Yufei would have obediently been within his grasp long ago. Hatred gnawed at Lin Dong's heart like a venomous serpent, and he could hardly restrain himself from summoning his bodyguards to throw this bothersome individual out. However, Xian Zhenghua seemed oblivious to Lin Dong's ashen face, leisurely adding, "But you see, young people will argue and create a ruckus. It adds a touch of charm. Yet, before such a distinguished gathering, if disagreements escalate to physical confrontations, it would indeed be quite unbecoming." He spoke with veiled implications, his gaze lingering on Lin Shun for a fleeting moment. Lin Dong was so incensed that he nearly spat blood on the spot. This old man was targeting him with every word. Yet, he failed to notice that while Xian Zhenghua spoke, his cunning eyes ultimately fixated on the resplendent yet perilous chandelier looming above Lin Shun. Initially resolved to remain a mere observer of Xian Yufei's troubles, Lin Shun found himself ignited by the sight of Lin Dong's seething expression and the unabashed schemes and threats emanating from the Lin family father and son. A mischievous thought flared within him. While it might bring satisfaction to send Lin Dong flying with a punch, such an act lacked artistic flair. Following the seemingly conciliatory yet subtly instructive gaze of Xian Zhe, Lin Shun looked up, his attention drawn to the colossal chandelier composed of countless crystalline prisms, weighing over 1,000 pounds. In that moment, clarity washed over him, and a brilliant, perfectly detached plan emerged in his mind. What if, just hypothetically, Lin Dong, the prospective groom, were to be struck by the chandelier, which unexpectedly descended upon him in the midst of the gathered crowd, causing him to faint on the spot? Would this farcical engagement ceremony be able to continue? Indeed, what a splendid notion. Natural disasters and calamities hold no relevance for me. Lin Shun, unaware that death loomed overhead. Lin Dong suppressed his fury and once again directed his ire at Xian Yufei, attempting to wield the weight of familial honor as a weapon. "Yufei, have you heard? So many guests are watching. If any unpleasantness arises today, it will not only tarnish the Lin family's reputation, but also jeopardize the century-old prestige of the Xian family." His voice dripped with finality and a self-satisfied air of control. Xian Yufei gazed at Lin Shun. At that moment, he was slightly tilting his head, intently scrutinizing the structure of the enormous chandelier above him, as if it were the most captivating treasure in the world, indifferent to her dire predicament. A wave of bitterness surged within her, a profound sense of loss and unjustified anger sweeping over her. How heartless could he be? After all, she had once been his legitimate fiancée. Witnessing her own entrapment, how could he remain so unmoved? Was that chandelier truly more alluring than she? Since he refused to extend a hand, she resolved not to hold back any longer and to carve a bloody path of her own. A glimmer of resolute determination flashed in her eyes, akin to a desperate gamble. The Lin family prided itself on its reputation, did it not? Very well. She would shatter that pretense herself. If they insisted on the engagement, what if she were to rush forward and kiss Lin Shun fiercely in front of everyone, placing the green hat squarely upon Lin Dong's head, right at the Lin family's doorstep, delivered with express shipping, payment on delivery? If the Lin family could endure that, then she, Xian Yufei, would accept her fate. With her mind made up, Xian Yufei took a deep breath and prepared to charge at Lin Shun. Just as her toes lifted off the ground, a low, thunderous warning rang out like a clap of thunder. "Be careful." Lin Shun moved, as swift as a wraith. He wrapped one arm around Bai Yuni's slender waist, while his other arm shot out like an iron hoop, encircling the advancing Xian Yufei. With a powerful kick, the three of them were propelled sideways, moving more than 2 meters in a flash, as though driven by an invisible force. As Lin Dong beheld the resolute determination etched upon Xian Yufei's face, a surge of elation coursed through him, leading him to believe that she had finally succumbed to the pressures of her family. He lifted his chin with pride, poised to revel in his anticipated triumph. Yet, just as a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth, he watched in horror as Lin Shun once again whisked away the fiancée he had designated for himself. "Lin Shun, are you out of your mind?" Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury, his enraged roar barely escaping his throat when suddenly, boom, a sound so thunderous it sent shivers down the spine, accompanied by the sharp, splintering cacophony of countless crystals shattering, resonated like the wrath of heaven itself. The grand crystal chandelier, nearly 2 meters in diameter and weighing over 1,000 kilograms, a symbol of the Lin family's opulence and status, descended with devastating force, crashing mercilessly upon Lin Dong's once proud head. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing was drowned out by the overwhelming impact. Blood erupted like a crimson geyser from the gaping wound atop his head, cascading down his pallid cheeks and staining the collar of his expensive suit. Lin Dong's body swayed as though stripped of its very bones, teetering awkwardly before his eyes glazed over, mumbling incoherently, so many little stars spinning. Before he could finish, his eyelids fluttered, and like a puppet with severed strings, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, splattering the floor with a mixture of blood and crystal shards. Silence. An absolute, suffocating silence. Time seemed to freeze. In the expansive banquet hall, hundreds of guests stood transfixed, as if ensnared by a spell. Their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief at the absurdity and brutality of the scene that had unfolded in a heartbeat. Only the occasional delicate tinkling of crystal debris falling to the ground pierced the oppressive quiet, rendering it even more jarring. Was it mere coincidence? Such a coincidence was far too outrageous. After a brief moment of shock, countless gazes instinctively turned upwards to the ceiling. Some sharp-eyed individuals quickly discerned the anomaly. The chandelier's original position, directly beneath which Lin Dong had stood moments ago, was clearly more than a meter away. Logically, even if the chandelier had indeed fallen, it could not have struck Lin Dong. Moreover, this was the Lin family's meticulously crafted, heavily secured core banquet hall. Every detail was subjected to rigorous scrutiny. The screws of the chandelier loosening? Such a ludicrous oversight was simply impossible. And what of Lin Shun? How could he have anticipated the chandelier's fall and executed such a lightning-fast rescue, whisking away not one, but 2 young ladies with such precision? This was not normal. This was unequivocally abnormal. As the astute guests turned their attention back to Lin Shun, their eyes brimmed with horror and deep-seated apprehension. In their hearts, they were resolutely convinced this was undoubtedly the work of Lin Shun. Only he had the motive, the means, and the uncanny ability to orchestrate this calamity without a trace. Yet, where was the evidence? Who had witnessed it? On the surface, Lin Shun appeared not only innocent, but rather the savior of Xian Yufei and Bai Yuni. Had he not reacted with such alacrity, the enchanting young lady from the Xian family might have met the same bloody fate as Lin Dong, perhaps even facing a far worse end. The guests, with their keen insight, could see through the cunning of Lin Hua. How could he, a master of deception, remain oblivious? A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head, followed swiftly by a volcanic eruption of fury. Lin Shun, it must be that wretched scoundrel. He's behind this. Yet, he was acutely aware that, at this moment, he lacked any evidence. All that was unreasonable paled in comparison to the unexpected turmoil. In Xian Jinghua's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable approval and relief passed. He quickly rose, donning an expression of perfectly measured shock and concern, and called out to the ashen-faced, trembling Lin Hua, Master Lin, young Lin Dong's injuries are grave. His life hangs in the balance. This engagement ceremony cannot proceed under any circumstances. Quickly, summon help. He anxiously urged while directing the dazed Lin family bodyguards. What are you waiting for? Hurry, call an ambulance. Lift him. After issuing his commands, he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to stand beside the shaken Xian Yufei and Lin Shun. Yufei, he spoke with a steady tone. This banquet is nearly concluded. Let us return home. Huh? All right. Xian Yufei, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly realized she was still tightly embraced by Lin Shun. In that fleeting moment of life and death, being enveloped by his strong arms and surrounded by the faint scent of tobacco and mint provided an unprecedented sense of security, one that was rightfully hers. Yet, she had been the one to push him away. A tide of regret overwhelmed her. What had transpired moments ago felt like a fleeting illusion. However, the lingering howl of the wind and the thud of Lin Dong collapsing clarified that this was no dream. It truly was Lin Shun, He had once again saved her in a manner that was both unfathomable and beyond reproach. Lin Chun, Xian Yufei, gazed up at his sharply defined jawline, her voice trembling with the aftershocks of survival and imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "Thank you." Her eyes shimmered with emotion, gratitude, fear, and a fervent warmth of having regained something precious. Reluctantly, she withdrew from his embrace, playfully wrinkling her nose at him, as if to declare, and perhaps vow to herself, "Lin Chun, I owe you an apology for what happened before. But I assure you, I will not give up. I will win you back." Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. This girl, declaring her intent to claim him in front of his wife? Such audacity. Xian Yufei seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her words and immediately turned to the quietly smiling Bai Yuni, her gaze sincere yet slightly ingratiating. "Sister Yuni, do not worry. I shall not take him away." She paused dramatically. "I will leave half for you. We shall share him equally." Lin Chen's lips twitched, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Are you planning to slice me like a cake?" Meanwhile, the Lin family's bodyguards were in a frenzy as they carried the bloodied, unconscious Lin Dong away. With one of the main participants of the engagement ceremony in such a precarious state, the farce could not possibly continue. As for the future, only a fool would fail to understand that the Lin family was finished. Although Lin Chun appeared to be a passive observer, it was clear to all that he was, without a doubt, the sole victor of the evening. Xian Yufei followed Xian Zhengwu out, her heart brimming with immense joy and trepidation. Lin Chun too was in high spirits, having dealt with Lin Dong merely as a prelude to a more significant feast. However, Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family, stood amidst the chaos of the dance floor, gazing at his son being carried away and the scattered shards of crystal, feeling a wave of nauseating bitterness rise within him. Shame, an unprecedented disgrace. Lin Hua, who had navigated life with authority, had never endured such humiliation. He had been toyed with by a mere youth, reduced to a laughingstock on his own territory, and his son lay victim to such a fate, left in uncertainty between life and death. This cannot stand. He must reclaim his dignity. Lin Chun must pay dearly. Lin Hua's eyes burned with a frenzied hatred. He took several deep breaths, forcing back the tumultuous blood surging within him, determined to take matters into his own hands, to probe, provoke, and incite Lin Chun. If only he could seize an opportunity to catch Lin Chun in the act, he would have grounds to summon the hidden forces of the Lin family and eliminate this looming threat on the spot. His confidence in his own strength was blinding. Lin Hua adjusted his suit, forcing a pained expression onto his face, and with heavy steps, approached Lin Chun, who was about to leave. "Lin Chun." Lin Hua halted a few steps away, his voice deliberately heavy, laced with a condescending reprimand. "You, who have wandered alone since childhood, lost your parents early, raised without guidance, are wild and unruly. Your actions today at the Lin family gathering have displeased me greatly." His voice suddenly rose, sharp and venomous, each word dripping with poison. Such arrogance, so oblivious to the heavens and the earth. Beware of a short life, following in the footsteps of your parents. This was no mere reprimand, but the most malicious curse and the starkest threat, an insult to the memory of Lin Chen's deceased parents. Lin Chen's footsteps abruptly halted. He slowly turned around, the hint of nonchalance on his face vanishing entirely, his gaze as frigid as polar ice. Without uttering a single word, he did not grant Lin Hua a moment to react. Slap! The sound of a crisp, resounding slap echoed through the silent hall like thunder. Lin Chun's arm moved with such speed that it left only a blur in its wake. Everyone present felt a fleeting blur, as Lin Hua stumbled sideways as if struck by a speeding truck, spinning like a top for 3 or 4 rotations before barely coming to a halt. The left side of his face swelled visibly, a clear imprint of 5 fingers emerging, his mouth split, a trickle of blood cascading down. Dazed, he was left with a buzzing in his ears, stars dancing before his eyes, his mind blank. How could the esteemed head of the Lin family, a master of martial prowess, be publicly slapped by a junior? He hadn't even seen the strike coming. Had decades of rigorous training been for naught? This slap not only stunned Lin Hua, but also left all the guests in the hall in shock. Dominant, ruthless. Without hesitation, this young man was indeed spirited. Could he be called young if he were not so? As the crowd grappled with the shocking display, Lin Hua's wife, a well-preserved matron, rushed in through the side door, cradling her beloved brown poodle, weeping and wailing, clearly just having learned of her son's grave injuries. She wept and cursed, "Which wretch has harmed my son?" Lin Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the meticulously groomed teddy bear, and his gaze turned icy. His fingers hanging at his side imperceptibly flicked, an invisible force, as sharp as a needle, burst forth and precisely struck a specific acupoint at the back of the teddy's neck. "Scoundrel! Lin Chen, you ungrateful wretch born a mother, but raised without one." Lin Hua finally regained his senses from the haze. Acutely aware of the searing pain on his face and the multitude of piercing glares directed at him, overcome with shame and fury, he completely lost his composure. Pointing at Lin Chen and unleashing a torrent of insults, "How dare you strike an elder? Do you think the Lin family is still the same as it was 3 years ago? I warn you, it would be wise to tread carefully, or you may soon find yourself on the path to the underworld to meet your short-lived parents." This threat nearly equated to an admission of the Lin family's involvement in the attack 3 years prior. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Lin Hua's venomous curses faded, the once docile teddy bear in his wife's arms suddenly became possessed, barking frantically and fiercely. It broke free from its owner's grasp and transformed into a brown flash, lunging towards Lin Hua just a few steps away. In the astonished gaze of all onlookers, the teddy leapt into the air, its mouth full of sharp teeth aimed directly at Lin Hua's lips, which were still spewing malicious curses, and it bit down with brutal precision. Ack! Lin Hua's shriek, filled with agony, instantly drowned out the dog's barking. Lin Chen coldly observed this absurd and bloody spectacle, a smirk of icy mockery curling at the corners of his lips. He leisurely spoke, his voice clear and resonant throughout the hall. "See, I told you. Your mouth must have devoured filth. It reeks. Even your dog could sense the odor and couldn't wait to help you clean it up." Chapter 20. Born of the same root, why the urgency to harm each other the night in Dongjiang was torn open by the lights of the Lin family estate. The glow from the crystal chandelier cascaded over the marble floor of the banquet hall and amidst the elegantly dressed guests. Lin Chen's exaggerated shout was like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. "Look, the dog raised by the Lin family has gone mad." The voice pierced through the cacophony, causing the guests who had reached the gilded entrance to turn in unison. There, the million-yuan purebred teddy bear was frantically tearing at Lin Hua's lips, its teeth deeply embedded in flesh, blood trickling down to stain the meticulously trimmed beard, blooming dark red on Lin Hua's custom Armani suit. A champagne flute in the hand of a nearby socialite shattered to the ground, scattering crystal shards. Her crimson-painted fingers covered her gaping mouth, and her carefully drawn eyeliner distorted as her eyes widened in shock. Lin Hua's face turned ashen, a palpable aura of martial prowess emanating from him, creating visible ripples in the air around him. His right hand clawed like a talon, seizing the teddy's neck with ferocity. With a sharp crack, the creature was silenced before it could even whimper, its throat crushed. Lin Hua hurled the limp carcass of the dog onto the ground, splattering the imported Italian marble tiles with crimson. The Lin patriarch's brutal display was a testament to his skill. Lin Chen leaned against the intricately carved corridor pillar, leisurely applauding. Yet his cruelty extended even to the dog he raised. It was no wonder he left my parents with unspoken words. The ellipsis of a statement provokes far more imagination than a direct accusation. The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to plummet several degrees, as a few former associates of the Lin family instinctively clenched their fists. Lin Hua wiped his lips and noticed the glaring blood in his palm, his eyelids twitching violently. The inch-long wound revealed pale flesh, adding a sinister edge to his once imposing visage. What infuriated him further was the metallic taste of rust that seemed to mingle with an indescribable stench. "Lin Chen." Lin Hua forced these two words through clenched teeth, the martial energy in his palm swirling into a visible vortex. Just then, a heart-wrenching wail shattered the oppressive silence. Lin Hua's wife stumbled towards the lifeless dog, her pearl necklace snapping under the violent motion, the round pearls scattering across the floor. Tears streamed down her well-maintained face, and her diamond-studded nails trembled as they caressed the already stiffened body of the dog. Lin Hua, you beast. It accompanied you on morning runs and was by your side at work. It regarded you as its father. Among the guests, someone audibly chuckled, triggering a wave of suppressed laughter. Several socialites covered their mouths with their diamond-encrusted evening bags, yet their shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Someone furtively raised a phone, capturing this farcical scene. Lin Chun sighed, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm each other? He cast his gaze upon the pool of blood on the ground, his thick eyelashes casting shadows on his face, concealing the cold glint that flickered in his eyes. Veins bulged on Lin Hua's forehead, ready to erupt in fury, when a calloused hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Xian Zhenghua, having appeared at his side unbeknownst to him, exerted a grip like iron, immobilizing his movements. Head of the Lin family, Xian Zhenghua said with a beaming smile. Shrewd calculations hidden within the creases of his eyes. Let's not make things difficult for the younger generation. Grant me this favor. While his words were polite, the pressure he applied rendered Lin Hua's entire side numb. Lin Chen noticed the eerie gleam of the jade ring on Xian Zhenghua's thumb and understood that this old fox was indeed aiding him from the shadows. He stepped back slightly, adopting the demeanor of a junior protected by an elder, yet from an angle unseen by the crowd. He made a slashing gesture across his throat towards Lin Hua. Infuriated, Lin Hua trembled with rage but was compelled to suppress it. He cast a cold glance over the assembly, causing those guests with phones to hastily lower their devices. The crystal chandelier flickered suddenly, casting alternating shadows on his face that accentuated the grotesque nature of his wound. Lin Hua yanked his weeping wife to her feet and strode towards Lin Chun, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. Within 3 days, I want you dead, without a complete corpse. Lin Chun maintained his smile, responding in kind. Remember to bring several dogs along, lest you find yourself short for the frying pan. He turned to look at Lin Dong, who was cowering in a corner, his head wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, glaring at him with venomous eyes. Lin Chun raised his champagne glass in a distant salute, the amber liquid glinting like flowing gold under the light. Unbeknownst to him, his wife, Bai Yuni, had appeared at his side, gently tugging at his sleeve with her slender fingers. She donned a chi pao today, accentuating her snow-like skin. Lin Chun naturally wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist. Feeling her slight tremor, he leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, the good show has only just begun. At the opposite end of the banquet hall, Xian Yufei stood beside her father, her gaze complex as she watched the couple. Her eyes were filled with a sense of desolation. Xian Zhenghua glanced at her thoughtfully, then at Lin Chun, suddenly breaking into a meaningful smile. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Chun raised his voice. I apologize for today's farce that may have amused you. However, his tone shifted sharply, eyes narrowing with intensity. Some believe that the Lin family has fallen, allowing them to act with impunity. I advise you all not to forget our ancestral teachings. He snapped his fingers, and the corners of the banquet hall were suddenly illuminated by blinding red light. It was then that the guests noticed, standing at every entrance, warriors clad in black, their chests adorned with a golden character Lin that shimmered under the lights. Those who offend the Lin family shall be punished, no matter the distance. These 8 words fell lightly, yet resonated with a thunderous impact in every heart. A few businessmen who had previously delighted in the Lin family's misfortune broke into a cold sweat, their pallid faces reflected in their trembling wine glasses. Lin Chen observed the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, taking White Yuni's hand as they walked towards the door. Passing by Xian Yufei, he nodded slightly, but she suddenly stepped forward. Lin Chen, Xian Yufei's voice was soft yet clear about our engagement. Miss Xian, Lin Chen interrupted, his gaze calm as still water. A good horse does not turn back to graze. He felt White Yuni's fingers tighten suddenly, and he gently squeezed her palm in reassurance. Upon exiting the Lin family estate, the night breeze greeted them. White Yuni abruptly halted, gazing up at her husband's sharply defined profile. Darling, those men in black, hush. Lin Chan placed a finger softly against her lips, its coolness soothing. We'll discuss it at home. He opened the car door, catching a glimpse of Lin Hua's sinister visage through the second-floor window. Their eyes met across the distance, and Lin Chun smirked, making a gesture across his throat. Lin Hua swiftly drew the curtains, the sound echoing clearly throughout the courtyard. As the car pulled away from the Lin family estate, Lin Chen glanced at the brightly lit building in the rearview mirror, a chill settling in his eyes. The memories of blood and fire from 3 years prior surged forth, the scene of his parents' disappearance vivid in his mind. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, turning pale until White Yuni's warm hand enveloped his. "Darling." White Yuni's voice was gentle yet resolute. "Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by your side." Lin Chun felt a tremor in his heart, turning to look at his wife. The moonlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her face and outlining her flawless features. He suddenly realized that the greatest treasure he had gained over these 3 years of restraint and pretense was this seemingly fragile, yet truly resilient woman beside him. There's a surprise waiting at home. White Yuni winked mysteriously, 2 shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks. Chapter 21. 150 Pounds of Rebellion. Lin Family Estate. Though it was deep into the night, the entire courtyard was ablaze with light, resembling broad daylight. From the ancient, imposing vermilion gate, guards stood vigil every 3 steps. Every 5 steps, their expressions solemn and their eyes vigilant. The chilling atmosphere pervaded the somber night, as if the very air had congealed. Lin Chun, having just come to a halt, stepped out of the vehicle with Bai Yuni. Upon witnessing the heavily fortified scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. The words of his grandfather echoed in his mind, warning of a master-level expert intent on annihilating the Lin family. Everyone disperse. Lin Chun calmly took Bai Yuni's hand and walked toward the main entrance, greeting the vigilant Zhongbo and the bodyguard stationed there with a wave. "Young master, why have you returned?" Zhongbo hurriedly emerged from the crowd, his gaze scanning the dark alleys behind Lin Chun with trepidation. "The master has given strict orders. We must not let our guard down. That master will surely arrive tonight, and we must protect the Lin family at all costs. Today, the Lin family has mobilized nearly all its available forces. Are you not aware?" Lin Chen's tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. "That master has reportedly been eliminated in the Dongjiang black market. Having personally concluded Du Li's life, he was certain of the veracity of this news." "Eliminated?" Zhongbo's expression shifted to one of disbelief, as several bodyguards rushed to his side, whispering urgent reports. A wave of ecstatic crimson surged across Zhongbo's face as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Is it true? Heaven is aiding the Lin family. This is splendid news." Instantly, the heavy gloom lifted from the hearts of all Lin family members, and the tense atmosphere relaxed. In the spacious and elegantly antiquated hall, the venerable Lin Changfeng stroked his grizzled beard, filled with profound sentiment. "If fate allows, our Lin family must properly express our gratitude to Mr. Lin Juntian. No, I shall personally visit the black market tomorrow to convey my thanks. To have vanquished a master-level expert, his prowess must surely have reached the realm of martial sovereign. In this mundane world, an existence at the martial sovereign level possesses a terrifying power capable of instilling awe. Grandfather, perhaps we should reconsider?" Lin Chen's heart raced, and he quickly interjected. Such high-caliber individuals operate in the shadows, rarely revealing themselves. How can we expect him to wait for us in the black market? If you truly go seeking Lin Juntian, Wu Ti, I have to don my armor and join in? What if you, in a moment of excitement, insist on forming a brotherly bond with him? How would I address my own grandfather's brother? That would create quite the debacle. That is out of the question. Lin Changfeng, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, displayed unwavering resolve. He has rescued our Lin family from the brink of ruin. Such immense kindness must not go unacknowledged. I must find a way to locate this Mr. Lin. Seeing his grandfather's obstinacy, Lin Chun could only smile wryly, realizing that he would have to don the guise of Lin Juntian once more. Nevertheless, his grandfather's words illuminated the fact that the Lin family currently lacked a direct motive to act against their adversaries. But the identity of Lin Juntian could provide that impetus. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Damn it! The memory of Lin Hua and his cohort's gloating expressions at the banquet ignited a surge of anger within Lin Shan. Once the investigation results from Han Zhuang were in, he would ensure that this malignant tumor was uprooted without delay, as the Lin family faced yet another threat from a master. The prominent families of Dongjiang were eager to distance themselves from the danger, with one notable exception, the Kai family of Dongjiang. The patriarch of the Kai family, the grandfather of Kai Ergu, personally led a contingent of elite forces to assist the Lin family in fending off this formidable adversary. Old Kai, see? The alarm has been lifted. Why not take someone back to rest first? Lin Chongfeng rose and personally saw off the elder of the Kai family at the door. The elder, dressed in a dark red tang suit, appeared spirited and full of vigor. He scrutinized Lin Shan with keen eyes and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Old Lin, your grandson possesses a well-rounded forehead and an extraordinary demeanor. He is indeed a dragon among men. His future achievements will surely surpass ours. I must encourage my less capable son to associate more closely with your grandson." Lin Chongfeng shot Lin Chen a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "You, this ungrateful rascal. Mingling with those young models at the club every day? What kind of upbringing is that?" After bidding farewell to the elder Kai, Lin Chongfeng turned his gentle gaze to Bai Yuni beside Lin Shan. "This must be my unworthy grandson's fiancée. You miss Yuni?" Lin Chongfeng scrutinized Bai Yuni carefully. Dressed in a perfectly tailored, pure white gown, she exuded a graceful poise, her demeanor serene and her features exquisite. A rare beauty indeed. "Ah, what a wonderful girl," the elder praised, but the latter part of his statement left Bai Yuni momentarily stunned. "What a pity for such a fine cabbage," he lamented. "Grandfather, is that how you speak of your own grandson?" Lin Chen protested. "You could praise the girl without comparing me to a cabbage. Grandfather if I'm a pig. Then what are you? Pig grandfather?" Lin Chen burst into laughter, which only served to infuriate Lin Chongfeng, who huffed and puffed, raising his cane in mock threat. "You little rascal, just wait until I teach you a lesson." Bai Yuni watched the two, their playful banter and carefree antics, and couldn't help but find it amusing. The dynamics of the premier family in Daxia were far removed from her preconceived notions of a rigid and austere environment. As they continued their playful scuffle, a young man clad in a meticulously tailored gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses briskly emerged from the rear corridor. Wearing a perfectly measured expression of concern, he inquired, "Grandfather, I heard that the master was unexpectedly eliminated? Truly, heaven has favored our Lin family. What great news!" However, upon witnessing the natural intimacy between Lin Chongfeng and Lin Shan, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, and his smile stiffened slightly. Noticing the young man, Lin Chongfeng ceased the playful chase and introduced him to Lin Shan and Bai Yuni. "Chinner, Yuni, this is your elder brother, Lin Xiao. I adopted him when he was 3, and he now assists in managing the affairs of the Lin Group." Lin Chongfeng paused, directing his gaze at Lin Shan with a hint of admonition. "Chinner, you must strive to do better. The future of the Lin family ultimately rests in your hands. If you continue to squander your days in this manner, the family business may have to be entrusted to Lin Xiao." Upon hearing Lin Chongfeng's seemingly casual yet weighty remark, Lin Xiao's pupils behind his glasses constricted sharply, a surge of resentment coursing through him. Yet, he quickly donned a mask of humility, waving his hand dismissively. "Grandfather, please don't say that. I am merely managing the affairs temporarily for little Chan. The Lin family will always belong to him. This is something I hold dear and would never dare to think otherwise." His tone was sincere, his posture lowly deferential. However, deep within, resentment towards Lin Chongfeng festered like a poisonous weed. "You old fool. You only have eyes for this good-for-nothing Lin Shan. He is as useless as mud. And yet you still wish to hand the family legacy to him? For all these years, I have toiled tirelessly for the Lin family, enduring hardships and exerting every effort. What was my aim? Was it merely to adorn Lin Shan with a bridal gown?" A chill of murderous intent quietly took root within him. "Greetings, elder brother." Lin Shan approached with a smile, extending his hand to shake Lin Xiao's. His smile remained casual, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Indeed, elder brother, you have labored diligently for the Lin family over the years. However, let me be candid. Should you truly act in the family's best interests, I would be eternally grateful. Yet if you were to betray the Lin family and undermine its foundation, Lin Chun exerted a slight pressure with his hand, releasing an unrestrained, bone-chilling aura of menace that enveloped Lin Xiao in an instant. Then do not blame me for being unmerciful as a younger brother. In these past 3 years, although Lin Chun had joined the Bai family, he had never ceased his investigation into the brutal assault from years prior, particularly concerning the internal affairs of the Lin family. The Lin family was backed by 800,000 heavenly dragon soldiers. Without an insider, how could the enemy have executed such a precise strike? He had long pondered who the traitor might be. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Xiao for the first time, Lin Chun felt a clarity wash over him. His intuition revealed that Lin Xiao was the venomous serpent. This individual feigned a facade of congeniality and virtue. Yet beneath it lay a weight of 150 pounds, with 149 pounds comprising treachery. The sudden surge of terrifying intent made Lin Xiao feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. His back instantly drenched in cold sweat. His eyes brimmed with incredulity and suspicion. This was not right. Intelligence indicated that Lin Chun was merely a wastrel, skilled only at seducing women. What was this suffocating pressure? Had he uncovered something? Impossible. I have concealed my actions so thoroughly. A flicker of panic began to spread within him. Cough, cough. You jest, brother. Lin Xiao forced down his astonishment, offering a sheepish smile, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. If not for grandfather's kindness, I would have perished in the streets. The Lin family is my second set of parents. How could I ever act against the family? That would be for the best. Lin Chen instantly retracted his menacing aura, donning a devil-may-care smile once more. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "Elder brother, continue to oversee the Lin family with peace of mind, allowing me to focus on my pursuits." He shifted the conversation with a hint of mischief. "I heard the new establishment, the Bakai Club, has opened in Dongjiang, and the ladies there are quite enchanting. How about it? Tomorrow at noon, I shall treat you, elder brother, to broaden your horizons?" "Ah, this seems inappropriate." Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at Bai Yuni, who stood quietly beside him, his heart filled with greater confusion. Lin Chun, in front of his own wife, openly invited him to seek out other women? The key was that Bai Yuni displayed no reaction whatsoever, even sporting a faint, enigmatic smile. Was this woman truly as compliant as the rumor suggested? What kind of potion had Lin Chun poured into her? Lin Xiao felt his perceptions being profoundly challenged. "Why be so courteous with your brother?" Lin Chun decisively declared. "It is settled. Tomorrow at noon, Bakai Club, we shall meet without fail." He appeared casual, yet a subtle glimmer of calculation flickered deep within his eyes. Lin Chun was deliberate in his actions. His ostentatious return to the status of the Lin family's legitimate heir was undoubtedly a proclamation to those shadowy figures that the Lin family had not yet fallen, and that he, Lin Chun, was still very much alive. This inevitably leaves certain individuals in a state of unrest. His deliberate exposure of his whereabouts is intended to test Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao truly is the traitor, he will undoubtedly inform his master. Once the other party takes action, Lin Chen can't help but smirk. It will be the perfect opportunity to follow the trail to its source. Observing Lin Xiao's effort to maintain an appearance of honesty and integrity, Lin Chun's thoughts grew more profound. This fellow is quite the actor. However, if he were to eliminate him, it would be imperative to swiftly identify a reliable cadre to manage the vast Lin family enterprise. With both grandfather and great-grandfather aging, he hardly has the leisure to tend to trivial business matters. As the crowd continued their casual conversations, debating whether to indulge in some late-night snacks, Bai Yuni's phone suddenly rang insistently. Upon answering, her delicate brows furrowed immediately. "What? Our supply has been abruptly cut off? All right, I understand. I will return to the company at once to address this." After hanging up, Bai Yuni, with an anxious expression, apologetically addressed Lin Chongfeng and Lin Chun. "Grandfather, darling, There is an urgent matter at the company that I must attend to immediately. I am truly sorry, but I must take my leave. Lin Chun, concerned, asked, Do you need me to accompany you? Bai Yuni shook her head, forcing a reassuring smile. No need. I can handle it. You should spend more time with grandfather. Yet her brow was clouded with worry, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. Lin Chen had indeed wished for a private conversation with his grandfather. Having sought an opportunity for some time, this moment was fortuitous. Very well, do take care on the way, he cautioned. Bai Yuni hurriedly departed, and Lin Xiao, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly excused himself. Once the expansive hall was left with only Lin Chongfeng and Lin Chun, the levity on Lin Chen's face vanished, revealing a rare steadiness and seriousness. Grandfather, what do you truly know about the details of the attack on the Lin family 3 years ago? Leaning on his cane, Lin Chongfeng sighed deeply, his gaze becoming distant and sorrowful, slowly shaking his head. The attack came too suddenly. Your second and third uncles perished on the spot. Your parents went missing, and the northern Luo Sherman, far on the border, also suffered a grievous blow. There are even rumors that you perished that night. Among the Lin family's male descendants, apart from your great-grandfather and me, 2 old men, nearly all have met with misfortune. His voice trembled slightly. Afterward, a torrential rain washed away all traces clean. In these years, I have never ceased my pursuit of the truth, but the leads are too few, yielding little result. The elder's face was etched with helplessness and weariness. He gazed solemnly at Lin Chun, his eyes reflecting both hope and a hint of resignation. Sure, with our Lin family's lineage dwindling to this extent, all hopes rest upon you. Grandfather will no longer press you. Pursue your romantic endeavors if you wish. It will be beneficial for our Lin family to expand its roots. His tone carried a trace of self-deprecating resignation. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly, rendered speechless. Was his grandfather implying that he was deemed inadequate, thus settling for him to merely be a progenitor, entrusting future hopes to the next generation? He longed to inform his grandfather that he had transformed significantly, possessing the strength to instill fear far and wide. Yet reason urged him to exercise restraint. Only by feigning weakness could he coax those lurking serpents in the shadows to reveal themselves. Should he appear overly formidable, his enemies would only retreat deeper. However, one thing is certain. Lin Chongfeng's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. The Lin family, a rival force, must undoubtedly be one of the masterminds. Furthermore, I harbor suspicions regarding the Dragon Lord. He may be more or less implicated in that calamity from years past. The 800,000 heavenly dragon troops branded with the Lin family's military insignia along the southwestern border hang like a sword over many heads, robbing them of sleep. He sighed deeply once more, laden with endless regret. If only your strength remained, with the Lin banner still standing, who would dare to underestimate my family, even a fraction? Listening to his grandfather's meticulous analysis, Lin Chun had already sketched a clear outline in his mind. His gaze resolute, he silently vowed, Grandfather, rest assured, with me, Lin Chun, the Lin banner shall never fall. Bidding farewell to his grandfather, Lin Chun had just stepped out of the grand doors of the Lin residence when he noticed a fleet of identical black Audi 8s silently parked along the tranquil road. Exuding an imposing aura, a middle-aged man, clad in a black high-collared shirt, robust in stature and resolute in visage, approached Lin Chun rapidly upon seeing him. Coming to a halt 3 steps away, he knelt on one knee with a decisive motion, his voice resonant and filled with fervor. Alihu, pay my respects to the instructor. It is truly joyous news that you still live. I am but a fool for learning of this only today. Please punish me as you see fit. Lin Chun regarded the respectful Li Hu on his knees, his expression softening slightly. Do not blame yourself. It was my intent to conceal my whereabouts. I have been faring well these years. Li Hu had risen to prominence in the underground world of Dongjiang, becoming one of the 4 revered patriarchs with a formidable influence. 8 years ago, he had risen from nothing, carving out a territory amidst the chaos of Dongjiang, his name carrying significant weight in the underworld. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Chen had once been the devilish instructor of the elite squad during Li Hu's time as a mercenary abroad. Upon learning of Lin Chen's return, Li Hu had promptly mobilized his elite forces to express his allegiance. Instructor, you flatter me. My current standing is entirely due to your teachings and life-saving grace. Should you require anything, Li Hu and his brothers will face any peril without hesitation. Li Hu bowed his head slightly, his words resonant and firm. Outsiders believed Lin Chun had perished 3 years prior, his prowess diminished. Yet Li Hu understood well the unfathomable depths of his instructor's capabilities. He had never bought into those rumors. Understood. I will reach out if needed. Please have your brothers withdraw, Lin Chun replied with a casual wave, not rejecting Li Hu's devotion. Though he commanded the elite forces of Hanjua and Bei Luo's sect, certain matters indeed require the insight of someone like Li Hu, deeply entrenched in the local scene. After lingering at the Lin residence for some time, Lin Chun returned to the Junlan Tianxia villa, the night already deep. The villa area lay enveloped in tranquility. As he pushed open the grand door, a cascade of water could be heard from the bathroom on the first floor. Had Bai Yuni swiftly concluded her company matters and returned? And was she already washing up? A smile crept upon Lin Chen's lips, for he had now ascended to the 9th level of the ascending dragon technique, finally free from self-imposed constraints. It seemed Bai Yuni had not forgotten their agreement. Ah, this little lady indeed understands. Wife, I'm back. Lin Chun felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he called out loudly, eagerly making his way towards the bathroom, deftly unbuttoning his shirt. What could be more delightful than sharing a romantic bath with his beloved wife, enhancing their marital intimacy? As he pushed open the frosted glass door, a cloud of steamy vapor enveloped him. A graceful, alluring figure emerged from the mist, her curves subtly revealed, her skin glistening invitingly under the soft light. Although he had admired her beauty the night before, this moment carried an enchanting allure of its own. With tenderness, Lin Chen approached, wrapping his arms around her soft body from behind, and leaned down to kiss her fair neck and enticing lips. A soft, delicate sigh escaped her lips. Her body stiffened momentarily, but made no effort to resist, instead nestling comfortably against him, allowing his hands to roam over her silky skin. Yet, as their intimacy deepened, a subtle doubt stirred within Lin Chun. The sensation felt different from the previous night, perhaps more youthful, more delicate. The spark of passion ignited. But just as Lin Chun contemplated taking it further, a clear sound of a car engine echoed from outside the villa, followed by a familiar voice tinged with weariness. Honey, I'm back. What? The sound struck Lin Chun like thunder, sending chills down his spine. The soft body in his arms instantly stiffened. Bai Yuni was back. Then who was this fiery figure he had just embraced? In a sudden motion, Lin Chun pushed the person away. As the steam dissipated, he beheld a face that bore a striking resemblance to Bai Yuni, yet appeared more youthful and playful, grinning at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Hee, brother-in-law, now I belong to you too. Her melodious laughter echoed in the bathroom. Bai Qingru, the younger sister of Bai Yuni, though there was a few years' age difference. Their features were remarkably similar, especially in the hazy steam, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between them. He had just kissed his sister-in-law and touched her inappropriately. This was outrageous. The most shocking part was that Bai Qingru had shown no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 23. Come on, call me daddy. Even Lin Chun, usually nonchalant and thick-skinned, was momentarily dumbfounded. A chill rushed from his toes to the crown of his head. What on earth did his sister-in-law intend to do? This joke was far too absurd. Bai Qingru playfully placed a slender finger against her lips, winking mischievously, tightening her bathrobe, and like a startled deer, she deftly slipped past Lin Chun, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake as she hurried toward the second-floor bedroom. This is our secret, brother-in-law. Don't tell my sister. Lin Chun stood there, still in shock, when he overheard a commotion outside the villa. He quickly composed himself, straightened his clothes, and stepped outside with a serious demeanor. There, he found the ever-persistent Yun Feiyong, blocking Bai Yuni as she got out of the car, a nauseating smirk plastered on his face. Yuni, I regret to inform you that your esteemed company has suddenly run out of stock. Yun Feiyong feigned nonchalance, yet his tone brimmed with an arrogance that suggested he held dominion over all. However, It was evident that such a stance was merely a reflection of standard business protocol. I could not, after all, contravene my family's wishes for the sake of an outsider. Nonetheless, he pivoted his approach, his gaze turning avaricious and brazen. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I shall promptly call my family to resume the supply to the Bai family. How's that sound? Quite simple, isn't it? He advanced a step closer, seeking to bridge the distance between himself and Bai Yuni, in his quest to win her over. Yin Feiyong was prepared to employ any means necessary. He was acutely aware that the Bai family specialized in jewelry, their lifeblood being the source of jadeite raw stones, while the Yin family, as Myanmar's largest supplier, held absolute control through General Songpa's exclusive agency in the Great Xia. He intended to leverage this pivotal advantage to coerce Bai Yuni into submission. Yin Feiyong, how shameless! Bai Yuni's face paled with fury, her chest heaving violently as her nails nearly pierced her palms. Such despicable tactics only served to deepen her disdain for him. Internally, she was fraught with anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. In the jadeite raw stone market of the Great Xia, the Yun family wielded overwhelming authority, leaving the Bai family with no choice but to navigate this formidable obstacle for survival. Shameless? Yun Feiyong scoffed, shrugging his shoulders dismissively. Perhaps. But does the means matter if the end is achieved? What matters is efficacy. A confident smile adorned his face as he continued. Yuni, you have but one day to contemplate this. After 24 hours, should you remain unyielding, his gaze turned icy, laden with menace. The Yin family will not only cease all supplies, but will also ensure the complete ostracization of the Bai group throughout the entire Tiannan province. Consider well how long you can endure. He seemed to envision her capitulation, speaking in a tone tinged with condescension. Conversely, should you acquiesce and become Yun Feiyong's woman, I assure you that the Yun family will exhaust all efforts to elevate the Bai family to the pinnacle of the jewelry industry in Tiannan province, and indeed, the entire southwest. The choice is yours, Yuni. You are astute enough to discern the implications, are you not? As he spoke, he extended his hand, attempting to encircle Bai Yuni's slender waist. Do not linger with that wastrel Lin Chun. What does he offer beyond frivolity and squander? What can you gain by associating with him? Just as his unwelcome hand reached out, it was firmly seized by a hand akin to a vice. It seems you paid no heed to the warning given earlier, came the unmistakable voice of Lin Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, upon grasping Yun Feiyong's wrist, he unleashed a surge of energy through his fingers. A sickening crack echoed through the air, resonating with the sound of bone fracturing. Yun Feiyong's wrist shattered in an instant. My God, my hand, it's broken. The excruciating pain elicited a wail from Yun Feiyong, his forehead veined with tension, cold sweat cascading down his face. The humiliation of being publicly slapped by Lin Chun in the banquet hall and subsequently pummeled by Kai Ergu had yet to fade. Now, Lin Chun dared to break his wrist outright. How dare he? Lin Chun, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to lay your hands on me? Do you even comprehend who I am? Do you know the consequences of provoking the Yun family? Yun Feiyong clutched his distorted wrist, staggering back a few steps, both astonished and enraged, bellowing, "Someone! Seize him! Kill him! I will take the blame if anything goes awry," he shouted towards the imposing figures behind him. Lin Chun stood motionless, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. The Yun family? Huh! His voice was low, yet carried an air of disdainful superiority. I am the sole legitimate heir of the Lin family, the foremost clan of the Great Xia. What does a decrepit family like yours, which survives on proxy rights, amount to in my eyes? Come, dare to touch even a hair on my head. Let us see if your Yun family can withstand the wrath of the Lin family. The few bodyguards of the Yun family, upon hearing the words heir of the Lin family, abruptly halted as if struck by a paralyzing spell. Fear flickered across their faces as they turned to Yun Feiyong, their eyes filled with questioning and trepidation. Yun Feiyong was jolted into awareness. Lin Chin's identity had been publicly declared at the Lin family banquet. As long as the elder of the Lin family remained, their banner would not fall. At this critical moment, he truly dared not act against Lin Chun with lethal intent, at least not overtly. Lin Chun, is it that you can only resort to violence? Yin Feiyong growled, suppressing his agony, attempting to regain his lost dignity. Our matters with the Bai family are purely commercial. Even if you were to kill me, it would not alter the fact that the Bai family is out of stock. Oomph. Do you think the Lin family now is still the same as 3 years ago? He endeavored to salvage his pride by referencing the decline of the Lin family. Before Lin Chun could respond, Bai Yuni stepped forward, linking her arm with his. Her lovely face frosted with anger. She rebuked Yin Feiyong fiercely. What does my husband do concern you? Miss Xian is willing to follow my husband due to his charisma. What business is it of yours? Can you control it? Her defense of Lin Chun bordered on blind adoration. Lin Chun, glancing at Bai Yuni who stood up for him, felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardness at the recent absurd misunderstanding with Bai Qingru in the bathroom. He turned his gaze towards the flustered Yun Feiyong, a cold smile gracing his lips. Oh, a commercial matter? Very well. Let us resolve it through commercial means. He leisurely retrieved his phone, scrolling through the screen. Isn't it true that your Yun family's arrogance stems from holding the proxy rights for General Songpa? Do you believe that with a single phone call, I can strip your family of this protective charm? As Lin Chin spoke, he pretended to dial. A phone call? Ha ha ha. Yun Feiyong erupted into laughter, disregarding the pain in his wrist, his mirth laced with derision. Lin Chin, have you lost your mind? The Lin family is barely holding on. And you think a phone call will persuade General Songpa to revoke our proxy rights? Who do you think you are? Do you believe General Songpa will heed you? Kulme, call. Let me hear it. If you truly manage to have General Songpa withdraw our family as proxy rights, I will call you father on the spot. The Yun family had collaborated with General Songpa for many years, their relationship intricately woven, their interests deeply intertwined. To safeguard this golden opportunity, the profit shares relinquished by the Yun family were unmatched in the Great Xia. Yun Feiyong was 1,000% certain that General Songpa would never sever ties with the Yun family, a stable client and partner. For the sake of a crumbling Lin family, Lin Chin ceased his idle chatter and promptly dialed the obscure satellite encrypted number. The call was almost instantaneously answered, and a voice laden with a strong foreign accent, brimming with excitement, erupted through the line. Emperor, is it truly you? The heavens have finally granted us this moment. Knowing that you are safe fills me with indescribable joy. You cannot fathom the despair I felt 3 years ago upon hearing of your misfortune. My tears nearly ran dry. The voice belonged to the illustrious General Songpa from Myanmar, who was currently overwhelmed with emotion. Enough with the flattery. Lin Chun interjected, his tone nonchalant. I call to inform you a matter. My wife is the president of the Dongjiang Bai's jewelry group, and we require your agency's representation in Daxia. Any objections? He paused briefly before adding coldly, oh. And by the way, there's a reckless individual from the Yun family who is threatening me with the agency rights, attempting to seize my wife. Handle it accordingly. What? The Yun family? Those scoundrels dare to covet the emperor's consort. General Songpa's voice escalated, filled with rage. Your Majesty, do not be angered. Understand. I will immediately cease all cooperation with the Yun family. Every channel will be completely shut down. I will arrange a private plane. It will depart tonight for Dongjiang. Before the sun rises tomorrow, the new agency contract will be on your esteemed wife's desk. Rest assured, Your Majesty. General Songpa's tone was resolute, underscored by unwavering loyalty. Years prior, when he had been ensnared in a deadly trap, it was Lin Chun who had descended like a deity to save his life, imparting martial skills and clearing obstacles, ultimately aiding him to ascend to the pinnacle of power in Myanmar. Without Lin Chun, there would be no General Songpa today. Every request from Lin Chun was a supreme command to him. Lin Chun hung up the phone without casting a glance at the pallid Yun Feiyong, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Within a minute, Yun Feiyong's phone erupted with frantic vibrations, displaying the name of his father, Yun Batian. Trembling, he answered, only to be met with his father's furious, nearly roaring voice. Wretched fool, what kind of divine being have you offended out there? General Songpa just called to announce the immediate and permanent termination of all cooperation with our Yun family. He claims you have angered a figure of such stature that even he cannot contend with. The Yin family is finished. Absolutely finished. No, it cannot be. Yin Feiyong felt as if struck by lightning, his body frozen in place as his phone clattered to the floor. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, his eyes wide as saucers, staring at Lin Shan with a mix of horror and disbelief that consumed him entirely. Hadn't the Lin family already fallen from grace? How could Lin Shan possibly exert influence over the powerful General Songpa, so far away in Myanmar? Could a single phone call truly obliterate the very foundation upon which the Yun family relied? A devilish smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Akin to a sovereign who commands all, he leisurely approached the dazed Yun Feiyong, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, his voice laced with mockery and undeniable authority. Come now, call me daddy. Chapter 24. Borrowed by the younger sister-in-law as a dance partner. Yun Feiyong grasped her wrist, staring in astonishment at Lin Chun, recalling Lin Chen's thunderous display earlier that day at the Lin family banquet, where he publicly dealt with Lin Dong and audaciously slapped the Lin family patriarch, Lin Hua. One could not help but ponder whether he possessed some undisclosed trump card. However, according to my investigations, Lin Chen had been frequenting the various entertainment venues in Dongjiang for the past 3 years, indulging in a life of excess. Although he was once a prodigious talent from the North Luo Sherman, the calamity 3 years prior had left him rumored to be a shell of his former self, with his very essence shattered and even one of his kidneys extracted. How, then, did he appear so vigorous and formidable now? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I am resolute in acquiring by Uni, given her unique constitution. Lin Chen, just you wait. I shall see how long you can revel in this glory. Yun Feiyong, suppressing excruciating pain, spat out his threats with a facade of bravado, retreating in a disheveled manner from the Junlan Tianxia villa. Lin Chan watched his panicked figure, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his voice low yet piercing through the night. Yun Feiyong, this is your final warning. Should you dare to harass my wife again, he paused, his tone chilling. I will unleash a bulldozer and raze the very foundation of your Yun family's ancestral home to the ground. I will make good on my word. The ferocity in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the bodyguards lurking in the shadows. The incessant nuisances had ignited genuine fury within Lin Chun. It was imperative to set an example. Otherwise, peace would remain elusive. Darling, was it truly General Songpa you contacted just now? Bai Yuni nestled against Lin Chun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief, her voice tinged with excitement. Is he really going to grant us the exclusive rights to the Emerald Rawstone Agency in Myanmar for our Bai group? In the span of a single day, Lin Chun had delivered wave after wave of astonishment. The direct heir of the foremost family in the Great Xia. This revelation was akin to a bombshell. She had never imagined that her seemingly carefree husband, lost in indulgence, possessed such an illustrious background. The Bai group was but a third-rate entity in Dongjiang, a stark contrast to the Lin family. Indeed, Lin Chun embraced his wife's slender waist, striding confidently toward the brightly lit villa. From tomorrow onward, the lifeblood of Myanmar's emerald raw stones will rest firmly in the hands of your Bai group. Bai Yuni turned to gaze at Lin Chen's chiseled profile, which appeared exceptionally trustworthy under the warm glow of the villa's lights. A surge of warmth flowed within her heart, and a resolute thought quietly took shape. Tonight, I must repay him handsomely. Sister, brother-in-law, you're back. As the couple stepped into the foyer, they were greeted by Bai Qingru, who stood in the living room clad in a pink silk camisole nightgown, her smile radiant as she bent to welcome them. This motion caused the loose neckline to part slightly, revealing an enticing expanse of alluring skin before Lin Chen's eyes. Recalling the recent misunderstanding in the bathroom, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, his gaze involuntarily pausing. Qingru, what brings you here? Bai Yuni asked, somewhat surprised. Bai Qingru had just turned 18 and was still attending university. Today was not a weekend. Is there a holiday at school? I miss my sister and brother-in-law. Bai Qingru replied sweetly, particularly emphasizing brother-in-law with a sugary lilt, her eyes casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chun. Since Lin Chun entered the Bai family by Qingru, who was still in high school, has taken a particular interest in her brother-in-law, persistently seeking his company for shopping, dining, and leisure activities. At this moment, Lin Chin suddenly realized, this young lady has undoubtedly been plotting this for some time. She has long coveted my charm. Alas, I have let my guard down. Tomorrow, with no activities in the morning and only a ball in the afternoon, I shall sneak back. Bai Qingru affectionately linked her arm with her sister's, playfully declaring, "Sister, we agreed that I would sleep with you tonight, and you mustn't send me away." What? Upon hearing this, both Lin Chun and Bai Yuni froze in disbelief. They had meticulously planned for a night of intimacy, and Bai Qingru's unexpected intrusion jeopardized their intentions. Clearing his throat, Lin Chun asserted, "Qingru, you are now a grown lady. What nonsense is this about sleeping with your sister?" He attempted to project an air of authority, insisting, "Listen, adults sleep alone, and your sister is my wife. She must sleep with me. You've taken my spot. Where shall I sleep?" However, Bai Qingru cheekily stuck out her tongue, responding provocatively, "Hee, if brother-in-law is afraid, he can join us. I would mind at all. How dare you speak such nonsense? You cannot say that about your brother-in-law," Bai Yuni exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully tapped her sister's forehead. Little did she know that certain unspeakable matters had quietly transpired without her awareness. Bai Yuni looked apologetically at Lin Chun and softly said, "Darling, please bear with me for a moment. I will prepare the guest room for you downstairs." Bai Qingru, of course, was merely joking. After freshening up, the three of them settled onto the comfortable sofa, enjoying some fruit, snuggling close to her sister. Bai Qingru finally revealed her true intention. "Sister, the reason I returned today is that I would like to borrow brother-in-law tomorrow afternoon." "Not a chance," Lin Chen firmly interjected without hesitation. This little vixen surely harbored ulterior motives. "To lend myself out? What if I end up worse than a beast? The stakes are too high. Borrow your brother-in-law? What do you intend to do with him?" Bai Yuni inquired, her curiosity piqued. "There is a significant ball at school tomorrow afternoon, and the teachers require us to have a partner." Bai Qingru turned to Lin Chun, her large, watery eyes fixated on him, her voice dripping with sweetness. "I would like to invite brother-in-law to accompany me. You dance so brilliantly. You will surely captivate the entire audience." Her gaze sparkled with admiration and anticipation. Letting my husband dance with my sister? Bai Yuni recalled how, just a few hours earlier at the Lin family banquet, Lin Chun had dazzled the crowd while dancing with her and Xian Yufei. Her heart stirred. If he could dance with Xian Yufei yesterday, then accompanying his own sister today seemed entirely reasonable. After all, better to keep the charming Lin Chun close than let those unscrupulous young rascals take advantage of her sister. With his wife's approval, Lin Chun found it exceedingly difficult to harden his heart and refuse her request. All right, I will go. Lin Chun sighed in resignation and raised his hands in surrender. Over the years in the Bai family, these sisters had treated him exceptionally well. Bai Qingru, that little girl, even remembered to bring him a banana when she had one herself, never once despising him for being a burdensome son-in-law. This bond of friendship was etched in his heart. At midnight, after confirming that Bai Yuni and Bai Qingru were soundly asleep, Lin Chen quietly rose, donned a black outfit, and slipped away from the tranquil Junlan Tianxia like a phantom, hastening towards the Royal No. 1 Club. This nocturnal journey was not for frivolity, but rather to attend a mysterious midnight rendezvous during the day, while tracking the girl Chu Yin, who bore a striking resemblance to his little junior sister. She had not acknowledged her identity, yet had lightly tapped the back of his hand twice, leaving him a key card to the general manager's office. That clandestine signal was unmistakably an invitation to meet at 2 in the morning. Meanwhile, inside the Royal No. 1 general manager's office, Su Yun had just finished her bath and changed into a gossamer ice silk camisole that accentuated her graceful curves. She felt a twinge of anxiety as she lay on the soft bed, pondering whether Su Qingshue's arrangements were appropriate. In the dimly lit room, only the faint light filtering in from outside outlined the furniture, and the air was infused with the subtle scent of shower gel. Chapter 25. What? Mistaken again. The Royal No. 1 Club was already closed for the night, enveloped in profound silence. apart from the yellowish light seeping from the security room at the entrance. The entire building was as dark as ink, its doors tightly locked. To gain normal access, one would have to disturb the guards. This level of challenge was trivial for Lin Chun. He stealthily maneuvered to the shadows at the back of the building, using his toes to gain leverage against the wall, moving as nimbly as a nocturnal owl. In a few swift motions, he silently climbed to the exterior of the general manager's office on the 8th floor. Skillfully, he pushed open the unlocked window and deftly climbed inside. As soon as he landed, Lin Chen's acute senses detected the rhythmic sound of breathing from the bed. In the darkness, a smile crept upon his lips. His little junior sister was quite romantic, indulging in this air of mystery. A wave of emotion surged through him, reminiscent of a long-lost reunion. He held his breath, tiptoed closer to the bedside, and with a mix of mischief and longing, suddenly leaned down, enfolding the soft figure in his arms. His hand instinctively found its way to the generous curves, marveling at their astonishing resilience. While he lowered his head to kiss those tender lips, murmuring, "Little junior sister," still stubbornly denying it in the daylight. "Let us see if I can turn this raw rice into cooked rice tonight." In his heart, he was certain this must be Su Qingxue, if it weren't her. While he was signal and a key card, a soft moan escaped the woman in his embrace, as if she had been stirred from slumber, her lips instinctively responding. Yet, that very sound struck Lin Chun like a thunderclap. No, that voice was not his little junior sister, Su Qingxue. His body went rigid, every hair on his skin standing on end, as he instinctively sprang away from the bed. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Could it be? Had he truly mistaken identities twice in one day? "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman on the bed was fully awake now, letting out a startled cry as she frantically groped around, and with a click, turned on the bedside lamp. The soft light instantly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the bed where the startled beauty lay. It was none other than Su Yun, the owner of Royal No. 1. Her silk nightgown, disheveled by Lin Chen's earlier actions, revealed a fallen shoulder strap, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin and enticing curves, her fullness barely concealed in the soft glow. Upon noticing the man who had unexpectedly appeared in the room and feeling the lingering moisture on her lips along with the unusual sensation on her chest, Su Yun quickly comprehended the situation. "Rogue, someone help!" she screamed, frantically wrapping herself in a thin blanket and retreating to the corner of the bed in terror. "Don't scream. Beautiful. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to," Lin Chun, equally bewildered, hastily explained. He had come to see his junior sister. Who would have imagined that the one lying on the bed was someone else entirely? As Su Yun's cries escalated, Lin Chun made a swift decision. Stepping forward to pin her down once more, firmly covering her mouth, his voice urgent and low. "Listen to me. I'm not a rogue. I'm here for my junior sister, Su Qingxue. She gave me the room card and asked me to meet her at 2. How was I to know you were in here?" As he spoke, he quickly produced the room card from the general manager's office, waving it before Su Yun's eyes. Su Yun paused her struggles, the light revealing Lin Chen's handsome yet anxious face, and she instantly recognized him as the senior brother Su Qingxue had been so fond of. He had even sought out Chu Yin earlier in the day. A tumult of emotions washed over her, both embarrassment and helplessness. "Qingxue, how could you give him the room card and not show up yourself, leaving me to bear the brunt of this? Losing my first kiss to this scoundrel." Su Yun blinked, signaling her understanding and that she would remain silent. Just as Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to release her, his ears perked up, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. "Hush! Don't make a sound. Someone else coming," he hissed, swiftly turning off the bedside lamp and rolling into the shadowy corner of the bed, holding his breath and fixing his eyes on the door. In the darkness, Su Yun felt the pressure of Lin Chen's body against hers, the heat of his masculine presence sending her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. Unable to contain herself, she softly murmured, "You've hurt me." She anxiously shifted, attempting to create some distance. Only then did Lin Chun become acutely aware of their intimate position, and the awkwardness intensified as he felt an involuntary reaction. Cursing inwardly, he quickly shifted away, pressing himself against the wall to suppress his breath. Click! The door lock emitted a soft sound, and the door was silently pushed open. 5 shadowy figures darted into the room like phantoms. In the dim light, filtering through the window, glimmering weapons could be faintly discerned in their hands. Su Xiao, are we going to act immediately? One of the assassins, gripping a dagger, inquired in a hushed tone, the sharp blade gesturing toward the bed. Isn't that too risky? If we kill that woman, there will be repercussions from above. What is there to fear? The man leading the group, referred to as Su Xiao, interrupted impatiently, his voice cold. The young master has given a death order. She must be eliminated, and we need to retrieve that item from her. The old man surely hid it with her. He urged, hurry up. We don't want to prolong the night. Tonight's unresolved matters will only lead to greater troubles tomorrow. Indeed, the killer, gripping the dagger, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes, no longer hesitating as he crouched low and stealthily approached the bulging quilt on the bed. The dagger's cold gleam traced a chilling arc through the darkness. On the bed, Su Yun's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, her entire body stiff with fear. She could scarcely believe that the Su family would be so deranged as to directly invade an office to commit murder in silence. What would she do? Would Lin Chen intervene? Yet he was but one man, while they faced 2 masters of the transformation stage. Swish! The dagger sliced through the air with a cutting wind, plunging down with ferocity. Ah! Su Yun's scream nearly ruptured her throat. At this critical juncture, a shadow erupted from the corner of the room. Like a leopard, Lin Chen sprang forth, impeccably seizing the killer's wrist. A sharp crack echoed as the dagger shattered. Immediately followed was the terrifying sound of the killer's wrist bones fracturing. Seeking death, Lin Chen scoffed coldly, exerting force in his arm, lifting the killer as if he were a mere sack of straw, and slammed him violently against the hard floor. Bang! A muffled thud resounded, accompanied by the sound of splintering bones, and the killer fell limp to the ground without uttering a sound. The room's lights suddenly illuminated. Lin Chen and the trembling Su Yun, wrapped in a thin quilt, stood at the bedside, coldly staring at the intruders. Upon recognizing the leader's visage, Su Yun was first taken aback. Then an overwhelming fury surged within her. Su Feng, it is you, a mere offshoot of the Su family, dared to come here to kill the young lady? Are you not fearful that your family will turn you into mincemeat? She trembled with rage, seeing Su Yun instead of Su Qingxue emerge from the bed. Su Feng was momentarily stunned. Then a sinister smile crept across his face. Humph. The family? Who hold the power in the family now? The old master lies in a coma, and the young master reigns supreme. That wretched woman may have escaped tonight, but what of it? Do you think she can hide indefinitely? His gaze swept over his fallen subordinates, then landed on Lin Chen, whose aura radiated danger, sending a chill down his spine. This man had subdued his subordinate with a single move, his strength unfathomable. This place is ill-suited for lingering. We must withdraw. Su Feng decisively commanded retreat, casting a lewd smile back at Su Yun as he departed. Su Yun, given your modicum of beauty, I shall offer you a path. Climb into my bed and serve me well. Perhaps I might speak a few kind words for you before the young master, preserving your life. Ha ha, you are shameless. Su Yun's chest heaved violently with anger, yet she felt utterly helpless. In the dead of night, as a frail woman, what could she do against such a band of ruthless thugs? Just as Su Feng and his remaining subordinates were about to step out the door, Lin Chen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet imbued with a chilling aura that froze the air. Stop. Did I permit your departure? Before his words faded, Lin Chen's figure had already materialized before Su Feng like a specter, his icy gaze locking onto him like a venomous serpent, causing Su Feng to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body rigid with fear. What do you want? Su Feng shouted, his bravado faltering as he attempted to assert his identity. Kid, I shall not pursue the matter from earlier. If you know what is good for you, refrain from meddling. The Su family in the provincial capital is not something you can provoke. Instinctively, he sought to retreat, avoiding Lin Chen's disquieting gaze. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen's lips curled into a cruel arc, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice. I had intended to kill you. In the next instant, Lin Chen sprang into action, swift as lightning. Without uttering a single word or performing any elaborate gestures, he deftly drew a dagger from the waist of a stunned bodyguard beside him. With an arm that transformed into a fleeting shadow, he drove the cold blade mercilessly into Su Feng's heart. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in the suffocating silence of the room. Su Feng's sinister grin instantly froze, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. He glanced down at the dagger, its hilt protruding from his chest, then raised his eyes to stare at Lin Chun, his expression rife with malice and confusion. Vitality ebbed rapidly from the wound as he gasped, struggling to produce any coherent sound. This is not how it was supposed to go. The script dictated fierce exchanges followed by a retreat to fight another day. How could it end in death so abruptly? What are the subsequent scenes? "I am Lin Chun of the Lin family," he declared, his voice echoing with a chilling finality. "The elder brother of Su Qingxue." With a swift kick, Lin Chun sent the dying Su Feng sprawling to the ground. "Since you wish to harm my junior sister, I must send you on your way first." "Lin Chun? How can this be?" Su Feng's pupils dilated, his mind racing through the intelligence he had received about Lin Chen's fall from grace, consumed by vice. A profound sense of absurdity and bitterness engulfed him. "The information has led to my demise." The other assassins, witnessing the scene, were paralyzed with terror and turned to flee. Yet, Lin Chen's figure moved like a wraith within the confined space, leaving behind only muffled gasps in his wake. Within mere moments, all intruders lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless as if reaped like wheat. The room was thick with a metallic scent of blood. Su Yin stood by the bed, her face ashen, gripping the thin blanket tightly, her mind blank as she stared at Lin Chun, who resembled a god of death. "You've killed them all." Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Although she had heard Su Qingxue speak of her elder brother's remarkable prowess, she was also told of his ruin 3 years ago in a catastrophic event. Yet, the decisive and ruthless manner in which he had acted now belied any notion of weakness. "They deserve to die." Lin Chun flicked the droplets of blood from the dagger, his tone flat, as if he had merely crushed a few ants underfoot. He turned, fixing his piercing gaze upon the still-shaken Su Yun, bombarding her with questions. "Now, tell me, who are you? Where is my junior sister, Su Qingxue? Why are you here? Why do you possess this room key card?" The intrusion of Su Feng and his accomplices had interrupted his thoughts, and now that the crisis had passed, a wave of inquiries flooded his mind. His junior sister had arranged to meet him at 2 in the morning, leaving behind the general manager's office keycard. Why then was it Su Yun who had appeared? Chapter 26. The Scandalous Deal of Royal Number 1. Why am I here? Su Yun took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, tightening the blanket around her. She shot Lin Chun an exasperated glare. "Young Master Lin, do take a good look. This is my office. I am the owner of Royal Number 1. If I were not here, would I be sleeping on the streets?" She endeavored to conceal her inner turmoil and trepidation towards the perilous man before her with a facade of professionalism. "No." Lin Chen's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a knife. His junior sister had explicitly arranged to meet him at 2 o'clock that night. The signal was unmistakable. He raised the room key once more, his eyes brimming with inquiry and confusion. Had he misinterpreted the situation? Yet, the familiarity he felt upon seeing Chu Yin earlier in the day, the contours of her brows and eyes, was undeniably that of his junior sister, Su Qingxue. What gone awry? "Miss Su." Lin Chen advanced a step, his formidable presence causing Su Yun to involuntarily retreat. "Since you are here, I implore you to clarify, unequivocally, the background of that young lady Chu Yin from your establishment. What is her connection to Su Qingxue?" He sought to discern any cracks in Su Yun's composed demeanor. However, Su Yun remained steadfast in adhering to Su Qingxue's counsel, wary of revealing her true identity and circumstances. She feigned calmness and endeavored to make her tone sound natural and credible. "Ah, you mean Chu Yin? I recall now that Lin Xiao specifically requested her company during the day. I truly apologize," she said, donning a professional mask of regret. "But it seems I must disappoint you. That young lady Chu Yin is merely an ordinary girl from our establishment. She has lived with her elderly grandmother, facing poverty, and came here to work in order to earn money for her grandmother's medical treatment. Her background is quite pitiful. as Lin Chun listened to Su Yun's impenetrable explanation. The tension within him seemed to loosen slightly, only to be replaced by a profound sense of disappointment, leaving an emptiness in his heart. Was it truly the case that he had mistaken someone due to his yearning? Yet, the sensation had felt so tangible. The eyes he had seen earlier were unmistakably those of his junior sister. Did she harbor some unspeakable burden that compelled her to conceal her identity? Lin Chen's gaze dimmed somewhat. It appeared that he would have to wait for the reunion of the remnants of Bei Luo's faction in Dongjiang to thoroughly investigate the connections between Royal No. 1 and Chu Yan. If it were indeed confirmed that she was his junior sister, Lin Chen would not hesitate to uproot any threats against her, even if it meant overturning the entire Dongjiang. Since it seemed he would not encounter his junior sister tonight, Lin Chun had no intention of lingering. He cast a glance at the chaos strewn about the floor and turned to leave this place rife with bloodshed and misunderstandings. Wait, Su Yin unexpectedly called out to him. Watching Lin Chen's upright silhouette, recalling the fervent kiss in the darkness and the peculiar sensation of his palm, her cheeks flushed anew, an inexplicable courage swelling within her. What, young Master Lin, do you think you can take everything and leave? Do you treat this place as a free inn? She said, deliberately adopting a tone tinged with playful ire. Lin Chen paused, slowly turning around, a roguish smile returning to his face. His eyes bore a hint of mischief as they swept over Su Yun's figure, wrapped in a thin blanket, yet still revealing her curves. Oh, is Boss Su expecting me to take responsibility? Well, if that is the case, it's not impossible, he drawled, his voice growing sultry and assertive. However, before I assume any responsibility, we must delve deeper into our discussions to clarify the accounts. Don't you agree? His insinuating words, coupled with his current dangerous yet alluring demeanor, caused Su Yun's heart to race. It must be said that Su Yun possesses a voluptuous and graceful figure, exuding a mature sensuality. Particularly, the astonishing elasticity and fullness she displayed in the darkness moments ago certainly marked her as a captivating beauty. Should she be willing, Lin Chen would not mind indulging in a fleeting romance. Faced with Lin Chen's unabashed gaze and words, Su Yun felt her heart race, her body weaken, as an unfamiliar sensation spread within her. What do you intend to do? Please, don't act recklessly. She instinctively tightened her grip on the thin blanket covering her chest, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Her emotions were in a tumultuous state. Lin Chen was handsome, powerful, radiating a kind of fatal allure that was hard for any woman to resist. Yet, he was the most significant person in Su Qingshue's heart. How could she? Su Yun's mind was filled with inner turmoil. In the midst of this ambiguous and awkward silence, a bold idea suddenly flickered in Su Yun's mind. She took a deep breath, suppressing her chaotic emotions, and gazed intently into Lin Chen's eyes, her tone becoming serious with a hint of pleading. Lin Xiao, since Miss Chu Yan is not the little junior sister you have been longing for, would you be willing to assist us with a favor? If you could help us secure Royal No. 1. She paused, a flush rising to her cheeks, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Imbued with a sense of desperation, I am willing to follow your wishes. Upon uttering these words, she felt her cheeks burn as if aflame. Is that so? Not the little junior sister? And yet, willing to follow my wishes? Lin Chen's brows arched with intrigue as he scrutinized Su Yun. This Su boss was rather intriguing. He keenly caught the key information in her words. Secure Royal No. 1. This only reinforced his suspicions. Royal No. 1 must be in trouble, and Chu Yan's identity was undoubtedly complex. The transaction Su Yun proposed must harbor hidden motives, likely connected to the little junior sister. Although many clues remained unconnected for the moment, Lin Chen's intuition had never led him astray. That Chu Yan was almost certainly Su Qingxue. Given that the little junior sister was facing difficulties in her domain, how could Lin Chun stand idly by? Oh, this condition indeed sounds enticing. Lin Chun concealed his levity, his expression turning solemn, his gaze deepening. Pray tell, what troubles has Royal No. 1 encountered that necessitate my presence? Seeing Lin Chun relent, Su Yun felt a measure of relief and promptly laid bare the predicament. It's the Su family. The headquarters of the Su family in the capital has dispatched representatives from the provincial branch with the intent to forcibly seize control of Royal Number 1. They not only wish to take the establishment, but also to coerce Chu Yin into surrendering an important ancestral relic of hers. Tomorrow, the representatives sent by the Su family will formally negotiate with us, employing threats and intimidation. I hope you can intervene at that time to help us stabilize the situation and intimidate them. Her tone was filled with concern and resignation. So, it is, once again, the Su family. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. If he dared to eliminate their young master, Su Feng, what did he have to fear from mere negotiating representatives? It was time for a thorough reckoning. Very well, Lin Chen agreed without hesitation, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Time and place, just inform me. I shall be there punctually tomorrow. Chapter 27, Layout, inviting you into the trap. Su Yun watched Lin Chen's figure vanish into the night, an inexplicable sense of tranquility rising within her, as if her once suspended heart had finally found its resting place. Could this sensation stem from that fervent kiss and the electrifying touch of those hands? She shook her head, attempting to dispel these enchanting thoughts. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone pierced the air. It was Su Qingxue calling. Surely, there was nothing pressing in Sister Yun's office this evening? Su Qingxue's voice carried a subtle undertone of anxiety and fatigue. It's nothing important. Shi Yun's heart raced, inexplicably engulfed by a sense of panic akin to being caught in an illicit affair, accompanied by an indescribable thrill. As long as there's nothing amiss. The documents in the office are crucial. I will return early tomorrow morning to prepare for negotiations with the Su family. On the other end, Su Qingxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though her tone bore a heavier weight of exhaustion. An idea suddenly flickered in Shi Yun's mind. Perhaps Su Qingxue had indeed arranged to meet Lin Chen, only to retreat at the last moment. To call it retreating while remaining in the office, what did that signify? A subtle pang of bitterness stirred within her. However, she swiftly suppressed her distractions and reported, Xiao Xue, there's something you need to know. Lin Xiao just visited the office. Su Qingxue gasped on the other end, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Her senior truly understood her hint. Has he left now? Her voice trembled imperceptibly. Lin Xiao has already departed, and I did not reveal your identity. Shi Yun paused before continuing, but he has killed Su Feng, the eldest son of the Su family. Moreover, I have invited him to assist us in intimidating the Su family's negotiation representatives tomorrow. She briefly outlined the situation. What? He killed a member of the Su family? But his strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Su Qingxue's voice brimmed with urgency and concern. She was acutely aware of the severity of Lin Chen's injuries from 3 years ago. His meridians destroyed, his kidney excised, and his heart grievously wounded. Even if he could contend with ordinary individuals due to his martial foundation, exposure to true villains posed a grave risk. Let us do this. I want to attend the negotiations tomorrow. Sister Yun, you will represent me and handle everything. Su Qingxue hastily made her decision. She feared that upon encountering Lin Chen again, she might be unable to control the impulse to reveal herself. Once her identity was exposed, it would mean Lin Chen would instantly become a target for countless concealed arrows. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Qingxue, Lin Chen had already brazenly declared his identity as the legitimate heir of the Lin family during a banquet. The only aspect he concealed was his unfathomable strength. After spending 3 years in the East River S clubs, when the identity of the legitimate heir of the Lin family was revealed to the eyes of all, Lin Chen remained the debauched young scion. Only a select few were aware that Lin Chen had undergone a complete transformation, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Naturally, Lin Chen possessed another card to play, the prodigious talent Lin Juntian. When necessary, he could certainly traverse the world under the guise of Master Lin. For instance, in tomorrow's negotiations, Lin Chen did not intend to reveal his true self. He planned to present himself as Lin Juntian, claiming to be a friend of Lin Chen. At midnight, as Lin Chen drove back to Junlan Tianxia, a shadow stealthily slipped out the back door of the Lin family estate, hailing a taxi on the silent street, silently heading towards the Lin family residence. Inside the study of the Lin family estate, The lights burned brightly. Master Lin, what on earth is happening? Lin Chun, that wretched spawn, was not supposed to have perished 3 years ago. How could he suddenly resurface? Lin Xiu's expression was one of malevolence as he interrogated Lin Hua, whose mouth was comically wrapped in bandages, his tone dripping with resentment. You ask me? Who should I inquire? Lin Hua's voice was muffled, yet his gaze was equally venomous. That scoundrel. Not only did he disrupt the engagement banquet between the Lin and Xian families, but he also dared to slap me publicly. Such a profound humiliation. The thought of the disgrace he endured at the banquet made him tremble with rage. Lin Xiu had already heard of Lin Chen's audacious exploits at the gathering. The Lin family had, indeed, lost face before their matriarch. Lin Chen must die. That old fool had spoken to me, and the message was unmistakable. No matter how hard I strive, the Lin family will ultimately fall into Lin Chen's hands. Lin Xiu's face was shrouded in gloom, his voice emerging like a hiss through clenched teeth. As long as Lin Chen lives, I shall never truly wield control over the Lin family. That object we covet will forever remain beyond our reach. Silence. Lin Hua barked, casting a wary glance around. Some matters are best left unspoken. If revealed, it would jeopardize the boss's grand scheme, leaving us without a burial place. His eyes were as cold as a serpent's venom. Lin Xiu, aware of his slip, suppressed the surging hatred and shifted the topic. Family head, there lies a splendid opportunity. Lin Chun has invited me to Bakai Club tomorrow for a feast, and I have already accepted. Tomorrow, I shall lure him there. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes. You arrange for personnel to thoroughly resolve him at Bakai Club. Let there be no future troubles. A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Hua's gaze as he slowly nodded. Indeed, it is a rare opportunity. The blood-robe sect's operatives will arrive in Dongjiang by tomorrow morning. I shall make the necessary arrangements. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Once you secure the room, promptly send me the room number. He slammed his fist onto the mahogany desk, producing a dull thud. Ever since he learned of the mysterious assassination of the master who sought to annihilate the Lin family last night, a foreboding shadow had cast itself over Lin Hua's heart. The master's death was too fortuitous, coinciding precisely with Lin Chen's return and the pivotal moment of the Lin and Xian families' union. He had painstakingly maneuvered to persuade the Xian family to retract their marriage proposal, only to have Lin Chen shattered in an instant, making subsequent plans all the more arduous. Regardless of whether that assassin, Lin Juntian, is Lin Chun, the blood-robe sect shall strike tomorrow, and Lin Chun shall have no path to survival. The blood-robe sect, a top-tier assassin organization that has risen in prominence over the last decade. Its ranks are filled with formidable experts, and what is most fearsome is their ironclad rule. Once a mission is accepted, it is a fight to the death. Unless the blood-robe sect is vanquished, the target shall face relentless pursuit, no matter how far they flee. Yet, Lin Hua and Lin Xiu remained oblivious, unwittingly stepping into the meticulously laid trap devised by Lin Chun. His return was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that spread ever outward. Meanwhile, his machinations never ceased. For instance, at the Su family residence. At this moment, within the luxurious hotel suite accommodating the Su family delegation, the atmosphere was tense. Although Su Feng, as the eldest son of the Su family, had accompanied them, the true authority lay with the family steward, Ling Tian. Why has young master Su not returned yet, even at this late hour? Ling Tian, draped in a bathrobe, stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dazzling lights of countless homes, his brow furrowed as he inquired of his assistant. Chief Ling, his assistant cautiously replied. Our people have reported that young Master Su went to Royal No. 1 Club, possibly taken by the allure of the ladies there, and has chosen to stay overnight. Alas, young Master Su, being so young and impetuous, we must rely on you to oversee this negotiation, he flattered. Yet, Ling Tian remained unmoved, sternly rebuking him. Silence. Young Master Su is the heir to the family's future. How dare you speak so recklessly? Should there be a next time, there will be no mercy. His tone was severe, but a trace of subtle concern flickered in his eyes. Little did he know, the young Master Su Feng, whom he held in such high regard, had long departed this world. Chapter 28. The humble General Songpa. Although it was known the night prior that General Songpa would personally come to sign the contract, upon receiving a call from him the next morning, Bayuni's voice quivered with excitement. Darling, General Songpa has arrived in Dongjiang. He insists on personally coming to the villa to sign the contract. I feel it is too informal at home, so I scheduled it at the office. Let us depart swiftly. Bayuni, like a jubilant bird, flung herself onto Lin Chun, forcibly rousing him from his slumber. With sleepy eyes, Lin Chun seized the opportunity to pull her into his embrace, and their morning antics left Bayuni's freshly donned professional attire in disarray, her cheeks flushed. After a delightful entanglement, Lin Chun, satisfied, finally rose, driving his beloved wife toward the Bai Group. At the top floor of the Bai Group, in a spacious and brightly lit reception room, General Songpa paced restlessly on the soft leather sofa, frequently glancing towards the door, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I should have gone directly to the villa to await the emperor. This is too disrespectful, too discourteous to the emperor, he lamented to his standing aide, Kuntai, his voice laden with regret and unease. Beside General Songpa, Yun Batian and his son Yun Feiyong nodded and bowed, displaying utmost caution. General Songpa, are you truly not considering continuing our collaboration with the Yun family? Yun Batian's face wore an almost sycophantic smile, his voice tinged with supplication. Our Yun family has cultivated our presence in Daxia for many years, boasting the most comprehensive and efficient sales channels. Seeing General Songpa unmoved, he gritted his teeth and dangled a greater bait. We can further reduce our profit margins. As long as the general is willing to renew the contract, we will settle for just 10% profit. What do you think? As he uttered the figure, his heart bled, knowing it meant losing over 1,000 billion annually. Yet, as long as they could retain the agency rights, they could always compensate from downstream. 10% profit? General Songpa seemed to be reminded of something, suddenly slapping his thigh, exclaiming exactly, how did I not think of that? Thankfully, you reminded me. A look of realization and relief spread across his face. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Yun Boshin's eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. General Songpa, are you agreeing? General Songpa, however, cast a curious glance his way and continued to speak to himself. I was previously considering asking for 30% profit. That was simply too greedy, too ungrateful. The emperor has been immensely gracious to me. How could I? Yun Boshin's smile abruptly froze, an ominous premonition surging within him. Agreeing? Agreeing to what? General Songpa furrowed his brow and waved his hand impatiently, as if to shoo away an annoying fly. I am speaking of my collaboration with the Bai Group. I only require a mere 10% of the profits. What concern is it of the Yun family? His tone suddenly turned icy. I have made myself perfectly clear. The partnership is terminated. Is it not just 100 million in breach of contract? Kuntai, transfer the funds to them at once. Have them leave immediately. Yun Batian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. A mere 10% profit demanded by General Songpa for collaborating with the Bai Group? And he dares to believe he is entitled to more? It must be remembered that the Yun family had previously agreed to yield 70% to Songpa. This abject posture utterly shattered his perception. Still not leaving? General Songpa, seeing the father and son of the Yun family rooted to the spot, grew increasingly displeased. Kuntai, escort them out. We cannot allow them to tarnish the emperor's eyes. Kuntai promptly advanced with two formidable guards, unceremoniously shoving Yun Batian and Yun Feiyong towards the exit. General Songpa, you cannot treat us this way. Yun Batian struggled in vain, his face a mask of indignation and humiliation. Father, it must be Lin Chun. It was just a phone call from him yesterday. Yun Feiyong exclaimed, flustered and enraged, his words tumbling out in haste. Silence. Fool. Yun Batian retaliated with a sharp slap to his son's face, trembling with rage. Do you need to state the obvious? This wretched son of mine insists on provoking Bayuni. Though the Lin family may have fallen into decline, the carcass of a dead camel is larger than a horse. How could the Yun family dare to provoke them? Who could have predicted that the seemingly useless son-in-law would turn out to be the direct heir of the foremost family in the Great Xia. At that moment, the door to the reception room swung open. "Young Master Lin, Miss Bai, you have arrived. Please take your seats." General Songpa sprang from the sofa like a coiled spring, his face instantly adorned with the most humble and fervent smile. He rushed to the entrance, personally pulling out the chair for Lin Shun and brushing away non-existent dust with exaggerated care. "Young Master Lin, is this seat comfortable for you? Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" As he spoke, he truly rolled up his sleeves, ready to assist. The astonishing scene rendered the father and son of the Yun family, who had been shoved to the doorway, utterly petrified. Is this truly the same General Songpa, who once commanded fear and respect in northern Myanmar, renowned for his ruthlessness? Before Lin Shun, he appeared as submissive and obsequious as a tail-wagging hound. Although Lin Shun was the direct heir of the Lin family, his reputation over the past 3 years in Dongjiang had been that of a mere prince of the clubs. When had he acquired such formidable influence, capable of controlling a warlord in northern Myanmar? However, the guards accompanying General Songpa remained stoic, seemingly accustomed to this display. They understood well the deep connections between the general and this emperor, let alone massaging shoulders should the emperor demand the general's life. He would unhesitatingly offer it up with both hands. Your technique has improved." Lin Shun sat down with an air of composure, offering a nonchalant appraisal. His gaze then shifted to the disheveled father and son of the Yun family, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Oh, is that not young Master Yin? What's this? Did you forget to call Daddy yesterday, and have come today to make up for it?" His icy gaze bore an unmistakable mockery. General Songpa's expression shifted as he noticed Lin Chen's gaze cast upon the Yun family. Fearing the displeasure of the emperor, he immediately barked at Kuntai. "Kuntai, what are you dawdling for? Do you not comprehend that I instructed you to escort them out? Move swiftly." Kuntai's eyes narrowed, shedding any pretense of courtesy as he stepped forward, seizing both Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang by their collars and waist, lifting them like chicks and forcefully hurling them towards the hard marble floor of the corridor. With anguished screams and the dull thud of impact, the Yun father and son crumpled to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Lin Shun, you wait for me. This matter is far from over. You think you can evade the Yun family while conducting jade business in Daxia? Dream on." Yun Feiyang struggled to rise, clutching his agonizing arm, and yelled weakly towards the reception room. General Songpa's brow furrowed, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes as he bowed slightly to Lin Shun, asking, "Your Majesty, shall I take action to eradicate this oblivious Yun family completely?" His tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling ruthlessness. Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively. "No need. This is Daxia, and causing a commotion here could lead to trouble." His gaze swept over the disheveled figures in the corridor, his voice low yet distinctly audible. "I have warned them. Should they dare to harass my wife again, I will personally drive a bulldozer to erase the entire Yun family from the map." Disregarding the ruckus outside, he turned to Songpa and Bai Yuni. "All right, let us commence with the contract." General Songpa, as if granted a reprieve, promptly gestured for Kuntai to present the prepared contract with both hands to Bai Yuni. "Miss Bai, regarding our collaboration, I have considered the following." He cautiously observed Lin Chen's expression. "It is an immense honor for my Jade Group to partner with the Bai family. Thus, we request only a 10% share of the profits. What do you think?" His demeanor was exceedingly humble, as if beseeching a favor. "A 10% share?" Bai Yuni exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, almost believing she had misheard. General Songpa had previously partnered with the Yun family for a 70% share. Seeing Bai Yuni's reaction, General Songpa's heart raced, mistakenly believing she was dissatisfied, and he panicked. "Miss Bai, is 10% too much? How about 5%? "No. To serve His Majesty is my honor. How could I still dare to think of profit? I am truly foolish." In a fit of confusion, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. "General Songpa, stop at once. You have misunderstood." Bai Yuni, startled by Songpa's actions, quickly intervened. She instinctively glanced at the composed Lin Shun, her heart swelling with an indescribable admiration and pride for her enigmatic husband. All I meant to convey is that the profit share you offered is exceedingly generous. We, the Bai family, feel undeserving of such largesse. Bai Yuni hurriedly clarified. Only then did General Songpa breathe a sigh of relief, though he remained apprehensive as he looked to Lin Shun. Young Master Lin, do you find this arrangement acceptable? He resembled a student awaiting the teacher's evaluation of his homework. Lin Shun set down his teacup, a slight smile gracing his lips. Songpa, I appreciate your intentions. However, business thrives on mutual benefit and win-win situations. His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Let us proceed this way. You must not suffer too great a loss. The profits will be split 50-50. Within a year, I assure you, your returns will multiply at least threefold compared to your previous collaborations with the Yun family. Threefold. General Songpa was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a surge of euphoria. A promise from the Emperor is worth its weight in gold. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you. He bowed repeatedly. A great weight finally lifted from his heart. Lin Shen nodded slightly. You may finalize the specific details of the contract. Rising to his feet, he flashed a radiant smile at Bai Yuni. Dear, this is your domain now. I must go and indulge myself. With that, he turned gracefully and departed. Today, he had made plans with Lin Xiao to revel at the Ba Kai Club. The bait was cast. How could he not partake? The Ba Kai Club, one of the premier entertainment venues in Dongjiang. As Lin Shun parked his car, he spotted Lin Xiao, donned in a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, stealthily emerging from another vehicle. Casting wary glances around. Brother, we are merely here to unwind. Must you act as though we are meeting clandestinely? Lin Shen approached, playfully patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao jumped in surprise, and upon realizing it was Lin Shun, sheepishly removed his sunglasses, lowering his voice. Chendi, I am not like you. I must often represent the Lin family at various business functions. My image is paramount. It would be detrimental if anyone were to see me frequenting such places. He endeavored to maintain the fa-ade of a virtuous gentleman, yet internally, he was unable to quell his excitement. Keep pretending, Lin Shen scoffed inwardly, though his expression remained composed. Approaching the opulent front desk, he intentionally raised his voice, addressing the elegantly adorned receptionist. This is my elder brother, General Manager Lin Xiao of the Lin Group. It is his first visit today, so do ensure he is attended to by the two most exquisite and charming ladies. His booming voice immediately drew the attention of several onlookers. Lin Xiao felt as though he were being pierced by 1,000 needles, wishing he could vanish into the ground. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he could only cough awkwardly. After completing the check-in process, the two of them each took their room keys and headed toward their respective private chambers. Upon witnessing Lin Chun effortlessly order 10 alluring beauties of various charms, Lin Xiao's eyelid twitched, his heart ablaze with jealousy. That scoundrel, ordering so many at once. Does he not fear being drained of his vitality? Oof. Today shall be your final revelry. As soon as he entered his lavish suite, room 308, Lin Xiao promptly locked the door, quickly retrieving his phone to dial an encrypted number, his voice trembling with excitement. Family head Lin, the fish is in the net. Lin Shun is in room 308. We can proceed. On the other end of the line was Lin Hua, his tone grave and cautious. Good. Remember, destroy this phone card immediately. Leave no traces. Caution is the mother of safety. Ever since that masterful expert's mysterious assassination, Lin Hua had grown exceedingly suspicious. Inside Suite 308, the lights cast a seductive glow. Lin Shun languidly reclined on the enormous circular waterbed sofa, surrounded by enchanting ladies. 10 exquisitely selected beauties exerted all their charm. Some delicately offered peeled, glistening grapes to his lips, others massaged his shoulders and neck with their slender fingers, while a few gently brushed against his arms with their voluptuous forms. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, savoring the royal treatment, reveling in the sheer indulgence. Suddenly, an icy, bone-chilling aura pierced through the thick door, locking onto him like a venomous serpent. A barely perceptible cold smirk graced Lin Chen's lips. So, it has finally arrived? Ladies, take a moment to rest. With a seemingly casual wave of his hand, an invisible force swept over the 10 beauties, who without a sound slumped gracefully onto the sofa, succumbing to a profound slumber. Certain sights and sounds were beyond their capacity to witness. Otherwise, they would face inevitable doom. Click! The door lock was silently breached by some intricate tool. A figure, clad in a black cap, pulled low like a specter, slipped into the room and deftly closed the door behind him. In his hand, he wielded a dagger that glimmered with a cold, sinister light, resembling a serpent's fang in the dim illumination. "Allow me to introduce myself," came a chilling, gravelly voice from beneath the cap. "Bloodclot sect, Black Dragon. Someone has paid for your life. On the road to the underworld, do not blame me." Before the words had fully left his lips, he transformed into a blurred shadow, moving at an unparalleled speed. The dagger, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air, lunged with unerring precision toward Lin Chen's heart. The attack was fierce and decisive, lacking any hesitation. The martial aura he exuded unmistakably signified that he had reached the pinnacle of mastery, a top-tier expert in the mundane world. This man was none other than Black Dragon, the 13th ranked assassin within the Bloodclot sect, renowned for his merciless strikes that guaranteed a fatal outcome. The sharp dagger sliced through the air, poised to pierce Lin Chen's heart. However, just inches from its target, the blade seemed to plunge into an invisible quagmire, unable to advance another fraction. Alarm bells rang in Black Dragon's mind. Upon closer inspection, his pupils contracted in shock as he beheld Lin Chen, effortlessly pinching the deadly blade between two fingers. As if it were a mere toy, Lin Chen regarded him with eyes as deep and tranquil as a frigid pond, as if observing a mere jester. "Speak. Who has purchased my life?" Lin Chen's voice was calm and unyielding, yet it carried an oppressive authority that rendered the air thick with tension. "Speak, and I shall spare you." He had come here today, merely to lie in wait for his prey. Black Dragon, a seasoned assassin, instantly realized he had struck a stone wall. The Lin family heir, whose capabilities were believed to be utterly depleted, was far beyond his comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his dagger and propelled himself towards the door with the force of a launched arrow. He had to flee immediately, alas, to Lin Chen. His movements appeared as sluggish as that of a snail. The instant Black Dragon made a move, Lin Chen's fist was already on its way. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the private room. Black Dragon felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding train, his chest collapsing instantaneously. He was sent hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing onto the expensive Persian carpet, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Why you concealed your strength?" The Black Dragon struggled to utter a few words, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. The intelligence network of the Blood Robe sect was remarkably tight-knit. Investigations revealed that Lin Chen had been rendered a cripple 3 years prior. What on earth was happening? "Ask you once more, who is the employer?" Lin Chen stepped forward, placing a foot as heavy as a mountain upon the Black Dragon's face. Looking down with an indifferent gaze, the Blood Robe sect has no comments to offer. A flicker of resolve flashed in the Black Dragon's eyes. "Very well." Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. With a surge of force, Lin Chen instantly snapped the Black Dragon's neck. Since he could not extract the identity of the employer, the Black Dragon was of no further use. Knowing that the Blood Robe sect was behind this was sufficient. An opportune moment, he would uproot this malignant tumor, ridding society of its poison. Gazing at the still warm body of the Black Dragon on the ground, a cruel and sinister smile curved Lin Chen's lips. The reason he so decisively eliminated the Black Dragon was that he had already concocted a more brilliant plan in his mind. Lin Chen crouched down, meticulously examining the Black Dragon's face, twisted in agony, imprinting every detail into his memory. Subsequently, his hands covered his own visage, the knuckles kneading with an arcane rhythm and force. In mere moments, Lin Chen's appearance underwent a profound transformation. The bones emitted faint clicking sounds, and the muscle texture shifted. The Lin Chen who stood before the mirror had vanished, replaced by a face identical to that of the deceased Black Dragon. Even the eyes were mimicked with striking accuracy. Lin Shin picked up the black dragon's fallen cap, lowering the brim to obscure a portion of his face. At this moment, even if the black dragon's parents stood before him, they would be utterly incapable of discerning the truth. He quickly rummaged through the black dragon's belongings. Aside from an encrypted communication device, he discovered a small black porcelain vial. Removing the cork, a pungent, rancid odor wafted forth. Corpse powder? Lin Shin raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the ideal tool for disposing of a body. He poured a small amount of the grayish-white powder onto the black dragon's corpse. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A spine-chilling sound of corrosion arose, accompanied by acrid white smoke. In a mere 10 seconds, the black dragon's body, along with his clothing, completely dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling yellow liquid. Lin Shin grabbed an air freshener from the room and sprayed a few times, then used a mop to simply clean the traces from the floor. Having completed all this, he donned the cap and, like a true assassin, nimbly slipped out the window, stealthily making his way towards the adjacent room where Lin Xiao was located. Chapter 30. Brother, do you wish to live? In the luxurious room next door, the atmosphere was starkly different, filled with brutality and distortion. Lin Xiao, like a beast freed from shackles, unleashed years of suppressed darkness and resentment upon two trembling drinking companions. He tethered a rough dog chain around the girls' necks, mercilessly lashing them with a whip across their smooth backs and thighs, leaving behind glaring crimson marks. Crawl. Hurry up and crawl for me. Bark like a dog. Do you hear me? Lin Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, his face bearing a sickly exhilaration. Each swing of the whip was accompanied by hysterical roars. I spent money on you. You are but dogs I purchased with my money. Please spare us. The girls trembled in agony, tears mingling with sweat as they begged desperately. They had thought they encountered a benefactor, only to find themselves ensnared in a hellish nightmare. Do not dare to stop. If you do, I will make you suffer. Lin Xiao sneered, raising his whip high, poised to strike once more. At that moment, a powerful hand, like an iron claw, clamped down upon his raised wrist. A chilling voice followed. You two step outside. The intruder was none other than Lin Chun, disguised as the Black Dragon. He moved swiftly, slipping through the window like a specter. The two girls, as if hearing a divine call, scrambled to escape, neglecting their torn garments as they fled the den of torment. Lin Xiao winced in pain, turning in anger to see the Black Dragon, his face contorted with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Brother Black Dragon, has that Lin Shin brat been dealt with? He asked, lowering his voice. Indeed, Lin Shin replied in a low, gravelly tone, mimicking the Black Dragon's cadence as he nodded slightly. His piercing gaze swept over Lin Xiao as he provocatively inquired, I am curious, as his elder brother, why do you desire his demise so fervently? Upon hearing confirmation of Lin Chen's death, Lin Xiao seemed to shed a heavy burden. Exhaling deeply, his face twisting into a grotesque expression of satisfaction and resentment. Brother? Huh, what a joke. His voice rose abruptly, infused with bitter hatred. For years, I have toiled like a beast for the Lin family. When have they ever regarded me as one of their own? Especially that old wretch. I sacrificed so much, and he dares to hand the family legacy to that worthless Lin Chun. As long as Lin Chun lives, I am but a mere watchdog for the Lin family. I shall never wield true power over the Lin family. Oh, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chun's eyes as he continued to probe. There are many ways to seize control of the Lin family. It is not solely through murder, is it? I have heard Lin Chun has married into the Bai family and may not be interested in the family assets. Why act with such resolve? His voice carried a note of inquiry. Resolve? Lin Xiao scoffed repeatedly, his eyes darkening. If Lin Chun remained a useless failure or perished outside, perhaps I could still salvage my life. But he returned. He disrupted the marriage alliance between the Lin and Xian families at the banquet. He has thwarted the plans of certain individuals. Therefore, he must die. If he lives, many will lose their peace at night. His words hinted at deeper implications. Thus, this assassination is sanctioned by the Lin family? Lin Shin pressed on, posing a more critical question. What families were involved in the attack on the Lin family 3 years ago? His gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiu's eyes. Years ago? Humph, the collateral Lin family. The Jiang family from Dongjiang. Lin Xiu instinctively followed the thread, seemingly ready to divulge more secrets. But suddenly he jolted awake. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He shot his gaze upward, regarding the Black Dragon with alarm, his voice turning sharp. Black Dragon, you are merely a hired assassin. Why are you asking questions that do not concern you? He realized he had nearly revealed a deadly secret. Lin Shun was acutely aware that Lin Xiu was undoubtedly harboring more secrets. Yet under the guise of the Black Dragon, extracting further information had become exceedingly difficult. Discarding his pretense, he swiftly massaged his face, the bones emitting faint, crisp sounds, and in the blink of an eye, he restored his originally handsome visage. Lin Xiu, you truly are my esteemed elder brother. Lin Chen's voice was cold as ice, laced with deep-seated mockery. Grandfather took you in out of kindness, treating you as his own. Is this how you repay him? Huh? You're not the Black Dragon. Lin Xiu's expression turned ashen, akin to a ghost seeing a specter. Retreating several steps until his back collided heavily against the icy wall, his eyes wide with sheer terror and disbelief. Your power. You've been deceiving us. He instantaneously grasped the grim reality. The Black Dragon was undoubtedly dead. The Lin Shun before him not only had his strength restored but surpassed his wildest imagination. After a brief moment of panic, Lin Xiu forced himself to regain composure. His voice trembling with a feigned bravado of, am I to beg like a dog at your family's feet? I, Lin Xiu, cannot stoop to that. As he spoke, his gaze darted towards the window, desperately seeking an escape route. Lin Shen observed his furtive movements with keen interest, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Elder brother, in light of your years of toil managing the family's affairs, I offer you one final opportunity. He stepped closer, an overwhelming aura of pressure nearly suffocating Lin Xiu. Step forward and testify that the collateral Lin family and the Su family were involved in the attack 3 years ago. I shall spare your life. This time, Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of seriousness. After all, this was the dog raised by their grandfather, and there was a semblance of sentiment involved. Spare my life? Ha ha ha! Lin Xiu erupted in maniacal laughter, his face twisting with madness. Lin Shun, you should be more concerned about your own safety. What if you have regained your strength? 3 years ago, they dared to strike at the Lin family, and 3 years later, they will still bring you to ruin. His words were cut short as a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. In a swift motion, his right hand, concealed behind him, drew a gun with blinding speed. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at Lin Shun, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The deafening gunshot reverberated through the room. The bullet hurtled toward Lin Chen's forehead. Simultaneously, Lin Xiu lunged toward the open window like a cheetah. He had no expectation that the bullet would fell Lin Shun. The gunfire was merely a gambit for a fleeting moment to escape. Unfortunately, he had grossly underestimated Lin Chen's speed. With a slight tilt of his head, Lin Chun evaded the bullet, which grazed his temple and embedded itself into the wall behind him. His figure left behind a fleeting afterimage, and in an instant, he reappeared behind Lin Xiu. A hand, as solid as forged steel, gripped Lin Xiu's neck with impeccable precision. You refuse to take the path to survival and still wish to flee? Lin Chen's voice was as frigid as the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion. Like a mere chick, he yanked Lin Xiu back from the window and hurled him to the ground with force. Do you truly believe that is possible? Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Lin Xiu struggled to summon his energy in resistance. Lin Chen's gaze hardened as he struck Lin Xiu's dantian with a single palm. Puffed. Lin Xiu expelled a mouthful of blood, his entire energy dissipating like a deflated balloon. All his cultivation was obliterated with that one strike from Lin Chun. As Lin Chun gazed down at Lin Xiu, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his eyes filled with venom, he spoke in a voice as frigid as ice. Well then, I shall ensure you experience what it truly means to suffer a fate worse than death. He retrieved his phone and dialed Li Hu's number, his tone succinct and ruthless. Come to the Bakai Club. Assist me in detaining someone. Furthermore, spread the word that tonight, a splendid show is about to commence. He refrained from killing Lin Xiao immediately, opting instead to hand him over to Li Hu in order to extract more information regarding the assault from 3 years ago and the collateral Lin family. Simultaneously, he intended to deliberately leak the news of Lin Xiao's capture, even revealing the holding location. He was eager to observe whether the collateral Lin family and the Su family's unseen puppeteers would scramble to rescue him or send someone to silence him. Chapter 31. Kneel down, crawl out like a dog. Once Li Hu personally arrived with his men to drag the unconscious Lin Xiao from the room, Lin Chun swiftly slipped back into his own quarters through the window, his movements as silent and graceful as a cat, leaving no trace behind. This maneuver was unmistakably aimed at concealing his identity. A moment later, as Lin Chun adjusted his attire and nonchalantly exited his room, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. The 10 young women he had brought in were all in disheveled states, their clothing askew, hair in disarray. Sprawled across the opulent velvet sofas or the chaotic bed, lost in a deep slumber. Just as Lin Chun departed, several curious staff members crept inside. The sight before them, akin to a whirlwind's passage, left them utterly awestruck, gasping in disbelief. Wow, the young master of the Lin family is incredibly fierce. 10, a full 10. Not only did he manage to withstand it, but he also rendered them all unconscious. One staff member's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice brimming with incredulity. My heavens, he is truly extraordinary. Such strength is beyond human capacity. Next time, I must seek his guidance on this secret technique. Another, filled with admiration, yearned to become his disciple on the spot. With the black dragon missing and Lin Xiao mysteriously vanished, Lin Chun emerged unscathed, striding confidently out of the opulent entrance of the Bakai Club. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching Lin Hua's ears. Still no contact with Lin Xiao? The Black Dragon is completely untraceable? In the study of the collateral Lin family's mansion, behind a heavy rosewood desk, Lin Hua's countenance darkened, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface, producing a dull, thudding sound. Yes, master. A subordinate, head bowed and voice trembling, reported. Our men have confirmed that Lin Chun left the Bakai Club, but Master Lin Xiao did not emerge. A chill coursed through Lin Hua. Surging from his feet to the crown of his head, his vision blurred, and his body swayed before he heavily collapsed back into his spacious leather chair. His voice betraying a slight tremor. It's over. The Black Dragon is likely lost. Immediately contact the blood-clothed sect. Instruct them to eliminate Lin Chun at all costs. Hurry. His inner turmoil burgeoned like wild vines, and genuine panic gripped him. He was truly alarmed. At the Lin family banquet, the sudden slap delivered by Lin Chun merely prompted suspicions regarding his restored strength. However, with the formidable assassin, Black Dragon, from the Blood-Robe sect now defeated, it became evident that Lin Chun's prowess surpassed that of Black Dragon, perhaps by a considerable margin. Lin Hua rubbed his throbbing temples, attempting to alleviate the piercing headache that assailed him. Before he could fully regain his composure, a subordinate brought forth even more disheartening news. Patriarch, we have just received the latest information. Young Master Lin Xiao is not dead, but has been captured by Lin Chun. It is said that Lin Chun intends to interrogate him to uncover the truth behind the assault on the direct Lin family years ago. What? Lin Hua felt his head spin as though struck by a heavy hammer. Lin Xiao was a crucial insider in the attack on the Lin family. Though his knowledge of the core plan was limited, he was acutely aware that the Lin family had indeed participated in that bloody assault. If Lin Xiao were to live, his testimony against the collateral Lin family would yield catastrophic consequences. Even though arrangements had been made to deal with the direct Lin family, it still possessed the power to annihilate the collateral Lin family before it fell entirely. Quick! Mobilize all available forces. Find out where Lin Xiao is being held. Lin Hua rose abruptly, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination as he hoarsely commanded, "We must rescue him before he speaks." If he paused and made a chilling gesture across his throat, articulating each word with deliberate cruelty, then let him be silenced forever. Lin Dong, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward, his own eyes glinting with malice. "Uncle, leave this matter to me. My men just reported seeing Lin Xiu being taken away by Li Hu. We will soon pinpoint the location of his confinement. Rest assured, I will ensure he is rendered utterly mute. Indeed, it must be executed swiftly and decisively. Lin Hua wearily waved his hand. Departing from the opulent atmosphere of the Bakai Club, Lin Chen's mood was exceedingly heavy. The bloody attack from 3 years prior had finally opened a crack, revealing a glimmer of a clue. However, the complexity of the situation exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that only the collateral Lin family was to blame, but it now appeared that the Su family was also involved. Moreover, from the fragmented and terrified words of Lin Xiu, it became clear that the conspirators were not limited to just these 2 families. The puppeteer capable of orchestrating a simultaneous assault on the 2 giants, the Beiluo Sherman and the direct Lin family, wielded power far beyond the ordinary. Who could it be? What were their intentions? A tempest of wrath and icy uncertainty intertwined within Lin Chen's heart. As he settled into his sleek black SUV, Lin Chen glanced at the text message on his phone. 1 p.m., room on the 8th floor of Dongjiang Grand Hotel. This message was from Su Yun. Last night, she had requested Lin Chen to intimidate the representatives sent by the Su family. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly upon him. Lin Chen started the engine, and the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow toward the Dongjiang Grand Hotel. He had slain Su Feng the previous night because Su Feng dared to harbor murderous intent against his junior sister, Chu Yan. Now, having learned that the Su family was indeed one of the culprits behind the assault on the direct Lin family, any last remnants of hesitation within Lin Chen dissipated. Su Feng deserved his fate. On the 8th floor of the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, within a lavish private room named Yunchuich, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Su Yun, clad in a well-tailored professional suit, struggled to maintain her composure as she sat on one side of the sofa. Opposite her was Ling Tian, the sharp-eyed steward of the Su family. Dressed in a gray silk robe, Su Yun, you must be acutely aware of the situation, Ling Tian said slowly, taking a sip of the finest Longjing tea, his voice dripping with a condescending pretense. It is not our intention to eradicate you completely. Rather, the young master by how has issued a death order, leaving you no avenue for escape. He feigned a sigh and pushed a document across the redwood tea table towards Su Yun. Therefore, do not make it difficult for me. Sign this, transferring all of Dongjiang's assets to the young master. If you do, I can grant you a day to flee the city. Su Yun's fingers curled slightly, her heart racing with anxiety. Although she lacked martial prowess, she understood the formidable strength of Ling Tian, rumored to be half a master. The Su family's decision to send him personally indicated their intent to seize the last vestige of protection left by Su Qingshue's mother with overwhelming force. If they took even this away, both Su Qingxue and she would be utterly destitute. Ling Tian, Su Yun forced herself to remain calm, meeting his gaze directly. This is an internal conflict within the Bai family. I advise you not to intervene lightly. Regardless of the relationship between the young master and Miss Qingxue, they are ultimately siblings. Are you certain you can emerge unscathed? As she spoke, her peripheral vision involuntarily darted toward the closed door of the private room, her mind anxiously calling out Lin Chen, or his friend, Lin Juntian. Where are you? Siblings? Huh. Ling Tian erupted into laughter, his lips curling into a blatant sneer. Su Yun, do you truly believe such self-deception? She is merely a half-sister. You know better than anyone the young master's disdain for Su Qingxue. He wishes to eradicate her at all costs. The young master has even offered a bounty of 5 million for anyone who can eliminate her. How long do you think Su Qingxue can survive? His finger tapped heavily on the contract. Since Su Qingxue has authorized you as her full agent, will you sign? Or will you not? This is blatant robbery. I will not sign. Su Yun shot a glance at the humiliating acquisition price of 250 yuan inscribed on the contract. Trembling with rage, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Ling Tian's expression darkened, cold light flashing in his eyes as he gestured to a few burly bodyguards in black beside him. The muscular men lunged at Su Yun like wolves, seizing her slender arms and forcefully pressing her against the tea table, compelling her to sign. The Su family's intent was merely to go through the motions. They had no intention of engaging in any genuine negotiation. "Let me go." Su Yun struggled desperately, but her resistance felt pathetically weak against such overwhelming strength. "Seeking death." A chilling, bone-piercing voice, infused with a tempest of fury, resonated like thunder at the door of the private room. Before the words had fully escaped, a figurehead burst in like a wraith. The arrival of the newcomer was so swift that it stirred a fierce gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, two fists, infused with unmatched vigor, struck with pinpoint accuracy against the chests of the two burly men restraining Su Yun. Thud! Thud! The sound resonated like the beat of a heavy drum. The two robust bodyguards, unable to emit even a scream, were sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. Crash! Their bodies slammed against the exquisitely decorated wall of the private room, producing a jarring sound that sent chills down one's spine. The hard wall instantly yielded, creating two distinct impressions of human form, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. The bodyguards tumbled down, blood gushing from their mouths, as they slumped against the wall, their fates uncertain. The newcomer was none other than Lin Chun. However, at this moment, his visage had been transformed through an intricate disguise technique into that of the fearsome Lin Jun Tian, a figure notorious in the underground market. Lin Chun reached out, steadying the still-shaken Su Yun. "Why you are?" Su Yun gazed at this unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar handsome face, her voice trembling with the aftershock of survival and confusion. A cold smile graced Lin Chen's lips as his gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through to Ling Tian. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Jun Tian, a friend of Lin Chen. Today, I come at his behest to lend assistance." With these words, his scrutinizing and disdainful glare had already locked onto Ling Tian, whose countenance had drastically changed. How dare a mere half-step master flaunt his prowess here? In the private room, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier seemed to grow more frigid with the entrance of Lin Chun. "Lin Jun Tian. You are Lin Jun Tian." Upon hearing the name, Ling Tian's pupils constricted sharply, and the arrogance that once adorned his face was swiftly replaced by a heavy sense of vigilance. The news of Lin Jun Tian's assassination of Master Du Li in the Dongjiang black market had already swept through the upper echelons like a tempest. More critically, Ling Tian was acutely aware that Du Li's assault on the Lin family had been orchestrated by none other than their own Su family alongside the Lin family. While the Su and Lin families were fervently investigating the origins of this sudden Lin Jun Tian, Ling Tian had never anticipated that he would so forcefully stand before him. "It seems you recognize me?" Lin Chen's voice carried an air of nonchalance that suggested he held all the cards. "That makes things considerably simpler." He stepped forward, an invisible pressure surging toward Ling Tian like a tide, his lips curling into a cold smirk. "I will ensure Su Yun and Royal Number 1 are protected. As for you," he pointed derisively at the smooth, mirror-like marble floor, "kneel down and crawl out here, barking like a dog. You are audacious." Ling Tian's face flushed crimson, akin to a liver, only to turn a ghastly white moments later. He suppressed the tremors of fear within him, barking back with a facade of bravado, "You brat. I acknowledge your prowess in killing Du Li. Your strength is commendable. But heed my words, this is no longer an era for solitary heroes. Can you defeat 10? 100? Do you truly believe I would come to Dongjiang unprepared?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Ling Tian clapped his hands forcefully toward the entrance of the private room. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of his applause echoed like a signal. In an instant, the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the private room was violently thrust open. Outside in the corridor, dozens of black-clad strongmen, who had long been lying in wait, surged in like a torrent of darkness. Their movements were synchronized, each wielding a modified military crossbow that glinted ominously with metallic sheen. The cold, lethal tips of the arrows glimmered menacingly, instantly locking Lin Chun and Su Yun in the center of the encirclement. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and the aura of impending death. "Boy, have you never tasted the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows?" At this moment, Ling Tian retreated behind a formidable wall of men, a triumphant smirk resurfacing on his face his voice tinged with a sharp edge of excitement. "Now, if you dare to make a move, I assure you, you will not leave this room standing. Not even a complete corpse will remain." These specially modified crossbows possessed astonishing power. While ineffective against superlative warriors who had reached the realm of martial sovereign, they still posed a deadly threat to masters who had yet to cultivate their protective energy. One arrow might be dodged, perhaps even two or three, but the onslaught of over 100 crossbows firing simultaneously would create a metal storm capable of enveloping the entire room. Ling Tian was gambling. He wagered that this young Lin Jun Tian, no matter how prodigious, could not possibly have transcended to the realm of martial sovereign at such a tender age. The pinnacle of master level was already his limit. "Now you have two choices." Ling Tian's voice carried through the wall of men, laced with a condescending arrogance. He even took a few steps closer, pointing at Lin Shun as if he were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "First, continue to stand with Su Yun, and at my command, you will both become mere hedgehogs. Royal number 1 will ultimately be ours." "And the second?" Ling Tian's tone softened, laced with seduction. "Young man, your remarkable prowess at such a young age marks you as an extraordinary talent. Why sacrifice your life for a mere Su Qingxue? Join us instead. I can personally introduce you to the influential figures above. I guarantee you a position of greater prestige than you can imagine, along with abundant cultivation resources to aid you in advancing further and achieving mastery at even higher realms. What do you say?" A glimmer of excitement surged within Ling Tian at the prospect of enlisting such a prodigy, knowing that the rewards from above would soon follow. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The mention of above in Ling Tian's words heightened his alertness. "Oh," he elongated his tone, feigning curiosity. "Are you referring to the Bai family in the capital?" "Bai family? Huh." Ling Tian scoffed, dripping with disdain. "While the Bai family is indeed powerful, they are not worthy to command our Su family. The above I speak of," he lowered his voice, infusing it with a mysterious reverence, "is 100 times more formidable than they. What say you, Lin Xiao? A wise man knows how to seize the moment. Consider it well." Seeing a flicker of interest in his opponent, Ling Tian felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. But Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned as frigid as ice, the curvature of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. "No need to consider." "Huh?" Ling Tian's heart tightened, instinctively taking a step back. What did Lin Xiao mean by that? "My intent is quite straightforward." Lin Chen's voice was eerily calm, exuding a palpable aura of terrifying killing intent that sent shivers down the spine. It erupted from him suddenly, akin to an invisible tsunami, instantaneously engulfing the entire private room. The crystal chandelier swayed violently, and the cups and plates on the table buzzed ominously. "Only children make choices? I desire them all. I shall eliminate you all. Execute. Kill him." Ling Tian's soul trembled as he screamed hoarsely under the oppressive weight of that nearly tangible, murderous aura. The sound of triggers being pulled merged into a singular cacophony. Countless crossbow bolts, flashing with the cold light of death, tore through the air from an exceedingly close distance, emitting a piercing shriek like a black torrential rain, descending upon Lin Shun and Su Yun. The fierce wind rushed toward them, and the shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Su Yun's face turned as pale as a sheet, desperately closing her eyes. She had not anticipated Ling Tian's ruthlessness, nor his preparation of such a lethal backup plan. A wave of profound regret surged within her. I have endangered Lin Chen's friend. Yet, just as the torrent of crossbow bolts was about to pierce through the two, Lin Chen bellowed, "Break for me." His voice resounded like a divine thunderclap. Clenching his right fist, he struck out toward the void ahead with unyielding force. A visibly magnificent, pale golden energy surged forth from his fist, roaring forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea. The air, compressed to an extreme, tore apart, producing a spine-chilling wail of anguish. An extraordinary scene unfolded. As the lethal barrage of crossbow bolts was merely 2 meters away from Lin Shun and Su Yun, they seemingly collided with an invisible, indestructible barrier. A translucent golden shield, rippling like water, materialized in front of them. Countless crossbow bolts fiercely embedded themselves into this energy barrier. The tips of the arrows scraped against it, igniting brilliant sparks. The immense force caused the steel shafts to bend into astonishing arcs, with the arrow tails vibrating madly and humming. It was as though an invisible hand had firmly grasped all the arrows, rendering them unable to advance another inch. No matter how they struggled, time felt as if it had frozen for 3 seconds. Ultimately, all the crossbow bolts exhausted their momentum, bizarrely suspending in midair, densely packed like a frozen forest of metallic thorns. You actually cultivated qi? How is this possible? Ling Tian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice cracking in pitch due to overwhelming fear. Your power surpasses that of a martial sovereign. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The immense cognitive shock rendered his mind blank, even erasing the instinct to flee. In the world of martial arts, having a protective qi is a hallmark of a martial sovereign. This implies that ordinary firearms would struggle to pose a fatal threat at a distance. What you deem impossible is merely the laughable perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze disdainful as a deity. He abruptly shook his fist suspended in midair. Buzz! The hundreds of crossbow bolts hovering in the air seemed to be endowed with renewed life and direction. The arrow shafts pivoted, and the golden energy at their tails blazed with brilliance. A resounding cacophony of piercing arrows reverberated with an intensity and frequency far greater than before. All the crossbow bolts, propelled back along their original trajectory at a velocity several times faster than their initial release, surged forth. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed like a relentless storm. The anguished cries instantly enveloped the entire private room. Those formidable men in black, who had moments ago radiated lethal intent with their crossbows, now fell like ripe grain before the scythe. Some were directly pierced through vital organs, meeting their demise on the spot. Others were shot through limbs or torsos, collapsing amidst pools of blood while emitting harrowing wails. Within mere breaths, only Lin Shun, the pale-faced Su Yun, deeply shaken by the horrific scene, and the ashen-faced, trembling Ling Tian remained standing. Su Yun clasped her mouth in disbelief, gazing at the man beside her, who resembled a war god. How could Lin Jun Tian, Lin Chen's friend, possess such inhuman strength? The recent turn of events had utterly shattered her understanding. Ling Tian felt as though his legs had become unmoored from his body, the violent tremors rendering him nearly incapable of standing. In the face of a terrifying existence, exhibiting the prowess of a martial master, his half-step master cultivation felt as insignificant as dust. Escape? Before such a formidable opponent, fleeing was an absurd fantasy. An overwhelming despair consumed him in an instant. Great Lord, I was wrong, I was blind. Spare me, please. With no hesitation, Ling Tian's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold marble floor, fervently bowing his head to Lin Shun, the dull thuds of his forehead striking the ground resonating in silence. What dignity, what pride, was worth anything in the face of death? At this moment, all he desired was to survive. Chapter 33. Spare me? Are you worthy? In the opulent yet blood-soaked private room, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of Ling Tian's forehead meeting the ground and his labored, fearful breaths. Lin Chen's gaze was frigid, as if he were observing an insignificant insect, as he leisurely approached the sofa and took a seat. He needed to extract more information regarding the bloodbath from 3 years prior from this core figure of the Su family. A faint, ambiguous chuckle escaped him, shattering the oppressive silence. So, about the Royal No. 1 contract, do you still wish for Su Yun to sign it? No more signing. Never. I would rather die. Ling Tian hastily waved his hands, as if discarding a scalding hot potato, his bowing intensifying. I was blind. I was foolish. Miss Su, I was wrong. I bow in apology. Your generosity is boundless. Spare my wretched life. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly bowed in Su Yun's direction, his demeanor reduced to abject humility. Only one thought remained in his mind. Let someone else take on this cursed task. Preserving his life was paramount. I shall pose a few questions. Lin Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze slicing through Ling Tian's terrified expression. If your answers please me, perhaps I might consider letting you go. To Ling Tian, this seemingly hopeful statement resonated like divine music. Great Lord, ask away. Please ask. He abruptly raised his head, his face a chaotic blend of mucus, tears, and blood, yet his eyes ignited with a fierce will to survive. I will divulge everything I know, without reservation. I dare not withhold a single detail. As long as he can survive, let him say anything. However, he will never know that in Lin Chen's heart, he had already sentenced him, along with all those involved in the bloodshed 3 years ago, to death. The massacre of family uncles, the devastation of the Beiluo Sherman, and the near obliteration of his clan can only be avenged with blood. 3 years ago, aside from the Su family and the collateral Lin family, who else participated in the assault on the direct Lin family? Lin Chen's first question thundered in Ling Tian's ears like a sudden storm. What? Ling Tian's body trembled violently, nearly propelling him off the ground. He looked at the young man before him, who went by the name Lin Juntian, with terror-stricken eyes as tumultuous waves surged within him. Why did he suddenly ask this? This Lin Juntian was merely a friend of Lin Shun. Why was he so fixated on the affairs of the Lin family? Why did he delve so deeply? Moreover, this topic had been expressly forbidden from discussion. More critically, he himself knew very little about it. Lin Shun, Lin Juntian, narrowed his eyes, a frigid pressure descending upon the scene. He appeared before Ling Tian like a specter, his long, powerful hand swiftly grasping Ling Tian's throat. It tightened like an iron vice. Ling Tian felt as though his neck would shatter, an overwhelming force coursing through Lin Chen's fingers, ruthlessly invading his body. This force resembled countless tiny venomous snakes, rampaging through his fragile meridians, violently assaulting his vital organs, instantaneously sealing all his crucial acupoints. Ling Tian felt a numbing sensation enveloping him. As if all his bones had been extracted, the strength of a half-step master was utterly suppressed and frozen. He slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move even a finger. An unprecedented terror gripped him, knowing that with just a slight increase in pressure from Lin Chen's fingers, or a mere exhalation of energy, he would instantly become a cold corpse. In the presence of a martial arts master, he was less than an ant. Great master, spare me. I will tell you. Ling Tian managed to squeeze out a fragmented plea for mercy from the depths of his throat, the fear of death overwhelming everything else. Lin Chen's grip slackened just enough for him to gasp for breath. 3 years ago, during that attack, Ling Tian coughed violently, his voice trembling with fear and despair. Our Su family, along with the collateral Lin family, were all given orders at the last minute. The royal family contacted us at that time. We were all masked, and aside from knowing that the collateral Lin family was involved, I have no idea who else participated. Though the information remained fragmented and vague, Lin Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. The royal family, the Daxiao royal family, was involved. This revelation was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. The direct Lin family commanded the Tianlong army, which recognized the Lin banner, numbering 800,000, a force that posed a significant threat to the royal family. And he, as the sole heir of the direct Lin family, bore the supreme martial arts of the Beiluo Sherman. How could the royal family tolerate a union between the Lin family and Beiluo Sherman? A torrent of silent fury ignited within Lin Chen's chest. Aside from the royal family, who were those you mentioned earlier? Lin Chen's voice grew even colder, piecing together the information from Lin Xiao and Ling Tian. He keenly sensed that the royal family might not be the ultimate puppeteer behind the scenes. Great master, I truly do not know much about this. Ling Tian felt the tightening grip around his throat, a sense of terror overwhelming him. They were shrouded in mystery, appearing and disappearing without a trace. It was said that they were invincible. A profound fear emanated from the depths of his soul. We refer to them as divine envoys, while our families merely execute their commands. Divine envoy? Invincible? Lin Chin scoffed inwardly. Nonsense. merely a ruse. Yet, these so-called divine envoys had undoubtedly touched upon the very core of the truth behind the events. Their relentless and frenzied actions against the Lin family and the Bei Luo sect raised questions about their ulterior motives. What chilled Lin Chun further was the terrifying information he gleaned from Ling Tian's fragmented words. The collateral Lin family, the Su family, and the forces involved in the past assault seemed to be brewing a new wave of action, targeting the direct Lin family once again. A cold, murderous intent surged through him. He must eradicate them before they could strike, obliterating them completely. Boss, I've revealed everything I know. Ling Tian, as if clutching a final lifeline, forced a sycophantic, abject smile, his voice laced with desperation. Could you spare my life? I promise to vanish immediately and never return. Lin Chun released his grip, looking down from his elevated position at Ling Tian, who lay crumpled on the ground like a puddle of mud. His gaze was devoid of any emotion. Bark like a dog and crawl out. Yes, yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you for sparing my life. Ling Tian, as if granted a reprieve, was overwhelmed by joy. He crawled with all fours, resembling a pitiful, tail-wagging mutt, barking desperately as he awkwardly made his way toward the door of the private room. What was dignity worth if it meant survival? As he neared the door that symbolized his escape, Lin Chun remained motionless. With a subtle shift of his right foot, he ground it gently against the floor. Suddenly, a blood-stained crossbow bolt, propelled by an invisible force, shot forth with lethal precision. The bolt struck Ling Tian squarely in the back, erupting in a spray of crimson as it pierced through his chest, pinning him to the polished floor, mere steps from the door. Ling Tian's body stiffened abruptly, and he struggled to turn his head, his eyes filled with disbelief, resentment, and profound shock as he stared at Lin Chun. Blood poured from his mouth. Did you not promise me mercy? Lin Chun stepped forward, looming over Ling Tian's dying form, a frigid and emotionless smile gracing his lips. Did I ever say that? His voice resonated with the chilling echoes of the underworld. When did I promise to spare your life? Ling Tian's gaze was swiftly consumed by despair and rage. A guttural sound escaped his throat, and he coughed violently, blood gushing forth as his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Inside the private room, Su Yin stared at the bloody and merciless scene, still in shock. Lin Chun reached out, gently patting her stiff shoulder, his tone returning to calmness. The trouble is dealt with. Can you manage to clean up this mess? He referred to the corpses and blood scattered across the floor. Yes, I can handle it. Su Yin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous churn of her stomach and the shock in her heart, and quickly nodded in response. As she gazed at Lin Chun's stern profile, a powerful sense of familiarity surged within her once more, yet this was not the moment for inquiry. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. A year ago, fleeing from the capital alongside Su Qingxue to Dongjiang, and subsequently establishing herself at Royal No. 1. Su Yin was by no means a fragile woman. She possessed her own methods for handling such situations. Lin Chun offered no further words. He turned, stepping over the lifeless body of Ling Tian, and departed the blood-soaked Dongjiang Grand Hotel with an air of composure. Following the events of the day, he was resolutely convinced that the girl named Chu Yin was undoubtedly his junior apprentice. Whether she acknowledged her identity was no longer of consequence. The shadows manipulating everything from behind her were the very culprits responsible for the assault on the Bei Luo sect and the Lin family. For the safety of his junior and to avenge the Lin family's deep-seated grievances, he must uproot these malevolent entities and cast them into the abyss. Perhaps, once all was settled and without lingering worries, she could return to his side in true peace. After restoring his appearance, Lin Chun drove away from the vicinity of Royal No. 1. As he passed the towering Lin Group building, a sobering thought suddenly struck him, with Lin Xiao apprehended. The vast Lin Group commercial empire was left leaderless. Who would take the reins of management? Jack and his associates? They possessed the capability, yet they were not natives of Daxia, and each had their own affairs, rendering it difficult to find a completely suitable and trustworthy candidate. He casually chose a restaurant to resolve his lunch needs, noting that it was already afternoon. Remembering his promise to Bai Qingru to accompany her for dance practice at the school, Lin Shun ignited the engine and merged into the flow of traffic, heading toward Dongjiang University. As the returning heir of the Lin family, he appeared far busier than the leisurely patron he once was at the club. A hint of nostalgia crept into his heart. Ah, how he missed the carefree days spent in the club. The news of the assassination of Su family steward Ling Tian swept through the provincial capital like a hurricane. What? Su Yun and that little vixen, Su Qingxue, actually hired someone to kill steward Ling Tian. Ling Tian was on the verge of breaking through to the master level. In the opulent meeting hall of the Su family, Patriarch Su Ming sprang to his feet upon receiving the news, shattering the purple clay teacup in his hand with a resounding crash, his complexion draining to a ghastly white. Ling Tian was the second strongest in the Su family, just behind the elder. Just as the Su family was poised to possess two masters and secure their position as the foremost aristocracy in the southwest, Ling Tian had inexplicably fallen in Dongjiang. According to intelligence, the one responsible for Ling Tian's death was a young man named Lin Juntian. His subordinates reported with trepidation. Him again? How could this plague return? Su Ming's face turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead. The name Lin Juntian had long entered their radar. After the assassination of Du Li, now he had slain Ling Tian. This was no coincidence. The patriarch and the eldest son, he can't be contacted, a subordinate cautiously added. Su Ming's heart sank like a stone. An ominous premonition coiled around him like a cold, venomous serpent. The inexplicable palpitation he had felt last night. He dared not contemplate further, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Silence. Stop with your absurdities. Send someone to search immediately. The living must be found, and the dead must be seen. Go now. The subordinate retreated in a panic. Su Ming wandered despondently within the vast hall, akin to a caged beast. Eventually, he despondently sank into the grand armchair, trembling hands reaching for the encrypted phone. At this juncture, he could only seek forgiveness and assistance from the Bai family in the capital, even if it meant facing the wrath of the young master. The young master had encountered trouble in Dongjiang. Our steward, Ling Tian, dispatched by the Su family, had been assassinated by Su Yun and Su Qingxue. As for phone, it was likely his subordinates had failed to execute the master's orders, and thus he awaited the master's reprimand. Fear and bitterness laced Su Ming's voice. In a tranquil and luxurious villa of the Bai family in the capital, the young master by how reclined languidly on a chaise longue, listening to the phone call with an expression devoid of any emotion. Oh, he raised an eyebrow lightly, his tone laced with amusement. My dear sister, how intriguing it is that she possesses such capabilities to summon such formidable experts. He remained completely indifferent to the casualties suffered by the Su family. I am aware of the situation. Bai Hao's voice was devoid of warmth. It seems you have failed to retrieve the item I requested, so I do not expect much from you. The Su family need not involve themselves further in the affairs of Dongjiang. Simply cooperate fully with the actions of the Gujiao. He lifted a nearby glass of red wine, swirling the crimson liquid within, a glint of icy malice flickering in his eyes. I shall arrange for others to tackle this tough nut. If necessary, he paused, downing the wine in one gulp, the vivid red liquid contrasting starkly with a cruel smile curling his lips. I will personally visit Dongjiang. As he hung up the phone, the facade of gentleness on Bai Hao's face evaporated, leaving only a visage of coldness and resentment. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the desolate autumn scenery outside, his voice chilling as the Siberian wind. Grandfather, you have long desired to pass that item to Su Qingxue? Huh, I shall not grant you that wish. Just hold your breath and wait. Once I obtain the item, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. I will ensure you depart this world peacefully. Someone, he commanded coldly without turning, instructing them to summon young Master Su from the Holy Land, stating that there were urgent matters to discuss. It appeared that his journey to Dongjiang was inevitable. He murmured to himself, as though confiding in his own thoughts. Li Yuntian, you share the Lin surname as well? Huh, I shall take a closer look at who you truly are, daring to repeatedly thwart my plans. Can a master truly contend with you? What about the martial sovereign from the Holy Land? I hope your bones are as resilient as your tongue. Chapter 34. The beautiful young mother. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over Dongjiang University. Lin Chun skillfully maneuvered his car into the parking lot. Just as he turned off the engine and stepped out, suddenly, a beautiful young mother, clutching a small girl, rushed into the parking area with a frantic expression. She hastily placed the child in the back seat, fumbling to start the vehicle. But in her haste, the car collided with a nearby flower bed with a loud thud. The front hood crumpled and deformed. Wisps of white smoke billowed from the crevices, rendering the car utterly incapacitated. The young mother, tears welling in her eyes, quickly opened the door and retrieved the little girl. Spotting Lin Chun, she rushed over like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, pleading, "Sir, please help me. My daughter has suddenly developed a high fever and lost consciousness, and she is foaming at the mouth. Could you possibly take us to the hospital?" Her voice trembled, tears nearly spilling over. "Don't worry, sister. I will take a look at the child. I am a doctor," Lin Chun calmly reassured, swiftly placing his hand on the little girl's pulse, making an immediate assessment in his mind. "Sister, quickly carry the child to my car. I will administer acupuncture to her." At that moment, the young mother, in a state of utter confusion, could only comply. She was Fong Ting, a lecturer at Dongjiang University, raising her daughter, Cece, alone. Due to her teaching schedule, she was unable to take her child with her and had left Cece in the staff dormitory, monitoring her via surveillance. It was only when she checked after class that she discovered her daughter had fainted in the dormitory, which left her in a state of panic. Fong Ting carefully placed the little girl in the back seat of Lin Chun's car. Lin Chun retrieved silver needles from his pocket, his movements swift as lightning, precisely puncturing several critical acupoints on the little girl. This was the Taiji 8 needles, a remarkable technique from the North Falling Master Gate, capable of both taking life and saving it. As he administered the needles, Lin Chun focused his energy, allowing a pure inner strength to quietly flow through the silver needles into the child's body. Within mere seconds, the girl's slight convulsions ceased. Her pale face regained a hint of color, and the frothing at her mouth subsided. Cough, cough. 2 minutes later, the little girl emitted a faint cough and slowly regained consciousness, looking at Fong Ting and, in a soft voice, asked, "Mommy, why are we in the car?" The delicate voice of her 3-year-old daughter instantly shattered Fong Ting's tense composure. She tightly embraced her daughter, tears finally streaming down her face. "Cece, you scared Mommy to death. I thought." The harrowing scene of high fever, convulsions, frothing at the mouth, and unconsciousness had left her trembling. Any misstep in that situation could have led to disastrous consequences. "Sister, it's all right now. Cece's high fever was caused by a cold, which led to the convulsions, along with some complications. My acupuncture has already stabilized her," Lin Chun gently explained. In truth, Lin Chun did not openly disclose that the girl's condition was far more complex than what he described, even showing signs of food poisoning and harboring latent congenital ailments. Had he not fortuitously encountered Lin Chun, a master of the Taiji 8 needles, even a timely visit to the hospital might have resulted in dire outcomes. "Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do," Fong Ting said, holding her daughter, her body slightly weak, partly from exhaustion after running and partly from overwhelming fright. Lin Chun smiled. "It was a small effort. Where do you live? I will take you back and also help the little girl with some massage therapy and prescribe medication to solidify the treatment's effects." "Oh, I'm terribly sorry for the trouble." Fong Ting hesitated, but her body could no longer withstand the strain. With Lin Chun mentioning the subsequent massage therapy and prescription, she decided not to refuse further assistance. Lin Chun carried Cece and walked alongside Fong Ting towards the dormitory. During their conversation, Lin Chun learned that Fong Ting taught business management at Dongjiang University and was surprisingly a former vice president at Alibaba Group. "Wan Jia, you mentioned you were vice president at Alibaba?" Lin Chun looked astonished at Fong Ting. "Why didn't you continue working there and instead became a teacher?" "Isn't there a shortage of top managerial talent? Is this fate?" Indeed, Fong Ting's eyes flickered with complexity. "After graduating with my master's, I was fortunate to have a mentor who helped me reach that position. Unfortunately, I later encountered unworthy people and unexpectedly became pregnant. By the time I wanted to return, That position was no longer available. As she sought employment at other companies, upon hearing the requirement to bring her child, they all politely declined. Left with no choice, she returned to her alma mater to teach. Lin Shun listened intently to Fong Ting's narrative, keenly sensing the deep-seated discontent and loneliness reflected in her eyes. Sister Wan, if I were to invite you to join my company to assist with management, would you be willing? Lin Shun paused, his expression earnest as he inquired. Fong Ting was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Shun with visible skepticism. You? This young man, barely in his 20s, had already achieved remarkable medical prowess. Could it be that he also owned a company? Fate seemed to favor him excessively. What's wrong? Do you doubt me? Lin Shun met her gaze directly. I truly own a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday, and I am at a loss for a suitable replacement. Sister Wan, I can allow you to bring your child to work, and all other conditions are negotiable. Fong Ting, seeing the sincerity in Lin Chen's demeanor, especially the flexibility regarding her child, was profoundly moved. With CC not starting kindergarten until September, she could not leave her child alone at home for an extended period. I need to think it over, she replied. After today's harrowing experiences, she was reluctant to leave CC alone again, yet doubts lingered. Could a company led by someone so young be reliable? After years away from the workforce, would she still be competent? Lin Shun did not press the matter, but from Fong Ting's words and her tidy, welcoming dormitory, he felt increasingly convinced that this resilient and gentle mother was precisely the dependable management talent he required. He had to secure her. Fong Ting's home was a modest one-bedroom apartment, small yet impeccably tidy. A few potted plants on the balcony thrived vibrantly, and the air carried a faint aroma of books. Lin Shun gently placed CC on the small bed, meticulously massaging her while nurturing her pulse with his own energy. After a session of care, CC's complexion visibly improved, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. Lin Shun and Fong Ting quietly exited the bedroom, closing the door behind them. Do you have paper and a pen? Lin Shun asked. He needed to accompany Bai Qingru to a ball shortly, and had no time to assist with gathering medicine. So he would write down the prescription for Fong Ting to handle herself. Yes. Fong Ting hurried to her desk, bending to retrieve paper and a pen from the drawer, handing them to Lin Shun across the coffee table. She wore a fitted light blue dress, though the neckline was modest when she bent forward. Her ample curves and a hint of fair skin inevitably caught Lin Shen's eye. Her skin was fair and alluring, exuding the unique warmth of a mature woman, mingled with the freshness of soap and a subtle fragrance that wafted to Lin Chen's nose. Following Lin Chen's gaze, Fong Ting suddenly realized her attire was revealing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a soft gasp, she hastily covered her chest and turned, flustered. Lin Shun, are you thirsty? Let me get you a glass of water. Am I thirsty? Lin Shun was slightly taken aback, quickly understanding that she assumed he was parched. He swiftly wrote down the prescription, 3 qian of mialang, 2 qian of xianghua. Just as he finished, Fong Ting returned with a glass of warm water. Despite having adjusted her dress, her captivating curves seemed to possess a will of their own, showcasing their alluring contours once more as she bent to offer him the water. Fong Ting's face reddened further, resembling a ripe apple. Upon reflection, Lin Shun was indeed the benefactor who had saved her daughter. Thus, allowing him a glance seemed inconsequential. With this conflicting yet subtle sentiment, she stifled her shyness and ceased her deliberate attempts at concealment. This coy demeanor infused the cramped living room with a hint of tantalizing allure. However, Lin Shun feared that remaining any longer would render him unable to resist the unique charm of the young woman, which possessed an undeniable allure. Suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks echoed through the air. The moment she heard that familiar yet heart-stopping sound, Fong Ting's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with terror. She cast a hesitant glance at Lin Shun, and after much internal deliberation, she finally managed to speak with great difficulty. Lin Shun, I'm sorry. Could you possibly hide for a moment? Chapter 35. A violent confrontation with the ex-husband hide? Lin Shun momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Why must he conceal himself when he had done nothing wrong? I know this request is unreasonable. Fong Ting's voice trembled with desperation. It's my ex-husband. Although we are divorced, he constantly comes to demand money. If he sees you here, he will undoubtedly resort to violence. The anguish was painfully evident in her eyes. Witnessing this once vibrant and optimistic woman being so tormented by life stirred a profound sense of compassion within Lin Chun. Sister Wan, do not fear. I am here, he assured, stepping forward and instinctively enveloping Fong Ting in a gentle embrace. His warm hands soothingly patted her slightly trembling back. This unexpected warmth momentarily left Fong Ting dazed. The refreshing scent emanating from Lin Chun, combined with the strength of his embrace, stirred unfamiliar ripples in the still waters of her heart. Internally chiding herself, she thought, Fong Ting, what are you thinking? He is so young, possibly still a student. I am 6 or 7 years his senior. How could I entertain such thoughts? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Chun had released her and strode directly toward the door. Wait, Fong Ting gasped, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. As the door swung open, a tall, gaunt man reeking of alcohol, adorned with tattoos on his arms, stumbled in with excessive force. Upon seeing Lin Chun, the man was momentarily taken aback before launching into a tirade. Well, Fong Ting, you shameless harlot. I knew you were stalling, and it could only mean trouble. So, you've been hiding a toy boy at home, pretending to be innocent, yet you won't let me touch you. Vile insults were hurled at Fong Ting without restraint. With a chilling gaze, Lin Chun wasted no time on words. He delivered a resounding slap across the man's face, causing him to stagger and collide with the doorframe, resulting in a prominent bump on his head. How dare you strike me? The man shouted, covering his face in shock and fury, raising his fists as if to charge. Yet, Lin Chun's icy, penetrating stare quelled his bravado, leaving him momentarily deflated as he continued to berate Fong Ting. You filthy woman, and you dare accuse me of infidelity? Look at yourself. Your daughter is at home, and you can't even resist the temptation in broad daylight. Fong Ting, her face pale, stepped beside Lin Chun, urgently attempting to explain. No, Zhao Hong, please listen to me. We are not. What do you mean not? Lin Chun abruptly interrupted her, extending his arm to once again encircle Fong Ting's slender yet resilient waist, pulling her closer while defiantly gazing at the man. You guessed correctly. Sister Wan and I are indeed a couple now. You're already divorced. Does it concern you if Fong Ting is dating someone? Once more enveloped in Lin Chun's embrace, Fong Ting felt a surge of warmth wash over her entire being, her body weakening as she nearly melted into his arms. This embrace seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment, leaving her somewhat dizzy. Zhao Hong, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt up in shock. What? Fong Ting, how dare you find a man behind my back? Without my consent, you dare. His expression resembled that of a beloved toy being snatched away. He glanced around, seized a wooden stool from by the door, and hurled it at Lin Chun, shouting, You little bastard! How dare you take my woman? I'll kill you. Be careful. No. A deep fear flashed in Fong Ting's eyes, but upon witnessing the stool hurtling towards Lin Chun, she found an unexpected courage and attempted to intervene. Over the past few years, after their divorce, Zhao Hong would come to demand money and resort to violence when drunk. She had long been terrified of his beatings. Do not worry. Lin Chun's voice exuded a calming steadiness. He held Fong Ting close, shifting his feet gracefully to sidestep the incoming stool. Simultaneously, his right leg lashed out like a whip, striking Zhao Hong's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! Zhao Hong had no time to react. His body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the doorframe before collapsing to the ground, struggling in vain to rise. Lin Chun stepped forward, his polished shoe mercilessly pressing down on Zhao Hong's face, towering above him with a voice as cold as ice. This is your first and last warning. Remember, from this day forth, Sister Wan is my woman, Lin Chun. If you dare to harass her and her daughter again, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in bed. Lin Chun's ruthless display was sufficient to intimidate Zhao Hong. Yet, witnessing Fong Ting being taken from him, Zhao Hong, begrudging and enraged, shouted, Kid, don't get too cocky. Do you know who my brother is? Tai Gedye, the tiger of Dongjiang. If you touch me, Tiger Yi will make sure you never see the sun rise again. Tiger Yi? Li Hu. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. Is that so? Then call Li Hu right now and ask him if he dares to touch even a single hair on my body. By the way, my name is Lin Chen. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Call. Right now. Lin Chen bent down, retrieving Zhao Hong's phone from his pocket and thrusting it into his hands. Lin Chen's defiance, bordering on arrogance, unnerved Zhao Hong, who immediately shrank back. I don't dare. In Lin Chen's eyes, he perceived a genuine, unmasked intent to kill. This kid had undoubtedly tasted blood. What if he truly incited his wrath? Not calling? Lin Chen applied a slight pressure with his foot, a surge of hidden strength coursing through, causing Zhao Hong to feel a splitting pain in his skull. I'll call. Shaking, Zhao Hong dialed the number, his voice breaking as he spoke. Tiger Yi, it's Zhao. Zhao Hong, I encountered a fierce person today. He says his name is Lin Chen and claims you wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Rascal, who did you say? Lin Chen. Is he a very young gentleman? Damn it, don't say you know me. Prepare for your own funeral. On the other end of the line, upon confirming it was Lin Chen, Li Hu's voice was instantly filled with terror, and he nearly shouted before abruptly hanging up. As Zhao Hong listened to the busy tone, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, utterly collapsing in despair. With sheer panic, he repeatedly bowed to Lin Chen, pleading for mercy. Big brother. Master Lin, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. I swear I shall never approach them again. I assure you I will keep my distance from that mother and daughter. Please, just treat me as though I am inconsequential. Chapter 36. I wish for my big brother to be my father. Spare you? Lin Chen pressed down on Zhao Hong's foot without relenting, his gaze scrutinizing. Then allow me to pose a few questions, and should your answer satisfy me, I might consider it. Is Sister Wan free to date now? Yes. I absolutely dare not interfere again. Zhao Hong nodded vigorously, like a garlic clove being pounded. Very well. Now I wish to rest with Sister Wan. Do you have any objections? Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet each word pierced deeply. Zhao Hong felt as though he had been brutally stabbed in the heart, his blood boiling, and he suppressed the urge to vomit blood. And no objections. He managed to grit out through clenched teeth, inwardly cursing. What good would my objections do? Am I daring to say them? Upon hearing Lin Chen's blunt words, Fong Ting's cheeks flushed crimson once more, embarrassment causing her to lower her head. Yet witnessing Zhao Hong's pitiful and wretched state ignited within her a fierce sense of vindication, mingled with profound disdain. Aren't you quite formidable? Aren't you rather domineering? Turns out, you only bully women. When faced with a true adversary, your true colors are revealed. Lin Chen cast a glance at the closed bedroom door, where CC was still peacefully asleep. Then he looked down at Zhao Hong, who resembled a pitiful creature in the mud. Although he yearned to eliminate this scoundrel, he ultimately had to consider the child. With a deep sigh, he said, for the sake of Sister Wan and CC, I shall spare your wretched life this time. Remember, if there is a next time, you will spend the rest of your life as a mere shell of a man in bed. With that, he released his foot. Zhao Hong felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to crawl towards the exit. The palpable killing intent emanating from Lin Chen and his bone-chilling gaze made him feel as though he were suffocating. Wait! Just as Zhao Hong was about to escape through the door, Lin Chen's voice rang out once more, like a death knell. Zhao Hong's body froze, fear coursing through him as he turned back. He saw Lin Chen pull out an unassuming black pill from his pocket, swiftly prying open Zhao Hong's mouth to insert the pill, then slapping it down at his throat. Gulp! The pill was forcibly swallowed. What did you give me? Zhao Hong gasped in terror, clawing at his throat, his instincts warning him that it was anything but benign. Nothing much, just a little insurance, Lin Chen replied ominously. If you dare to harass Sister Wan and her daughter again, or entertain any nefarious thoughts, it will be the moment you meet your demise. Once the effects take hold, even the gods cannot save you. This precautionary measure was a spur-of-the-moment decision by Lin Chen to deal with a scoundrel like Zhao Hong, who bullied the weak yet feared the strong. One must employ more extreme methods to instill fear. Although it was merely a potent detoxifying pill for someone like Zhao Hong, who was most afraid of death, It was better to let him believe in its potency. Master, Master Lin, Zhao Hong is truly on the verge of tears, he lamented, realizing this effectively severed any lingering hopes he may have harbored. He had initially planned to wait until Lin Chun left to seek an opportunity to pursue Fong Ting again. What? Do you wish to stay for dinner? I have plenty of these sweet beans here. Would you care to sample their flavor once more? Lin Chun made a gesture as if to reach into his pocket. Zhao Hong, utterly terrified, stumbled and nearly tumbled down the stairs in her frantic escape. Watching Zhao Hong vanish, Fong Ting's anxious heart finally found solace, her taut nerves relaxing, leaving her feeling somewhat drained. When she looked back at Lin Chun, her gaze brimmed with gratitude, dependence, and a long-lost sense of security. As a mother, she felt compelled to be strong, yet what woman does not yearn for a steadfast support in the depths of her heart? However, the scars from past encounters had long sealed her heart. Lin Chen's presence shone like a beacon, momentarily illuminating her world and stirring gentle ripples in her previously tranquil heart. Thank you, Lin Chun. Fong Ting approached him, her voice sincere and soft, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Chun waved his hand dismissively, Sister Wan. You're being too courteous. It's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. Please reflect seriously on what I mentioned earlier. I will await your news. He pointed to the prescription on the table, reminding her to fetch medicine for CC and ensure she takes it on time for reinforcement, assuring her that there would be no further issues. Lin Chen's figure faded from the hallway. Fong Ting gently closed the door, leaning against it, her expression somewhat dazed. Should she visit Lin Chen's company? Could he truly be trusted? His miraculous medical skills had even instilled fear in the formidable Tiger Lord. What manner of person was he? A thought quietly took root in her mind. Mommy, a soft, melodious call interrupted her reverie. CC gently pushed open the bedroom door, peeking her little head out, timidly scanning the living room, and softly inquired, Mommy, will that bad daddy never come to bully us again? The little girl's clear eyes still held a hint of lingering fear. No, he shouldn't, Fong Ting replied, moving closer to kneel down and embrace her daughter, cherishing the small, warm support. The power Lin Chen exhibited, the intimidation from Tiger Lord, along with that poison, should be sufficient to ensure Zhao Hong's complete disappearance. She gazed down at her daughter. CC, were you awake just now? Yes. CC nodded vigorously, her little face radiating admiration. I saw the big brother protecting you. He is so amazing. He scared away the bad guy. So handsome. She tilted her little face up, filled with anticipation, asking Mommy, I don't want that bad guy to be my daddy anymore. Can that big brother be my daddy instead? The innocent words of her daughter struck Fong Ting's heart like a pebble tossed into a serene lake, sending ripples of emotion surging forth. Her heartbeat quickened, her cheeks flushed, as if her most secret yearning had been laid bare by her daughter's utterance. CC, don't say such things. Fong Ting stammered, slightly flustered. Mommy and the big brother have only just met. Yet, her explanation faltered mid-sentence as an indescribable sense of inferiority crept in. Lin Chun was so young, outstanding, and radiant, while she felt like a withered flower, burdened with a child. How could she be worthy of him? How could he possibly take an interest in her? She took a deep breath, suppressing her fluttering emotions, and earnestly looked at her daughter. CC, may I ask you a question? If Mommy were to work at the big brother's company, would you like to go with me? Of course. CC's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, clapping her little hands. Then I can see the big brother every day. How wonderful, gazing at her daughter's innocent and joyful smile. Fong Ting felt the wavering scales within her heart finally tipping in a definitive direction. She looked out at the deepening twilight and resolved to proceed. So be it. It is not my own desire, but rather CC's wish, she reassured herself, as if discovering a perfect justification, intertwining a sense of relief with a flicker of hopeful anticipation. Chapter 37 Last night, by Qin Gru, slept alongside me. CC, Mama will take you downstairs to buy some delicious treats. But you must promise me, after we visit Dean Hua to collect the medicine, you will obediently take your medication. Okay. Fong Ting quickly tidied up, lifted her daughter, and prepared to take her to the medical school to see Dean Hua for traditional Chinese medicine. Dean Hua had previously met CC and had expressed grave concerns about her health, warning Fong Ting that CC had inherent deficiencies that required prompt attention. However, due to her overwhelming responsibilities and financial constraints, Fong Ting had been unable to act on his advice. Nevertheless, she was well aware that Dean Hua's medical skills were unparalleled in Dongjiang. Today, after Lin Shun had rescued CC, Fong Ting wished to have Dean Hua examine her daughter to confirm whether any residual effects remained. "All right, Mama." CC nodded obediently. The Dongjiang University Medical Department, in collaboration with Dongjiang Hospital, serve as a national-level medical center, its air infused with a faint mingling of disinfectant and herbal scents. Dean Hua Ximiao, concurrently serving as the head of Dongjiang Hospital and revered as the king of medicine in southwest China, was engrossed in studying an ancient medical text. When Fong Ting handed him the prescription written by Lin Shun, Dean Hua merely glanced at it, his brow furrowing instantly. Realgar? Aconitum? Preposterous. These are highly toxic substances. How could they be used for children as medicine? His tone was stern, underscored by an undeniable professional authority. Fong Ting's heart tightened. Could it be that Lin Shun? Yet she had witnessed Lin Shun pull her daughter back from the brink of death. "CC, come here. Let Grandpa take a look at you." Dean Hua had always been concerned about Fong Ting and her daughter. He gestured for CC to approach and placed 3 fingers gently on the delicate wrist of the little girl. Moments later, the severity etched on his face was replaced by shock. This is unusual. The signs of CC's congenital blood deficiency appear to be improving. There seems to be a trend of recovery. It felt as if her body's meridians had been nurtured and refined by a gentle, pure energy. Teacher Fong, who has treated CC, he abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Only an extraordinary master could wield such capabilities. No one else, Fong Ting hurriedly explained. Just today, CC fainted at home, and a very young person, possibly a student, saved her with acupuncture and then gave me this prescription, suggesting it would help solidify her recovery. This prescription was written by that young man. Dean Hua's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredulous excitement. He seized the prescription from the table, now devoid of any condescension, and began to scrutinize it word by word, his bony fingers gliding slowly over the names of the herbs, his mind racing to analyze their synergistic properties. After a moment, Dean Hua slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. How did I not think of this? These herbs, though seemingly toxic, are masterfully combined, and the dosage is perfectly calibrated, transforming lethal poisons into nurturing elixirs. What an extraordinary talent." He was so exhilarated that he began to gesticulate animatedly, his face flushed with excitement. He gently lifted the fabric of CC's back, observing for a moment, and was so overwhelmed with excitement that his beard trembled. The 8 needles of Tai. Indeed, it is the path of the 8 needles of Tai. Ah! To witness the extraordinary acupuncture techniques from the Shinnong medical canon re-emerge in this world is enough for me to die without regrets. After the tempest of joy subsided, Hua Ximiao grasped Fong Ting's wrist with urgency, inquiring eagerly, "What is the name of that young man?" Startled by his fervent demeanor, Fong Ting quickly replied, "His name is Lin Shun. He mentioned that he has started a company and even invited me to manage it." Lin Shun? Could he be the scion of the Lin family? Hua Ximiao, being a prominent figure in the upper echelons of Dongjiang, was well aware of Lin Shen's reputation. 3 years ago, as a son-in-law of the Bai family, Lin Shun was already renowned for his charm. Later, he made a grand return, disrupting the union between the Lin and Xian families at a birthday banquet, though the Lin family sought to suppress the news. It had already spread throughout Dongjiang and even the southwest. Do you have his phone number? Hua Ximiao was eager to contact Lin Shun to discuss medical techniques. But as the words hung on his lips, he reconsidered. "Never mind. I shall seek him out personally." He recalled that Lin Qian Kun, the patriarch of the Lin family, was under his care for a grave injury, and a host of doubts arose in his mind. If Lin Shun possessed such astonishing medical prowess, why would he rely on others? He suppressed his excitement, meticulously prepared the medicine for Fong Ting according to Lin Shen's prescription, and, treating the prescription like a rare treasure, carefully folded and stored it away. "Teacher Fong, I shall keep this prescription for now. Once I meet Lin Shun and obtain his consent, I shall proceed to utilize it. All right, Fang Ting replied, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it just a prescription? Hua Director's serious demeanor made it seem as though he had obtained a legendary secret. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly ordinary prescription had opened a door to an entirely new realm of pharmacology for Hua Ximiao, the compositional ideas within it appending decades of his understanding. As Lin Shun departed from Fang Ting's dormitory, he remained oblivious to the profound impact his casual prescription had created within the heart of a medical luminary. Nor did he realize that this unintentional act would later help him resolve a significant dilemma. He was troubled by how to treat the patriarch without revealing his true capabilities. And Hua Ximiao's proactive visit presented him with a perfect opportunity to wield another's influence. At the entrance of the logistics classroom, Bai Qingru anxiously scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Shun, her clouded expression transformed into radiant sunshine. Brother-in-law, you finally arrived. I thought you were going to stand me up. Bai Qingru fluttered over like a joyful butterfly, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Chen's, mischievously batting her eyelashes as she leaned her soft body against him. How was your experience yesterday? Care to try again today? She whispered playfully. Recalling the awkward incident in the restroom the previous day, Lin Shun felt a wave of exasperation. Do you dare to bring that up? You knew I mistook someone else for you. He attempted to withdraw his arm, but Bai Qingru held on tightly, rendering him immobile. Brother-in-law, I need your help. Bai Qingru pleaded, casting a nervous glance towards the classroom. That annoying Zhao Hua is back. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Before her words could settle, a tall young man clad in brand-name sportswear emerged briskly from the classroom, and upon seeing Bai Qingru practically draped over Lin Shun, his brows furrowed in vexation. He strode forward with an air of superiority, arrogantly extending his hand to Lin Shun. Hello, I'm the boyfriend of Bai Qingru, Zhonghua. It would be rather inappropriate for you to hold on to her like this. Lin Shun let out a cold snort through his nostrils. You were her boyfriend? Since when was I aware of that? We spent the night together last night, so what does that make me? When it came to acting and the art of shocking others, Lin Shun was undoubtedly a master. Spent the night together. This statement landed like a boulder on a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the gossiping souls of the onlookers. Chapter 38. Does a chihuahua dare to bare its teeth at a tiger? Lin Shun opened with a bombshell. Even Bai Qingru was taken aback, her pretty face flushing crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. She was aware that her brother-in-law often acted unexpectedly, but she never anticipated he would be so fierce. Zhonghua, he's my boyfriend. Bai Qingru suppressed her embarrassment and seized the opportunity to declare with unprecedented determination, Please cease your pursuit of me. I do not like you, never have, do not now, and will never in the future. The long-simmering frustrations finally erupted, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Zhonghua, the acknowledged campus heartthrob of Dongjiang University, hailing from a wealthy background and possessing striking looks, had countless admirers. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, he persistently harassed Bai Qingru, causing her immense annoyance. Especially upon learning of his intention to propose publicly at tonight's concert, Bai Qingru rushed to summon Lin Shun for assistance. Qingru, how could you? Zhonghua, as if struck by lightning, clenched the ring box in his pocket, his knuckles turning white as he struggled to suppress his rage and jealousy. What did you acquire, boyfriend? How was I not informed? What am I supposed to do about this? He felt as though his heart was shattering like glass. 3 years. He had pursued Bai Qingru for a full 3 years. Despite his efforts, he had not even held her hand. And this Lin Shun, who had suddenly appeared, had the audacity to sleep with her? A wave of humiliation engulfed him, as if an invisible green had been heavily placed upon his head. What I do with my girlfriend is none of your business. Should I invite you to witness the proceedings and cheer along? Lin Shen's sharp tongue spared no mercy. Get lost. Good dogs do not block the way. You wait for me. Such public humiliation rendered Zhong Hua trembling with rage. He shot Lin Shun a furious glare and spat a harsh retort before awkwardly pushing through the crowd. Once out of sight, the distortion on Zhong Hua's face could no longer be concealed. He roared at his lackey beside him. Find out everything about that bastard. I want to know all his details within 5 minutes. In under 2 minutes, the lackey returned with a fawning report. Young Master Zhong, I've found him. That guy is Lin Chun. He isn't truly her boyfriend, but rather Bai Qingrou's brother-in-law. I hear he was merely a playboy in clubs, living off women. Upon hearing the term playboy brother-in-law, a sinister smile finally crept onto Zhong Hua's twisted face. I knew it. How could Bai Qingrou have a boyfriend right under my nose? Umph. A useless leech dares to compete with me? His malevolent gaze swept toward the direction where Lin Chun and Bai Qingrou had departed, and with a flick of his wrist, a menacing centipede and a vividly colored poisonous spider ominously appeared in his palm. Bai Qingrou, tonight, I shall compel you to kneel and plead for the life of your brother-in-law. It is widely recognized that Zhong Hua is the piano prince of Dongjiang University, a prodigy of the nation's foremost piano master, Lian. However, few are aware of his concealed identity as a disciple of the Miaojiang's ancient poison arts. His enigmatic mentor has clandestinely imparted knowledge to him for many years, allowing him to master the art of wielding toxins to harm unseen. The recollection of Lin Chen's reckless touch upon Bai Qingrou's delicate form ignites a flicker of cold, murderous intent in Zhong Hua's eyes. The concert hall of Dongjiang University is ablaze with light and teeming with spectators. This evening marks the rehearsal for the school anniversary celebration, and the grand stage showcases a splendid array of instruments, including a grand piano, drums, and violins, all gleaming under the spotlight. With an hour remaining until the official performance, the current moment is designated for free expression, allowing students to showcase their talents. Just as Lin Chun and Bai Qingrou settle into their seats, Zhong Hua strides in, flanked by a group of sycophants exuding arrogance. Zhong Xiao, shall we expel that fellow right now? His companions, having uncovered Lin Chen's identity as a son-in-law, become emboldened. Naturally, their limited sources cannot access the true stature of Lin Chun, the heir of the Lin family. Zhong Hua casts a glance at the opulent Steinway piano at the center of the stage, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What is the rush? If I do not ruin him tonight, I shall adopt his surname. With that, he adjusts his collar and confidently ascends the stage as the university's piano prince. His entrance immediately elicits cheers from numerous female admirers. Grasping the microphone from the host, he clears his throat, his gaze locking onto Lin Chun with the intensity of a venomous serpent. Good evening. I am Zhong Hua. Seizing this opportunity, I would like to invite a special classmate to join me on stage for a display of our talents. This classmate dares to vie for the affections of Bai Qingrou. He paused, his tone laced with mockery. Bai Qingrou excels in all arts. Does this rival even know how many keys a piano possesses? As his words resonated, glaring spotlights converged precisely on Lin Chun and Bai Qingrou, a mere pretty boy who relies on women. It is time for you to cease your pretentious posturing. Lin Chun, do you dare accept my challenge to a piano duel? In an instant, all eyes in the auditorium fixated on Bai Qingrou and Lin Chun. The romance of the campus belle Bai Qingrou is already a hot topic, and now, the confrontation between her suitor and her enigmatic boyfriend unfolds publicly, creating an explosive spectacle. In an instant, Bai Qingrou comprehended Zhong Hua's malicious intent. He sought to publicly humiliate Lin Chun. Brother-in-law, do not heed him. She anxiously tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. In Lin Chen's lexicon, the notion of retreat does not exist. Today serves not only as a show of support for his sister-in-law, but also as a matter of pride. To withdraw now would not only tarnish his own dignity, but also Bai Qingrou's. A challenge? Lin Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. His voice clear and resonant throughout the hall. Zhong Hua, individuals of your caliber lack the merit to challenge me. Rising with calm composure, he added, however, to dissuade certain individuals from harboring any illusions, I shall reluctantly accept. Choose any instrument on stage. Indeed, even a chihuahua dares to bare its teeth at a tiger. One must ponder who granted you such audacity. As Lin Chen's words faded, a familiar voice erupted from the opposite side of the audience. Our esteemed Lin, revered even by international piano maestros, is indeed a figure to behold. Zhong Hua, I advise you to concede gracefully. Do not bring humiliation upon yourself. Chapter 39. How can a man ever claim defeat? Kai ergo. Lin Chun turned towards the sound, and indeed, it was the same fellow. He had aptly articulated what Lin Chun found difficult to express. Lin Chun discreetly gave Kai ergo a thumbs up, to which Kai ergo reciprocated with a gesture. Oomph. Lin Chun, cease your boasting. If you can play an entire piano piece flawlessly, I shall kneel before you and call you father on the spot. Zhonghua, eager to salvage his pride, was willing to take risks. However, should your performance fall short of mine, you must steer clear of Qing Ro. She is not someone of your caliber can approach. Very well. You may proceed first. Otherwise, by the time I finish, you may lack the courage to even step onto the stage. Lin Chun replied nonchalantly. Oomph. Just wait and see. With no further ado, Zhonghua elegantly seated himself before the piano, his long fingers soon dancing across the black and white keys. He performed Mozart's Serenade, embellishing the original composition with several intricate variations. The melodious and flowing strains, imbued with rich emotional depth, captivated every individual present. The audience nodded in approval, utterly enthralled by Zhonghua's exquisite technique and expressiveness. At the side of the stage, the piano maestro Li Yun was engaged in conversation with several industry acquaintances. Upon concluding Zhonghua's performance, his friends cast envious glances at Li Yun. Old Li, your student is truly a remarkable talent. The legacy will surely continue. Indeed, Zhonghua's skill and musicality rank him among the most outstanding young talents we have encountered in recent years. Given time, his accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass your own. Listening to the accolades from his peers, Li Yun felt a swell of pride. But he still requires further refinement. Yet, his tone shifted as a glimmer of nostalgia and longing appeared in his eyes. If we were to speak of true genius, 3 years ago at a banquet in the Imperial Palace, I encountered a young man whose performance was nothing short of transcendent. His piece, Destiny's 9 Chapters, was simply otherworldly. Such a figure and composition, held in such high esteem by Master Li Yun, were surely extraordinary. His friends had also heard snippets of Destiny's 9 Chapters circulating online. The melody was not only masterfully structured, but also imbued with profound meaning and vitality that left listeners in awe. A video once uploaded by a netizen showed that as this piece played, the surrounding birds and beasts fell into an unusual tranquility, as if attuned to the rhythm. Indeed, that piece can only be described as celestial music. If only I could hear it again in this lifetime, I would have no regrets. The masters lamented. At that moment, Zhonghua's performance reached its grand conclusion with a lingering note, elevating the atmosphere to a small crescendo, filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Zhonghua, I shall bear your children. Zhonghua, I love you. Several girls in the audience screamed in excitement. Zhonghua, brimming with pride, rose to bow, then took up the microphone, casting a challenging glance towards Lin Chun. Lin Chun, it's your turn. Brother-in-law, are you truly capable? As Lin Chun prepared to take the stage, Bai Qing Ro's heart raced with anxiety. After 3 years of acquaintance, she knew her brother-in-law to be humorous and decent. Yet she had never witnessed him touch a piano. What a jest. Lin Chun turned around and flashed a confident smile at her. How could a man ever utter the word impossible? Before his words had faded, he gently tapped his toes on the ground, his form gliding towards the stage with an almost ethereal grace. Employing the ethereal steps of the northern falling master, he moved as though propelled by an invisible force, captivating the audience with his exquisite footwork. In the blink of an eye, he stood poised at the center of the stage. After a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Wow. Did you see how he ascended the stage? I didn't catch it. It felt like teleportation. It was as though he performed the utmost celestial step. How stunning. This evening's gala had already proven to be extraordinary. As Lin Chun stood upon the stage, he radiated warmth akin to a winter sun, his powerful aura enveloping the entire venue in an instant. The previously boisterous concert hall fell miraculously silent under the sweep of his gaze, as if a pin drop could be heard. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 3 years since I last touched a piano, so my fingers may be a bit rusty. I shall play the destiny of 9 chapters. Boom! His words struck like thunder, igniting the crowd. Huh, you say your fingers are rusty? And yet you dare to play the destiny of 9 chapters? Who doesn't teen know that this piece is universally acknowledged as a masterpiece? Its difficulty unparalleled. The online recordings have garnered over 10 billion views. Yet no one has ever managed to replicate it perfectly. Countless imitators have attempted, all failing spectacularly, lacking the essence, and even becoming unpleasant to the ears. It is often said, always imitated, never surpassed. Disregarding the astonished gazes, Lin Shin settled at the piano. He casually pressed a few keys to check the sound, his long, fair fingers gliding over the keys. The photographer skillfully captured a close-up of his striking profile on the big screen, his tall stature, deep-set eyes sparkling like stars, instantly winning the hearts of many. Oh my, I think I've fallen in love again. Me too. Suddenly, it seemed that Zhong Hua paled in comparison before him. Come on, haven't you noticed that Bai Xiaohua's eyes are practically glued to him? The crowd turned their attention to Bai Qinru, who clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Shun on stage, particularly enchanted by his poised elegance during the sound check. Her heart raced as if it were a startled deer, nearly leaping from her chest. Wow, my brother-in-law is simply stunning. She had an overwhelming premonition that her brother-in-law was undoubtedly a hidden master. Lin Shin's audacity left Master Li Yun and his companions in the wings shaking their heads in disappointment, ready to depart. However, the moment Lin Shin sat down, Lian caught a glimpse of his profile. That outline, that aura instantly overlapped with the hazy figure he had seen 3 years ago at the royal banquet. Could it be him? Was it truly him? Li Yun trembled all over, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, his heart racing. 3 years ago, he had been an unknown, relegated to a corner of the banquet, unable to see the mysterious performer clearly, but the breathtaking performance had left an indelible mark. Ding! Lin Shin's fingers finally descended upon the keys, striking the first note. Chapter 40. A celestial melody resounds through the heavens, drawing a chorus of birds to awe the audience. As the clear spring water dripped into the deep ravine, it gathered into a stream, flowing gently, traversing mountains and valleys, rushing towards the sea. The crashing waves rose, lifting mountains of snow, a magnificent spectacle, a force that could shake the heavens. A sudden thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, as storm clouds swirled, and the heavens themselves seemed to change hue. The gentle glow of the moon filtered through the trees, casting mottled shadows, while an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the whispers of the heart. At times, the notes soared with fervor, and at others, they flowed with a delicate, lingering grace, as if unfurling before the audience a majestic tapestry of harmony between humanity and nature, where all things flourish. The ethereal and crystalline melody, piercing deep into the soul, instantly captivated everyone present. A student poised to rise for the restroom found their foot suspended in midair. Another, lifting their head to take a sip of water, remained oblivious to the stream cascading down their neck and dampening their collar. Even more astonishing was the sight outside the window. Magpies and orioles flocked in, circling and dancing before the stage. Colorful butterflies flitted about, and fireflies sparkled like stars within the scene. It was a symphony of nature, a convergence of myriad birds celebrating in unison. Master Li Yun trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Could it truly be him? Indeed, the author of the 9 chapters of destiny was here among us in the Great Xia. The heavens have taken notice. What fortune for the Great Xia! As the ancients proclaimed, music resonates with the fate of the nation. Such celestial melodies, imbued with vibrant vitality and the righteous spirit of the cosmos, herald what remarkable omens. The entire concert hall fell into an extraordinary silence, with only the soul-cleansing harmonies flowing through the air. The music penetrated walls, echoing faintly throughout the campus of Dongjiang University. Countless faculty and students paused, straining to listen, feeling an overwhelming surge of life and hope rising from within. An increasing number of birds, drawn by the invisible rhythm, gathered above the concert hall, spiraling and dancing in the sky. Above Dongjiang City, an intangible aura seemed to be drawn together, creating a colossal vortex of energy centered around Dongjiang University. In the Dongjiang Town Martial Division, Imo Zhong stared intently at the energy readings fluctuating wildly on the monitor, his expression grave. Minister, it is once again from the west of the city. The energy fluctuation pattern is strikingly similar to the last occurrence. Should we dispatch someone to investigate? Minister Imo pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. There is no need. The last time we mobilized, we could not uncover the whereabouts of that esteemed individual. If he does not wish to be disturbed, we shall wait for the right opportunity. When the time comes, we shall meet. On the ethereal Penglai Island in the East Sea, an elderly Taoist, holding a whisk, stood atop a mountain peak, gazing towards the direction of Great Xia. A hint of satisfaction graced his tranquil face. With the celestial music now manifest, the human emperor shall rise. Might the common folk finally catch a glimpse of dawn? On a nameless solitary island in the South Sea, a middle-aged nun, her features serene and composed, twirled her prayer beads while softly reciting Amitabha. With the divine music gracing the world, her worldly ties are severed. Yilin, it is time for you to journey to Great Xia. Lin Chen remained immersed in his world of music. Years ago, at the invitation of Lady Kai in the British Isles, he had spontaneously composed the 9 chapters of Destiny, never anticipating it would resonate so profoundly. As he played once more, that wondrous sensation surged anew, connecting his heart with the cosmos, sensing the breath of the flora, the pulse of life, and his own understanding of martial arts flowing forth like a raging torrent, breaking through the bottlenecks that had long troubled him. So that is it. Lin Chen's heart trembled in revelation. Could a single melody truly aid in the comprehension of the Tao and shatter the shackles of limitation? Though yet unverified, he felt distinctly that his realm had indeed advanced once more. His strength had already surpassed that of a martial venerable. Had he perhaps reached the level of a martial saint or even beyond? I'm afraid only the top experts from the 4 sacred grounds can truly verify this. As the final note lingered, it resonated with a profound and far-reaching echo. Like a speck of dust finding its place in a vast universe, it symbolized the curtain call of life and the cycle of rebirth. Akin to a seed buried deep within the earth, brimming with limitless potential for new beginnings. The swirling flock of birds quietly dispersed, and the flickering fireflies along with the shadows of butterflies vanished without a trace. However, the ethereal remnants of the celestial music seemed to reverberate within the hearts of all, lingering in their ears for an extended time. Genius. Prodigy. This melody should only exist in the heavens. This was the collective cry echoing in everyone's hearts. Even Zhong Hua, shrouded in the shadows of the stage, found himself utterly captivated. He had to concede that Lin Chen's artistry had transcended anything he could aspire to. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, admitting defeat would mean publicly acknowledging his inferiority. That was far more unbearable than death. I have finished my performance. Zhong Hua, what is your opinion? Lin Chen rose gracefully, his gaze steady upon Zhong Hua, whose face had turned ashen. His performance had evolved beyond mere domination into a thorough, soul-crushing defeat. Lin Chen, what are you capable of? Merely imitating the works of others. Zhong Hua stubbornly clung to his bravado, attempting to salvage what little dignity remained. Absolutely splendid. Lin Chen, you are the best. I want to have your children. Compared to Lin Chen, Zhong Hua's earlier performance was nothing short of an affront to my ears. Before Lin Chen could retort, the audience, completely enraptured by the celestial music, responded with thunderous applause and cheers, providing the most direct answer. That brief silence was only due to their deep immersion in the exquisite world crafted by the notes. Unable to extricate themselves, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. The fervent cheers persisted for a full 5 minutes. Had it not been for the security personnel striving to maintain order, the excited students would have surged onto the stage to engulf Lin Chen. You've witnessed the situation. Stubbornness cannot alter the truth. Lin Chen shrugged, offering a final word of caution. Regardless of whether I am her boyfriend or brother-in-law, you have no chance. Take care. He had no desire to entangle himself further with a youth consumed by jealousy. Yet Zhonghua was evidently blinded by envy and humiliation. I refuse to accept this. You took shortcuts. If you have the capability, let my teacher. Before he could finish, Master Li Yun and several of the nation's foremost pianists scrambled onto the stage, filled with excitement. Teacher, you arrived just in time. Zhonghua clutched at Li Yun like a lifeline. Please play a piece, so this kid understands the heights and depths of talent. However, Li Yun abruptly shook off his grasp, not even casting him a glance, and staggered toward Lin Chun like a fervent devotee, extending his hands from afar to firmly grasp Lin Chen's. Overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Master, it truly is you. Since our parting at the royal banquet in Britain 3 years ago, I have been haunted by your melodies. To hear your celestial music once more today is indeed a stroke of fortune. With you, Mr. Lin, our music scene in the Great Xia is blessed. A blessing for all. Chapter 41. Acknowledging Defeat. Zhonghua's outstretched hand hung in midair, grasping at emptiness. Under the spotlight, he stood frozen, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. His once imposing and self-regarding teacher, Li Yun, at this moment, stood slightly hunched, his face adorned with an almost servile eagerness, his hands firmly clasping Lin Chen's, exuding an excruciating humility. How could this be? A cacophony surged through Zhonghua's mind, a wave of furious betrayal rushing to his head. Just moments ago, Li Yun had showered him with tender care, treating him as if he were fragile. Yet now, before the gaze of countless eyes on this grand stage, he found himself utterly disregarded, cast aside. The splendid attire he wore felt like a mocking shackle, and a burning heat spread across his cheeks. He hastily stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency and edged with sharpness. Teacher, surely, you cannot have mistaken the person. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. 3 years ago, at the royal banquet in Bewley, his teacher had mentioned that extraordinary individual who played the 9 chapters of destiny. Could it possibly be him? This good-for-nothing Lin Chen? Impossible. It could not be so coincidental. Silence. Li Yun abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice resonating through the silent auditorium via the microphone, imbued with undeniable authority. Mr. Lin Chen's performance is a celestial melody. Do you comprehend its significance? This is a rare fortune for our great Xia. Do not hesitate to apologize to Mr. Lin Chen. Li Yun, a maestro well-versed in the nuances of music, had begun to perceive certain profound truths. The talent Lin Chen displayed transcended mere genius. It was a melody that resonated with the very essence of the heavens. Moreover, at that royal banquet years ago, it was the esteemed consort Kai who had personally accompanied Lin Chen. His identity could not simply be encapsulated by the term son-in-law. Even as a son-in-law, those worthy of entering the halls of Great Xia were all individuals of extraordinary skill and hidden potential. What? Apologize? Zhonghua felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion draining of color. Teacher, on what grounds? He nearly shouted. To publicly apologize to Lin Chen? Would that not obliterate his reputation, his standing at Dongjiang University, and all his hopes of pursuing by Qingru? By openly insulting Mr. Lin Chen in front of the entire faculty and student body, Li Yun reprimanded sharply, lowering his voice with a hint of urgency tinged with disappointment. Zhonghua, I'm trying to save you. If not, you shall regret it immensely. Li Yun genuinely sought to assist his disciple. A simple apology might have prompted Lin Chen to overlook the incident, resolving the matter amicably. Yet, he was unaware that the simmering resentment within Zhonghua had long eclipsed reason. He was not only basking in the aura of the piano prince, but also held a secret promise from a mysterious and formidable mentor, who had vowed that upon graduation, he would command the southern territories. He, Zhonghua, was destined to rise above the clouds. How could he bow before someone he deemed worthless? Teacher, I will never apologize. Zhonghua declared defiantly, his neck rigid, his eyes ablaze with the fire of humiliation. You! Li Yun was so enraged that he trembled, his face turning ashen. Very well. Let me remind you, the wager you made with Mr. Lin Chen was heard by thousands of ears. You stated that if Mr. Lin Chen could perform a complete piece, you would call him father, Now, Mr. Lin Chun has not only played flawlessly, but has also surpassed your skills 100-fold. Now, do as you see fit. Either apologize or... Li Yin took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising, echoing throughout the auditorium. Call him father. As if igniting a powder keg, the audience erupted. Call him father. Call him father. The roar of thousands coalesced into a singular wave, brimming with the exhilaration of spectators and an undeniable cacophony, striking his heart like an invisible sledgehammer. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the spotlight, every inch of his skin ablaze with the searing embarrassment of exposure. With a venomous glare, he shot a look at his teacher, Li Yun, accusing him of forcing him into this humiliating predicament. His gaze then shifted to Lin Chun, desperately attempting to convey a plea for mercy. Initially, Lin Chun had no intention of engaging in such a trivial wager. Yet upon witnessing the lingering bitterness and resentment in his eyes, he scoffed inwardly, thinking it was clear that some would not shed tears until faced with the grave consequences. Casually seizing the microphone from the stunned host, Lin Chun spoke in a tone that was calm, yet laced with unspoken pressure. Considering your camaraderie with Qianro, I shall spare you the embarrassment of kneeling. Simply utter father, and we shall consider this matter resolved. At that moment, felt as if the world was spinning around him, as thousands of piercing gazes bore down upon him like needles. It was over, utterly finished. How could he ever maintain his standing at Dongjiang University? What would Bai Qianro think of him? A profound sense of humiliation threatened to engulf him. Lin Chun, this is all you're doing. You wretched scoundrel. You've ruined my good fortune. Just wait. I will make you wish you had never been born. What are you hesitating for? Li Yun's urging was like a cold whip, shattering his last vestiges of hope. Under the weight of insurmountable pressure, managed to squeeze out two barely audible words through clenched teeth. Father. Before Lin Chun could respond, the throng of thousands below erupted in a thunderous chorus, immediately followed by uproarious laughter. The exuberance and jest of youth reached a fever pitch at that moment. However, too, this laughter felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. The last vestiges of color drained from his face as he shot Lin Chun a lethal glare, resembling a wounded beast. In a sudden burst, he turned and staggered off the stage, disappearing into the shadows backstage. Lin Chun, maintaining an air of composure, signed autographs for the ecstatic Li Yun and others, gracefully descending from the stage amidst a sea of adoring eyes. Chapter 42. Outrageous. Was Lin Chun kidnapped? Brother-in-law, you are incredible. How have I never known you play the piano so beautifully? Bai Qianro's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to an exuberant little bird, as she instinctively leaned closer to Lin Chun, the hem of her evening gown swaying gently. There's much you remain unaware of, Lin Chun replied, subtly evading her soft, warm presence, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. He was well-versed in various arts, including playing the flute, which he offered to teach her at a later date. Noticing Lin Chun's retreat, Bai Qianro let out a playful huff, lowering her voice with a mischievous undertone. Oh, why are you avoiding me, brother-in-law? Last night, you were not so shy, her tone lingering with a sly glint in her eye. Lin Chun's lips twitched imperceptibly. This little girl had indeed been waiting for him. Did she intend to use this against him? How naive! He mused to himself that he would need to employ unconventional methods to keep her in check moving forward. However, tonight was dedicated to accompanying her at the gala, and he had little desire to engage in a quarrel. As the gala continued, with Lin Chun's astonishing piano performance setting the bar extraordinarily high, subsequent acts seemed to pale in comparison. When it was his turn to perform, he indeed absented himself under the pretense of feeling unwell. The only performance that reignited the fervor of the audience was the finale by Lin Chun and Bai Qianro. Bai Qianro, adorned in an ethereal traditional dance costume, danced gracefully like a startled swan. Lin Chun, wielding a prop sword that gleamed with a chilling brilliance, harmonized the fierce light of the blade with Bai Qianro's delicate movements, presenting a captivating sword dance that embodied both chivalry and tenderness, elevating the atmosphere of the evening to a boiling crescendo. For most students, it was a night filled with surprises, passion, and joy. Bai Qianro's heart was elated. She had finally shaken off Zhong Hua's persistent pursuit, and more importantly, her brother-in-law shone brightly tonight, filling her with pride. However, this joy abruptly ceased as the two departed the campus in their car. On the quiet streets outside, several unmarked black vans lurked like predatory beasts, suddenly blocking their path. The blinding headlights rendered them momentarily blinded. The doors swung open with a loud clatter, and 7 or 8 burly men, brandishing cold steel rods and wearing fierce expressions, swiftly surrounded them. The leader rapped on Lin Chen's window with force, his voice gravelly. "You are Lin Chen, right? Get out. Young Master Zhong requests your presence." A damp, chill night breeze seeped through the window's crack, carrying with it the faint, rancid odor of a distant garbage bin. "What do you want?" Bai Qingrou's smile froze instantly, replaced by shock and anger. Upon hearing the name Zhong, she understood immediately, her heart racing with fear. "Brother-in-law, don't get out. Zhong Hua certainly has ill intentions. I'll call the police." In her panic, she fumbled for her phone. With a swift motion, a strong hand shot through the half-open window, brutally snatching her phone away. "Miss Bai, I apologize," the burly man said coldly. "We do not wish to complicate matters for you. Please do not interfere." Bai Qingru was filled with a mix of anger and urgency, yet powerless, plagued by guilt. "It's all my fault. If I and T insisted on bringing my brother-in-law, this wouldn't have happened." Just as she contemplated calling for help, Lin Chen gently pressed down on her trembling hand. His gaze calm as he addressed the imposing men outside. "I will go with you, but allow her to leave safely first." The burly men exchanged glances, recalling that Zhong Hua had indeed instructed them to bring Lin Chen, specifically emphasizing that Bai Qingru should not be harmed. They nodded in agreement. "Fine. As long as you come with us willingly, she may leave." "Brother-in-law, I want to go. I want to stay with you." Bai Qingru clung tightly to Lin Chen's arm, her eyes brimming with worried tears. "Zhong Hua will not spare you. I can't let you go alone." Lin Chen pried her hands off, his tone firm yet soothing, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Silly girl, do you not trust your brother-in-law's abilities? If you come along, you will only distract me. Obey, and return home at once." A fleeting coldness glinted in his eyes. "Zhong Hua, if you do not come seeking me, I shall seek you out." Earlier, as he approached the auditorium, Lin Chen had keenly sensed the faint, sinister scent of poison associated with Zhong Hua. This odor instantly alerted him to the potential resurgence of the remnants of the Gu sect. Years ago, the Empire had united various factions to suppress and drive them back to the mountainous regions of Miao, strictly forbidding Gu masters from leaving their territory. Was this scent an indication that those lurking in the shadows were stirring once more? Yet, as Bai Qingru recalled the scene from last night, when Lin Chen overcame Yin Feiyang's subordinates, her anxiety remained unabated in the face of the glaring steel rod and the thuggery. "Rest assured, I shall return shortly. Hurry." Lin Chen pushed open the car door, his tall figure melting into the dim glow of the streetlights. He watched Bai Qingrou's taillights flicker with unease, disappearing swiftly at the streets and before turning to follow the group of burly men into the adjacent alley, number 3, which appeared even more shadowy and permeated with a damp, musty odor. At the alley's entrance, an elderly man clad in a deep gray zhongshan suit hurriedly emerged from the school gates. It was Hua Simiao, the dean of the medical college. He had also been present at the evening gala, witnessing Lin Chen's astonishing performance and the ensuing conflict. Intent on engaging Lin Chen in conversation, he was unexpectedly confronted with this harrowing scene. Kidnapping. In broad daylight, they dared to abduct Lin Chen. Hua Simiao's heart trembled. He was acutely aware of Lin Chen's worth, possessing the extraordinary skill of the Tai 8 needles and a prescription imbued with profound medical principles, both signifying that Lin Chen was likely an unparalleled treasure, having acquired the true legacy of the Shinnong medical canon. He was the future hope of the medical field in Daxia, a priceless gem, and could not be destroyed by petty villains. Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Simiao hastened to follow, trembling as he fished out his phone and dialed an emergency number. "Xueyan, grandfather is in serious trouble. A group of thugs is kidnapping and murdering in alley number 3 at Dongjiang University. The target is of utmost importance. Bring the strongest force for support immediately. Hurry. His voice was urgent, tinged with undeniable anxiety. What? Grandfather, please don't act impulsively. Be safe. A young woman's panicked voice responded from the other end. Yet, Hua Si Miao could not afford to say more. He abruptly hung up, his gaze fixed upon the vanishing figures at the alley's entrance. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang Patrol headquarters, Hua Shuiyan's complexion turned ashen upon receiving the call. She fully understood her grandfather's temperament. He would never behave so erratically unless the situation were dire. She sprang to her feet and commanded the command center sternly. Quick! Notify the SWAT team. Level 1 response. A serious kidnapping and murder case at alley number 3 by Dongjiang University. The target is my grandfather. Depart immediately. Move, move, move. The shrill wail of police sirens abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. Dozens of police cars shot forth like arrows released from a bow, their red and blue lights flashing as they sped out of the patrol headquarters. Around the street corner, Bai Qingru drove for several dozen meters, her heart racing uncontrollably. I cannot just leave like this. What if my brother-in-law? A wave of immense fear and worry clutched at her heart. Find help. Yes, seek assistance. But who? In her frenzy, she caught sight of Lin Chen's phone, left behind on the passenger seat, like a lifeline. Trembling, she seized the phone and unlocked it, noticing the name Kai Ergu at the top of the call log. It's him. Bai Qingru recalled this glib air, who had spoken on her brother-in-law's behalf at the gala. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. The call connected almost instantly, and Kai Ergu's signature. Slightly playful voice rang through. Hey, Lin Xiao, what brings you to think of your brother on such a beautiful day? Have you discovered something good? Kai Ergu. This is Bai Qingru. She interrupted urgently, her words tumbling out in a rush. Something has happened. My brother-in-law has been captured by Zhong Hua's men, beside Dongjiang University. In alley number 3, you must find a way to save him. What? Lin Xiao has been captured? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly soared an octave, filled with disbelief and fury. Damn it. Zhong Hua is courting death. Location? Alley No. 3 beside Dongjiang University. Hold on. I'm on my way. Following this was a cacophony of background noise and Kai Ergu's furious roar. Brothers, stop drinking. Grab your weapons. Follow me to alley number 3 to rescue him. Lin Xiao is in trouble. Those who are brothers, come with me. At that moment, Kai Ergu was in a private room across from the university town. Upon receiving the call, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. His grandfather, Kai Zhong, had issued a stern order to ensure Lin Chen's safety without fail. If a single hair was harmed on Lin Chen, Kai Ergu feared he would face his grandfather's wrath. Hurry, we must be quick. Bai Qingru cried out helplessly at the disconnected call. Meanwhile, Kai Ergu had awakened a dozen of his rowdy friends with a shout, and they were instantly sobered. Seeing the fierce expression on Kai Ergu's face, no one dared to slacken their pace. They all grabbed whatever they could find, bottles, ashtrays, and even heavy sofa stools, kicked open the private room door, and surged out like a swarm of hornets, charging towards alley number 3, 100 meters away. Zhang Xiao, ISNT your construction site, just at the end of the alley? Quickly, call them. Tell your bulldozer and excavator to come over and block the alley. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my brother, I will crush them to dust today. Kai Ergu shouted into his phone as he ran. Just after Bai Qingru hung up on Kai Ergu, Lin Chen's phone screen lit up again, revealing a call from a number labeled Li Hu. Lin Xiao. A calm and respectful male voice came through. Are you also a friend of my brother-in-law? Bai Qingru seized this lifeline, her voice laced with desperation. Please. My brother-in-law has been taken by Zhong Hua's men in alley number 3 beside Dongjiang University. Please save him. On the other end, Li Hu's voice suddenly hardened, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. What? Miss Bai, do not panic. I, Li Hu, am coming immediately. Without further ado, he barked orders to those around him. Notify all the brothers in the area. Grab your weapons. Right now. Immediately. Target alley number 3 beside Dongjiang University. Rescue Lin Xiao. Li Hu, one of the 4 underground kings of Dongjiang. At his command, the entire underground realm of Dongjiang was set into motion. Countless doors of establishments were flung open, and hundreds, even thousands of formidable figures surged onto the streets, brandishing an array of weapons. Silently and swiftly converging on the same destination, the sirens of the city patrol wailed. Kai Ergu raced forward with a gang of wealthy science. Li Hue's subordinates surged forth like a black tide. The small alley number 3 beside Dongjiang University instantaneously became the epicenter of a storm. The night in Dongjiang erupted into chaos due to this sudden kidnapping. Uninformed passers-by, witnessing the throng of people and flashing police lights appearing on the streets, were left in bewilderment. My heavens, what major incident is about to unfold in Dongjiang? At this moment, Lin Chun, who was leisurely stepping deeper into the alley, remained utterly unaware of the tempest that was sweeping across Dongjiang behind him. Chapter 43. Brother-in-law, I have come to save you. In the dim depths of alley number 3, Lin Chun was being shoved forward by several bodyguards for several meters. The light within the alley grew increasingly dim, with only a distant, yellowed street lamp casting a blurred halo in the damp air. Though the alley spanned 7 or 8 meters in width, it was a dead end, culminating in a towering, frigid brick wall that severed all avenues of retreat. At the base of the wall, 2 chairs sat in waiting. Zhonghua lounged with his leg crossed, a mocking smile reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey playing upon his face. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with a sullen demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Chun brought forth, Zhonghua's lips curled into a cruel arc as he sprang to his feet. Lin Chun, aren't you quite the hotshot? Come on, show me what you've got now. His voice, sharpened by excitement, cut through the air. How dare you steal a woman from me, and then force me to call you daddy in front of the entire school? Kneel before me. Before his words could settle, the 4 burly bodyguards flanking Lin Chun immediately extended their powerful arms to force him down to the ground. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 4 robust bodyguards, collectively weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, exerted every ounce of strength, their faces turning crimson, veins bulging. Yet Lin Chun remained rooted like a stone, utterly unyielding. He didn't even bend his knees, merely locking his piercing gaze on a Zhonghua, his tone calm, yet laced with an icy chill. Zhong, it was merely because Bai Qingru used me as a shield and I refused you. Is it really necessary to escalate this to such an extent? To threaten someone else's life? Why go that far? Zhonghua was thoroughly incensed by Lin Chen's composure, his features contorted with rage. If it weren't for your interference, Bai Qingru would have been mine today. How dare you play Heavenly Fate 9 chapters to slap my face? Aren't you quite the virtuoso? Today, I shall slice off your fingers one by one and see how you play then. Compete with me? You're not even in the running. Though Zhonghua's family was considered influential in Dongjiang, it evidently fell short of reaching the true background of the Lin family from the capital. The only information he had gathered was the superficial title of Bai family's son-in-law, bolstered by the false confidence provided by his connections to the Gu cult. He felt an inflated sense of power. A useless son-in-law like Lin Chun, backed by the Gu cult, was nothing he couldn't crush at will. Seeing his subordinates struggling to subdue Lin Chun, Zhonghua, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You bunch of fools! Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? I told you to make him kneel. Haven't you eaten?" The leading bodyguard's face turned the color of liver. Gasping for breath, his voice tinged with terror. We truly exerted all our strength. A wave of intense unease washed over him. Was this man a monster? You useless imbeciles. You can't handle such a simple task. Use a club and beat him. Is he your father or something? Zhonghua seethed uncontrollably. The middle-aged man beside him suddenly jolted, whispering a warning. Zhong, the night is long, and dreams are many. Just take action. Kill him just like that? That would be too merciful. Zhonghua's eyes churned with malevolence, the humiliation of that daddy echoing in the hall, gnawing at his heart. This scoundrel has made me lose face. Today, I shall savor every moment of his demise. With that, he could no longer contain himself. Snatching a gleaming machete from a nearby bodyguard, dragging the weapon as he advanced menacingly towards Lin Chun. Lin Shen's gaze turned suddenly frigid. The words of the middle-aged man, "Just make a move," coupled with Zhong Hua's unabashed intent to kill, instantly clarified the gravity of the situation for Lin Shen. This night was not solely about Bai Qingru. It was a matter of life and death. The steel rods and machetes held by the bodyguards gleamed with a chilling sheen of mortality under the dim light. Raised in unison, aimed directly at Lin Shen, just as the murderous intent within Lin Shen was about to erupt, contemplating whether to strike with ferocity. A thunderous roar erupted from the alleyway. Suddenly, a girl's voice, laced with desperation yet unwavering resolve, pierced through the stagnant air. "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." A blue BMW 5, like a wild beast out of control, charged into the narrow alley, its headlights slicing through the darkness. Hurtling toward the crowd, it was none other than Bai Qingru, returned from her earlier departure. A jolt of disbelief surged through Lin Shen. She hadn't left at all? She had come back to fight? A wave of inexplicable warmth mingled with concern surged within him, witnessing the reckless approach of the car. A flicker of emotion crossed Lin Shen's eyes. To know that she was rushing into the jaws of danger without hesitation was a testament to her profound feelings. As a sheltered young lady, what kind of courage did this require? Could it be that she was truly serious? The astonishing sensations from the previous night intertwined with her current determination, stirring unusual ripples within Lin Shen's heart. In a fleeting moment of thought, Bai Qingru had pressed the accelerator to the floor. The BMW charged forward like an enraged bull, crashing into the obstructing bodyguards. The sounds of anguished screams and dull impacts filled the air as several caught off guard were violently thrown aside, tumbling to the ground. All the bodyguards, including Zhong Hua, who had raised their weapons to strike, were paralyzed with terror by this sudden, frenzied assault, scrambling desperately to evade. "Bai Qingru, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to throw your life away?" Zhong Hua exclaimed, scrambling to his feet, fury coursing through him as he glared at Bai Qingru, who emerged from the driver's seat. Yet, she seemed oblivious to him, her eyes solely focused on Lin Shen. Like a frightened fawn, she dashed into Lin Shen's embrace with reckless abandon, clinging to him with all her strength, her body trembling violently from fear and excitement. "Brother-in-law, are you all right? I can't bear to let you go. I can't walk away alone." Her tear-filled gaze lifted towards him, her voice choked with determination. "Brother-in-law, I like you." The long-suppressed torrent of feelings broke free in that life-or-death moment. What societal judgment, what moral constraints could hold her back now? If this were the final moment of her life, she only wished to follow her heart. She closed her eyes, rose on her toes, and with a courage that defied all odds, leaned in to kiss Lin Shen. Witnessing the tears cascading down her cheeks, feeling her body tremble with emotion, and the weight of her ardent affection, Lin Shen let out a deep sigh. What may have been a twist of fate the previous night now crystallized into pure, unadulterated love at this moment. Such a profound, reckless love, ignited in the face of death, was both overwhelming and rare. He could not bear to reject her, nor could he find a reason to do so. In the dimly lit alley, surrounded by the glint of blades and the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Shen did not flinch. Instead, he lowered his head and responded to the kiss with a gentle yet resolute affection. Let the scoundrel's name be spoken by others. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The air was no longer thick with dampness and blood, but rather suffused with an intense sweetness intertwined with a tragic grandeur. Were it not for the moans of the bodyguards sprawled around them and the predatory gazes of Zhong Hua and his companions, this scene would resemble the climax of the most heartbreaking romantic film. Zhong Hua's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld this heart-wrenching spectacle, feeling as though countless steel needles were piercing his heart, almost tearing his chest apart. They truly dared. The words spoken earlier in the classroom were now brutally validated. This was not merely provocation. It was salt rubbed into his gaping wounds, a dagger plunged deeper. "Charge! Kill them!" Zhong Hua bellowed like a feral beast, driven to madness. The bodyguards, momentarily stunned by the display of affection before them, snapped back to reality, brandishing their weapons and lunging toward the embracing duo with fierce intent. Zhonghua, unable to contain his impatience, kicked one bodyguard forcefully in the rear. "You useless fool. Hurry up." Chapter 44. Do I just want to kill someone? Can you not interrupt me? Zhonghua's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently as he watched Lin Chun and Bai Qingru lost in their embrace. Feeling as if the entire world was collapsing and spiraling around him. They dared to do this before my very eyes. This was no mere salt in the wound. It was a complete annihilation of his remaining dignity and fantasies. "Quick, charge forward. Kill them." Zhonghua's voice twisted and contorted with sheer rage. Resembling a mad bull that had lost all reason, screaming at his subordinates, even kicking another bodyguard for moving too slowly. "Are you starving? Hurry!" The bodyguards, stumbling from the kick, surged forward with even greater ferocity toward Lin Chun and Bai Qingru. The gleaming knives and clubs tore through the air. Lin Chun held Bai Qingru close, his footwork intricate and flowing, akin to a perilous waltz, seemingly fraught with danger, yet always evading fatal attacks by mere inches. Bai Qingru clung tightly to him, entrusting her life entirely to his protection. However, a middle-aged man nearby keenly sensed the anomaly. This was no mere stroke of luck. His expression darkened as he urgently spoke to Zhonghua. "Young Master Zhong, something is amiss. Lin Chen's movements are uncanny. He is no ordinary person. He is toying with us. We must send everyone in for a quick resolution." Before Zhonghua could respond, a powerful and thunderous voice, filled with indignation, erupted from the alley's entrance. "Zhonghua, you have the audacity. In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap and commit violence? Do you not fear the law?" The speaker was none other than Hua Ximiao, the panting dean of the medical school, his dark gray zhongshan suit appearing particularly solemn in the dim light. Upon seeing Hua Ximiao, Zhonghua's brow furrowed deeply. How did this old man arrive? The reputation of Hua Ximiao, known as the king of medicine in the southwest, was formidable, with intricate connections and immeasurable influence. He might dare to provoke Lin Chun, but to challenge Hua Ximiao was tantamount to seeking his own demise. Even the forces behind him would not wish to provoke such a figure. He suppressed his fury, maintaining a somewhat restrained tone, yet his gaze was filled with malevolence. "Director Hua, you are esteemed and respected. I harbor no desire to offend you. However, I strongly advise you to refrain from intervening in today's matters." With a sideways glance, he commanded someone, "Please escort Director Hua home for some rest." Two bodyguards promptly stepped forward, reaching out to seize Hua Ximiao. Presumptuous! Hua Ximiao's hair bristled as he glared with fury, an imposing authority erupting from his long-held position. "I am the director of Dongjiang People's Hospital. Several esteemed officials from the capital have sought my counsel for their ailments. I dare you to lay a finger on me." His thunderous rebuke fell like a cold splash of water, rendering the two bodyguards momentarily paralyzed with fear, glancing toward Zhonghua for assistance. Hua Ximiao's reputation was a golden emblem throughout Dongjiang and the entire southwest. Who would dare to touch him? Useless fools. What are you afraid of? We merely wish to escort Director Hua away, not to harm him. Zhonghua seethed with rage, his frustration boiling over. "I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry. Hurry." With Zhonghua's assurance, the two bodyguards, albeit reluctantly, approached once more, one on each side to grasp Hua Ximiao's arms, attempting to forcefully drag him away. "Zhonghua, you are playing with fire. It is not too late to reconsider." Hua Ximiao struggled valiantly, but was unable to withstand the strength of the two burly men, who were on the verge of pulling him out of the alley. "Protect my elder brother. Brothers, charge with me." At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the alley's entrance. Kai Ergo led the charge, brandishing an empty wine bottle, followed by a dozen young ruffians armed with chair legs and beer bottles, surging in like a dam bursting. Even more astonishing, behind them, two massive bulldozers rumbled with a thunderous roar, resembling colossal steel beasts, their tracks grinding against the ground, stirring up dust as they aggressively advanced into the alley. What the hell? The two bodyguards, gripping Hua Ximiao, were struck with terror, abandoning their hold on the old man and scrambling for safety against the wall. fearing they might be crushed into pulp by the iron behemoths. What kind of lunatics are these? Zhong Hua, witnessing the thundering bulldozers nearly filling the alley, felt as if his lungs would burst from fury. First, it was Bai Qing Gru driving a car into the fray, and now bulldozers had joined the chaos. Were tanks next? When would this madness cease? Zhong Hua's eyes burned crimson, nearly bleeding with rage. As he pointed toward the alley's entrance and bellowed in a fit of hysteria, "All I wanted was to quietly eliminate someone. Are you all never-ending in your interruptions? Who else? Anyone wishing to die, step forward." He felt on the verge of insanity from the incessant disturbances. And I, as if in response to his outburst, a deeper, more commanding voice echoed from the alley's entrance. Li Hu, his expression as cold and unyielding as iron, led a formidable throng of individuals, surging into the alley like a relentless tide of darkness, silent yet swift. The number of his followers far surpassed Zhong Hua's subordinates, and shadows loomed at the alley's mouth, suggesting even more were en route, instantly sealing the already narrow passage. Zhong Hua's once fierce subordinates paled visibly, instinctively shrinking their formation, fearfully clustering around Zhong Hua and Su Hong, their weapons trembling in their grasp. The overwhelming numerical disadvantage suffocated them with a palpable sense of oppression. Lin Xiao, instructor. Lin Xiao, Li Hu, Kai Go, and Hua Si Miao quickly gathered around Lin Chun, forming a stark confrontation against Zhong Hua's forces at the dead end. Observing the individuals who risked their safety for him, Lin Chun felt a surge of warmth within him. Gently patting Bai Qing Ro's back, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for your efforts." He understood that this was undoubtedly the result of Bai Qing Ro's notification. Although he could handle the situation on his own, this camaraderie was invaluable. Li Hu. Despite the overwhelming odds, Zhong Hua exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a sinister smile twisted his lips. Adjusting his black robe adorned with enigmatic dark patterns, he declared, "So everyone is here, is that right? Then let us embark together on the road to the underworld. You shall have company." He abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Lin Chun, his eyes glinting with madness and malice. "Lin Chun, do you think numbers alone can secure victory? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails." Before his words could fully dissipate, a sharp, jarring sound erupted from Zhong Hua's mouth, resembling the grating of metal. Simultaneously, he violently lifted his black robe. The air filled with a cacophony of noises, akin to the disconcerting sound of nails on a chalkboard. Countless beetles, each the size of a fingernail and entirely black, glimmering with an eerie phosphorescence, surged forth from Zhong Hua's sleeves, collar, and even beneath his skin. They piled upon one another, crawling and writhing, quickly enveloping his exposed arms, forming a grotesque, pulsating nest of insects. A pungent, rusty odor permeated the air, overwhelming the senses. Bloodthirsty goo. Lin Chen's pupils constricted in shock. He instantly recognized it as one of the 10 forbidden goo insects of the goo sect, the bloodthirsty goo, which had long been strictly prohibited from cultivation by both the Great Xia and the goo sect. How could Zhong Hua wield such a forbidden insect? The resurgence of the goo sect was evidently more severe than anticipated. Lin Chen's heart sank in an instant. Chapter 45. Son, are you asking your father to kneel? This is unfilial. The bloodthirsty goo, once deemed taboo by both the Great Xia authorities and the internal goo sect, had resurfaced, and it was under Zhong Hua's control. Lin Chen's expression grew grave. It was clear that the infiltration and resurgence of the goo sect had reached an exceedingly perilous stage. With a cruel satisfaction etched upon his face, Zhong Hua swung his arm sharply, pointing at a startled wild dog that was attempting to flee. "Go!" The swarm of black insects enveloping his arms surged forth like a deathly storm, buzzing with an agonizing sound as they pounced upon the unfortunate wild dog. A horrifying cacophony erupted, reminiscent of hot oil splattering on snow, accompanied by the wild dog's piercing, desperate howl. In a mere breath, the swarm passed through. All that remained was a small tuft of disheveled fur and a few drops of dark red blood that had yet to seep into the earth. The once living wild dog had been reduced to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of bone fragments. A nauseating stench of blood and the odor of charred protein filled the air. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Lihu, Kai Ergu, Hua Simiao, and all their subordinates could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their faces turning as pale as paper in an instant. A chill surged from their feet, racing toward the crown of their heads. Big brother. Though Kai Ergu trembled with fear, his resolve solidified as he clenched his teeth, his eyes aflame with defiance. He seized a beer bottle, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Shun and Bai Qingru, his voice hoarse yet resolute. You and your sister-in-law must leave. I will hold them off. He even began to remove his outer coat, intending to use it to swat away the horrific insects. Lihu stepped forward as well, accompanied by a few of his most loyal brothers, whose eyes, though filled with terror, were unwavering. They formed a human wall in front of Lin Shun. Instructor, hurry and go. We will hold them back. He understood that against such inhuman tactics, flesh and blood were utterly vulnerable. Yet in this moment, he could only fight with his life to buy Lin Shun a fleeting chance of survival. Count me in. Hua Simiao, his aged visage devoid of fear, perhaps the dread had been subdued by an overwhelming sense of responsibility, adjusted his dark gray Zhongshan suit and resolutely joined the human barricade. He turned solemnly to Lin Shun, saying, Young Master Lin, remember, you must promote the medical arts of Daxia. It is our duty as healers. He had already resigned himself to death. As Lin Shun beheld the resolute figures standing before him, undeterred by the shadow of death, his heartstrings were fiercely tugged. An indescribable warmth mixed with sorrow surged within him. 3 years ago, when his sect was besieged, those brothers and uncles who protected him in his flight had shown the same unwavering resolve. A torrent of rage and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Hua, observing the somber and heroic demeanor of the crowd, erupted into a triumphant and maniacal laugh. Thinking of leaving? Dream on. Today, not one of you shall escape alive. ISNT brotherhood about loyalty? Then let us all descend into hell together. I mean it. Not even Jesus could change that. He raised his arm once more, manipulating the cloud of insects, which seemed even more exhilarated after devouring feral dogs. The phosphorescent swarm radiating a suffocating aura of death, slowly advancing towards Lin Shun and the others. The swarm halted abruptly, less than a meter from the human wall, hovering ominously while emitting a low, menacing hum. Zhong Hua, resembling a dark lord wielding life and death, looked down at Lin Shun with the arrogance of a victor, mockingly declaring, Lin Shun, for the sake of your loyal dogs, I shall grant you one last opportunity. He pointed to the ground. Kneel, bow your head, call me daddy. If I feel generous, perhaps I will spare your brothers' miserable lives. What do you say? Instructor, don't believe his lies. Run. Liungria Shota Dasparatali. Fully aware of Zhong Hua's despicable nature, Bai Qingru clung tightly to Lin Chen's waist, burying her face in his chest. Her voice muffled yet remarkably clear and resolute. As long as I can die with you, I am unafraid. Feeling the girl's trembling and her unwavering affection for life and death, Lin Chen glanced at the determined figures before him and revealed a calm and confident smile. His voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Why all this tragic bravado? Who says we are fated to die today? Rest assured, not a single one of us shall perish. He lifted his gaze, peering over the human barricade, landing upon Zhong Hua's face, contorted with pride, a peculiar smile, almost benevolent, curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Zhong Hua, you are such an unfilial child. Zhong Hua paused, bewildered by this inexplicable accusation. Lin Chun sighed languidly, his tone imbued with the sorrowful admonition of a senior addressing a junior. Since time immemorial, what son would force his own father to kneel? Have you forgotten? Just moments ago, on the stage of the auditorium, before thousands, you clearly called me father. Lin Chen's voice suddenly turned frigid, like ice. And now, you dare to wish for paternal bloodshed? Such treachery! You are an utterly unworthy son. Lin Chen, I curse your ancestors. The word father struck Zhong Hua's most sensitive, humiliating nerve like a searing brand. In an instant, he was consumed by madness, his reason engulfed by a tidal wave of shame and murderous intent. You bastat! Zhong Hua roared like a beast, his arms sweeping violently. The mass of suspended death, a roiling cloud of darkness, surged forth towards Lin Shun and the others with a deafening hum and a pungent scent of blood. Zhong Hua's expression was one of ultimate savagery. Once you are dead, I shall take good care of your wife. By Uni. Ha ha ha. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Li Hu, Kai Ergu, and the others felt their pupils constrict, their muscles tensing to the utmost, bracing for the bone-chilling terror that approached. Yet the torrent of black insects, crashing forward, suddenly halted as if it had struck an invisible wall, mere inches from Lin Shun. Then, a scene unfolded that left everyone, especially Zhong Hua, utterly aghast. The once ferocious and bloodthirsty insects began to tremble collectively, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. No longer advancing, they started plummeting uncontrollably to the ground, falling like dumplings in a boiling pot. More bizarrely, the fallen insects did not scatter in flight. Instead, they lay prostrate on the ground, heads bowed in the direction of Lin Shun, adopting a posture of absolute submission. A soft yet immensely regal golden light emanated from Lin Chen's fingertips. A thumb-sized beetle, seemingly forged of pure gold and inscribed with mysterious runes upon its shell, materialized in the air. It lazily flapped its gossamer wings, shimmering with golden brilliance, emitting a sound so faint yet penetrating to the soul. This soft chirp resonated like a decree from a sovereign ruler. Instantly, all the bloodthirsty insects on the ground sprang back to life. However, instead of rushing towards Lin Shun, they were invigorated as if by a potent stimulant, emitting a sharper, more piercing hum, abruptly reversing course to transform into an even more frenzied, tempestuous black storm of death, surging back at their original master, Zhong Hua, and the figure of Su Hong behind him, at a speed tenfold that of their initial approach. No, help! The closest bodyguards had no time to react. Instantly engulfed by the tide of black insects, their screams, so harrowing they scarcely resembled human cries, lasted but half a second before abruptly ceasing. Only a few grotesquely withered corpses remained, their flesh eroded, leaving behind nothing but ghastly white bones. The swarm of insects showed no signs of hesitation, akin to a ravenous beast starved for eons, frantically pouncing upon the remaining bodyguards. No, don't come closer. Help me, Master Zhong. Desperate cries intertwined with the sickening crunch of bones being devoured, creating a hellish symphony. In mere moments, all the bodyguards brought by Zhong Hua, along with their weapons, vanished without a trace. The scene was left in disarray, permeated by the acrid smell of blood and charred remains. In the entire dead end, only Zhong Hua, a middle-aged man, and Lin Chen's group remained standing. Master Zhong, what is happening? Your insects? The middle-aged man, pallid and trembling like a leaf, gazed in terror at the ominous cloud of insects hovering ominously above, nearly losing control of himself. How the hell would I know? Zhong Hua retorted, his voice tinged with panic as he staggered backward. His gaze was fixated on the gentle golden glow emanating from small beetle at Lin Chen's fingertips, a name he had only heard in his master's drunken ramblings, reverberating in his mind like thunder. Gu Huang. Zhong Hua's voice quivered with sheer astonishment and dread, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could you possess the Gu Huang? His master had spoken of the supreme artifact of the Gu sect, the 10,000 insect cauldron, whose core was the Gu Huang that commanded all insects. Whoever possessed the Gu Huang would reign supreme over all, rendering even the most ferocious insects subservient. Was the Gu Huang in Lin Chen's hands truly the legendary 10,000 insect cauldron? An overwhelming thought surged within him, one that sent shivers through his very soul. The current leader of the Gu sect had employed every conceivable method to seek out this sacred relic. Yet it lay here with Lin Chun. If he could seize it, the entire Gu sect would bow at his feet. An insatiable greed eclipsed even the fear of death in that moment. Zhong Hua. Lin Chen's cold voice pierced through his impractical fantasies like the grim judgment of death. I had no intention of killing you. However, your practice of the most nefarious forbidden arts, wielding cursed insects to harm living beings, leaves me no choice but to eliminate you. Lin Chun lightly tapped his fingertip, and the golden Gu Huang emitted a silent pulse once more. Go! The cloud of death, unleashed by Zhonghua, surged forth with an even more violent aura, akin to a ravenous black tide, sweeping toward Zhonghua and the middle-aged man. No, don't. Young Master Lin, spare me, please. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously, and all of Zhonghua's arrogance, schemes, and greed evaporated in an instant. His knees buckled, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, his forehead violently striking the cold, filthy surface, producing a dull, thudding sound as tears streamed down his face. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I am blind. I am a wretch. I beg you, spare my life. I shall never dare to vie with you over her again. I swear, I will avoid her in the future. I am a fool. If you're not satisfied, take my eyes. Cut out my tongue. Anything. Please, I implore you. Spare me. What dignity, what face, what aspirations of future leadership could withstand the specter of death? They were worth nothing. At this moment, Zhonghua yearned only to survive. Chapter 46. The Scoundrel. A heavy stench of blood permeated the alley, the ground stained with dark red splotches, silently narrating the brutality that had just transpired. It is not I who seeks your demise, but rather Su Hong from the Su family who has commanded me to do so. I am merely following orders. Zhonghua, filled with terror, shifted all blame onto the middle-aged man beside him, his voice distorted by fear. Had I known this would be the outcome, why did I not act differently from the start? Lin Chun replied with a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. He could clearly discern that Zhonghua was merely a pawn in a larger game, with the true mastermind being Su Hong nearby. Without allowing Zhonghua further opportunity for deceit, Lin Chun waved his hand, and a swarm of lethal poisonous insects rapidly enveloped him. The chilling sounds of gnawing filled the air, and in an instant, Zhonghua's flesh and blood were utterly consumed, leaving only a pile of bones. Amidst his hair and tattered garments, a small piece of translucent crystal fell, astonishingly untouched by the ferocious insects. Lin Chun felt a stir of curiosity and bent down to retrieve it. The object felt cool and smooth to the touch, reminiscent of a Buddhist relic, yet it radiated an entirely different essence. Cradled in his palm, he could distinctly sense an ancient and powerful energy pulsating within, resonating subtly with a certain force inside him. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. This item was extraordinary. However, it was clearly not the time for investigation, and Lin Chun swiftly tucked it away. Zhonghua was dead. The narrow alley, once filled with screams and the sounds of conflict, was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. Li Hu, Kai Ergu, and Hua Ximiao, who had been on high alert, stood in shock, dumbfounded by the bizarre scene before them. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Zhonghua's terrifying prowess, believing their fates sealed, yet they were met with an astonishing turnaround. Lin Chun, it seemed, harbored the legendary Gu Emperor within him, striking down Zhonghua and his minions in a single blow. My brother is incredible. I always said my brother is imposing tall, and handsome enough to make flowers bloom and cause tires to burst. Even the king of hell would hesitate to take him. Kai Ergu was the first to recover, immediately donning a sycophantic grin and showering praise with abandon. His grandfather had informed him of Lin Chen's past, and now he truly understood that this former prodigy of the Northern Falls sect, even if his strength was not fully restored, possessed depths and skills far beyond ordinary comprehension. To think of killing him with such a masterful command of the elusive insect control technique was akin to scaling the heavens. A genius, Hua Ximiao exclaimed, equally astounded, his heart racing with disbelief. Since ancient times, medicine and Gu had been intertwined, and Lin Chen's mastery of such a core secret technique was nothing short of astonishing. He couldn't help but recall his own granddaughter, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. If only Xu Yin could have dealt with Zhonghua. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy as it fixed upon Su Hong, the swarming insects around her forming a chilling circle of death. The Su family? It killed Su Feng. Do you have any last words? His tone was calm, yet it harbored an undeniable threat of lethal intent. Su Hong had dabbled in martial arts himself. Yet witnessing Zhong Hua and others transform into mere bones before his eyes left him utterly petrified, particularly with Lin Chen's menacing presence surrounding Li Hu and the others. He was thoroughly terrified, unable to muster even a flicker of resistance. Indeed, it is you. No, well done. That scoundrel Su Feng deserves his fate. Please spare me, Lin Xiao. Su Hong shrieked incoherently, pleading for mercy. Today's plot to kill you was entirely Zhong Hua's idea. I was merely a bystander. It has nothing to do with me. Even at this dire moment, he continued to argue. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips as he subtly commanded a small swarm of poison insects to spring forth. Ah! A chilling scream shattered the silence as Su Hong's leg was instantly devoured, blood gushing forth. Who seeks to kill me? Lin Chen's voice was as frigid as the depths of the underworld. The excruciating agony drove Su Hong into a frenzy on the ground. It was the Bai family, the eldest son Bai Hao from the capital. You protected Royal Number 1, obstructing his wealth. He sent us to kill you, he said. He said if the Gu sect failed, he would invite the masters from the Holy Land to spare us. I'm merely a pawn. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. The Bai family from the capital? I had yet to seek them out for retribution, yet they have come to my door. Then let them come. For my little junior sister, the Bai family, this malignant tumor shall be eradicated. With a swift motion, the remaining poison insects surged forward, instantly engulfing the wailing Su Hong, consuming him entirely. The Su family had been one of the main aggressors in the siege against the Lin family back in the day. With blood debts aplenty, Lin Chen would not let them escape unscathed. The scene was once again cleansed, devoid of any trace save for the lingering scent of blood in the air and 2 empty chairs in the alley's corner. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, one might have doubted that the harrowing slaughter was anything but a nightmare. The methods of the Gu sect were indeed both bizarre and terrifying. Suddenly, the wailing sirens drew near, shattering the stillness of the alley. Hua Xuyen, clad in a crisp police uniform, stormed in with a fully armed SWAT team like a whirlwind. Nobody move. Who is responsible for this kidnapping? Hua Xuyen commanded sternly. Her tall figure was accentuated by the top buttons of her uniform shirt, outlining her stunning curves. Beneath her fair neck, shadows danced alluringly. Her slender waist was easily grasped, enhancing the captivating silhouette of her long legs, clad in black stockings, which were illuminated against the light at the alley's entrance. The allure of her uniform was undeniably potent among men. Lin Chen's gaze was inevitably drawn, tracing from her ample chest to her enticing long legs. The unabashed scrutiny made Hua Xuyen feel as if pricked by needles, rendering her uneasy. Letcher, what are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Who was behind this kidnapping? In broad daylight, is there no law to uphold? Hua Xuyen's brows furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she glared fiercely at Lin Chun. Before Lin Chun could respond, Hua Si Miao quickly stepped forward. Xuyen, you arrived just in time. It was this Lin Xiao who was kidnapped, but the assailants have already been we managed to drive them away. He vaguely glossed over the critical details. He was kidnapped? Hua Xian scrutinized Lin Chun with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. This fellow appeared utterly composed, his charmingly roguish visage adorned with a hint of irreverence, and his gaze was audaciously unrestrained. How could he resemble a victim in any way? To me, he seems more like the kidnapper. She keenly sensed an unsettling air and exclaimed, You still dare to look? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes plucked out. From Hua Si Miao's demeanor, Lin Chen deduced that this fiery policewoman was the reinforcements he had summoned. My dear lady, you cannot hold me accountable for this. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, a playful smile gracing his lips. It is you who has inadvertently drawn my attention with your splendid allure. Perhaps we can negotiate to level this scenic view before us? He elongated his tone deliberately. You, Hua Xuyen, infuriated by his brazen remarks, felt her cheeks flush crimson and momentarily found herself a loss for words, only able to stomp her foot in frustration. Xuyen, do not be disrespectful. Hua Simiao's countenance darkened as he reprimanded. This young Master Lin is a contemporary miracle worker, possessing profound medical skills. Apologize to him at once. Her eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Apologize? Grandfather, have you been threatened? She regarded him warily, her hand resting on her firearm. If you have been coerced, just blink. I have brought enough people. We are not afraid of him. Hua Simiao nearly choked on his granddaughter's reasoning, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Silently, he mused, silly girl, what use are these people? He could turn a crowd of living beings into mere bones with a mere wave of his hand. He tapped her forehead lightly. What nonsense! Quickly take your team and retreat. Your mother's ailment may very well be treatable only by this Master Lin. In this world, he might indeed be the only one capable of such a feat. What? Hua Shuyan was genuinely stunned this time, for her grandfather's grave demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Her mother had languished in illness for many years, and even her grandfather was at a loss. Could this seemingly wayward young man truly possess such abilities? Doubts swirled in her mind, yet her grandfather's authority compelled her to refrain from further inquiry. Withdraw. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Shun, Hua Shuyan suppressed her misgivings and indignation, decisively signaling her special police team to evacuate the scene. Once the sirens faded into the distance, Hua Simiao respectfully bowed deeply to Lin Shun. Young Master Lin, my granddaughter has been quite offensive. I humbly apologize on her behalf. Straightening up, he regarded Lin Shun with a complex gaze, filled with genuine admiration. I never anticipated that you would conceal such depth. Chapter 47. Young Master Lin. You have deceived us most grievously. Lin Shun smiled indifferently. Director Hua, I presume you previously considered me merely a debauched scion of society, did you not? After all, during my 3 years of marriage into the Bai family, I was either at the club or en route to one, and the public's perception of me has long been entrenched as nothing more than a complete wastrel. There was indeed a misunderstanding, Hua Simiao candidly admitted, then reverently retrieved a prescription from his breast pocket. I have come today specifically to consult with you regarding the intricacies of this prescription. He gestured towards the document, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This formula is exquisitely crafted, yet I remain perplexed by the interactions of 3 particular herbs. I have pondered for ages without resolution. Might you, young Master Lin, impart some wisdom on this matter? Hua Simiao not only took the risk to come to Lin Shen's aid, but also stood resolutely in a critical moment. This act of loyalty would not be forgotten by Lin Shun. He nodded, saying, there is no harm in exchanging medical knowledge with Dean Hua. I can even bestow this prescription upon you and impart some of my skills. However, I have a request. Really? Hua Simiao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, as if he had glimpsed the threshold to a higher realm of medicine. What does Lin Shao require? Speak freely. If I can fulfill it, I would gladly face 100 deaths. To receive guidance from someone as extraordinary as Lin Shun is an immense fortune. I would agree to 100 requests, let alone one. It's quite simple, Lin Shun remarked, casting his gaze over the assembly. You must keep the secrets of my martial arts and the art of Gu to yourself. Additionally, I need you to undertake a journey to cure my great-grandfather's illness in the shortest time possible. Is that all? Hua Simiao nearly believed he had misheard. It seemed too easy. Indeed, Lin Shun affirmed, his expression shifting to one of piercing coldness. You should be aware that 3 years ago, the Lin family suffered a devastating attack. Although my strength is gradually returning, I must remain concealed until all my enemies reveal themselves, so I can strike them down in one fell swoop. And those who have truly witnessed my methods. He paused, his chilling gaze sweeping over Li Hu, Kai Ergu, and their subordinates, an invisible aura of menace enveloping the space, rendering everyone momentarily breathless and chilled to the bone, silencing them utterly. You all should mind your tongues as well. Hua Simiao comprehended instantly, a chill running through him. I understand. This matter will be kept as secret as a sealed bottle. He reflected deeply. The once hidden dragon of the Lin family had awakened, and those who had once sought to harm them would soon face dire consequences. The essence of this prescription lies in the meticulous control of the dosage and the exquisite interplay of the medicinal properties. Lin Chun generously elucidated the core mysteries of the prescription. Subsequently, he demonstrated on the spot, directly imparting the principles of the first 3 needles from the Tai 8 needles to Hua Si Miao. These 3 needles would suffice to cure my great-grandfather. If you possess sufficient understanding, I will teach you the subsequent techniques in due course. Hua Si Miao, witnessing Lin Chun perform the long-lost Tai 8 needles, was profoundly shaken, overwhelmed with excitement. Ignoring Lin Chun's attempts to dissuade him, he knelt before him, bowing deeply. "Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." Despite Lin Chun's youth, his extraordinary skills warranted such homage. Lin Chun slightly raised his hand, tacitly acknowledging this master-disciple relationship. "In public, you may simply address me as Lin Xiao," he instructed. Accepting Hua Si Miao as a disciple would greatly benefit his future endeavors. Nearby, Bai Qingru, Kai Ergu, and his brothers, witnessing the esteemed dean of Dongjiang People's Hospital, the Southwest Medicine King Hua Si Miao, kneeling to pay respects to Lin Chun, were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. "Do we just see that correctly? Hua Lao actually bowed to become a disciple." Yet, recalling the terrifying strength Lin Chun had previously displayed, everything began to seem rather logical. After Hua Si Miao expressed his heartfelt gratitude and took his leave, Li Hu finally seized the opportunity to approach, lowering his voice to report, "Lin Xiao, we've just received intelligence that several suspicious individuals have been spotted around the location where Lin Xiao is being held, seemingly plotting something. It appears someone is eager to take action against him." Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh, they can't sit still already? It seems the secrets Lin Xiao possesses are indeed of considerable weight. Withdraw all your people stationed in plain sight and loosen your purses," Lin Chun decisively commanded. "Let us proceed immediately. If the defenses are too stringent, how will the fish dare to bite the bait?" His current objective was to weave an invisible net, patiently awaiting the prey to ensnare itself, so he could capture it all at once. "Understood." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Hu's eyes. Shortly after the crowd departed, on the rooftop of a tall building 2 streets away, a young man in black slowly lowered his high-powered telescope and picked up an encrypted walkie-talkie, his voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. "Minister, you would never believe what I have witnessed. A stunning turn of events. I believe the supermaster who triggered the energy fluctuations has been identified. Is the young master of the Lin family, Lin Chun. He has concealed himself far too well." This young man was Zhang Yang, a member of the Town Marshal Division, who had patrolled to this location and fortuitously witnessed the entire duel between Lin Chun and Zhong Hua. After a moment of silence, the voice of Minister Mo Zhong from the Dongjiang branch of the Town Marshal Division came through, grave and serious. "Zhang Yang, this matter is classified as top secret. Remember, everything you have seen today must not be disclosed to anyone else. Otherwise, a calamity will befall your family. Do you understand?" "Yes, Minister," Zhang Yang replied solemnly, a chill running through him. At the headquarters of the Dongjiang Town Marshal Division, Minister Mo Zhong concluded the call, his eyes gleaming with intensity, a complex expression crossing his face. "Lin Chun, the young master of the Lin family. What a master of concealment. I knew that the formidable Lin family would not fall so easily. It seems I must seek an opportunity to personally visit this discreet Lin Xiao." He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, deep in thought. In the Zhong family villa, the master bedroom was suffused with the aftermath of passion. On the opulent bed lay a man wearing a grotesque mask, having just finished an intense encounter with none other than Xie Fong, Zhong Hua's mother. Meanwhile, on the carpet beside the bed, Zhong Hua's father, Zhong Yiming, lay curled up in a deep slumber, resembling a lifeless swine. The masked man's identity was unmistakable. Zhong Hua's sorcerer master, Long Zhong, the 3rd elder of the sorcerer sect. He had lurked in Dongjiang for many years, using the Zhong family as a cover. "Along, this isn't quite right. That dead man is still sleeping nearby," Xie Fong gasped, a hint of panic and morbid excitement on her face. "What is wrong with that? His son is not even his." Long Zhong's voice, muffled by the mask, dripped with disdain and possessiveness. "If it weren't for needing his skin as a disguise, he would have been dead long ago. The thought of him touching you last month disgusts me." His tone was laced with jealousy. "Oh, he has no other choice," Xie Feng replied, twisting her body with a playful pout. "After all, in the eyes of the world, we are still husband and wife. If I did not comply, he might grow suspicious." She chuckled softly, reaching out to caress the chin revealed beneath Long Zhong's mask. As the two nestled together in an intimate embrace, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as though pierced by a blade. Not good. He shot upright, his expression shifting dramatically behind a mask. Trouble. Before he could finish his thought, he unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhonghua would never learn that he was not the biological offspring of Zhong Yiming, but rather the illegitimate child of his mother Xie Feng and his master Long Zhong. The reason Long Zhong devoted himself so thoroughly, even at the cost of his own vitality, was precisely due to this blood connection. In order to expedite Zhonghua's rapid enhancement, he replicated a fragment of the essence of his innate goo worm and implanted it within Zhonghua's body. Should Zhonghua encounter peril or meet his demise, he would instantly sense it. What has happened? What has transpired? Xie Feng's voice trembled, and her complexion turned ashen. Hua is dead. Long Zhong's voice echoed like the chilling winds of the abyss, rife with murderous intent. Someone has slain Hua. The anguish of losing a beloved son pierced his heart like a dagger. Yet what ignited his fury and trepidation was the indestructible bone he had fought tooth and nail to implant within Zhonghua. Its worth far surpassed that of a mere life. Its known properties included the provision of nearly limitless martial energy, exponentially accelerating cultivation speed. According to ancient legends, it harbored the secrets of immortality. It was indeed a priceless treasure. Who is it? Who could have killed Hua and stolen the indestructible bone? Long Zhong abruptly tossed aside the covers, swiftly donning his attire, and bellowed at the terrified Xie Feng. "I'm going out." His voice brooked no dissent. He could forego a son, or even a woman, but he could never part with that indestructible bone. At any cost, he must find a murderer of Zhonghua and reclaim that treasure which held the key to his future and even his immortality. Chapter 48. Night Raid on the Warehouse. Murder in silence or walking into a trap. In the outskirts of East Jiang, within an abandoned warehouse district, this locale once thrived as a hub for logistics companies. Following urban redevelopment, most firms had long since vacated, leaving behind rusting skeletal structures that loomed in the night like the remains of colossal beasts. A few scattered lights flickered in the remaining buildings, accentuating the surrounding desolation. The night wind howled mournfully as it swept through the open space, stirring up dust and scraps of paper from the ground. The night was dense as ink, and a dozen black sedans silently glided into this desolate area, coming to a halt around the perimeter of the warehouse. The car doors swung open in succession, and a group of muscular men clad in matching black tight shirts emerged in a swift, disciplined manner, landing soundlessly, leaving only the faintest sound of soles brushing against the gravel. Their vigilant gazes scanned the darkness, akin to wolves in search of prey. At the forefront stood Lin Dong, wrapped in a dark trench coat, beneath which lay a finely tailored shirt, its collar slightly unbuttoned, his face betraying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. He turned to a somewhat slender young man beside him, whose gaze appeared bewildered. "Yang, are you certain this is the place?" Lin Dong's voice was low, imbued with urgency. The young man was Lin Hua's son, Lin Yang, who, despite being 20, possessed the intellect of a child. At this moment, he was curiously scanning his surroundings. Upon hearing Lin Dong's inquiry, he nodded vigorously, "Yes. Just now he told me." He pointed to a resolute-looking bodyguard captain-clad in a tactical vest. "Brother, this is the best place to play hide and seek. Will you play with me later?" A naive yet stubborn smile graced his face. Lin Dong's lips twitched slightly, a flicker of impatience and disdain crossing his eyes. A night of murder and mayhem, and he was to play hide and seek? Bringing this burden along was indeed a miscalculation. "Is your information reliable? Will he who really can find Lin Xiu here?" He suppressed his irritation, turning toward the bodyguard captain. The captain stood tall, lowering his voice as he spoke with conviction. "Rest assured, young Master Lin, Our men witnessed Lin Xiao being brought into warehouse number 8 during the day. There is no mistake. As the door was violently flung open, the identities of those within became immediately apparent. He confidently patted the bulging object at his waist. Lin Dong had assembled nearly 100 elite bodyguards from the Lin family for this mission, leaving no room for error. He was acutely aware of Lin Chen's terrifying capabilities and dared not be careless in the slightest. With a resounding crash, the heavy iron door of warehouse No. 8 was forcefully breached, sending rust flying. The dim yellow light inside suddenly illuminated the astonished faces of 3 thugs gathered around a small table, engrossed in a game of landlord. Who? What do you want? Startled, they sprang to their feet, scrambling to grab nearby weapons. Stay put. Before the command had fully escaped his lips, Lin Dong's men pounced like ferocious tigers, raining blows upon the 3. They had no chance to resist, emitting only muffled grunts before being swiftly knocked unconscious. The lights brightened, revealing the corners of the warehouse. Lin Dong's gaze instantly locked onto the figure bound with coarse rope to a cold cement pillar, Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao was hardly recognizable. His face was marred by a web of blood clots and bruises, and one eye was swollen to a mere slit. His once elegant suit was tattered, matted with congealed blood and dirt. Weakly, he raised his head, and upon seeing Lin Dong, a spark of extraordinary light ignited in his murky gaze as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, you've finally come. If you hadn't arrived, I would have been tortured to death." His voice was laden with the euphoric relief of a survivor and a desperate plea. A cold smirk crept across Lin Dong's lips as he shone a powerful flashlight directly into Lin Xiao's face, forcing him to turn away. Lin Dong felt no sympathy for Lin Xiao's plight. He was concerned with only one matter. How much of the secret have you revealed? Lin Dong advanced slowly, not untying Lin Xiao, but instead towering over him, his gaze slicing through Lin Xiao's face like a blade, his tone frigid. I haven't said anything. Young master, you must believe me. I truly haven't revealed anything. Lin Xiao, agitated, struggled against his chains, causing them to clank and pulling at his wounds, which made him grimace in pain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tortured me like this without killing me. Lin Chun, that demon, has been here. I fear him. A deep terror flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. He was all too familiar with Lin Chun's methods. The downfall of the Black Dragon and that inscrutable disguise technique made him question whether the Lin Dong before him was, in fact, Lin Chun in disguise. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, Lin Dong's muscles tensed instantaneously, a wave of coldness surging from his tailbone to his crown. He instinctively tightened his legs, recalling the humiliation and agony of his crushed pride, along with the scar on his head that had yet to heal, all gifts from Lin Chun. The Lin family of Dongjiang had been utterly shamed, and the root cause lay with that malevolent star. It was infuriating that the Lin family of Dongjiang now dared not confront him directly, having to rely on the enigmatic blood-clothed sect. Since you haven't divulged anything. Lin Dong's face twisted into a cruel smile. I am relieved. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly drew a cold tactical knife from the waist of a nearby bodyguard. The blade flashed, and its icy edge pressed firmly against Lin Xiao's throat. The chilling specter of death instantaneously froze Lin Xiao's blood. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? I truly haven't said anything. I had promised my second uncle that I would continue to serve the Lin family, transforming the Dongjiang Lin clan into the illustrious Lin family of the Great Xia. Lin Xiao's voice trembled with sheer terror. Why kill you? Lin Dong leaned in closer, his voice slithering like a venomous serpent. Because the lips of the deceased are the most tightly sealed. Lin Xiao, you know too much and have exposed yourself before Lin Chun. I regret to inform you, but you must die. To eradicate the roots of trouble once and for all. That is the true purpose of my visit. His intent to kill was resolute. With a swift motion, Lin Dong's wrist exerted pressure, and the blade descended unhesitatingly towards Lin Xiao's carotid artery. No, please, Lin Dong. This is unfair. You cannot burn the bridge after crossing it. Lin Xiao's wails echoed through the vast, empty warehouse, laden with despair and resentment. He could distinctly feel the sharp sting of his skin being sliced open, warm liquid trickling down his neck. Just at that critical moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. An unassuming pebble shot forth like a bullet, accurately penetrating Lin Dong's wrist. The very hand that wielded the knife. A crack resonated, reminiscent of breaking bones. Ah! Lin Dong let out a chilling scream. The excruciating pain causing him to instantly release his grip, the tactical knife clattering to the ground. Clutching his gushing wound, his hand now limp. He roared in shock and fury. Who the hell ambushed me? Yet, a name that struck terror into his heart detonated in his mind. Lin Shun. It must be him. Chapter 49. A desperate counterattack. A dog-eat-dog world. Lin Dong's roar trembled with fear, that dreadful suspicion solidifying into certainty. Lin Shun was indeed here. This was a trap. The information released by Li Hu regarding Lin Xiu was bait, and Lin Shun was waiting to see who would come to silence him, who was, after all, a participant in the bloody incident of years past. He had anticipated this possibility, which was why he had brought 100 elite warriors. They were meant to guard against Lin Shun. Otherwise, why would he need such a grand display to eliminate Lin Xiu as the designated successor of the Dongjiang Lin family? Lin Dong was certainly no fool. He simply had the misfortune of encountering his nemesis, Lin Shun. Young Master Lin, the night is exquisite, and here we meet again. A voice, calm yet laced with mockery, emerged from the shadows on the second floor of the warehouse. Lin Shen's figure descended the staircase like a panther merging with the darkness, his expression adorned with a faint yet chilling smile that sent shivers through Lin Dong. Despite the searing pain, Lin Dong's gaze darted like lightning, scanning for anyone behind Lin Shun or on the second floor. There was no one, only Lin Shun. The taut strings of his heart suddenly relaxed, a rush of wild joy and ferocity overwhelming his fear. Lin Shun, you remain so arrogant. Do you think you can withstand my 100 elite warriors alone? Surrounding Lin Shun were over 100 bodyguards from the Lin family, armed with sharp blades and steel rods, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yet, Lin Shen's eyes remained as tranquil as water, as if the menacing figures encircling him were merely ants. The power that transcended that of a martial master granted him the privilege to look down upon all. Numbers? In the face of absolute strength, they were merely a matter of a few more feet being trampled. Lin Shen's gaze passed over Lin Dong and landed on Lin Xiu, who had just brushed against death and was still shaken. His voice bore an unmistakable penetrating power. Lin Xiu, do you see clearly now? You remain tight-lipped for them. Prepare to face death. But what of them? I only wish to silence you, to cast all sins upon your cold, lifeless body. Are you willing? Is it worth it? Each question strikes like a hammer, relentlessly pounding on Lin Xiu's already fragile psychological defenses. Having endured a day of torment from Li Hu without breaking, he now faces the stark betrayal and murderous intent of an ally, and the string of loyalty snaps completely. Unwilling to accept this fate, Lin Xiu's eyes instantaneously turn crimson, resembling a wounded beast, fixating intensely on Lin Dong, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Lin Dong, you and the Lin family of Dongjiang shall not have a peaceful end. I have devoted my life to you, and you seek to silence me? You have pushed me to this point. The overwhelming sense of betrayal and the terror of near death ignites a fierce hatred within him. Lin Xiu suddenly pivots towards Lin Shun, his eyes now filled with madness and a resolve for mutual destruction. If you kill Lin Dong, I shall divulge all that I know to you. At this moment, Lin Dong manages to regain his composure, observing Lin Shun standing alone and confirming that there are no ambushes above. His courage restored, he sneers, kill me? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiu, you are delusional. I have over 100 men with me. Even if Lin Shun is made of iron, he shall be brought to his knees today. As he laughs maniacally to bolster his own confidence, he waves his uninjured hand violently, bellowing at his bodyguards. Lin Shun, kneel and confess your mistakes. For the sake of Xin Yufei, I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall regret being born tonight. Old grievances surge within him, especially the pain in his lower body, fueling his desire to utterly destroy Lin Shun. Attack. One cut for 10 million. Lin Dong descends into madness. Don't kill him. Leave him breathing. I want to personally craft his demise. His eyes glimmer with a perverse delight, imagining who could castrate this scoundrel. I'll reward 100 million to anyone who does. He yearns for Lin Chun to experience the agony of losing his manhood. However, as his orders are given, the 100 fierce bodyguards beside him suddenly seem to be paralyzed, frozen in place, their faces pale and eyes wide with terror as they gaze behind Lin Dong, as if witnessing something extraordinarily horrific. Are your ears deaf? Move, you useless lot. Lin Dong erupts in fury, cursing vehemently. A smirk of derision curls at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he gestures towards Lin Dong's back. Young Master Lin, don't just shout. Perhaps you should turn around and look? A chilling foreboding envelopes Lin Dong as he feels a heavy weight in his chest. He stiffly and slowly turns his head. In just a glance, it feels as if he has been struck by lightning. His blood runs cold. Li Hu, at some point, the once empty shadow behind him has transformed. Li Hu, the underground godfather of Dongjiang, emerges as if from the depths of hell, accompanied by a formidable and menacing cadre of elite subordinates, silently blocking the warehouse entrance. Each one wields a gleaming steel crossbow, with daggers coldly sheathed at their sides. The icy bolts and blades meticulously aimed at the hearts and throats of each Lin family bodyguard, surrounded by the palpable aura of death. The Lin family bodyguards dare not move a muscle. Lin Dong's mind goes blank. He had clearly stationed dozens of sentinels on the periphery. How could there be not a single sound? Bring them in. Have the outside guards all perished? He screamed in desperation, his voice filled with hopelessness. Lin Dong, do you truly believe that I, Li Hu, am made of clay? Li Hu's cold words struck like ice. Since you dared to imprison someone here, you clearly had no intention of allowing your men to intervene. With a swift motion of his hand, the side door of the warehouse was forcefully flung open, revealing another group of subordinates who, like dragging dead dogs, tossed in the dozens of sentinels Lin Dong had stationed outside. Each one bore bruises and was tightly bound. It was over. Lin Dong's face turned ashen, his body swaying as the last glimmers of hope were utterly crushed. He had unwittingly walked into a trap meticulously laid by Lin Chun. A wave of overwhelming fear engulfed Lin Dong. What dignity, what hatred, paled insignificantly in the shadow of death. Thud! Without hesitation, Lin Dong knelt before Lin Chun, tears streaming down his face as he wailed pitifully, "Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I beg you, spare my life. I only wish to assist you in clearing out the traitor Lin Xiao. I am willing to be your dog. Woof, woof, please have mercy on me." In a desperate bid for survival, he cast aside all dignity, even resorting to barking like a dog. Beside him, Lin Xiao stared in disbelief, soon overtaken by a tide of contempt and fury. Lin Chun, do not believe his deceitful words. It was Lin Dong who was responsible for our communication back then. He was one of the masterminds behind the attack on the Lin family. Moreover, I know that their assault was to seek something, a thing they have yet to find. He was fully committed now, willing to drag Lin Dong down with him, even in death. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's soul seemed to leave his body. The greatest secret. There existed a far more terrifying force behind the Dongjiang Lin family. If Lin Chun were to learn of this, the Dongjiang Lin family would be utterly doomed. His eyes bulged with rage as he sprang up from the ground, seizing Lin Xiao's neck with his uninjured hand, appearing almost deranged. Lin Xiao, I curse your ancestors. Shut your mouth. I will choke you to death. Chapter 50. The dust settles, and unexpected gains with his neck firmly gripped. Lin Xiao instantly struggled for breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his eyes bulging. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and with a barely perceptible flick of his finger, a sharp, invisible force surged forth. With a series of faint sounds, the thick ropes binding Lin Xiao's hands and feet snapped apart, suddenly regaining his freedom. Lin Xiao's instinct for survival propelled him to unleash an astonishing strength. He roared and delivered a fierce punch to Lin Dong's injured cheek. Bang! Ah! Lin Dong cried out in agony, staggering backward as Lin Xiao's grip on his neck slackened. Lin Dong, I have tolerated you for far too long. Lin Xiao gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. "You worthless scoundrel! Do you think your connection to Lin Hua grants you equality with me? Spit!" He spat a mouthful of blood, recalling the terror of nearly having his throat slit, his fury boiling over as he lunged forward, delivering a flurry of vicious kicks to Lin Dong's groin. Lin Dong's already shattered lower body endured yet another devastating blow, the excruciating pain causing him to curl up like a shrimp, his remaining hand powerless to fend off Lin Xiu's frenzied assault. "Lin Xiu, you mad dog! I will ensure your demise is anything but peaceful. You're nothing but a dog. How dare you bite your master? I will fight you to the bitter end." The excruciating pain and humiliation ignited Lin Dong's ferocity, causing him to completely forget Lin Chen's presence. He roared like a beast, headbutting and biting, his remaining hand fiercely clutching Lin Xiu's hair, tearing away a portion of his scalp. Lin Xiu screamed in agony, the burning pain radiating from his scalp as blood streamed down his cheek. This agonizing torment awakened his own savagery, the last vestige of rationality evaporating, leaving behind only a frenzy akin to that of a wild animal. "You forced my hand!" Lin Xiu bellowed, his gaze sweeping across the ground, instantly locking onto the tactical dagger that Lin Dong had dropped. He lunged forward, grasping the bloodied blade without hesitation, plunging it mercilessly into Lin Dong's chest as he huddled on the ground. Thud, 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 with successive strikes. Each blade sank deep into flesh. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the concrete beneath Lin Dong. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror and resentment, as he clutched Lin Xiu's collar. His grip faltered with the ebbing of life. "You dare to kill me?" Blood frothing from Lin Dong's mouth. His gaze began to dull as he struggled to turn his eyes toward his stunned younger brother, Lin Yang. "Run, tell uncle." The last word perished in his throat, leaving him silent. However, the bewildered Lin Yang, witnessing his brother being assaulted, did not flee. Instead, he picked up a short knife from the ground, shouting as he rushed over, "Brother, I'm coming to help you." Seeking death, in a blind rage, Lin Xiu did not hesitate, turning the blade and driving it deep into Lin Yang's heart. Thud! Lin Yang's body stiffened, looking down at the knife's hilt embedded in his chest, then gazing vacantly at Lin Xiu before softly collapsing beside Lin Dong. The last two heirs of the Lin family met their demise in an instant. Lin Xiu, clutching the blood-dripping knife, stood there gasping for breath, staring at the two twitching corpses on the ground, the madness receding like a tide, replaced by profound bewilderment and bone-deep terror. It was over. He had killed Lin Hua's only two sons. The Dong Jianglin family would never spare him. Even if Lin Shun did not kill him, his fate was sealed. A colossal despair consumed him in an instant. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of crisp applause echoed. Lin Chen approached slowly, a hint of icy approval gracing his features. "Lin Xiu, it seems you possess some innate bravery. Killing Lin Dong serves as a small measure of retribution for the wronged souls of the Lin family." Lin Xiu trembled, turning to Lin Shun. A ghastly smile more sorrowful than tears etched on his face. "Lin Shun, He opened his mouth but could not utter a word. He understood that he had no path to survival. Yet, rather than being tormented to death by the Lin family or falling into Lin Chen's hands for interrogation, it would be better to end it himself. At least, he could preserve a final shred of dignity. Lin Chen observed him with a smile that held no warmth. "Speak. Reveal all that you know. Perhaps I can grant you a swift end." Lin Xiu inhaled deeply, as if summoning the last of his strength, his eyes calming with a serene acceptance of death. Memories surfaced of many years ago, the towering figure of the old master of the Lin family who had rescued him from the filthy den of human traffickers. At that time, all he sought was sustenance and freedom. Later, it was the old gentleman who sent him to study and entrusted him with significant responsibilities, allowing him to rise above others. Yet he became ensnared in his own delusions, repaying kindness with enmity. Lin Xiu's voice was eerily calm. "Among those who participated in the attack on the Lin family, I knew of the Lin family, the Su family, and members of the royal family, though I had never seen their true faces. There were also individuals from the Zhao family involved. He paused. Do you have paper and pen? Li Hu immediately signaled to his subordinates to provide them. Lin Xiu took them and leaned against the cold pillar, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body as he began to write laboriously. He wrote slowly and with great seriousness, as if inscribing his own epitaph. Moments later, a list was handed to Lin Shun. This contains the names of those I know who participated, as well as some contacts. I have several secretly recorded videos as evidence. Of course, you may also investigate on your own. Lin Xiu's voice carried a sense of weary finality. He watched as Lin Shun tucked the list away and continued. They attacked the legitimate Lin family in search of something. It is said that this item can alter the fate of the family and is tied to a colossal secret. I only overheard fragments. It seems to be referred to as the Undying Bone. Lin Dong might not know the details, but only Lin Hua is aware. This was the most valuable information he could offer Lin Shun. Having spoken all this, Lin Xiu let out a long, deep sigh, as if shedding an immense burden. Lin Shun observed his pitiful state, his gaze complex. Had I known it would come to this, why did it have to be this way? Speak. Do you have any final wishes? Depending on my mood, I might assist you. No. Lin Xiu shook his head, remaining silent for a few seconds before suddenly recalling something. A bitter smile creeping onto his face. By the way, I have a girl locked up at 38 Dongjiang South Suburb. I've long desired her, yet she would rather die than yield, so I have kept her imprisoned. If you have the time, please release her. This was perhaps the only act of humanity he had performed his life. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Very well. Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, a semblance of relief washed over Lin Xiu's face. He bent down with great difficulty to retrieve the tactical knife stained with Lin Dong's and his own blood. Without hesitation, he mustered his last ounce of strength, grasped the hilt with both hands, and thrust the blade towards his heart with great force. The blade pierced deeply. Lin Xiu's body trembled violently as he slowly leaned against the pillar, sliding down to the ground. His gaze swiftly dimmed, yet his lips bore a peculiar semblance of tranquility. With the events of the dog-eat-dog struggle and his subsequent suicide clearly recorded, Lin Chen turned to Li Hu, his voice indifferent. Li Hu nodded solemnly. Instructor, the angle is clear. It has been recorded in its entirety. Lin Dong and Lin Yang perished at Lin Xiu's hands, and Lin Xiu took his own life in despair, irrefutable evidence. Gazing at the three corpses on the ground, Lin Chen's eyes grew profound. Using Lin Xiu as bait was intended to lure out a larger fish. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong had delivered himself right to the door. With the added bonuses of Lin Yang and a crucial list, the harvest was not insignificant, especially with the Zhao family S name on that list, which ignited a cold glint in Lin Chen's eyes. The Zhao family is indeed involved. The opportunity was given. When I come to your door, it will be time for reckoning. A chilling intent permeated the air. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of tiles cracking echoed from the lofty ceiling of the warehouse. Who? Lin Chen suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness towards the source of the sound. With his heightened perception, he was astonished that someone could remain concealed nearby. The opponent's agility and stealth were far from ordinary. Chapter 51, The Icy Jade Body. An unexpected redemption. Lin Chen reacted with lightning speed. With a powerful push against the hard cement ground, it instantly cracked beneath him. He soared upwards like a cannonball, lightly tapping on the enormous steel structure of the warehouse to gain additional leverage, propelling himself even higher. The sturdy precast concrete roof seemed as fragile as paper before him. With a resounding crash, he broke through the roof, his figure vanishing into the night beyond the gaping hole. The sheer terror of his speed and strength left Li Hu and his subordinates in stunned silence, deepening their reverence for Lin Chen. Did you all witness that? The instructor's prowess is unfathomable. Clean up the scene swiftly and efficiently, Li Hu commanded in a low voice, casting a fearful glance at the roof's breach. He understood that such a level of combat was beyond his participation. Having burst through the roof, Lin Chen's formidable perception swept across the pitch-black night sky like a radar. The night wind howled, carrying with it the distinct sense of rust and dust from the warehouse district. He immediately locked onto a hunched figure stumbling along the edge of a distant rooftop. Attempting to flee, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly grasped a jagged piece of metal lying at his feet. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it hurtling through the air. The metal sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, accurately striking the target's back. A muffled groan of pain echoed as the metal clearly found its mark. Without missing a beat, Lin Chen's form darted across the undulating warehouse rooftops with ghostly speed, leaving only a blur in his wake as he pursued the injured figure. However, as he reached the edge of the warehouse district, he found himself above a freight railway below. A long freight train thundered past, its massive body obscuring his view while the screeching of wheels against the tracks filled the air. Once the train had roared by, Lin Chen leaped from the rooftop, landing beside the cold iron rails. Only a small pool of still fresh dark red blood remained, exuding a faint metallic scent. The target had vanished without a trace. Oomph! Quite the swift escape, Lin Chen scoffed, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. But the taste of your blood has already touched my senses. Should you dare to appear within 3 kilometers of me, I hope you are not an enemy, for otherwise his unspoken threat hung heavily in the air. Leaving the cleanup of the warehouse to Li Hu, Lin Chen drove toward number 38, South Dongjiang. Lin Xiu was dead. The innocent girl who had been wrongfully imprisoned deserved her freedom. Number 38 was an isolated courtyard surrounded by high walls, exuding a sense of seclusion. As Lin Chen's vehicle approached the gate, 3 vigilant bodyguards dressed in black suits emerged from the shadows, attempting to block his path. Step aside, Lin Chen barked as he exited the car, his voice as cold as steel. I am Lin Chen. Lin Xiu is dead. Do you intend to accompany him to the grave? He brandished his phone, flashing the recorded footage of Lin Xiu's final moments before the 3 guards. As the 3 bodyguards discerned the scene, their faces turned as pale as paper, cold sweat beating at their temples. Lin, we must leave at once. We have seen nothing today. The trio, as if they had encountered a ghost, dared not linger any longer and hastily darted into a nearby vehicle, the engine roaring to life as they sped away, as if a moment's delay would spell disaster. Lin Chen pushed open the heavy courtyard gate and stepped inside. The courtyard was desolate, illuminated only by a few dim yellow lights along the path. Just as he set foot on the stone steps leading to the main house, a white porcelain teacup, propelled by a gust of wind, came hurtling out from the open living room door. Lin Xiu, get out. I've told you 100 times. Even if I were to be with a dog, I would never be your woman. Get out. A voice, brimming with anger and despair, screamed. Lin Chen effortlessly caught the flying teacup, not a drop of tea spilled. He strode into the living room, his gaze landing on the source of the voice. In the center of the room stood a young girl clad in khaki shorts and a white tank top. She was tall and slender, her exposed arms and legs gleaming with a healthy sheen under the lights, hands on her hips like an enraged little lion, her chest heaving with fury. When she realized the newcomer was not Lin Xiu, but an unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome and stern man, her furious expression froze instantly, her eyes widening with disbelief and caution. I am here to inform you that you are free. Lin Chen gently placed the teacup on the nearby console, his tone composed. Lin Xiu is dead. The people outside have also been dealt with. From this moment on, you are free to go wherever you wish. Dead? The girl, Jiang Yuran, stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she rushed to the door, peering outside. Indeed, the figures of the bodyguards, who had relentlessly monitored her like pests for 5 long years, had vanished. Had her life, confined like a canary for a full 5 years, truly come to an end? A wave of ecstatic joy surged through her heart like a tsunami, nearly causing her to falter. Yet, in the next moment, the shadows of long-term deception and control ignited her suspicion. Don't try to deceive me. This must be another one of Lin Xiu's schemes to manipulate me, she retorted defiantly, taking a step back, her expression resolute and hostile. Did he not desire her? She would refuse. She would sooner give herself to a dog than to him. She was like a hedgehog, bristling with spikes. Lin Chen had no intention of wasting words on her stubbornness and turned to leave. She would understand the truth when the time came. Wait, Jiang Yuran suddenly called out, her voice laced with a desperate determination. As Lin Shun turned, a gentle, fragrant breeze enveloped him. Like a delicate butterfly, Jiang Yu Ran leaped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, her soft lips, though inexperienced, pressed firmly against his. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback, feeling the astonishing resilience and fervor emanating from her. What else could a girl do when she took the initiative to embrace? Jiang Yu Ran breathed heavily, tilting her head back, her clear eyes locking onto Lin Chen's, ablaze with rebellious fervor and a reckless abandon. Rest assured, I remain untouched. She did not wait for Lin Shun to react, wrapping her arms around his neck and half pulling, half leading him into the adjacent bedroom. She intended to sever Lin Xiu's delusions in the most intense manner, even at the cost of her own purity. Inside the bedroom, the lighting was dim and suggestive. Jiang Yu ran, with her back to Lin Shun, her fingers trembling yet resolute as she undid the straps of her dress, revealing her smooth shoulders that glimmered under the light like pearls. The shorts slipped down, exposing her long, slender legs and enticing curves. She turned to face Lin Shun, presenting herself unabashedly, her youthful body radiating a stunning vitality and allure, her expression one of nearly tragic defiance. I want him to know he can never have me. Faced with such a proactive and exquisite temptress, especially recalling the interruption by his sister-in-law the night before, Lin Shun felt the suppressed flames within him ignite instantaneously. His gaze darkened, his voice taking on a dangerously husky tone. Beautiful lady, are you playing with fire? I'm not afraid. So why should you be? A glint of vengeful delight flashed in Jiang Yu Ran's eyes as she leapt upon him, pushing Lin Shun onto the soft bed. Come on. Over an hour later, Lin Shen's gaze inadvertently drifted to the side of Jiang Yu Ran's neck, where an ice blue, snowflake-like peculiar mark was quietly appearing. An ice-cold jade body. Lin Shen's heart jolted with disbelief and ecstatic joy. He had stumbled upon one of the 9 special physiques he and his master had tirelessly sought to neutralize the fire poison of the 9 yang dragon veins within him. He immediately turned his attention inward, and indeed, within the Tai Chi Bagua diagram formed by 9 dragon patterns on his chest, one representing the fire poison had already dimmed, countered and dissipated by a refreshing aura. The 9 yang fire poison that had troubled him for years was unexpectedly alleviated at the first level. This was nothing short of divine salvation. Looking at the exhausted Jiang Yu Ran sleeping in his arms, Lin Chen's gaze softened immensely. This girl was not just a fortuitous gain, but also his savior. My name is Lin Chen. He gently caressed Jiang Yu Ran's damp hair and whispered, from today onward, you are my woman. If you need me, call this number. He picked up her phone and dialed his own number. Oh, Jiang Yu Ran drowsily responded. But a few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, propping herself up in shock as she looked at Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen? You're Lin Xiu's brother. Lin Chen nodded calmly, yes. Regretting it now? Regretting? Why would I regret? Jiang Yu Ran not only felt no remorse, but instead, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar excitement. Mischievously delighted. Haven't I already avenged myself against Lin Xiu? She felt an inexplicable joy in her thoughts. Even Lin Chen, well-versed in life's experiences, was momentarily taken aback by her unique way of thinking. This is wonderful, Jiang Yu Ran exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck and grabbing her phone. Isn't Lin Xiu dreaming of having me? I will purposely give myself to my uncle. It would drive him mad. Come on, uncle, let us take a selfie. I want to send it to him. Let him see. Disregarding her own exposed springtime beauty, she embraced Lin Shun and took several intimate photos, reveling in her satisfaction before finally allowing him to rise. Lin Shun, now dressed, shook his head in resignation at Jiang Yu Ran's childish act of revenge. Before departing, he dialed Li Hu's number. Li Hu, Jiang Yu Ran at number 38, South Suburb, is now under my protection. Have your people keep a discreet watch on her. Ensure she remains safe. Additionally, gather her detailed information and send it to me. Understood, instructor. Li Hu responded with utmost respect. Upon returning to the Bai family villa, Lin Shun found the living room still illuminated. Bai Yun Yi and Bai Qing Ro were seated on the sofa, evidently waiting for him. Brother-in-law, You have finally returned. Have you completed the task? Were you hurt? Bai Qing Ro, resembling a cheerful little bird, was the first to leap up and plunge into Lin Chen's embrace, clinging tightly to his waist and rubbing her small face against his chest. Bai Yun Yi also stood, her eyes reflecting concern and a hint of barely perceptible shyness. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but was preempted by her sister. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he wrapped his left arm around Bai Qing Ro's slender waist, while his right arm naturally extended to envelop the somewhat reserved Bai Yun Yi in his expansive embrace. If you wish to hug, then embrace. I am your husband. So what is there to be embarrassed about? He lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss on Bai Yun Yi's smooth forehead. Oh! Bai Yun Yi's face instantly flushed crimson, and after a token struggle, she obediently nestled into Lin Chen's embrace, savoring the comforting aura emanating from him. Out of the corner of her eye, she discreetly observed her sister's reaction. To her surprise, Bai Qing Ro showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, she cheerfully squeezed closer into Lin Chen's arms, acting as if it were perfectly natural. Due to Bai Qing Ro's presence, Lin Chen found himself alone in an empty room that night. Yet, thoughts of the unexpected acquisition of the frost-like beauty Jiang Yu ran, and the alleviation of the initial fire poison within him filled his heart with unprecedented ease and joy. This rescue mission had unexpectedly become a turning point in his fate. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral home of the Zhao family in Dongjiang, the atmosphere was as heavy as the silence before a storm. The aroma of sandalwood lingered in the stagnant air, failing to disperse the haunting scent of blood. The elderly patriarch, Zhao Chongfeng, sat in a state of disarray in his armchair, a gaping, gruesome wound on his shoulder continuously oozing dark crimson blood, staining the exquisite rosewood armrest. His complexion was as pale as paper, and each suppressed cough sent tremors through the delicate porcelain teacup resting on the table. Patriarch, what has happened to you? Zhao Tianlong, the head of the Zhao family, rushed in upon hearing the news, his spirit shattered by the sight before him, his voice trembling. Quickly, Zhao Chongfeng gasped, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Summon all core members of the Zhao family. Immediately, there are matters of ancestral extinction to discuss. 20 minutes later, the core members of the Zhao family gathered in the brightly lit hall, where silence reigned supreme. Only Zhao Chongfeng's labored breaths and the faint sound of blood dripping onto the floor resonated in the hearts of all present. Zhao Chongfeng scanned the room, his gaze sharp as a blade, and with each word, he struck with the weight of a hammer. I hereby announce, from this moment forth, the Zhao family surrenders to the Lin family of Daxia. Tomorrow, I shall personally lead a delegation to the Lin family to offer our apologies. To Lin Chun. What? Surrender? Apologize? The ancestral hall was filled with a cacophony of astonishment, confusion, and resistance. Silence. Zhao Chongfeng bellowed, slamming his hand down on the armrest, causing a jolt of pain to shoot through his wounded body. Yet, the trepidation in his eyes was even more profound. You have all been deceived by Lin Chun. His prowess has likely surpassed that of a martial sovereign. The demise of the Su family's master, the death of the Su family's young heir, and my injuries tonight were all orchestrated by him. I have witnessed it firsthand. A collective gasp swept through the room as an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The notion of surpassing a martial sovereign? Was it Lin Chun who inflicted these injuries upon the elder? This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The recent tribulations faced by the Su family were indeed the doing of Lin Chun. The Lin family had truly unleashed a prodigious talent upon the world. Very well, it is settled. The family head, Zhao Tianlong, was the first to regain his composure, his countenance grave and resolute. Tomorrow, the elder and I, accompanied by Ling Long, shall personally visit the Lin family to offer our apologies. We must seek their forgiveness at all costs. He understood that the elder would not speak without reason. This was a matter of life and death for the Zhao family. At that moment, a petite girl clad in a delicate pink dress, pouting slightly, voiced her discontent. Father, if you wish to apologize, then simply go. Why must I accompany you? This was Zhao Linglong, the cherished little princess of the Zhao family. Linglong, do not be foolish. Zhao Tianlong admonished sternly, his gaze more severe than ever before. This matter concerns the very survival of the Zhao family. A single misstep from years past has led us to this perilous moment. We must acquiesce to any demands the Lin family presents. You are to behave, or it will spell doom for our clan. His eyes swept over the gathered relatives. His voice heavy as iron. From now on, any member of the Zhao family who encounters anyone from the Lin family must do so with utmost respect. You shall endure any reprimand without complaint. Do you understand? Yes. In the face of the elders' blood-stained robes and the patriarch's unprecedented gravity, all core members of the Zhao family felt a chilling dread and responded in unison. Zhao Changfeng wearily closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, releasing a long and heavy sigh, as if he had aged a decade in that moment. May it not be too late. The skies of the Great Xia are about to change. Chapter 52, A Heart Ablaze. Lin Hua's night of torment deep within the Lin family estate. The lights burned late into the night. Lin Hua sat in a heavy, intricately carved mahogany chair behind a grand desk, having spent the entire night in restless contemplation. Outside, the night sky had shifted from pitch black to a murky gray, the first light of dawn filtering through the window. Yet it could not dispel the deep shadows etched upon his face. His own son, Lin Yang, and his carefully groomed successor, Lin Dong, had ventured out the previous night with over 100 elite bodyguards in search of Lin Xiao, only to vanish without a trace like a stone cast into the sea. A bunch of useless fools. Is there still no news? Lin Hua slammed his palm down on the Zeton wood tea table, the sound echoing as cups rattled. The pent-up fury within him could no longer be contained. He swept his arm violently, sending an entire set of exquisite tea, ware, and a fruit platter crashing to the floor, the shattering porcelain resonating sharply in the hushed hall. They it, staining the opulent Persian carpet. Among the third generation of the Dongjiang Lin family, only Lin Dong and Lin Yang remained of the direct bloodline. If something were to happen to these two individuals, Lin Hua dared not contemplate further. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The Lin family of Dongjiang was indeed on the brink of extinction. The family head's subordinate stood trembling in a corner of the hall, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he reported in a parched voice. It was the same news as before. Young Master Lin was said to be searching for Lin Xiao, while young Master Lin Heir insisted on following him, accompanied by the family bodyguards, and had since vanished without a trace. He silently berated in his heart. Wasn't Lin Dong, like the previous Lin Shun, merely a debauched scion who frequented nightclubs? With so many people missing, he could very well be languishing in some den of iniquity, using the guise of capturing Lin Xiao as a pretext. Lin Hua had not dismissed this possibility. Yet the thought that Lin Xiao had been abducted by Lin Shun, and that Lin Dong and Lin Yang were pursuing him, ensnared his heart with a foreboding dread, tightening like a frigid vine. If Lin Shun had set a trap, waiting for Dong and Yang to stumble into it, how could they possibly outwit someone as cunning as Lin Shun? The more Lin Hua pondered, the heavier his heart grew, regret gnawing at him like a venomous serpent. Had he foreseen this, he would not have acquiesced to Lin Dong yesterday. The family head was informed of a visitor. A bodyguard rushed in, pallid and trembling. He cannot be seen. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, he cannot be seen. Lin Hua, already in a state of disarray, waved his hand irritably. Just then, Lin Shun, who had already forced his way in, appeared. The bodyguard's voice was laced with helplessness and fear. They had no desire to obstruct him, but Lin Shun, accompanied by the brutish Kai Ergu, had dispatched 7 or 8 formidable bodyguards with mere fists and feet, now striding across the threshold with abandon. Family head, what is the matter? Your temper seems particularly fierce this early in the morning. By the looks of your mouth, it seems you cannot even enjoy hot pot, Lin Shun remarked. Clad in a well-tailored dark casual outfit, strolling in with a relaxed demeanor and a mischievous smile, his gaze landing squarely on Lin Hua's bandaged lips. He had witnessed the spectacle of Lin Hua being bitten by his wife's teddy bear, and that taunt still echoed in his ears. Lin Hua felt the wound reopened mercilessly, trembling in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, wishing he could leap forward and tear Lin Chen apart. Elder brother, it may not be a matter of hot pot. Kai Ergu, trailing behind Lin Chen in a garish shirt, interjected promptly, chewing on peanuts of uncertain origin. His expression one of delight in the chaos. Hasn't he just tasted the dish? I heard experts say that it's quite fiery. Perhaps he relished the flavor and snuck in a late-night snack. Quite reasonable. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Ergu, I've noticed your intellect has sharpened of late. Absolutely. Kai Ergu puffed out his chest, grinning obsequiously. It's all thanks to your brilliance, elder brother. Being by your side every day has certainly influenced me. Get lost. Lin Chen chuckled, scolding him lightly. Their banter, akin to salt splashed into hot oil, completely disregarded Lin Hua, who was on the verge of exploding in anger. Damn it. ISNT1 public humiliation enough? Now I have to endure this again. Am I insane? Lin Hua felt a surge of metallic sweetness rise to his throat. Forcing back the tumultuous blood within him, he squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Lin Chen, what exactly are you trying to do? If you continue to spout nonsense here, don't blame me for being impolite. He struggled to maintain the last shred of authority as the head of the family. Yet his hand instinctively tightened around the armrest of the chair, his knuckles turning pale. Huh. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, casually settling into a nearby pear-wood armchair. Crossing his legs. Do not be so agitated, head of the Lin family. I have come simply to inquire about the whereabouts of the Lin Xiao brothers. It has been a day since I last saw them, and I find myself rather missing them, wishing to share a drink and reminisce. However, they do not answer their phones, so I had no choice but to come personally. Drink? Reminisce? Lin Huan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You scoundrel, do you think I would believe your lies? What history do you have with Lin Dong? You might as well be drinking the northwestern wind. Lin Dong and Lin Yang had clearly gone to find Lin Xiu last night, after which they had vanished without a trace. Yet here was Lin Chen, this harbinger of calamity, appearing at the Lin family abode at such a critical moment, claiming he wanted to share a drink with them? What a remarkable coincidence. It was deliberate. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation and display of arrogance. In an instant, Lin Hua was nearly certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had fallen into Lin Chen's clutches. This wretch was specifically here to mock him. Lin Chen, you have gone too far. Lin Hua's face turned ashen. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, Tell me, where have you taken Lin Dong and Lin Yang? Otherwise, you shall not leave the Lin family gates alive today. As his words fell, a flurry of urgent and heavy footsteps echoed from the courtyard. As dozens of elite bodyguards from the Lin family surged forth, surrounding the reception hall with a deadly aura. Lin Chen, however, did not even lift an eyelid, maintaining an air of nonchalance, even picking up the tea just served by a servant and gently blowing away the froth. Head of the Lin family, you are being rather unreasonable. Your own kin have gone missing, yet you seek to blame me? By your logic, if your wife were to suddenly become pregnant, would you hold the neighbor, old Wang, accountable? That would be quite absurd. He set down the teacup, his gaze laced with mockery. How about you tell me what Lin Dong and the others were up to last night? If you share, I could help you analyze the situation. Lin Hua was momentarily at a loss for words, akin to a chicken with its neck in a vice. How could he admit that Lin Dong and the others had gone to find Lin Xiu? To do so would only confirm the collusion between the Lin family and Lin Xiu in the attack against their own. On one side lay the uncertainty of the whereabouts and fate of his own son and heir. On the other, the unmistakable knowledge that Lin Chen was behind this turmoil, yet lacking any evidence to expose their true intentions. The Lin family was indeed in a predicament, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, with no outlet for their troubles. Frustration. It was overwhelmingly stifling. Lin Hua felt the fury within his chest, reaching its zenith. Lin Chen, Lin Dong, and Lin Yang are currently resting and have no time to drink with you. Now, immediately, get out. Lin Hua nearly roared this command, his temples throbbing, and bloodshot eyes ablaze. Kai Ergu, who had remained silent until now, seamlessly synchronized with Lin Chen's rhythm. He broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Though his smile carried a chilling undertone. Master Lin, I advise you to act swiftly and search diligently. should they be drinking something other than wine and inadvertently overindulge. It would spell your family's end. This vicious remark struck like the final spark, igniting a powder keg. Get lost, Lin Chen observed Lin Hua, who seemed on the verge of self-immolation, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Accompanied by Kai Ergu, he departed the Lin family estate with an air of composure, despite the watchful eyes of numerous bodyguards who dared not make a move. At present, Lin Chun possessed the strength to annihilate the Lin family, should he disregard the concealed prowess of their ancient ancestor. However, he would refrain from acting rashly until he fully understood the depth of the old ancestor's capabilities. After all, which of these time-honored aristocratic families lacked hidden treasures? Moreover, the Lin family's past alliance with various forces had nearly uprooted them entirely. Such deep-seated enmity would not allow Lin Chun to grant them a swift demise. To kill was one thing, but to strike at the heart was another. The moment Lin Chun stepped through the heavy vermilion door of the Lin family estate, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was his grandfather, Lin Chongfeng. Xiao Chun, we have guests at home who wish to apologize to our family, specifically requesting to see you. If it's convenient, please return promptly. Lin Chongfeng's voice bore a subtle weight of seriousness and uncertainty. Apologize? Who? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Could it be that his words at the previous banquet had made an impact? Was there a family willing to come forth and acknowledge their wrongdoings, admitting their involvement in the past attack? The Zhao family, an influential hidden aristocracy of Dongjiang, led by the venerable Zhao Chongfeng with the head Zhao Tianlong, and his youngest daughter, Zhao Linglong. Chapter 53. The Envious Maiden and the Scheme of Assassination. Ah, how infuriating. This is utterly preposterous. The audacity is insufferable. As soon as Lin Chun and Kai Ergu vanished from the entrance of the Lin family estate, Lin Hua, who had suppressed his rage for far too long, finally erupted. His eyes burned crimson, resembling a wounded beast. He seized a nearby Wang Wally wooden chair and began to violently smash everything within the hall. Priceless antique vases, a massive LCD television, and the newly installed crystal chandelier were reduced to a chaotic array of shattered fragments and twisted metal under the onslaught of his fury. The cacophony of breaking glass echoed relentlessly, transforming the grand hall into a scene of devastation. Bastard, you little wretch, why didn't I finish you off back then? Why did I allow you to remain a scourge? I regret it. Exhausted from his rampage, Lin Hua collapsed onto the cold tiled floor. His expensive Tang suit disheveled and stained with dust and tea. His face was etched with profound resentment and remorse. Lin Chen had sought out Lin Dong and Lin Yang at a critical moment, claiming to want to drink with them. Such a preposterous tale could fool no one, not even a child. This was nothing short of brazen ostentation, a humiliation akin to defecating on the neck of the Lin family. Lin Hua was now entirely convinced that his two sons, whom he had placed such high hopes upon, had likely met with grave misfortune at Lin Chen's hands. What frustrated him even more was the knowledge that the perpetrator was right before him, yet he had no evidence. He could not afford to openly confront Lin Chen, lest he provide the Lin family with any grounds for retaliation. He is acutely aware that what the Lin family currently lacks the most is a legitimate reason to initiate conflict. Previously, he had meticulously incited the Xian family to withdraw their engagement with the direct lineage of the Lin family, attempting to forge an alliance with the Xian family against the direct Lin family. What was the outcome? The engagement banquet was thrown into disarray by Lin Chun, and it appears the Xian family has instead grown closer to the direct Lin family. Now that Lin Dong is virtually confirmed to be deceased, the Lin family has even lost their candidate for an alliance with the Xian family. All of this is the doing of Lin Chun. A frenzied, murderous intent blazed in Lin Hua's eyes. He wished nothing more than for Lin Chun to be torn to shreds immediately. Someone, bring me the phone. Lin Hua nearly shouted. I will personally contact the Blood Garment sect. Have them act immediately, at any cost, to eliminate Lin Chun. With trembling fingers, he dialed an encrypted number, suppressing his immense fury as he exaggeratedly reported the situation and his suspicions, urging the other party to take swift action almost through gritted teeth. However, The voice that responded on the other end was a crisp, cold female tone, devoid of any emotion. When has it ever been the case that outsiders dictate the actions of the Blood Garment sect? Lin family head, exercise patience. I advise you, do not disturb me further, otherwise. The voice paused slightly, exuding a chilling aura. Be wary that on a day when my mood turns foul, I may very well erase your Lin family as well. Lin Hua felt as though he had been seized by the throat. All words choked in his throat. His complexion shifting from red to green, then from green to pale. The Blood Garment sect, a hidden serpent lurking in the shadows, held far too many secrets and leverage over the aristocracy, and he was acutely aware of its terrifying nature. If the Blood Garment sect truly sought to harm the Dongjiang Lin family, given their current predicament, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Lin Hua struck himself across the face, the sound echoing sharply. Damn it! So you all think you can bully me? Just wait. When the next divine envoy descends, I will surely acquire greater power. You will all pay the price. His eyes glimmered with an almost frenzied light. In the southwestern frontier, amid the towering mountains, a quaint and elegant courtyard stood quietly, shrouded in swirling clouds, reminiscent of a fairyland. Within the courtyard, a young girl clad in a moon-white gauzy dress languidly reclined upon a soft couch by the window. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved wooden windows, casting gentle shadows on her exquisitely beautiful profile. She stretched languidly, her graceful curves on full display. Then in a cool voice inquired, "What is the situation in Dongjiang?" Reporting to the sect master, a stern-faced female assistant, dressed in fitted attire, stood respectfully nearby. The latest news is that the Black Dragon is dead. Moreover, his body has yet to be found, and the cause of death remains a mystery. She paused, her tone tinged with gravity. Sect master, that Lin Shun seems rather formidable. Chu Yue, the leader of the Blood Garment sect, merely responded with a soft hum upon hearing this. A flicker of complex emotion passed through her starry eyes. If he were so easily killed, he wouldn't be Lin Shun. Her tone remained cold, yet imbued with certainty, not to mention the Black Dragon. Even if 10 of you took action personally, you may not be able to contend with him. Huh? The female assistant displayed a look of astonishment. If you know the Black Dragon is no match for him, why send him? Moreover, your tone suggests that she is cautiously probing, seemingly quite familiar with this Lin Shun. Chu Yue did not respond immediately, her gaze drifting towards the lush, verdant bamboo grove outside the window, her thoughts seemingly transported back to a time long past. Familiar? It is an understatement. From the tender age of 8, she was sent to the side of that devil, becoming his personal maid for a full decade. She attended to his every need, dressing, dining, grinding ink, and even in the chill of winter, she would use her own warmth to heat his icy bed. Yet that scoundrel? He would play pranks by tugging at her meticulously braided hair or stealthily tying her shoelaces together, causing her to stumble. Most infuriating was that, as they grew older, he dared to flick the delicate straps of her clothing when she least expected it. Each incident filled her with a mix of embarrassment and anger, making her wish to bite him to death. The outside world only knows the leader of the blood-clothed sect as a mysterious and breathtaking beauty. But who is aware that 3 years ago, she, Chu Yue, was the beleaguered personal maid to Lin Shun of the Northern Falling Master sect. They shared meals and lived in close proximity for an entire decade. It was only 3 years ago, amid a cataclysmic upheaval when the Northern Falling Master sect crumbled and Lin Shun, along with his master, fled in grave injury, that she finally seized the opportunity to escape the clutches of that dark tyrant. Scoundrel! Chu Yue lightly bit her lower lip, a flicker of shame and anger flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by an odd thrill. You had better not perish too quickly. I have yet to settle the grievances I endured with you. Come here. Chu Yue withdrew her gaze, a cunning smile, as sly as a fox, curling at the corners of her lips, a smile that was exquisite yet laced with a chilling calculation. Relay my orders. Let the beast, Iron Bull. And Xianing set out immediately for Dongjiang to execute the mission of assassinating Lin Shun. Understood, sect leader. The female assistant bowed in acknowledgement, but hesitated to inquire further. All three are master-level assassins. What are the odds of success in this endeavor? Chu Yue elegantly lifted a cup of clear tea. Savoring a sip before her crimson lips parted to utter 5 frigid words. Them? Merely going to their demise. The assistant was utterly baffled, wanting to press further. With a cold glance, Chu Yue's eyes sparkled with a glint of frost. Some matters are best left unspoken. Understand what you must, and do not question further. Yes, understood. The assistant felt a shiver run down her spine, daring not to speak further, and promptly bowed and retreated. It was only after exiting the courtyard and feeling the gust of the mountain wind that she suddenly jolted, instantly grasping the underlying implications. The beast, Iron Bull, Xianing, along with the previous Black Dragon. These were all trusted insiders planted by the elders within the sect. The sect leader's actions were evidently a calculated ploy to eliminate rivals through Lin Chun's hands. What an astute strategy. What profound machinations. A bead of cold sweat formed on the assistant's back, deepening her awe for the seemingly languid and harmless, yet breathtakingly beautiful sect leader. When Lin Chun and Kai Ergu returned to the Lin family estate, Zhao Chongfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Zhao Linglong had long been awaiting in the spacious and brightly lit main hall, steeped in an aura of antiquity. Upon seeing Lin Chun's figure appear at the entrance, Zhao Chongfeng and Zhao Tianlong immediately led several core members of the Zhao family. Bowing deeply with utmost respect, we pay our respects to young Master Lin. Their demeanor was humbly subservient to an extreme. Kai Ergu, entirely unbothered by the presence of others, boldly settled into the nearest grand chair by the fruit platter, grabbing a handful of translucent grapes and stuffing them into his mouth. Chewing away, he mumbled indistinctly to Lin Chongfeng at the head of the table. "Hey, old Lin, your grapes are quite sweet." Lin Chongfeng's lips twitched slightly, feeling helpless in the face of this eccentric companion brought by Lin Chun. Lin Chun, with a calm gaze, surveyed the Zhao family members and, upon noticing the thick bandage wrapped around Zhao Chongfeng's shoulder, understood the situation immediately. He offered a gentle smile and took his seat beside his grandfather, Lin Qingquan, casting a reassuring glance at both his grandfather and great-grandfather. As a reclusive aristocratic family, the Zhao clan's strength and heritage were not to be underestimated. Their unusually humble visit to apologize put the Lin family on high alert, wary of potential deceit, especially as they found themselves in a precarious situation. "So it is you." Lin Chen's gaze finally settled on Zhao Chongfeng, his tone unembellished. Zhao Chongfeng, lacking the courage to conceal anything before Lin Chun, lowered his posture even further. Nothing escapes the discerning eyes of young Master Lin. Indeed, it was I in my foolishness who sought forgiveness from young Master Lin last night. As he spoke, the renowned elder of the Zhao family bowed deeply once more before Lin Chun. Years ago, the Zhao family had indeed participated in the assault on the Lin family of Daxia. Zhao Chongfeng's voice carried a weight of sorrow and regret. However, I stand here today, vowing on my life that no member of the Zhao family has ever drawn a blade against the Lin family. Our singular and gravest error was, under the pressure of the imperial court, to provide 32 specially modified vehicles to assist in the covert relocation of a group of masters to the ambush site. I, representing the entire Zhao family, humbly confess to young Master Lin. We beseech you to grant the Zhao family a chance at redemption. Zhao Chongfeng raised his head, his murky old eyes filled with a plea, fixating on Lin Chun without blinking. Noticing Lin Chen's expression remained stoic, his gaze inscrutable, Zhao Chongfeng steeled himself and executed an action that left all present gasping in astonishment. Thud! With a dull sound, the esteemed elder of the Zhao family knelt directly before Lin Chun. "I implore you, young Master Lin. The Zhao family is willing to pay any price and accept any conditions you may impose." Zhao Chongfeng's voice bore a note of finality. Chapter 54. The personal maid and the unexpected guessed the sound of Zhao Chongfeng's kneeling reverberated like thunder in the silent hall, where one could hear a pin drop. "Elder!" Zhao Tianlong exclaimed in shock, instinctively moving to assist. "Silence. Kneel." Zhao Chongfeng's fierce glare silenced him. causing Zhao Tianlong to tremble, swallowing the words he had intended to utter. His expression shifted several times before he finally succumbed to despair. Thud! Thud! In a chain reaction, Zhao Tianlong and the core members of the Zhao family, all but the last standing Zhao Linglong, who bit her lip in silence, knelt before Lin Chun, their heads bowed like prisoners awaiting judgment. Lin Qianquan, the elder of the Lin family, and Lin Chongfeng, the family head, watched in stunned disbelief, their minds in turmoil. Zhao Chongfeng was not kneeling before the Lin family, but before Lin Chun. This utterly shattered their understanding of the situation. In their memories, Lin Chun, who had miraculously survived 3 years ago, was now a shadow of his former self, having lost all his prowess and spending his days languishing in clubs. How could the venerable ancestor of the Zhao family harbor such reverence for him, even to the extent of kneeling? Ancestor Zhao, this is utterly unacceptable. Please, rise and speak. Lin Chongfeng, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily got up to assist. Yet, the Zhao ancestor and others remained as if their feet were rooted to the ground, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on Lin Chun, filled with desperation. Young Master Lin, this is the entirety of the Zhao Group's core accounts, equity certificates, and asset lists, Zhao Chongfeng declared, lifting a thick dossier with both hands, imploring Lin Chun to examine it. His meaning was unmistakable, to seek Lin Chen's forgiveness and preserve the Zhao lineage. He was willing to sacrifice all of the Zhao family's wealth and legacy. Lin Chongfeng and Lin Qianquan were once again stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. Lin Chun, however, regarded the kneeling Zhao clan with intrigue, his gaze landing on the only standing figure, Zhao Linglong. Today, she donned a dress of pale yellow that accentuated her snow-white complexion, her exquisitely shaped face displaying unmistakable defiance and indignation, her large, expressive eyes glaring at Lin Chun with a fiery resentment. All of you from the Zhao family have knelt, Lin Chun remarked, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips, his voice soft yet resonant in every ear present. Why do you not kneel? Zhao Linglong, ignited by his gaze, retorted with a raised chin and a crisp voice laced with anger. On what grounds? I have done nothing wrong. The Zhao family provided them with vehicles under pressure from the royal family. Who would dare to defy? If anyone should kneel, it is you all. I shall not. Linglong, presumptuous. Kneel at once. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the entire Zhao family? Zhao Tianlong's face paled in fear as he reprimanded her sternly. The Zhao ancestor, though silent, emanated an icy, palpable aura of menace that enveloped Zhao Linglong. Though unafraid of her father, she felt a profound dread towards the venerable ancestor, whose formidable presence was overwhelming. Just as she grappled with her internal turmoil, her knees trembling, on the verge of yielding, Lin Chun spoke once more. It appears that the Zhao family's sincerity still lacks a certain heat, he stated nonchalantly, his gaze shifting from Zhao Linglong to the kneeling Zhao ancestor, causing a heavy silence to engulf the Zhao clan. To spare the Zhao family is not an impossibility, Lin Chun continued, his fingers lightly rapping against the armrest of the grand chair, producing a soft tapping sound, his eyes once again locking onto Zhao Linglong's face, tinged with anger and grievance. However, I have a condition. Young Master Lin, please articulate your condition. Whatever it may be, the Zhao family will comply. Zhao Chongfeng replied, seizing what seemed like a lifeline. Lin Chun smiled slightly, a smile that, in Zhao Linglong's eyes, was filled with ill intent. What I require is a nimble and attentive maidservant to attend to my needs. I find that she, Lin Chun gestured towards Zhao Linglong, is quite suitable. Let her accompany me for a year. If she serves to my satisfaction during this time, I shall erase the Zhao family's past transgressions. This is unacceptable. You must be dreaming. Zhao Linglong, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, instantly bristled with indignation and vehemently refused without a moment's thought to serve as a maid for this evidently unsavory character, to attend to him. Such a fate would be more unbearable than death itself. However, upon hearing this condition, the elder of the Zhao family and Zhao Tianlong, among others, displayed no trace of anger or reluctance. Rather, their eyes sparkled with unmistakable delight. Absolutely no problem. Zhao Changfeng almost interjected eagerly, fearful that Lin Shun might retract his offer. Linglong's association with young Master Lin was indeed a stroke of fortune. From this day forth, she would be at young Master Lin's beck and call. The elder vowed to impose strict discipline, ensuring she served Lin with utmost dedication. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Zhao Tianlong, nearly bursting with joy, could hardly contain his laughter. A personal maid? This was no punishment. It was a grand opportunity. He was acutely aware of Lin Chen's potential for greatness, and merely being in his service, even if it involved the simplest tasks, would yield benefits that could immensely enrich the entire Zhao family. Such an opportunity was one that countless scions of noble families would vie for, often to no avail. Father, how can you do this? I refuse. I'm leaving. Zhao Linglong's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration, and with a vehement stamp of her foot, she turned to storm away. Stop! Before Zhao Tianlong could speak, the elder's icy voice cut through the air, laden with an unmistakable threat. Zhao Linglong, this matter concerns the very survival of the Zhao family, and you shall not act on a whim. Should you dare to step beyond this threshold, I shall take it upon myself to cleanse our ranks, offering your parents' heads to young Master Lin as an apology. This blatant threat of death washed over Zhao Linglong like a bucket of icy water, freezing her in place, a chill surging from her feet to the crown of her head. She had no doubt that the elder would follow through on his words. Casting a glance at her father's helpless yet pleading gaze, then at the elder's cold, unfeeling countenance, her heart sank to the depths of despair. She realized that her fate was irrevocably tethered to the Zhao family, a sinking ship on the verge of capsizing. If she refused, the wrath and despair of the entire Zhao clan would consume her first, just as the atmosphere in the hall became tense. With tears of grievance welling in Zhao Linglong's eyes, a resonant and somewhat suave voice rang out from the entrance. May I inquire if young Master Lin is present? I, M.O., have come for a visit. Everyone turned towards the voice to see a burly, bald, middle-aged man striding in confidently. Clad in the distinctive black uniform of the Town Defense Division, his epaulettes denoted a high rank. His square face was adorned with a meticulously groomed beard, his eyes keen, and a warm smile graced his lips. It was none other than M.O. Zhong, the head of the Dongjiang branch of the Town Defense Division. Minister M.O. Zhong? Upon recognizing the visitor, Lin Changfeng's brow furrowed, a myriad of suspicions swirling in his mind. The Town Defense Division had maintained an ambiguous stance since the Lin family was attacked 3 years prior, rarely making contact. Why had he suddenly come today? Instinctively, he glanced at Lin Shun as M.O. Zhong entered. He was taken aback to see the elder of the Zhao family and a host of corps members kneeling before Lin Shun, a sight that astonished him. Yet, his smile remained unchanged as he feigned surprise at the sight of those kneeling before him. Oh dear, old Master Lin, the elder is also present. I hope my visit is not too intrusive. Lin Shin appeared unperturbed by M.O. Zhong's arrival, momentarily disregarding him as his gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Linglong, bearing an unmistakable hint of provocation. Zhao Linglong, would you care to become my personal maid? He inquired, deliberately emphasizing the words personal maid. Zhao Linglong felt the palpable chill of her ancestor's icy gaze, coupled with her father's almost pleading expression. A torrent of grievance and anger surged within her, ultimately coalescing into a choked yet submissive declaration. I am willing. These 3 words seemed to exhaust her very essence. Are you not coming forth? Lin Chen's smile deepened as he gestured with his chin towards the space beside him. Zhao Linglong bit her lip, stifling her tears. And amid the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, she lowered her head and with heavy steps moved into the shadow beside Lin Chun. Lecher, scoundrel, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes plucked out. She seethed inwardly as she sensed Lin Chen's gaze sweep over her, her heart brimming with indignation. Everyone, please rise. Lin Chen finally spoke in a calm tone, solidifying the arrangement. Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong. And the others felt as if a great burden had been lifted and exhaled a collective sigh of relief. knowing that the Zhao family had narrowly escaped calamity for the time being. Seeing this, Mo Zhong stepped forward, cradling a quaint, purple sandalwood gift box in his hands. With a congenial smile, he presented it to Lin Shun, whispering, "Young Master Lin, congratulations on your return to prominence. This is a small token from our Zhenwu division, a gesture of goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept it." Lin Shun casually accepted the gift box and felt a surge of pure, potent energy emanating from it upon his fingertips, causing his eyes to flicker with intrigue. Fourth grade elixir? He mused, glancing up at Mo Zhong. Mo Zhong, sensing Lin Chen's understanding, nodded slightly, his smile growing more sincere. "Young Master Lin, I mean no offense. I simply wish to forge a friendship with you. Should you ever require the assistance of the Zhenwu division in Dongjiang, do not hesitate to ask." Mo Zhong was indeed willing to invest. Lin Chen recognized this. Fourth grade elixirs were exceedingly rare even in places where martial arts flourished, let alone in today's Earth. It appeared that the Zhenwu division possessed formidable intelligence capabilities and had made a high assessment of his strength. "Very well, I shall accept the gift." Lin Chen placed the box on the adjacent tea table, his tone placid. Only then did Mo Zhong genuinely relax, the smile on his face becoming more at ease. As the assembly prepared to resume their seats, a sudden commotion erupted outside, with urgent shouts from the Lin family guards and the clamor of weapons clashing. "Come quickly. Block them. This is bad. The Yin family has come to our doorstep. They are about to break down the door. Arm yourselves." Chapter 55. Sweet grapes and a leg that was deceiving and crippling him? Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The Yin family? Was this the same Yin Feiyong who had lost the Jade proxy rights to General Song Pa to him? Had this fool lost his mind, or taken some misguided medication? Instead of contemplating how to salvage his lost business, he had the audacity to storm the Lin family? Did he truly not grasp the meaning of peril? Or did he believe that the illustrious Lin family could be trampled upon at will? Even though the Lin family had been severely weakened 3 years prior, one must not forget that the southwestern frontier still housed 800,000 heavenly dragon soldiers. That was the true anchor of the Lin family. This was also the fundamental reason why many factions hesitated to act against them. Impudent, Mo Zhong was the first to rise. His previously smooth smile instantly replaced by an air of stern authority befitting a high-ranking official of the town military division. How dare they assault a civilian residence in broad daylight? Is there no law left? Young Master Lin, please remain at ease. This minor affair shall be handled by me. He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his abilities before Lin Shun. Young Master Lin, the Zhao family is willing to offer our services. Zhao Changfeng, the esteemed elder of the Zhao family, reacted without hesitation. Despite the bandages adorning his body, they did nothing to diminish the fierce aura he radiated as he stood up right after Mo Zhong. This was a golden opportunity to pledge loyalty. The two men nearly synchronized in their respectful gestures towards Lin Shun, and then, in a flash, they darted forward like arrows released from a bow, propelled by a chilling gust of wind, racing towards the grand entrance. At that moment, the heavy vermilion doors of the Lin family estate were already on the brink of confrontation. Yin Feiyong, clad in an ostentatious sequin suit and with his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, stood arrogantly before a group of burly men wielding clubs, exuding an air of bravado. Beside him stood a visibly anxious Bai Dong. Young Master Yun, is it truly wise to confront the Lin family so directly? Bai Dong questioned, his heart pounding as he gazed upon the imposing entrance and towering walls of the Lin estate. Even in their weakened state, the Lin family was still formidable. What is there to fear? Yun Feiyong scoffed disdainfully, a knowing smile playing on his lips. That old fool Lin Hua personally informed me that the Lin family of the Great Xia is on the brink of collapse. Soon, the only Lin family left in the world will be the Dongjiang Lin family. Blood-robed sect, even the fabled sacred land, is preparing to strike against them. What remains of the Lin family now? Just that useless Lin Chun flailing about? Look around the entire Great Xia. Who else would dare associate with them? The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his own reasoning, shaking his head in satisfaction. Bai Dong reflected on this, recalling that just a week prior, The Lin family indeed appeared to be in turmoil, with even the Xian family contemplating a withdrawal from their engagement. Logically, no one would dare assist the Lin family now. Let us go. Today, I have no intention of decimating the Lin family, Yun Feiyong declared, his eyes glinting with malice. I merely wish to teach that presumptuous Lin Chun a harsh lesson. Let him understand the consequences of offending me. Yun Feiyong. He beckoned Bai Dong to follow as he prepared to unleash his subordinates into the fray. However, before he could finish his sentence, bang, bang, two figures erupted from within the gates, like tigers descending from the mountain. Mo Zhong and Zhao Chongfeng struck simultaneously, their fists howling through the air. The foremost of Yun's thugs barely had time to scream before they were sent flying like rag dolls, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, rendered utterly incapacitated. Ruffians, the town military division is here to discuss important matters with young Master Lin, and you dare to gather and launch an assault, intent on causing harm. You scorn the law of the land. Your crimes are unforgivable. Mo Zhong's voice boomed, reverberating through the air and ringing in their ears. Men, seize them. Those who dare resist shall be executed without exception. At his command, the elite forces of the town military division, hidden within the surrounding greenery and alleyways, emerged like phantoms. Clad in sleek black uniforms, their movements swift as lightning. The specially crafted combat blades in their hands gleamed ominously as they pounced upon Yun Feiyong and his ragtag group. These members of the town military division were all well-trained fighters, and dealing with street thugs was akin to slicing through vegetables. In less than 10 seconds, the 100 or so men led by Yun Feiyong had suffered heavy casualties, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. Beside him, Zhao Chongfeng grew anxious. Minister Mo, slow down. Leave an old man a few moments to stretch his limbs. The bandages adorning his body did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Although his shoulder was injured and he could not exert full strength, dealing with these minor thugs was easily within his capabilities with mere footwork. He darted into the crowd, fists and feet flying, leaving a dozen assailants howling in agony on the ground. Not far away, Yun Feiyong had just extended a leg out of the door of his extended Lincoln when he witnessed this bloody display of violence, causing him to recoil in sheer terror and retract his leg with lightning speed. What on earth is happening? Why is my luck so abysmal? How could the people from the Jinwu division be at the Lin family estate? His heart racing, he pounded his chest, his mind whirring. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he smacked his thigh. Of course. They must be here to take over the Lin family. The Lin family is doomed. The Jinwu division has come to seize control of their territory and assets. It must be so. In that instant, he found a rationale for his own cleverness, and the flicker of fear in his heart was replaced by a sense of triumph at uncovering the truth. He straightened his suit, cleared his throat, and prepared to exit the vehicle to explain to Mo Zhong that he was an ally. Just as he leaned halfway out of the car door, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A blood-stained steel blade shot forth like a lightning bolt, crashing through the heavy door of the Lincoln with a resounding thud. The cold edge grazed Yun Feiyong's horrified face, drawing a thin line of blood. Anyone who dares to advance another step will meet the same fate as this vehicle. Mo Zhong's chilling voice boomed like thunder, instantly drowning out all the chaos and screams around them. Yun Feiyong felt a warm sensation in his trousers, a metallic scent enveloping him. His face turned as pale as a sheet, and he trembled uncontrollably. Drive! Drive! Get us out of here! Now! He nearly screamed, frantically pounding on the driver's seat. The extended Lincoln roared to life, its tires screeching against the pavement as it fled from the scene of carnage before the Lin family estate like a frightened dog. It wasn't until they had driven a considerable distance that Yun Feiyong, still shaken, gasped for breath, touching the fiery wound on his face. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Damn it! If force won't work, I'll take a softer approach. Lin Chun, just you wait. If I can't deal with you, I can certainly handle that wretched by Yuni. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his voice twisted with rage. Abeo, gather every available person. The more, the better. Additionally, notify all the channel partners cooperating with the Yun family to immediately converge on the Bai group and corner that wretched by uni. Today, I intend to reap both wealth and revenge. In the main hall of the Lin family estate, as Mo Zhong and Zhao Chongfeng charged out with lethal intent, only Lin Chun, Lin Qinquan, Lin Chongfeng, and the newly appointed maid Zhao Linglong remained. She stood behind Lin Chun, exuding an air of melancholy and distance, while Kai Ergu remained engrossed in dealing with a fruit platter. Unable to contain the turbulent emotions surging within him, Lin Chongfeng seized Lin Chen's arm, his voice trembling. "Xiao Chun, what on earth is happening? Speak the truth to grandfather. Are you hiding something from us?" Zhao Chongfeng, that old fox. How could he possibly come to the door, seeking forgiveness so suddenly? And what can explain the unusual deference shown by Minister Mo Zhong of the Zhanwu Division, who has been so distant for years? This is simply too peculiar. Lin Chun gazed at his grandfather's anxious and bewildered expression, blinked, and revealed an innocent, harmless smile. "Huh, grandfather, perhaps you are overthinking this? It is possible that my charismatic personality has captivated them. As for the Zhao family," he shrugged, "have you forgotten? That day at the Lin family banquet in Dongjiang, I publicly declared that I, Lin Chun, have returned, and that the Lin family still holds hope. I warned those who have wronged us to come forth and bow an apology, or I would flatten their homes with a bulldozer. They must have been terrified by my imposing aura, prompting them to surrender swiftly." He spoke with such conviction, as if it were indeed the truth. Cough, cough, cough. Beside him, Kai Ergu, who was stuffing grapes into his mouth, couldn't hold back and was seized by a fit of coughing, turning red in the face. "I can't believe you, young Master Lin. Your ability to spin tales is truly becoming extraordinary. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have thought you could even make my legs buckle with your words." He had personally witnessed Lin Chen's superhuman speed and strength the day before, and today saw the Zhao family's elder, battered and humiliated, coming to submit. His mind was as clear as day. Seated at the head of the table, the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Qinquan, who had remained mostly silent, could no longer contain himself. He stroked his snow-white beard, his eyes, though seemingly clouded, sparkling with insight, fixed intently on Lin Chun. "Bah, you cunning rascal! You dare to deceive your own grandfather? Spare me the nonsense. And what about your friend, Lin Juntian? What on earth is going on? Speak plainly." Lin Chun, noting his great-grandfather's penetrating gaze, felt the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. It was not that he wished to deceive the elders. Rather, he aimed to mislead the hidden enemies of the Lin family. Currently, only the Dongjiang Lin family, the Su family, the Zhao family, and the royal family were surfacing, but Lin Chun was acutely aware that many others had participated in that attack years ago. He must wait for all those venomous snakes to emerge from their lairs before he could strike them down in one fell swoop, ensuring they pay in blood for their debts. "Chongfeng brother, is young Master Lin Chun in?" A familiar, elderly voice, filled with evident humility and eagerness, rang out from outside. It was none other than the renowned medicine king of the Southwest, Hua Ximiao. Upon hearing Hua Ximiao's voice, Lin Chongfeng was utterly bewildered, his mouth agape, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Yet again, he had come seeking young Chun. He glanced at Lin Chun, then out toward the door, feeling as though his worldview of several decades had been shaken to its very core. Just how many secrets does this young man still hold? Chapter 56. The flower-guarding young master. Would you dare to accept 2 million for your life? The intricately carved redwood doors slowly swung open, revealing the spacious and bright reception hall of the Lin family estate, where the crystal chandelier refracted a gentle glow. Lin Chongfeng sat gracefully in the grand chair, savoring his tea, when he noticed his old friend, Hua Ximiao, storming in with fervor. He hastily placed the delicate blue and white porcelain cup down, a smile blooming on his face as he rose to greet him. "Old Hua," he began, but to his chagrin, Hua Ximiao seemed oblivious to his presence, sidestepping the outstretched hand and hastily moving aside. "We'll talk later," Hua Ximiao continued, striding briskly towards Lin Chun, who was seated on a nearby sofa. In the astonished gaze of the assembled guests, he bowed respectfully, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "Young Master Lin, the questions you posed yesterday kept me awake all night, and it was like a revelation. However, there is still a small aspect regarding the medicinal catalyst that eludes me. Observing the esteemed medical expert from Dongjiang humbly engaging with his seemingly wayward grandson under the resplendent lights, Lin Chongfeng felt a dizzying sense of disbelief wash over him. What was the meaning of this? The young man, revered by Hua and summoned personally by Mo Zhong, who had compelled the Zhao family's patriarch to bow in deference, was indeed his grandson, who had once been lost to the allure of frivolous pursuits. In the span of just 2 days, he appeared transformed. "Grandpa Lin, you must grow accustomed to such scenes," interjected Kai Ergu, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, as he playfully patted Lin Chongfeng on the shoulder. "What you've witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding my brother's capabilities. Who knows? One day, even a princess might come to him for assistance. Do not be taken aback." A princess? What notion of grandeur? Lin Chongfeng's mind wandered. The spirited young man before him momentarily merging with the radiant grandson he had known 3 years prior. After a few seconds of dazed contemplation, Lin Chongfeng snapped back to reality, recalling Kai Ergu's casual gesture. With a teasing lift of his mustache, he remarked, "You young man have certainly learned to be audacious from Lin Chun." Yet, seeing Kai Ergu so steadfastly aligned with Lin Chun stirred a sense of comfort within him. After all, he had shared a similar camaraderie with Kai Ergu's grandfather, a bond forged in mutual trust and loyalty. "Young Master Lin, the ruffians outside have been dealt with. Here are the 2 leaders." Zhao's patriarch and Mo Zhong entered the hall, each dragging a bruised and battered man, carelessly discarding them to the floor like refuse. "Spare us. Young Master Lin, it was Yun Feiyong. He hired us to teach you a lesson. We beseech you, show mercy." The 2 thugs, already terrorized by the might of Zhao's patriarch and Mo Zhong, hastily confessed, spilling their secrets like water from a bamboo tube. Lin Chun, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful scoff. "Yun Feiyong again? The specter truly lingers." He had warned during their parting from the Bai group that should Yun Feiyong dare to harass Bai Yuni or cause him trouble, he would raze the Yun family estate to the ground with a bulldozer. It seemed the time had come to fulfill that promise. "Ergu, arrange for 100 bulldozers to be on standby in the provincial capital. We shall require them at a moment's notice," Lin Chun instructed, turning to Kai Ergu. "Young Chun, what on earth do you need so many bulldozers for?" Lin Chongfeng questioned, bewildered by his grandson's request. Lin Chun did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he met his grandfather's gaze with intensity and countered, "Grandpa, our Lin family still holds weight in Daxia, does it not? If I were to cause a monumental disaster, would you be able to contain it?" A single phrase ignited Lin Chongfeng's bravado. "Nonsense. Even if the old Lin family is not what it used to be, we are not to be trifled with by any petty character. Grandson, you go ahead and do as you please. If the sky falls, I shall bear the weight for you." "Excellent." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips, causing Lin Chongfeng's heart to flutter inexplicably. What grand scheme is this lad concocting? Lin Chun feigned an attempt to slip away, casting a casual wave toward Mo Zhong and the ancestral Zhao elder at the doorway. "Enough, you all may disperse now." His gaze fell upon Zhao Linglong, who also wished to make her exit. Lin Chun flashed a charming grin, teasingly remarking, "Linglong, you needn't think of escaping. Remember, from this moment forth, you are my personal maid, accompanying me at all times." Zhao Linglong's delicate lips involuntarily pouted, clearly struggling to adapt to this abrupt shift in her status. With a face full of discontent, she protested, "May I at least go home to fetch a change of clothes?" "No need," Zhao Tianlong interjected emphatically, assuring her, "Linglong, rest easy. I shall arrange for all your belongings to be packed and brought to you immediately." He was eager for his daughter to forge closer ties with this young Lord Lin. "Father," Zhao Linglong was on the verge of losing her composure, her clear eyes filled with grievance and disbelief. Is this truly her biological father? Was he so eager to push her away? Lin Chen said no more, ushering the reluctant Zhao Linglong into his sleek black BMW 7 Series, and they sped off. Zhao Linglong sat in the passenger seat, feeling ill at ease, her slender fingers twisting the hem of her dress. "Where are we headed?" To buy a car. But you already have a car. Why buy another? Moreover, why bring me along? She pondered gloomily, fearing her exquisite floral dress may never see the light of day again. From the chatter of the people around Su Wei, she had heard tales of Lin Chun being a notorious womanizer, especially lecherous. Wearing a dress in front of him? It was akin to leading a sheep into a tiger's den. Lin Chen's lips twitched imperceptibly, unwilling to provide an explanation. The car he intended to purchase was, of course, Ford Fangting. As for bringing Zhao Linglong along, the Zhao family wishes to express loyalty, does it not? Using their funds to acquire a few vehicles and some properties, surely they would not dare to voice any objections. As they passed by the vicinity of No. 38 Dongjiang South Suburb, Lin Chen's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar, fragile figure, Jiang Yueran. She stood helplessly at the roadside, arguing with a sleazy middle-aged man who lay sprawled on the ground, next to a toppled pink electric scooter. Beautiful lady, you hit me today. Unless you pay me 5,000 yuan, you shan't leave. Look, you didn't even wear a helmet, and even if the traffic police come, it's all your fault. The sleazy man clutched his waist, his voice booming, attracting the attention of several passers-by. But sir, Jiang Yueran's face flushed crimson, her voice barely more than a whisper. I was simply driving along when you suddenly dashed out and collided with my car. Why should I pay? Having been sheltered by Lin Xiu for many years, she had rarely engaged with the outside world and was thoroughly flustered by such an encounter. Hey, that is quite unreasonable. The sleazy man, with a glint in his eye, gestured to the onlookers, asserting everyone saw it. You were clearly riding while looking at your phone when you crashed into me. If you continue this farce, at the very least, you should pay me 10,000. Otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities, and you will find yourself incarcerated for a few days. The onlookers immediately chimed in. Indeed, young lady, you hardly appear to have done this intentionally. To mitigate losses, you should promptly compensate him. Yes, there are no surveillance cameras in this area. Who can ascertain the truth? Just settle for a small sum. Oh dear, my back, my waist. You nearly killed me. The lecherous man exaggeratedly lamented. Jiang Yueran, in a state of panic, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her eyes reddening. You are staging this, she exclaimed. I do not possess such an amount. What shall I do? They are clearly in cahoots. How much do you want? I shall pay. Just as Jiang Yueran was on the verge of tears, a steady and familiar voice resonated beside her, accompanied by a warm, strong hand that gently encircled her slender waist. She turned in astonishment, her eyes alight as they fell upon Lin Chen's face, which bore a hint of mischief. Is it you? She asked, her cheeks flushing with the recollection of the previous night's intimacy. Do not fear. I am here, Lin Chen reassured her with a gentle pat on her back, his gaze turning cold as it swept over the exaggeratedly lamenting lecher on the ground. He had countless strategies for dealing with such unscrupulous fraudsters. The man sprawled on the ground, realizing that Jiang Yueran was not a source of easy profit, was contemplating lowering his demands. However, upon catching sight of Lin Chen's brand new BMW 7 Series, his eyes sparkled with avarice. 50,000. Today it must be 50,000, not a penny less. He abruptly changed his tune, greed etched on his face. Jiang Yueran trembled with indignation. How can you do this? You just mentioned 5,000, and now it has escalated to 50,000? This is utterly outrageous. Young lady, what constitutes outrageousness? The lecher retorted defiantly. I suddenly feel a buzzing in my head, and my spine is in excruciating pain. Why don't we go to the hospital and conduct all the necessary tests? He was confident that Jiang Yueran, being inexperienced, would be easy to manipulate. Lin Shun, however, remained unfazed, a playful smile gracing his lips. 50,000? That is far too little, given how severely you were injured. A compensation of at least 200,000 would be more appropriate. Wouldn't you agree? What? Lin Chen's declaration left not only the lecher and the onlookers stunned, but also Zhao Linglong, who had just stepped out of the car, wide-eyed in disbelief. Has this fellow lost his mind? They are extorting 50,000, and he offers 200,000 voluntarily? Sir, you are far too generous. There is no need for such a large sum. If you think 50,000 is excessive, 30,000 would suffice. The lecher, Observing Lin Chen's inscrutable expression, felt an inexplicable chill and sensed that this young man was not to be trifled with. He hastily attempted to lower his demands. Lin Chen ignored him, leisurely moving the electric scooter, obstructing the road, then opening the car door. His tone calm, but laced with piercing coldness. No, it must be 200,000. I recall that last month in the neighboring Jiangning. Someone was killed in an accident and the compensation was 160,000. The maximum payout by the state is 200,000. Let us adhere to the highest compensation. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen had already started the engine. With a press of the accelerator, the black BMW roared towards the man lying on the ground. You lie there, strike a dashing pose. I shall send you on your way. The crowd finally realized that Lin Chen's 200,000 was, in fact, a price for a life. He truly intends to run over this scammer. Oh my! As the glinting front of the car hurtled towards him, the lecherous man lying on the ground was utterly petrified, his spirit nearly fleeing his body. With a sudden surge of energy, he sprang to his feet, rolling and scrambling away in a frantic bid for survival. A cold smirk danced upon Lin Chen's lips as he gently pressed the accelerator, closely tailing the man, and shouted, "Run faster. Keep going. Hurry. Otherwise, you'll be hit." The roar of the engine resonated like the grim summons of death, sending shockwaves through the scammer's psyche. He merely sought a quick financial gain, not his own demise. After all, even if he were to receive 20 million, what good would it be if he were dead? To make matters worse, ahead lay a narrow underground tunnel entrance, a one-way street flanked by guardrails, offering no escape. Hearing the relentless growl of the engine behind him, the lecherous man could only muster all his strength to flee. Brother, I was wrong. I don't want a 30,000 anymore. Please, just don't chase me. After barely 200 meters, Lin Chen had the scammer exhausted, his eyes swimming with stars, his legs trembling as he dragged his leaden limbs forward, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. That won't do. We agreed on 200,000. Hurry, give it one last push. You're only 50 centimeters away from impact. Just a reminder, I have no regard for life. If I don't kill you in one go, I'll have to reverse and roll over you again. Imagine how that would feel. Lin Chen taunted, deliberately nudging the scammer's backside with the front of the car. The lecherous man, terrified, screamed and summoned his last reserves of strength to leap forward. After running more than 100 meters, he was utterly spent, his lungs feeling like they would burst. Brother, I truly regret it. I can't go on. I don't want the money anymore. I'll give you 30,000, no, 50,000. Please, have mercy and let me go. His eyes were red, his face smeared with a mix of snot, tears, and sweat, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. He decided to stop running, plopping down in front of Lin Chen's car, bowing profusely, and frantically pulling out 5 thick bundles of cash from his pocket. With a screech, Lin Chen halted his car precisely 30 centimeters from a man, exited, and snatched the 5 bundles of money, coldly stating, "Had I known this would transpire, why did you resort to such deceitful acts? With hands and feet, you could have chosen a better path than this disgraceful endeavor. I was wrong. I will never dare again." The lecherous man realized he had met his match today, having made a mistake for the first time in his career, nearly paying for it with his life. Fine. Don't say I robbed you. Lin Chen weighed the money in his hands, shifting his tone. Given your evident sincerity, I'll sell you my girlfriend's electric bike for 50,000. With that, he unceremoniously pulled the feeble man back in the opposite direction. What? 50,000 for a broken electric bike? The scammer's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He had just discreetly noted Lin Chen's license plate, contemplating reporting him for robbery. But Lin Chen had deftly cornered him. This is a transaction. What? Do you have objections? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. Have you seen my girlfriend's electric bike? It endures the cold of winter and the heat of summer, serves as a natural breeding ground for mosquitoes, and offers free dust collection in dry weather. With such exceptional features, I believe 50,000 is already a bargain. Perhaps you should consider adding a bit more? The logic was utterly nonsensical, yet the lecherous man understood all too well that this was a blatant threat. If he dared to utter a single word of dissent, this formidable figure could very well crush him beneath the wheels of a vehicle. No, 50,000 is splendid. That pink little electric scooter is truly the vehicle of my dreams. I'm utterly satisfied. Returning to the scene of the incident, the lecherous man hurriedly longed for the pink scooter, eager to escape this tormentor. Who knows if he lingered for even a second? This demon might impose an astronomical price upon him again. Seeing the lecherous man in such a pitiful state, resembling a stray dog, much of Jiang Yuan's anger dissipated. However, when she noticed him attempting to ride away on her scooter, she could not help but scold. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to steal my vehicle? The lecherous man, with a mournful expression, replied, Beautiful lady, I bought your electric scooter for 50,000, and I've given the money to your boyfriend. 50,000 for my scooter? Jiang Yuan gazed at Lin Shun in astonishment. She had acquired that little scooter from the second-hand market for 500, and now it was being sold for 50,000? Lin Shun had already taken out his phone to record the lecherous man, his tone leaving no room for argument. Make a peace sign. Be clear. This 50,000 for the scooter was entirely voluntary on your part. Voluntary my foot. The lecherous man cursed inwardly, yet forced a smile even more grotesque than tears, trembling as he made a peace sign. I sincerely and willingly purchased this electric scooter. I will not backpedal. Yea. Receiving a nod from Lin Shun, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and fled the scene atop the scooter, as if pursued by demons. Lin Shun, thank you. Watching the lecherous man flee in disgrace, Jiang Yuan exhaled a long sigh. Although she had lost her scooter, the trouble had finally been resolved. Lin Shun stuffed 5 stacks of still warm cash into Jiang Yuan's embrace. Take it. Huh? Is this for me? Jiang Yuan held the substantial cash, feeling somewhat bewildered. If not for you, then for whom? The vehicle was yours, so the money naturally belongs to you. Lin Shun flashed her a devilish smile and once again wrapped his arm around her slender waist, guiding her to the back seat of the car. He instructed Zhao Linglong, who had been watching the scene unfold. You drive. Let us head to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Though they had already shared an intimate moment the previous night, being held so naturally by Lin Shun in the back seat still made Jiang Yuan's heart race and her cheeks flush. Lin Shun, let me down. I still have an interview to attend. Of course, I'm taking you to buy a car. I just sold yours. I ought to compensate you with another, right? Lin Shun gazed at the bashful beauty in his arms, his heart softened. This Jiang Yuan was indeed his treasure. She not only alleviated a certain affliction of the Nanyang dragon vein, but was also his beloved. Naturally, he would indulge her. But you just gave me the money from selling the scooter, didn't he you? Jiang Yuan's thoughts struggled to keep pace with Lin Chen's leaps of logic.